Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
In HOTD with the Satou system. Chapter 1 Training. My life wasn't that particularly exciting. I worked your standard 9-to-5 job and made a decent living as an IT guy. I wasn't seeing anyone special nor did I really care at that point in my life, but in the end I wouldn't need to worry about it anyways. One night while I was working late at one of my clients, I accidentally got caught in the middle of a drug bust and ended up shot in the head from the crossfire. I didn't even have a chance to react as it was over in an instant. Well, that fucking sucks, I complained looking down at my body. I just bought Witcher 4, and now I can't ever fucking play it. Sorry about that. A voice sighed, you weren't supposed to die from that bullet. Turning around, an old man stood there looking at my corpse with disappointment. What do you mean I wasn't supposed to die? I got shot in the freaking head, I shouted. It was only supposed to graze you, but it looks like my assistants missed that part. He groaned. This is why I tell me wife I can't take trainees. Trainees? I asked. Well, it's more like lesser gods in training, he admitted. You see, gods only reign for a few thousand years then retire. We are in the transition period, and, well, stuff like this happens during those times. So it was just my bad luck. Great, I sighed. So now what happens? Do I go to heaven? You are in luck, young man. People that have this misfortune get to reincarnate in a random world with 4 requests of your choosing, he told me with a smile. So what are your requests? Huh, I said with confusion. You aren't going to tell me the world I am going to? Don't worry about that. I will make sure it's a good world, he chuckled. The expression he had didn't give me much hope that I would end up in a good place, but he seemed like a decent enough old man. Okay, I stated, unconvinced of his honesty. Well, since I don't know where I am going, I got to go with the safest option. I want the system Satou Pendragon has. That is the best option for my survival. That's a good choice, very versatile indeed, he agreed. Next. I want to be a high human. If I have a system like Satou's, my body has to be able to handle the various extremes the system has, I told him. Again, a great idea. Wouldn't want you killing yourself doing something a human body couldn't handle, he laughed. I want to have a shop that I can buy skills from. I don't know how much time I have before being potentially put into a dangerous situation. Having the flexibility to buy skills would be great, I told him. Okay, last request, he stated. I could use a guide. Since I have no clue where I am going, having a guide in the HUD would be amazing, I said. I don't want to be led astray by crooked merchants or slimy tax collectors. Perfect, I can organize all of those for you. Just to be clear, I can't give you the meteor strikes though, that would be overkill, and dangerous, he informed me. That is fine with me, I chuckled. Didn't think I would get that lucky. Having the storage, skill acquisition, and the ability to learn languages quickly is already good enough. Alright then, off you go, he chuckled. Enjoy your new life. Before I could ask where he was sending me, everything went black, and I was transported to another room. Finding a rather young guy sitting behind a desk, I sat in the chair placed in front of him. Seeing my paperwork in the tray, I waited for him to grab my papers. When he picked them up, he quickly sifted through the papers, nodding his head as he went. Your karma is good, and you have no major issues with your past life, he stated matter-of-factly. I have your requests here, let me fuse them to your soul. A few minutes later, a HUD populated with a map, time and date, storage system, and a skill shop like I asked. Viewing my base stats, I was impressed where I was starting out at. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Attack, 20. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 40. Willpower, 60. Skills, Satou system. Skill shop. Guide Pixie. Noticing that I was missing a magic and magic defense stat, I immediately knew I wasn't going to a world with magic. Taking a deep breath, I was excited to see exactly where I would be going. Maybe I would go to One Piece and get to be a pirate captain. Being a soul reaper wouldn't be bad either, as would being a shinobi. Better yet, maybe I could end up being a bounty hunter like Spike from Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I could fly around the stars tracking down scumbags and meeting all sorts of beauties in space, I thought with grin. Still though, I hope the pixie I get isn't like that annoying one Link had. Alright sir, I have finished your paperwork. You will be going to the High School of the Dead World. You have requested increased difficulty of this world and, he started to tell me. Wow, hold on there, I said in a panic. How is that a good world? The old man told me that I would be sent to a good world? How is a zombie, post-apocalyptic world a good world? I get the girls are good looking, but seriously? Everything goes to hell, everyone goes mad, and the world literally falls apart. Also, why the fuck would I want to make it even more difficult? Sir, you were the one that chose this world, he replied. I didn't, he did, I retorted. Looking at the paperwork again, his face twitched with annoyance. It would appear he did, he sighed. Well, nothing I can do about it now, I already loaded you in. What else did he write on the sheet? I demanded. Let's see here, he said. Reincarnate soul into the HOTD world, and modify the following parameters. Have undead mutate over time, till world becomes similar to Resident Evil. What the fuck? I shouted looking at the paper, is he fucking insane? I want to speak with him immediately? This isn't going to fly, I am going to get my ass killed. You were his last person to meet, he is retired now, the man stated. The retirees sometimes do this to their last soul transfer. I apologize. Gosh damn it, I groaned. Can you at least add a tracker so I can see how close I am to full-blown Resident Evil, and maybe increase my point gathering for my system as the world gets more difficult? Also, add the triage group into this. If I am going to fight all those fucking monsters, I need people that can be of assistance to me. I suppose I can make those minor adjustments, he agreed. Anything else? Could I maybe designate the childhood I want? If I am going up against that shit show, I need to be military trained like almost immediately. I am screwed without proper training, I stated. I get that I may lose my childhood, but it means shit if once I become a teen I get killed by zombies. I already accounted for that, and have set you up accordingly, he stated. You will be the son of a former Delta Force soldier turned US ambassador. All of your childhood has been coordinated up to your graduation from military school. After that I am afraid it is on you to make allies, learn skills, and prepare for the events of the world to unfold. Well, it is what it is, at least I won't be completely fucking screwed. I appreciate the assistance, I said. No problem, from one help desk to another, I wish you the best of luck, he told me. Thanks, I am going to need it, I sighed with a smile. A few moments later I faded into nothing, and the next thing I knew I was born into the HOTD world. 12 years later. Well, what can I say, I got my military training all right. When my mother passed away, when I was 3, my dad was left to take care of me for 2 years, then immediately put me in military boarding school when I was 5. He was worried about finishing his military career as his former comrade, then vice president, had offered him a position as an ambassador once he got out. If he had to take care of me, he would have had to quit sooner. Admittedly, he did talk to me about it beforehand, but why you'd consult a 5-year-old about something like that I will never know. Either way, I was put into military boarding school that was operated by one of my dad's military buddies, so I got treated decently well. It wasn't like I was given preferential treat, but I did manage to get them to give me military training. Sure, I didn't get kill people, however I did get to hone my wilderness survival and urban combat skills. Seeing that I had potential as a soldier, like my father, by my 10th birthday they got me into training for special forces thanks to my father's connections. Again, I wasn't given access to anything confidential, but I got the training, which was what I wanted. Getting hands-on experience with many varieties of firearms, primitive, and medieval weaponry. I wanted all the skills I could get. Resident Evil zombies wouldn't a joke, I would be fighting for my life when shit hit the fan. I had to literally be ready to use anything as a weapon. Fortunately for me, I used the somewhat honest statement of I want to make my dad proud of me to grease a lot of wheels, so getting the training was easy enough. What concerned me the most though was the involvement of the Umbrella Corporation in the military. As I got trained I steadily noticed that Umbrella was weaseling their way into nearly aspect of society. It was pretty clear to someone like me that they were the bad guys, but the people up top were getting kickbacks, so they didn't give a shit about it. Not only that, they started trying to infect people with a dormant virus that would eventually become the source of the zombie infection. You might wonder how I knew. Well, when I ate one of their rations on my 11th birthday I got a notification that my body had resisted a weakened zombie virus. Putting 2 skill points into the resistance was a no-brainer for me. Even though I was a human, I wasn't going to rely only on my disease resistance for this shit. With them playing God with the various viruses, I wanted some resistance against zombie virus via my system as well as my natural disease resistance. On my 12th birthday my father took me out of boarding school and brought me with him to DC, where I got to meet the president. Having made a deal to make my dad an ambassador, the president pushed it through in his final days of office, thus began several years of traveling the world with my father. It was actually quite enjoyable if I was honest. I got to Finland, England, Spain, Italy, Russia, China, Australia, and eventually Japan. I made many friends with other diplomats' children as we traveled, a crucial factor for my future survival. Since the author unfortunately passed before finishing the manga for this world, my knowledge was very limited on how far this shit went downhill, so having friends everywhere was a good way to roll. Japan, 3 years later. Son, I don't think I need to tell you this, but I am going to be meeting a friend of your mother's. She studied with your mother in college, and the two of them were like sisters, my dad told me. Mrs. Takagi, right? I asked, playing dumb. Yes, son, the president has asked that we come here to represent our nation. I hope you will continue to behave as well as you have in other countries, he stated. I don't intend to ruin your career, Dad, I sighed. I like traveling the world. I just hope we stay here for a while this time. I'd like to make friends that I can continue to see for more than a few months. I know, son, I promise we are staying here at least 4 years, he swore. I have promised that much, and if you want, Mrs. Takagi has offered to let you live with them to finish your school here. Well, isn't that nice? Too bad graduation isn't never going to happen, I thought, looking out the window. At least I am starting out with the main cast, that's a plus. The population is smaller here than in the US, so less zombies for me to fight. Not only that, they still practice archery, spear usage, kendo, and a lot of other means for fighting. Meeting REI and her friends will be imperative for moving forward. I only have 2 years before Z-Day. Something wrong, son? My father asked. Just thinking about all the different clubs they have, I replied. We agreed you wouldn't partake in any weapon-based clubs. Your skills are frightening, son. I really don't know where you get your talent from. I may have been Delta Force, but you, even my former commander, is surprised by your proficiency in combat, my father stated. I didn't have anything else to do, and it kept kids from harassing me, I chuckled. It also put several children in the ER, he reminded me. The field commander saw what happened. They attacked me with knives first, I said in a calm voice. That may be true, but you had enough skill to disarm them easily. You didn't need to cripple them for life, he sighed. It's partially my fault for putting my career first. It isn't anyone's fault, but their own, I told him. They knew the risk, and simply miscalculated their odds. No more complicated than that. Not wanting to argue further about it, we sat in silence till we arrived at Takagi Manor. Still located on top of a massive hill, I examined the area carefully as this was a place the main cast would come eventually. In my opinion, this place was a death trap. Her father was a moron for not forcing people to contribute to the group as a whole. He wasted manpower keeping utilities running, and food flowing for everyone. Even if the zombies hadn't overwhelmed this place, they weren't going to sustain themselves long enough to survive more than a few months. Idiot needs to have people training to fight. He should have adopted the rule of those who don't work, don't eat. I get if they were sick, but a perfectly healthy adult should have been contributing in some fashion to the group. I thought, I am not going to be sheep, and foolishly come here. If I want to protect myself, fighting through hordes to escape is the last option I want to take. It would have been a safer option to reinforce Rika's home, or even move to the school. The elementary school is probably the best bet. It should have an old military bunker under it which is a perfect base of operations. Making it look like I was admiring the scenery for a few more moments, I joined my father as he walked towards the front door. Greeting us was Yuriko, my mother's friend from college and one of the women I would eventually pursue. I mean, she is a sexy, badass with a freaking Tommy gun, enough said. Hello Charles, it's been some time since I last saw you, Yuriko said with a smile. I know, it's been over 12 years now, he stated with a sad look. I am sorry for bringing up those memories. I am glad you were able to be stationed here as the US ambassador, she told him. You must be Victor. You certain have your mother's determined eyes and your father's features. Thank you, I replied with a polite bow. You are looking well as well. I am happy things have been doing great for you since we last met. Meaning? She inquired. I have heard your companies have been doing extremely well, I answered. I read the newspapers and web articles. Oh, I see. Aren't you well educated? She laughed. I want to make sure I don't live in my father's shadow. When people meet me I want to be my own person, not my father's son, I stated. Spoken like a true man, her husband Suichiro said staring at me. Looking him dead in the eyes, the two of us sized each other up before he broke eye contact. He has your presence, he told my father. I had to leave him in military boarding school while I was off fighting, he said. What branch were you again? Yuriko asked. Marines, he stated. Also, once a Marine always a Marine. The fact was he was a Marine before he was selected for the Delta Force. He wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but he ended up telling me, though I already knew it. I see, well that explains a lot, Suichiro said offering to shake my hand. Giving him a firm handshake, he nodded his head with satisfaction. It's good to see that some youth aren't slacking off in this new age, he chuckled. Both of you, please come in, we have dinner waiting. Sitting down for dinner I got my first meeting with Saya. As expected she acted like a brat with me just because she was a genius trying to rub that in. I just simply told her the blunt truth to her. I have a 5.0 GPA, and have already completed college-level courses. If it weren't for a few hands-on courses I would have to attend personally, I would have 3 college degrees, I told her. What? She asked as I took the wind out of her sail. Is he joking? No, he placed number 1 in his boarding school all the years he attended, my father told her. They let him take college course instead of normal classes. He could be an engineer, a physicist, a mechanic, or even a blacksmith. That is very impressive, Suichiro said looking at his daughter. It would appear you will have stiff competition, Saya. We will see. I bet you don't even speak proper. I can speak a total of 12 languages fluently, I said in Japanese, causing her puff her cheeks. Humph, she huffed. Fine, I challenge you to a game of chess after dinner. Father, may I use your chess set? Of course, just be careful with it, he told Saya. After dinner, Saya and I sat down to play chess. Out of a total of 10 games, I won all 10, leaving her with a shell-shocked look. I can't believe I lost so easily, she said. Don't take it personally, I am a rare case. I had nothing better to do in boarding school. My entire day was scheduled, and video games weren't something they had for us. It was books, board games, or fighting each other, I told her. Really? She asked me. Yeah, board school is terrible. No dessert, no video games, no real entertainment, just lots of hard work, I admitted. Ugh, I didn't realize it was that bad, she apologized. It's okay, I have been out since I was 12 and my dad has tried to make it up to me, I told her. I have gotten to travel around the globe so it is alright. Really? She said putting the chessboard away. Could you tell me about your trips? Sure, I told her. Spending the rest of our time together talking about my travels, she listened intently to everything I said. As someone who had never left Japan, I didn't blame her for wanting to hear about the wide open world. When it was time to head back to the embassy, I told Saya that I would see her at school in a few days as I would be joining her in classes. Really? I thought you were college educated, she teased with a smirk. I am, but my father wants me around people my age, I retorted. Either way, see you in a few days. If you could do me a favor, I could use an introduction to the students. I don't know anyone, but you here. I can take care of that, easy, she replied with a nod. With that, we left for the evening. Chapter 2 Infection. 3 days later. Dropped off by personal security detail, a necessity for anyone directly related to a foreign dignitary, I was greeted by Saya by the front gates. Giving me a complex look, I told her that my father required the detail after an incident in Spain where I was held at gunpoint by a disgruntled citizen from a country we were at war with. Of course I took care of the situation, but ever since then my father insisted that I have a security detail when in public. So does that mean they follow you everywhere? She asked me. Yes, they taste my popcorn and soda at the movies, check my packages for explosives, and stand right outside the bathroom stall, I sighed. That's rough, she said, pitying me. It is what it is, I told her. Fortunately I don't have to worry about that at school since we have guards around here. You mean a bunch of overweight teachers with rulers, she snickered. Don't tell my dad that, or I will have the detail here too, I instructed. Noted, she stated with a smirk. Let me start with introducing you to another guy first. I am sure you want some guy friends, right? Talking about perverted. Military boarding school, remember? They separated us by gender, and we hardly ever left the grounds. I told her, where would I find a time and place for perverted stuff? You are a boy, I am sure you found a way, she teased. Ugh, I groaned. Either way, let's meet this guy friend of yours. Walking into class with her, I saw Takashi, Rei, and Hisashi already in class. So Takashi is the one you want to show me, I thought, examining the classroom. Takashi is weak-willed guy that never really had a serious plan, just guts. He was too emotional, and is more of a liability than anything else. While he is good with a bat, he doesn't have any skills that would be of use to me when the world goes sideways. Hisashi is the same way, no point in saving this loser either. Kota is probably the only guy I am willing to save when Z-Day happens here at the school. He has firearm knowledge along with a lack of remorse from killing, due to trauma of being harassed all his life by bullies. Getting him on my side is easy, I will just beat the shit out of the bullies, and show him I want to be friends with him. He may be a geek at the end of the day, but he is someone that I can trust to have my back. Walking me over to the three of them, Takashi was already in his self-loathing state since Rei was dating Hisashi. The fact this idiot couldn't tell the girl he likes his feelings just pissed me off. Even if she said no, he would have still been able to move on. The fact he was already acting depressed made me want to vomit. I could see it also pissed Saya off too. She had been holding a crush for him since they were younger, so it made sense. Stop being a bitch, and tell her you like her. If you don't blame me when I take her. She is a talented fighter with excellent potential in the field, and is someone I would happily date without a second thought. I thought, since Hisashi is a dipshit and you are a pathetic waste of space, I will start winning her affections over. Shouldn't be too hard given the fact both of you only have guts, and no talent. This is Takashi, he and I went kindergarten together, Saya told me. Nice to meet you, name's Victor Smith, I said him with a polite bow. Nice to meet you, he said, blowing me off. His reaction pissed the two women off, but I honestly didn't care. I wasn't much for NTR, as I felt bad for the poor guys, but this guy refused to tell his love to Rei. To me, I didn't see it like I was stealing her from him, just giving her a better option than him. Fuck you, dipshit. As for Hisashi, you are just fucking fodder, man. You are just as bad as your friend here. This is Rei Miyamoto, she is a member of the Spear Club, Saya stated. I apologize for his behavior, Rei told me, glaring at Takashi. It's fine, Miss Miyamoto, I assume something must be troubling him, I replied, brushing his rude behavior aside. You are practitioner of the art of the spear, that is quite a feat. Thank you, I am not that good yet but I am working on it, she said with a beaming smile. What about you? I have been trained in unarmed combat, and with primitive, medieval, and modern weapons, I answered, a jack of all, and master of none as it were. Oh, she gasped, so you can use a spear too? Yes, I had the opportunity to train in Italy, I said. Also got to meet a master from your nation, a man named Hayato Samson. Yes? He won the national tournament 4 years in a row, she stated with a giddy smile. You got to train with him? That is so cool. It was quite the learning experience. I chuckled, remembering the feeling of being smacked around the mat by him. That is really cool, you got to meet him before he retired, she said with envy. You interested in checking out our club? I can check it out, but due to the level of training I have I can't join, I told her. The staff would frown upon it if someone trained to, well you know, were to fight students with a weapon. I can introduce you, and maybe you could give a demonstration, she inquired with a smile. Sure, I can do demonstrations, I agreed. Perfect, let me let the others know to expect you. Usually the only boys that show up are ones look to catch us in compromising positions, she complained, looking at Hisashi like a useless bum. I know, the photography and newspaper clubs are the worst offenders, Saya sighed with disgust. If you want I can have a word with them, I suggested. That would be great, some people don't take our complaints seriously, Rei said, looking at Takashi as well. I tried talking to them, but they just, Hisashi started to say. They are taking upskirt pictures, Hisashi. You should be getting mad about it, Rei scolded him. I am not the violent type, Rei, you know that. I'd rather talk things out with them instead of, he tried to remark. I will take care of it before meeting you at U Club today, I promised her. You are garbage man, REI is a beauty and you are letting sleazy guys take jack-off pictures of her? Weak-willed men like you are trash. A real man would have put the fear of God in them to protect his woman. Thank you, at least someone is acting like a man. Neither of you do, REI spat, giving me a smile. Hisashi sighed, and Takashi didn't say anything. Both of these idiots weren't worth my time, so I waited for the teacher to show up. Introducing me as the son of the new US ambassador to Japan, several of the preppy girls gave me a look of desire. I was the biggest guy on campus and a foreigner to boot, so it was to be expected. Beauty isn't going to gather food, purify water, defend camp, or do anything useful, I thought while keeping a friendly smile. Bimbos are fodder, they are going to be killed easily and too many young men are going to sacrifice themselves for just a pretty face. The girls aren't even going to remember their names. The only way I am going to save them is if they happen to show up on the way or actually impress me with their efforts to better themselves. Have a seat next to Miss Takagi, the teacher said. Nodding my head, I took my seat and quietly listened to the lecture. End of school day. Hanging back a few minutes to give the pervs a chance to get into position, I stood above them in the school building and took photos of their actions. What are you doing? I thought you were going to stop them, not join, REI started to say. Call this insurance, I told her with a smirk. They either leave you all alone, or I give the principal the photo of them sneaking pictures. Is that blackmail? Hisashi questioned with a worried look. It's insurance against them stepping out of line again. Blackmail infers we get something in return of value. All we get is the sport clubs not having pervs snap photos. I sighed. I honestly don't see why you are complaining. Your cute girlfriend is having pervs snap pictures of her panties, and you aren't the least bit pissed off. Giving me a pleased smile, REI appeared to appreciate the compliment. Well, I mean, how bad could it be? He asked. They could post it online, and in a matter of days pervs around the world have her picture. Use your damn head, man. What do you think they will do with the photo? I snapped. Besides, who's to say they aren't selling those photos to other young men here at school? Do you enjoy having scumbags ogling your girlfriend? Leaving it there, I went down to confront them. Trying to deny any wrongdoing, I showed them the pictures, and one of them flew into a fit of rage. Going to attack me, he found himself on the ground with my knee in his back. Listen very carefully, do you know the charge for attacking a foreign diplomat's child is? Apparently you want to spend hard time behind bars as someone's bottom bitch. Let me make this crystal clear, snap another picture of them without written or verbal consent, and I will turn you in. This is the only chance you have, take it or leave it, I told all of them in Japanese. I despise using my father's name, but in cases like these it comes in handy. Erasing their photos, the boys bolted like scared children. Dusting myself off, I looked back to see Says and REI give me a nod of approval. Why couldn't you have done that? REI asked Takashi and Hisashi. Not really having an answer, Takashi simply walked away and Hisashi just apologized like a moron. Taking me to her club after that, I got to meet her club members who were all relatively skilled combatants. They were all also attractive girls that didn't need to use 50 pounds of makeup to make a good first impression. There were only 6 of them, but I could make use of them in the future. This the new student, the captain of the club asked REI. This is Victor Smith, Nina, he just solved the perv problem, REI told her with a smile. Oh really, no more needing to search the locker rooms for cameras, Nina laughed. We will see. So what brings you here? Here to watch us train. Victor trained with Master Hayato, REI informed her. Really, the other club members shouted, running over to me. Showing them photographic proof of our interaction. I even showed them a spar session I did with him. Applauding the video, Nina tossed me a spear and told me to fight her. Telling her that I was forbidden by the school from doing so, she decided to ignore me and attacked anyways. Dropping my spear, I grabbed her spear just behind the tip. I pulled forward, grabbed her face with my free hand, and slammed her into the mat. Staring at me in shock, she then gave me an excited grin. Unarmed takedown, interesting. She laughed as I helped her up. You should join the club. I can't, my father and school forbids it. In the US my level of weapon skill is registered with the government. I chuckled, bragging about being registers as a lethal weapon. You could at least stay to provide us pointers, a few of the girls stated. Archery club might want help too, REI said. Instead of participating, maybe you could help us get better. As like a coach, I inquired. I can do that. Perfect, the girls giggled as their breasts lightly jiggled. Alright you lot, it's club time not social hour, Nina spat. Grab your gear, and get warmed up. Over the course of next 2 years I ended up helping the kendo, archery, and spear clubs with their practicing. I wasn't complaining though. I got to meet Psycho and ended up dating her within a few months of meeting. Since her dad had professionally trained her, I was allowed to duel her by the school and my father. She won our first few duels, but after a few weeks I started beating her consistently, which pushed her to try harder. In addition to that, I made contact with Koda and took care of his bully problems. After that he and I got along very well, and I got to meet his family. As to how he could have those parents and end up looking like this was beyond me. Either way I befriended him, and made sure I would have him as my ally when the time came. I would make sure I saved them all security guard for him. They'd make a cute couple in my opinion, and under that shy personality was a warrior. By the time Z-Day drew near, I had all of my allies befriended and my plan laid out. Having my necessities in my storage, I would be ready for at least the first few weeks, but after that it was up to me to collect supplies. Z-Day. Waking up par the norm, I cracked my neck and got out of bed. Tossing spare clothing, my pillow, and other belongings in storage, I got ready to leave. If my memory was correct, shit hit the fan not too long after the day started, so I would show up late. Texting Saya, Rei, Kota, Nani, and the other club captains that I would be late, I went out to the kitchen to get breakfast. Strangely, no one was in the embassy this morning, which was confusing. Finding a note from my father, he wrote me he had to go to the Okinawa base to meet someone and that I would need to drive myself to school since he took the security teams with him. How convenient. The day the world goes to shit you vanish. I thought tossing the note in the trash. Makes me wonder what your involvement is with Umbrella Corp. If you have the slightest involvement, I won't hesitate to put a fucking bullet in your head. I have several women in my life I would kill for without any hesitation. Deciding to steal the leftover munitions and weapons we had, I stayed inside to wait for shit to get crazy. Not long after class would have started, I heard people screaming outside. Welcome to High School of Dead Modified. A screen popped up on my HUD. May the fortunes be ever in your favor. This isn't fucking Hunger Games, I thought. That lousy old man really dropped me in this shithole. Well, here we go. As the noise was steadily increasing, I called Saya, who answered almost immediately. You realize we are in class, right? She lectured me. Get Takashi, Hisashi, Rei, and yourself on the roof now. Something is going down in the city, and people are killing each other, I told her. Is this some kind of? She started to say before seeing I was wanting to video call. Switching to video chat, the tone of her voice changed. I understand. Where are you? She asked nervously. Still at the embassy. I am heading your way to get all of you, I told her. Be careful, she said before hanging up. Calling the others as well, I made sure they got their asses in gear before I ran out the door. Our residence was on the outskirts of Tokyo, about 20 minutes away from school by car, so taking an SUV was a must. Taking a set of keys from the security room, I got in the car and got the hell out of there. Flying down the street as people ran around like idiots, I focused on getting to campus. Having instructed the 3 clubs to get their equipment, I knew they should be able to secure the roof at the very least till I arrived. My biggest worry was them gathering the equipment. Till they had weapons in hand, they were sitting ducks. Fortunately, my warning should have given them a head start to get their stuff. How much of a head start? Well, we would see how far they could get. High school. You sure he isn't playing a prank on us? Hisashi asked, running down the hallway. Victor doesn't lie about life or death situations, and beside he showed Saya what's going on in Tokyo. Rei told him, are you saying Saya is also lying too? Stop being an idiot, and just hurry up. Saya huffed at him. God, I forget you and Takashi are freaking idiots sometimes. As they were running up to the roof, they ran into Kota and the archery team. Not far behind them were the other 2 groups I called. Only a few moments after joining up, they heard the announcement over the PA and the screams of the staff member as he was torn apart. Now do you want to believe him? Saya snapped. We need to get to the roof now. Agreeing to that, they ran up to the rooftop and barricaded the door. Once they secured it, Saya took her phone out to make a call. As she was awaiting me to pick up, everyone heard the pounding on the door as people were screaming to let them out. We should open the door, Hisashi shouted. Victor said keep it closed. Rei and Saya retorted. We don't know if those things are among those people. Right now we are safe. You are just going to let them die, Takashi argued. Fuck that guy, we need to help. I would be very careful what you say about Victor, Psycho said, pointing her wooden sword at him with murderous intent. He warned all of us, and we got here before things got crazy in there. The door stays closed till he lets us know it's safe to leave. You all are crazy, Hisashi remarked. Those are our classmates that are dying in there. Enough, the club members shouted, pointing their weapons at the 2 of them. Victor bought us a chance to live by warning us, 2 of the boys from the Kendo club stated. If you 2 are going to take our security away, we will toss you off the roof. 10 minutes out. This is Victor, I stated, answering the phone. We made it to the roof. How bad is it out there? Saya asked as I heard the arguing in the background. Look down at the city. The whole place is a madhouse, I told her. Looking down at the city, I could hear her gasp as well as everyone else. Knowing that she was going to panic, I told her to take a deep breath. I am coming to get all of you. I have weapons and armor from the embassy. Stay on the rooftop till I get to you. I will use the knock code you and I made for emergencies, I said calmly as she put me on speaker. I took one of the embassy SUVs. It's not going to fit all of us. Look around for options to transport us, and anyone we can save on our way out. We are not going to sweep the whole school for survivors. There is no time for that. Psycho said, looking down at the bus. We can take the transport bus we use for competitions. Good, the keys are in the facility room, right? Once I get to you we will get the keys, and leave. I can drive a stick shift, so don't worry about driving, I told them as I plowed through a group of walking corpses. How far are you away? Takashi asked. 10 minutes, I need you all to stay there till I arrive. Don't play hero. From what I can tell, the infected are stronger than your average person. Don't engage them in a physical fight. Use the weapons you gathered to defend yourselves, I ordered. Also, it appears their bites spread whatever infection they have rapidly. I am seeing people get bitten and turn in less than a few minutes. We can do that, Nina said with a bit of confidence. What's the plan after getting on the bus? We need to find a secure shelter, preferably something with high, strong walls. Once we lock it down, we need as much information as possible. All of us need to make an informed decision before moving on. This is only going to get worse, I am sure of that, I said, hitting several more zombies. As people start killing to survive, some people will mentally snap and start shooting the living as well. You sound like you have seen this before, Psycho stated. I have seen shit from my travels. Some people only need a push to start killing, and this is one hell of a push, I remarked. For now, hold out, I will be. Hearing the line disconnect, Saya looked at the cellular signal and saw it completely drop. Trusting that I would make it, Saya stayed calm and took a seat. Chapter 3 Z-Day. Arriving on site as several dozen students were already fleeing out the back entrance, and somehow the idiot female teacher that should have died early on was alive. Screaming as her former colleague came to tear into her, I pulled up in time to blast his brains out. Getting out of the SUV, I reached for my rifle and was about to go in when she stumbled over to me. Please, save me, she cried. I don't want to die. Miss Kyoko, you are the US ambassador's son, right? They will come get you, and take you to safety? Please, I will do whatever you want. Just don't leave me alone here, she pleaded, pushing her chest out. Checking her stats, she had a decent amount of knowledge and had some basic self-defense training. That was enough for me to take her with me. Staying with me long term though would be determined by her willingness to put some effort into surviving. I had no use for people that wanted hands out. They either contributed in some fashion or needed to get the hell out of my way. Fine, stick close to me and do not wander off, I told her as I helped steady herself. I am not going to come back for you if you go off on your own. I understand, she said, not hesitating to tear her skirt so she could move easier. As now wasn't the time to ogle her thighs, I led us into the school building. Following me inside, she stayed right behind me, never once more than 2 steps away. Checking corners as went towards the roof, I used the silenced rifle to pick off the zombies so we could advance quickly. Draw near the nurse's office, I could hear Shizuka trying to jam the door closed as the zombies hammered on the door. Hearing tell the zombies to give her a minute, I rubbed my head in frustration. Please go away, I can't treat you, Shizuka said casually. She doesn't seem to get these things, don't understand what she is saying, I thought with a sigh. Dropping to a kneeling position, I fired on the zombies at her door and dispatched all of them. Running up to the door, I told her who we were and that I was here to get her out of her. Thank you for coming, save me, she said, acting sweet with a flirtatious smile, per our usual engagement. Ever since the day we met, this nurse had enjoyed teasing me. As one of the few men on campus that looked her in the eyes when we spoke, she enjoyed trying to get a rise out of me. I don't know if it's because I am cute, look fun to tease, or she was just needy, but I wasn't going to complain. She may not be a fully registered nurse, but I was happy to have someone with experienced medical knowledge with me. Besides, I wasn't about to leave her to die. I want to keep this woman alive for my personal sake. Out of all the main cast, she was the one least likely to accept mass killing of people. I could use her as my conscience on top of her medical knowledge. Telling Miss Kyoko to help Shizuka gather up supplies, I told them to grab whatever we could carry. Handing them a duffel bag, I said to throw everything in there for ease of carrying. I will cover you, grab anything you think can be used, I told them, watching the hallways. Covering them, it took all of about 5 minutes for them to say they were ready. Tearing Shizuka's skirt for her, Miss Kyoko stated it was a necessity to move easier. Complaining that it was a designer skirt she ruined, I told Shizuka that I would get her a new one later. Giving me a smile, she told me she would hold me to that. Continuing on up to the roof access, we stopped about 20 feet from the door. Finding the area full of undead, there were several people holding the zombies back. Realizing that they weren't going to last much longer, I sighed and got ready. Of fucking course they'd come up here, I thought. They probably followed Saya and Psycho's groups. Fucking morons. I am happy my group listened to my instructions not to open the door. Taking a pair of tomahawks out, I ran into the horde and quickly chopped them to pieces. Seeing me there, the survivors looked relieved as they watched me kill the zombies with ease. Walking past them, I gave them the others the signal by tapping on the door. I heard the people on the other side clear the debris away to open the door a few moments later. The moment the door opened, I gave them a thumbs up with a grin on my face. All right, we need to get to the facility room. I will take point, Psycho take rear. If you notice a large group, fall back, and let the spear club handle it. Archers, I need you to back them up if that happens, I said before turning to the others. The rest of you, keep your eyes and ears open. If you get bit, we are leaving you behind. Their bite is infectious and spreads quickly. Any of you bit? Seeing one of the boys hide his hand, I forced him to show us. Having had his hand bitten, I put my pistol to his head and shot him in the face. Turning to the others, I glared at them all. Do not test my patience. If you endanger the group by hiding your injury, I will kill you. If you are injured, leave now and I won't shoot you immediately, I told them. Now then, anyone else injured? Shaking their heads, everyone showed their arms to me. Doing a quick inspection with my HUD, I nodded my head and said we were moving out now. Understood, Amy the archery club captain agreed. Lead the way. Taking point, I took care of the zombies we encountered silently to minimize the chances of attracting a horde. Eventually getting inside the room, the guys and I barricaded the door tightly. Tossing me the keys for the bus, Psycho turned on the TV to see if the local news had anything to report. While they got updated on the current situation, I took a look at my status. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Age, 17. Level, 23. Attack, 200. Defense, 150. Mental strength, 130. Willpower, 120. Skills. Satou System. Skill Shop. Guide Pixie, Locked Unlocks in World Phase 2. Weapons Specialist Rank 5. Medical Knowledge Rank 6. Survivalist Rank 9. Mechanical Engineer Rank 5. Structural Engineer Rank 5. Businessman Rank 3. Olympian Rank 5. Page 1 of 10. World Phase 1.5%. I am in a good position starting out here, but I have concerns, I thought. I was told it would slowly phase into Resident Evil level shit, but I am sure there will be waves of mutations. World phase probably has to do with that. I wonder how the phases will break down. Weighing my options for how to continue from this point, I noticed that everyone present was noticeably and understandably worried. I had no real connection to my father in this world, so I wasn't that concerned about his disappearance. That said, I had feelings for several of the women here and they reciprocated those feelings. It was honestly part of the reason they accepted what I said so easily over the phone. Amy the archery captain, Nanny the spear captain, and Paka the kendo captain all had feelings for me that were very strong. The three of them had slept with me often, mostly while my dad was away on business. There was no doubt in my mind that I would keep them with me. Their combat skills were invaluable to me, and I honestly liked having them around. Saya had really warmed up to me since our first meeting, and she had given up on Takashi for me thanks to spending so much time with her. By now she had grown apart from Takashi as his constant depressed aura upset her. Had Takashi put forth some effort into kindling his relationship with her, she wouldn't have fallen for me so easily. Our relationship was private, most people thought we were just study buddies, but we had crossed a few lines. We hadn't had sex yet, but that was solely because of her father watching our actions like a hawk. If it weren't for that, we'd have slept together already. Damn jackass would burst in on us trying to catch us doing something. Psycho was already my public girlfriend, and I knew all about her obsession of inflicting pain on others. It took some time to convince her, but eventually she understood that I didn't care about that sort of thing. All I wanted from her was loyalty, honesty, and love, which I got in spades from her. She already knew about the other women. Simply writing it off as a strong man would have many women around him. We had pretty much done everything we could as couple, gone to the amusement park, gone to the movies, had passionate sex, and even killed a few wannabe gangsters that made the unfortunate mistake of trying to attack us. Of course no one knew it was us, as on that night I had given the security detail the slip to spend the night at Psycho's, something I did quite frequently as her father was out of town a lot. Rei's relationship with Hisashi was pretty much over at this point. The dude literally just went along with whatever she wanted, and never spoke his mind to her. They fought a lot about the stupidest shit, and on more than one occasion had separated for over a week. It was during one of those breaks she caught him with one of her best friends from school, and boy did she blow a gasket. Going to Takashi for help, he blew her off, which was the final nail in that coffin. Coming to me next, I listened to what happened and told her that she deserved someone better. Sure, they were on break, but it didn't mean he should just go find another woman so quickly, especially her best friend. To get back at him, she asked me to take her virginity, which I gratefully took. Since then the two of us had sex a minimum once a week by her own request. Hisashi had no clue, but he was also still asleep with her best friend. The only reason they were still together was because Rei had some misplaced guilt about things, though that was on the breaking point now. I worked hard cradling this house of cards. It's time I slowly start pulling the cards down, and putting this to bed. Sorry Takashi and Hasashi, you ain't getting Rei now. If you weren't completely useless I might have helped find you girls, but you are trash. She listens to me and is my woman now, I thought as they turned off the television to look at me for what I thought. As I stated previously, we need to secure a place to stay with good security and preferably concrete walls. Do you have any suggestions? I think we should head to the bridge where everyone else is, a few of the men said, trying to gain some favoritism from the women. That's a fucking stupid idea, I remarked with a disgusted look. That is a death trap. They are going to have tight security and long lines for processing. If the bridge gets swarmed we will be pinned up against the police and those walking corpses. Unless you think you can survive a jump off a 100-foot bridge, don't think of going there. I think we should at least try. The police will, Hisashi started to say. No, Victor is right, Rei told him. It is really dangerous since everyone will be scared. We could get trampled or shot by the police. Worse yet, they might separate all of us when we get there. So where are you thinking of going? Psycho asked me. Anyone got a local map? I inquired. Brute forcing my way into a teacher computer, I pulled up a map of the area. I figured Shizuka wouldn't remember her friend house till we broke out of here, so till she made that suggestion, I needed to find a secure place to hunker down. Looking around the map, I spotted a small bank not more than 2 miles from here where could use. The windows were reinforced, the building would likely be made of concrete and cinder block, and most importantly I could retrofit the vault to be our room for the night. Voicing my suggestion to the group, everyone liked that idea for now as it would ensure we had a strong building to sleep tonight. Nodding my head I marked down the route to the bank on the map along with convenience stores and small markets along the way. Why are you marking all of those places? Takashi asked. You want to eat, right? We don't know how long this virus is going to last. It could be weeks, months, years, or even decades. We don't know. The best time to stockpile goods is now while most people are worried about their lives. Take whatever we can carry, and we use it to survive. I told him before looking at everyone. I am only going to say this once. With society gone to hell, some people are resort to doing whatever the hell they want. That could be murder, theft, arson, rape, kidnapping, and many more. When we leave here, don't let your emotions get a hold of you. We need to get to the bus and get out of here. If we can save people along the way, great, but we can't go out of our way to do it. Till we know more about the infection, we don't help anyone that has been bitten or scratched. Agreed, everyone said. Kota, take this. You are the only other person here with firearm training, I said, tossing him a silenced 1911 with 4 ammo clips. Haha, he laughed, rubbing his face on it. It's got a hairpin trigger, textured grips for if it gets slippery, and even a longer barrel for better accuracy. Christmas came early. Will you stop acting like an idiot? Saya complained. You are making a fool of yourself. Hehe, sorry, I just didn't think I would get to hold something like this. Where did you? Oh, you probably brought it from the embassy, Kota said, answering his own question. Exactly, before anyone asks, I don't know if the military is coming. I doubt they will send a team just for me, but for now let's just focus on surviving, I told them all. Making sure everyone had some sort of weapon in hand, we removed the barricade and left the area. As we were running past the break room, where the PA equipment was, I made a mental note of it so I could come back here. I had a much better plan than normal route they would have taken to flee. Entering the main building, I stopped our convoy as we had dozens of undead in the hallway blocking our way out. Okay, I want to test something out, I whispered to Kota and Saya. We need to know if they can see, hear, smell, or have a sense of touch. Why do we need to know that? Kota asked. Because it will make deciding on a plan easier, idiot, Saya questioned. No need to be angry, Saya, I told her. She started to say with a worried look. Saya, I promise you I will get you home in one piece, I promised as I leaned in. I will protect my lovers, don't you worry about a thing. Nodding her head, she eased off her snobby attitude with a grateful smile. Taking a shoe from the ground, I threw it at one of the zombies facing me. Not reacting to the shoe coming for it, it didn't even register the impact, confirming they still acted like the zombies from original storyline. Relaying the information to the others, I asked the archery team to take them out. Since they could potentially retrieve their arrows, there was no point wasting ammo needlessly. The 5 girls and 4 guys managed to clear the hall in a few minutes with their bows. Moving forward, I covered them while they grabbed their arrows. Coming to the next corner, I peeked my head around the corner to see the entryway was completely full of those fuckers, and a group of guys was protecting a group of pretty girls. We have to help them, Psycho said to me. They are going to be overrun in a few moments. Yeah, but close quarter combat with that many is going to get some of us killed or injured, I stated. I have an idea. If I use the PA system to play noise that drowns out the noise they are making, we can get them away safely and take the other staircase to get out. Good idea, Kyoto and Paka told me. What are you going to play though? Shizuka asked. I have some rock on my phone, I am sure that will distract them, I chuckled. Let them know to quiet down, so the horde goes the PA speakers when the music starts. Got it, Amy promised. Running back to the room, I plugged my spare MP3 play and cranked some Disturbed to cover our tracks. Rejoining them, the group from the stairs ran over to us in a hurry. Thanks for saving us, they said softly. Don't mention it, now let's get the hell out of here, I replied, leading the group out. As expected, the zombies didn't hear us over the sound of the music. Hurrying people out the door, I pointed to the bus with a silent motion. Running towards the bus in a hurry, I hung back to make sure everyone in our group got out, then sprinted towards the bus. Getting the doors open, people piled in without a problem. Tossing the keys to Shizuko, I told her to start the bus since she was one of the first in. Putting the key in the ignition, she turned the key and felt the key snap. Looking at the broken key, she quickly announced that it had broken. I am sorry, she said in a panic. What do we do now? Hearing the students get rowdy, I told them to shut it. Saying I could hotwire the bus, I instructed everyone to get their ass in a seat. Quickly following my instructions, I got under the dash and looked for the wires I needed. While I was hotwiring the bus, the second group of people came barreling out of the school. Hot on their heels was a group of zombies. Getting the bus started, I told the second group to hurry up. In reality, I wanted to leave them, but I recognized it was too cruel and might cause issues if I was overly cold-hearted from the get-go. Shooting an infected student was one thing, abandoning perfectly fine students was another. Seeing the slimy bastard Shadow running up with the students, I readied myself to deal with this piece of shit. Chapter 4, Looting 101. Watching the group run towards us, Shadow was falling behind as he wasn't physically fit. One of the students, a kid from the chess club, tripped and was trying to get back up when Shadow got to him. Asking for help as they were almost upon them, Shadow went to kick the kid so he could escape. The moment I saw him go to do it, I drew my revolver and fired twice. AHH, Shadow screamed, falling on the ground. My legs. Kid, run, I shouted at the boy as he quickly took off running. Having shot Shadow in the kneecaps, he would no longer be able to move again. Screaming for help like an idiot, it was only a few moments after that when the dead were all over him. Howling as he kept reaching out for help, I decided to give him a farewell present. Pulling an incendiary grenade out of my pack, I pulled the pin and lobbed it at him. Dropping in the center of the horde that was eating him, it exploded and lit all of them on fire. What the hell are you doing? Takashi shouted, grabbing me by the collar. You just killed a. All of you watched what he was about to do, I said as the student got on the bus. He was going to sacrifice that kid to save his own neck. Don't give me a lecture about who I kill, especially when it's to save an innocent person. You better get used to sights like that. People show their true colors when pushed to the edge. I have no problem killing people, get over it. Satou was a scumbag, and you know it. Why you? He seethed before Rei smacked him with her spear, knocking him out cold. Why did you do that? Hisashi said, going to Takashi's side. I have been telling you both that Satou was slimy man, but neither of you wanted to believe me. Rei scowled. He was a piece of shit, and you know it now. You saw what he was about to do. You want to justify it too. Rei, he tried to argue. I have had it with you. Rei shouted, having reached her limit. We are done. Storming to the back of the bus, she sat between Kyoko and Saiko. Taking my seat, I closed the door and shifted the vehicle into drive. Flooring it through the front gates, I didn't even bother swerving to miss the dead. With this many people in the bus, getting too fancy with the dodging might flip the bus, so I plowed right through. Blasting the gates off their hinges, I got us out of the immediate area. Following the map in my HUD, I could see all the enemies and civilians on my map. Turning the icons off for now, I just plotted our stops along the way for supplies. 5 minutes after leaving the school, I pulled over at a convenience store to loot supplies. Since Takashi would be out for a while, and Hisashi would be a liability, I tossed bags to the guys from the sport clubs. We get in, grab food, water, and medicine, then leave. Don't. We aren't going in, they said, tossing the bags back at me. Are you men or cowards? I spat with annoyance. There could be dozens of them in there, they refuted. Move it, losers, Saya shouted, pushing them out of the way. I might not be able to fight, but I can help gather supplies. I will go, Kyoko said. Same here, Rei stated. I will keep watch, Saiko told me. 2 more people, I said. I will go, the boy I saved earlier spoke up. Count me in, Kota said, cocking his pistol. Shaking my head with a grin, I said we needed to be quick. Turning my icons back on, I confirmed the building was clear, but I still acted like I wasn't sure. Doing a quick sweep of the building, I gave the green light to the others. Running inside, they opened their bags and started throwing stuff in. Focus on non-perishable items first. They will last the longest. Perishable items we will need to eat first before they expire, I told them all as I looted the medicine shelves. Hurriedly filling our bags with hygiene products, food, beverages, and meds, all of us quickly piled into the bus again. Going to the next 2 locations, we did the same thing. When we got to our last stop, we found people inside grabbing things like us. They were all just families and elderly people trying to get what they could before this place was picked clean. Hey, that is ours, one of the boys from the kendo club shouted. Give that. Having been berated by the women who had been taking turns getting supplies, the boys finally stepped up to the plate, though they were pissed off. The whole situation pissed them off, and they were taking it out on these people. Leave them alone, just get what you can and let's leave. If you try to take from them, I will cripple your ass. We may be in survival mode, but we are not savages, I told him. I apologize for his behavior, please don't mind us. Loading up on bottles of water and canned food, I was about to head out when I saw one of the archery men try to steal from an elderly woman who had dropped her bag. Running over, I grabbed him by the neck and hoisted him up. What part of don't steal from them don't you get? I said in Japanese before throwing him out the window. Get your ass back in the bus, I will have a talk with you later. Helping the woman gather her stuff, I apologized again to her and hurried out of the building. Throwing him into the back of the bus, everyone silently watched us. I told you not to lay a finger on those families. Shitty people I have no issue stealing from, but I refuse to steal food out of the mouths of innocent people, especially children. We are loaded up for at least a month now, we can let them take what they need, I told him. We need every scrap of food we can get, he said, going for his bow. Pulling a knife out, I flung it and pegged him in the shoulder, causing him to scream with pain. Slamming my boot down on the blade, it went clear through his shoulder. Until we have a formal vote, I am the de facto leader, I hissed. I said we don't take from innocent people, and that's final. If you have an issue with that rule, you can tell me and I will fix that problem really quick. Putting my revolver to his head, he lost all the color in his face. Society may have gone to shit, but it doesn't mean we act like raiders. They were here first, and had gathered what they could for their families, I told him as I pulled the blade out. Disobey a direct order again, and I will kill you for insubordination. I don't have time for people that don't know how to follow the simplest of orders. Just because you are pissed off that the women berated you for being a coward doesn't mean you get to act like a bully against an elderly woman or those young families. Scowling at him, the women were all done with him now. I wasn't making an example out of him because I wanted brownie points, it was the fact he disobeyed an order I gave him. It's one thing if they attacked us, but those people just wanted food, that's all. I couldn't condone stealing from normal people, that was reserved for dirtbags only. Eventually people were going to need to barter for things, and him attacking potential traders in the future was unacceptable. Driving over to the bank, we pulled up behind the building to use it to hide the bus. Getting out of the bus, I led the group inside. There were still people inside the bank, and for now I didn't know if they were a threat. Going in first, I found the bank manager and several tellers behind the counter. Telling them we wanted to set up camp here tonight, they asked if they could stay with us. Agreeing to that, I told the others to come inside. Locking the door with the massive deadbolts, I had the men help me move heavy furniture in front of the door. Using carpet to cover the windows, I wanted to ensure no light from inside would leak out and alert people outside of our presence here. Once everything was secure, I had everyone sit down in the vault. making sure everyone was present when we counted the supplies. I wanted to make sure all of them knew what we had so there wasn't any bickering about hiding supplies. Writing it all down on a notebook, I tossed it to Kyoko. Moving forward, I'm making you in charge of the supplies. Whenever someone needs something, you update the sheet. If you notice anything missing, you let me know and we will figure out what's going on, I told her. I understand, I can do that, she promised. Good, now then, I said looking at everyone, we are safe here for tonight, but I still want to have watches happening. For now, we can rotate every 2 hours till we leave here. Agreed. Yes, everyone stated. Alright, the biggest thing we need to decide now is who will lead this group. That person will need to make the decisions of where we go, how we get there, and will be the representative for the group should we meet other groups like us, I told them. Why can't we just collectively decide where we go? Takashi inquired. Too many cooks in the kitchen, getting a group consensus on those topics is going to be difficult. It could take hours to simply debate a single thing. We need to be flexible so having a single leader is best. We have several people here with leadership abilities so we have options, I stated. Overwhelming the women voted for me which pissed the boys off. Even though I had told them not to act on emotion, all of them were extremely grateful I warned them about the undead early, and had gotten them away safely. They were even more happy I killed Shadow as they collectively thought he was a bit of an ass, an understatement in my opinion. Deciding to vote me as well, some of the boys were trying to get on the good side of the women as they wanted to get some. Very well, I said, Amy, Nina, and Paka, I am leaving self-defense training to you. We have people here with no fighting experience, and we need them to be able to defend themselves. All of us need to contribute to the group as a whole, none of us have a reason for not being able to contribute in some fashion. I don't care if it's sanitation, organization, collection, defense, or looting, all of us have to do something. Those who do not work will not eat, understood? Yes, they said. Good, the only way we survive this is if everyone chips in. For today, we just take it easy and unwind. A lot has happened, and I understand some of us need to come to terms with that. First thing tomorrow, we need to do recon of the area. Till then rehydrate, eat, sleep, or do what you want. Lights out at 10 p.m., I ordered. With the decision made I left the room to search the bank for anything useful. Not far behind me Rei, Saya, and Psycho also looked for anything useful. During my search I found the burglar alarm system and disabled it. I didn't need alarms going off that would draw the undead here, and I didn't need a rude awakening at any point during the night. You sure do know a lot of things, Rei told me watching me splice wires. I learned a lot in military boarding school, I chuckled. It may have been a horrible experience, but I am grateful to have this knowledge now. I don't know what I would have done without it if I am honest. I am sure you'd be fine, Psycho said kissing me, just so you know, that was a sexy quick draw on the bus. Lots of hours practicing, I replied smacking her butt playfully. What do you three think? I get this is a shitty situation, but what do you think of the team? We need more variety of skills. Right now we are combat-oriented, long-term we need trades and farmers, Saya said thinking ahead. Agreed, our food won't last forever and neither will the foods in the markets, Psycho agreed. Probably need to get better weapons and armor. Our stuff is for competition, not actual combat. It will break pretty quick, and the gear you brought is foreign to most of us, Rei added. Also, I am sorry about those two. I had hoped they would step up, but they didn't. I can't believe I held out hope that they would change. It's okay Rei, I said kissing her neck, we will get through this. Once we get this place in decent shape I am thinking we need to reach out to our families. Cellular is down though so we will have to hike it. She purred as I kneaded her butt like she enjoyed. Are you telling me you want to have some fun? I don't mind, I could use it to take my mind off things. I am saying you need to relax. Your mother and father are tough, they will make it through this. If my satellite phone could reach them, I'd let you use it, I said kissing her. For now, just relax and calm down. I am when you hold me like this, she giggled. Thank you for alerting us, if you hadn't called we may have died. I look after my lovers, I said handing them chocolates. I can't show favoritism in front of everyone else, but I can spoil you in private. You three are my beautiful women, and I care about you three a lot. I would go through hell and back if it was to save you. That's precisely why I said yes, Psycho said kissing me. I wanted a man, not a boy. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I wanted you to be so protective of me, Saya stated hugging me tight. I am happy you are my first and only partner, Rei whispered. I love you Victor, and I want to stay with you forever. Kissing me as a thank you, the three of them continued searching the building. While I was interested in a bit of fun, right now I needed to figure out things before I could indulge in my carnal desires with them. Once the entire building was checked, we regrouped in the vault and went over our findings. Alright, as you all know the cell phone towers are down. I don't know if it's because a vehicle took them down, or if the system was overwhelmed by all the calls. Either way I am sure all of you would like to make sure that your families are safe, I stated. Tomorrow I want to focus on checking our surroundings out, and locating a ham radio or a normal radio. We will want to figure out where the majority of survivors are going so we can plan a path to get there. Again, I don't think following the same path everyone else does is the best idea. Where do you think they are most likely to set up a shelter? Koda asked me. One of three places, the elementary school, the police station, or the Takagi mansion, I stated. The elementary school has a WW2 bunker under it. It would make for an excellent shelter. The police station is an option because they have heavy equipment, and are already an arm of the government. Lastly is the Takagi mansion, and that is because Saya's father will likely prioritize helping the civilians. He's one of the few decent politicians I have met personally. So, we just need a radio of some kind, Kyoko asked. Fuel, water purification, backup batteries, food, and ammunition, we need all of it, I stated. What about other survivors? Hisashi inquired. Based on the amount of food we have, we could survive about a month on our supplies, I answered. We can refill bottles of water here, but I highly recommend boiling it. The current status of the water plant is unknown to us. For all we know there could be contaminants in the water. I hate to be the one to say this, but what about bathing? Shizuka pleaded. We will all start to smell pretty bad soon. A bath would be nice. That can be part of our recon mission tomorrow, I agreed. Include that to our list. Why aren't we going to the embassy? Isn't it heavily fortified? Takashi pointed out. That puts us very close to Tokyo. Assuming at least a quarter of the population has already turned, that's almost 10 million of those monsters wandering the streets, I said. Tokyo is densely populated. It would be very dangerous to go there at this point in time. The military would be there though, several of the men shouted. And we'd all have to wait in queue to be allowed in, assuming they let us in, I reminded them. Let's find out where the local safe zone is tomorrow, and then decide based on that. No point in suggesting places when we don't know where the safe zones are right now. Agreeing to that, I could already tell some of the boys weren't happy about me leading. A few of them were glaring at me, mostly because the girls were following my instructions. Honestly, I needed guys and ladies in this group. Having solely one or the other wasn't going to fly, nor did I want to have all of these women to myself. I may be a high human, but it didn't mean my stamina was unlimited. I had limits too. For now all of them are acting this way because I helped save them. As time went on I was confident they would find other men, and it would thin out my female numbers. Rei, Saya, Saiko, Amy, Nina, Paka, Kyoko, and Shizuka were my main focus at this point. They each were somebody I trust to assist me, and would do what I could to make them happy. In Kyoko's case, the fact she was helping me so much impressed me. Sure, I knew it was because I saved her, but she showed a lot of promise. The only man that will be sharing a bed with them is me, I thought as everyone got comfortable. Anyone outside those 8, you are more than welcome to make passes on. Who is taking first watch? Saiko asked. First watch will be Rei, Saiko, Kyoko, and me. Second will be Kota, Saya, Amy, and Artemis. Third will be Takashi, Nina, Hisashi, and Paka. Last shift will be Shizuka, Haru, Mui, and Hirito, I stated. We will start watch at 10 p.m. Till then just keep an ear out for trouble. Got it, everyone stated. I hope I don't have to fight. Shizuka pouted. I don't know how to fight. Don't worry, Mui giggled tapping her sword. I got you covered, Miss Shizuka. Nobody is getting past me. Yeah, we will protect you, Miss. Shizuka, Haru, and Hirito promised. Helping sort out our meal plan for the rest of today and tomorrow, all of us spent the rest of the day coming to terms with the new world we live in. Chapter 5 Dead of Night. 10 p.m., lights out. Turning off the lights around the interior, we left just a few critical lights on so we could move around without hassle. Getting settled into our position for the next 2 hours. Confirming with my mini-map that everyone was asleep in the vault, I sighed with relief. Everything all right? Saiko asked. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be crazy, I replied. What do you mean? Kyoko inquired, gripping my arm. Not everyone in the group is happy with the vote, I told her. During the recon tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if a group of them split off. That would be a stupid idea, Rei stated. Why would they do that? Simple, they are afraid and want the government to protect them. They want to show off for the women, and they think they know better. I snickered. Bunch of bloody idiots. I promise I don't want to go, Kyoko said, burying my arm between her breasts. I know, I do think the group is mainly made up of the boys from the clubs and a few of the preppy girls I have blown off. I chuckled. Takashi, Hisashi, and Kota I don't think are a problem though. They will stick with us, I am fairly sure. You mean those skanky girls that were pushing their breasts towards you? Rei asked, glaring back at the vault. Don't you worry about them, I told her, kissing her neck. You know my opinion on those women. They aren't faithful, and will readily switch sides if it benefits them. I'd rather be tied to faithful women, the ones I can trust completely to do what needs done. Giggling, Rei kissed me back on the lips, and rested her head on my shoulder. Honestly, it was better if they left. I had no room for dissidents in our group. Any chip in our armor would be exploited by hostile groups, and that was a problem. Knowing how crazy things would get, I knew cults and religious fanatics would start springing up out of the woodwork. These people would be unpredictable, and dangerous. Religious fanatics will literally do anything the leader says without question. Mindless slaves that do the whims of their leader. People like those leaders are going to have a power trip and will cause infighting among survivor groups. I thought, holding Saiko's hand with my only free hand. Our group needs to be like a well-oiled machine, and we need heavy firepower before we hit phase 2. Going to Tokyo is going to be something we need to do, but going with our current numbers and gear is suicide. Not enough fighters to fight the hordes there. Feeling Kyoko shoved my hand into her crotch, she looked at me with a worried look. I owe you for saving me, she said softly. I am inexperienced, but I can service you, if you want. Calm down, it isn't a requirement that you have to sleep with me. It never will be either. I am not an animal, I replied. I am not saying it was, she said, pulling her bra down. I almost died today. If you hadn't showed up when you did, I wouldn't be here. Please, I want to express my gratitude. You are a young man, and I am sure you need to vent. I will do whatever you want me to. Moving into position to give me a boob job, she nervously undid my belt and pants. Pulling my pants and underwear down, she got smacked in the face by my shaft. You are well endowed, must be because you are a foreigner, she gulped as she wrapped her breasts around it. Seeing a portion protruding between her breasts, she started to lick and kiss it. Sighing when she eventually swallowed it, she slowly started to move. Looking at me as she picked up the pace, she seemed to really enjoy this. You taste delicious, she muttered. A side effect from being a high human male, human women became addicted to me after having a taste. I didn't realize it until REI pestered me about getting more after our first night. It was then I knew I had a special gift, but I still wanted initial consent before doing it the first time. Since that one night, I had slept with her almost weekly, never once with protection. It feels better in my opinion. For that matter, I didn't use protection with any of my partners. They enjoyed getting stuffed, and I was happy to help. They were on the pill though, so I wasn't that concerned about it. You are doing good, I told, brushing her cheek. Do you want it in your mouth or all over you? Nodding her, I took that as swallow it, so I went for it. Starting to thrust, her eyes widened as my shaft went into her throat. When I would thrust in, her eyes would roll back into her head as she started choking. Her sexy expression changed my plans though. Pulling out of her mouth, I laid her back and pulled her skirt down. Pushing her soaked panties to the side, I put my tip in and stopped. What are you doing? She panted with frustration. I want you to say the magic words, I teased her. Say it, or one of them can take you place. Wait, she said, acting shy. Please, make me a woman. Not what I was thinking, but that works too. I chuckled, pushing right through to her womb. I had to say, sex with these Japanese women was quite enjoyable. I had slept with others, but I never got this deep with them. Honestly, I think it's part of the reason they like me so much. Clinging to my dick like her life depended on it, I could barely move without hurting her. Such a naughty woman, did you need it that badly? I teased her. Don't leave me, she whimpered, holding me as she shivered like a scared child. I will be your toy, and I won't abandon you. I don't turn my back on my partners, I stated, glancing at REI and Psycho. You are my woman now, and I will protect you. Taking her to a different room so she could be a bit louder. Pushing her against the wall, she looked at me as my sack clapped up against her. Wrapping herself around me, she kissed me passionately as she grew accustom to me. Getting close. Do you need me to pull out? I asked her. No, I am your woman. Give me your stuff, she said, wrapping her around my neck. It's a safe day. All right then, I said softly as I climaxed. Gasping and digging her nails into my back, she climaxed hard. Losing all strength in her body, she collapsed though I supported her before she fell to the floor. Getting her cleaned up, I made her comfortable and took a seat again. Had to wait till later, REI teased. I am next, right? Sighing, I pulled her close to me again and took Psycho's hand again. None of the people in the vault had heard us, so we were in the clear there. As for the situation outside, it appeared we had a horde of a few hundred going by outside the bank. We weren't generating any noise, so they had no idea that we were here. The survivors across the street in the high-rise apartments were also not in any danger, but there was a group of people coming in our direction. Judging by how fast they were moving, they were definitely in cars. A few minutes later, we heard the sound of car engines coming in our direction. Looking to me for guidance, I suggested we use the security cameras to take a peek outside safely. Walking over to the camera monitor, I took control of the PTZ camera in the front of the building. We may not have audio, but a live feed was fine. Coming to a stop near the horde, a group of people got out of the SUVs and started executing the zombies with some sort of sound weapon. Using my HUD to check it, it appeared to be a tone generator that overwhelmed the zombies' minds and killed them. Interesting, they have different methods for killing the zombies, I thought. If I get my hands on one, I might be able to re-engineer it. Realizing that they were from Umbrella Corp, I was glad we had cut the power to the network equipment. These guys had a hand in many things, and I was sure they had a method for accessing the cameras in the area. What is Umbrella Corp doing? REI asked me. It looks like a cleanup crew, Psycho stated. Agreed, it's strange that they just happen to have equipment like this on hand, I pointed out. It specifically hurts the zombies, and not humans. Watching them unload a device from the back of a SUV, they set it on the ground and stepped back. Realizing it was a device meant to detect heat signatures through walls, I pulled the three of them to the ground behind a round of desks. What are you doing? Kyoko asked. I have seen that before. They used it overseas during wartime to locate insurgents in buildings. I lied. I don't want anyone to know we are here. The people in the vault should be fine as they have super thick walls. Shouldn't we want them to find us? REI inquired. I have my suspicion that they had a hand in this mess, I told her. Detecting the people in the apartment building, we watched them strapped explosives to the building. Realizing they were going to take that whole building down, I told the women to get in the vault. Rushing inside, I pulled the door shut behind us and locking it. Is something wrong? Saya asked with a yawn as she woke up. Get ready for a loud explosion and a small earthquake, I told her. Not more than 30 seconds after that, a loud boom rang out and the entire building shook violently, waking everyone up. Pulling the bus into my storage, I didn't want them to destroy our transportation. Hearing people hammering on the front walls of the bank, I quickly disabled the cameras in the vault to rob them of their ability to see us. What was that? Hisashi shouted. Umbrella just blew the neighboring building to pieces, and they are trying to get in here, I told him. Everyone needs to stay absolutely quiet, not a single peep. Nodding their heads, we sat there in silence as the troops eventually made an entrance through the rooftop access. Hearing them march around in the lobby, I assumed they were here to destroy any evidence of their actions. Their thoroughness was startling as I watched them go into the server room and completely destroy everything on my mini-map. Once the equipment was destroyed, they left without any further investigation. What was that all about? Saya whispered with a worried look. Umbrella was out there wiping out zombies. I think the neighbors saw too much, and they were killed for it, I told her, watching the group retreat. Why didn't they check the vault? That doesn't make me feel good. Opening the vault door, we peered out and found they had turned the place upside down. Making the assumption they didn't check the vault because they couldn't find a code, I was relieved that the bank manager didn't leave information like that anywhere. Visually confirming the damage, we no longer had functioning cameras, which made this less comfortable for me. Looking at what I had to work with, I told Saya to get me my soldering iron. You aren't going to try to fix anything in here, right? Takashi asked. This stuff is toasted. I am going to try to get us functional cameras for the exterior as we have no way to see out. It was thanks to the window coverings that Saiko, Rei, Kyoko, and I weren't seen right off the bat, I told him. Seems like a waste of time, Takashi said. Do you want to volunteer to step out first tomorrow morning? I inquired. We don't have a way off the roof safely, so we are stuck using one of the doors. I'd like to know what I am walking into in the morning. Lay off, Takashi, Rei lectured him. It doesn't hurt to try, and it isn't like it could get any worse. I mean, yeah, I guess, he sighed. I am going back to bed. Handing me my soldering kit a few moments later, I got to work repairing the camera system, well enough to allow the cameras to function. Fortunately, they didn't physically destroy those, so we were able to view things about 30 minutes later. When we did get the cameras back up, we saw that the apartment complex next door was completely rubble now. Putting the bus back where it was before the system toggled to that camera, the four women sighed with relief seeing that the bus was unscathed. I can't believe they would do something like that, Saya said. They killed those people in cold blood, just cover up their zombie killing. Now I am sure they had something to do with outbreak, I stated with a nod, having the equipment to easily kill them on hand, wiping up anyone that saw them, and then destroying footage of the event. This screams cover up. They are one of the world's largest corporation, and have hands in almost every government, Saiko added. If they are involved, this is way worse than we expected. We are going to have to move tomorrow, I said. This place is too hot. I don't want them watching over us like hawks. Right now we have the fact we are just a group of high school students, and a few adults going for us. That is probably the reason they didn't bother breaking into the vault to eliminate us. I don't like having a target on my back, Saya sighed. I will make sure any attacker dies before he lines you up, I promised, kissing her cheek. Do you want to stay out here? Do you mind? I mean, if it's a pain, I don't mind going back in the... Come here, you stubborn woman, I snickered, pulling her into my lap. Covering her with a blanket, she got comfortable and started to go back to sleep. You smell like sex. I can't believe you fucked someone when you were on watch, she teased with a playful smile. Geez, you have a sharp nose, I chuckled. I admit I did, I won't lie about it. Falling asleep on my chest, the other three women passed out not long after. My physiology as a high human made staying up for extended periods of time not an issue for me. Since someone needed to stay up for night watch, I decided to simply monitor my mini-map for now. The loud explosion would draw lots of undead here, and I wanted to see how many would show up. Besides our group, the other two groups in the area had made it away unscathed. Still though, they killed nearly 30 people in that collapse, I thought, gritting my teeth. We need to get better equipment quick. The only thing I have that could have penetrated their armor is my .50 Beowulf AR that I have in my storage. Bullets that big were extremely limited, but I could buy a skill to allow me to make ammo. The problem was the skill wasn't cheap. Each one of these zombies gave me 2 points each for my system at this point. Today's haul left me with just shy of 1,000 points. That included what I had accrued before this happened. The skill was called Daily Double, and it would double a select item in my inventory once per day. It sounded op, because it was, but the cost was 2,500 PTS for it. The skill could be upgraded to allow up to 10 items to double a day. I am happy I requested this skill shop, but fuck, I wish the prices were better, I thought. Popping up on my HUD, a notification appeared about my complaint. Prices are determined by the number of followers you have, and the influence you hold. The message read, the more followers and influence you hold, the cheaper things will become and the more skills will appear. So that's why the skill shop is so bare, I thought as I chuckled softly. Basically I need to acquire more people to follow me, and my skill choices will increase. It kind of makes sense. With things guaranteed to be much worse going forward, I would ultimately need to get more people or fly solo. It's set up to encourage me to become a leader. Interesting. Watching the mini-map for the rest of the night, we ended up having a group of several dozen zombies show up, but they moved on by dawn. Waking up a little bit after sunrise, Saya realized where she was and looked at me with shock. You didn't wake me up for my. Don't worry about it, I said, kissing her forehead. I didn't want to wake you up. You looked very cute nuzzling my chest. I didn't have the heart to wake you. Thanks, she said shyly. Waking the others up, I visually checked the cameras so people could see me doing it. If I just walked out without looking, it would be suspicious, so I had to do it. Confirming the coast was clear, we had breakfast and got ready to go. Chapter 6. The day after. Since we needed to move locations today, I destroyed the repairs I did to the cameras in case Umbrella came back. Getting everything and everyone loaded on the bus, we got out of the area and looked for a new place to camp. Settling on a small daycare we came across near Rika's pad, I led a small group in to make sure it was safe. Once the whole building was cleared of danger, we brought everyone inside and got them settled. After everyone had set up, I distributed tasks to people. All of us would be sent out, along with me, to search for necessities. Alright, stick with your groups and don't wander off. With the events of last night, I don't think I need to remind you of the dangers, I told them. Everyone nodded in agreement and said they would be careful. Taking Rei, Saya, and Kyoko with me, we decided to check the area south of us. This was a residential area, so we had a high chance of running into survivors and undead. I had told Kyoko to stay behind, but she insisted on coming with me. It was probably her fear of being left behind pushing her to come along. The first couple of houses were duds, but the third house had some food and weapons. Before taking anything, I made sure there were no signs of life. I didn't want to steal from survivors, especially if they had kids. I'd feel like shit for taking food out of a kid's mouth. Once I was sure no one was living here, we loaded up on food and anything we could make into a weapon. How many more houses do you want to check? Saya asked. Well, I think we have room for 2 more, I stated, checking our duffel bags. Nodding their heads, we went to leave when I noticed some red dots appear on my mini-map. Pulling the women away from the window, a few moments later a group of heavily armed civilians appeared. Carrying makeshift spears, axes, swords, and a few guns. I noticed they had several cops and civilians tied up in the middle of the group. What the hell are they doing? Saya hissed. Don't they know what the hell is going on? They are either criminals taking revenge, or they are psychopaths that intend to use those people as shields, I replied, looking closely. The captured group was an even split of men and women with a few children, so I didn't think it was for their own pleasure. There was definitely something going on here, and I wanted to find out what. Cracking a window open, I focused on listening to their conversation. Why are you doing this? Several of the officers asked. Shut up, you damn meat shields, 2 of their captors retorted. All of you pigs are our ticket across the bridge. Better hope you comrades value your lives, otherwise you will dead. Please no, a woman said. Shut up, you old hag, or your kid gets it, another captor said. Please don't hurt him, the woman pleaded. Looking at me, I could tell Rei and Kyoko wanted me to help. Saya looked at me like I had already decided to fight the group. I swear, when we finally start sleeping together, I am going to destroy you, I thought. I can handle them, I need you to help get them in here. Once they are inside, lock the door and cut them free. I can help you, Rei said. I need you to pull defense here. We don't know if any of those captured people are dangerous, I stated. They may attack you when they get inside. You need to kill them if they do. I will do it, Rei said firmly. Pulling several throwing knives out of my bag, I put them under my shirt near my pistol. Slipping out the front door, once they passed it, I used trees, trash cans, and cars as cover to get close. Not suspecting anything was out of place, the 3 watched in amazement as I silently killed the man in the back by slicing his throat. The dispatch was so quiet that even the prisoners didn't hear it. Stowing the body out of sight, I stabbed his head to ensure he wouldn't come back as an undead. Taking out the last 2 people in the back the same way, the 3 were in disbelief by this. How much did they teach him? Saya gasped. I don't know, but I feel much better knowing he is really skilled in fighting, Rei stated with a smile. Yeah, Kyoko said. It's also really scary. Why did they teach a child to be this good? Since I could only manage to fling 8 knives accurately, I threw them from behind the group. Slamming into the base of their skulls, the people with guns and ranged weapons died without a scream. Having severed their brains from their spinal cords, there was no chance they survived. Hearing their comrades fall, the leader turned around to find a gun in his face. Freezing in place, he quickly told his party to not move. Who are you? He gasped, staring into my cold eyes. All of you prisoners, get to that house, I ordered, pointing to the house we had been looting. As for you lot, I don't take kindly to people that threaten kids. They may be a pain, but they are innocent souls, unlike you. We can talk about this, the man said. Talk is cheap, and you are scumbags. The fact you'd use a child as leverage to get through the barricade makes you lower than dirt. Your type isn't needed once the world goes back to normal, I said in a calm, cold tone. You can make your peace with God. Pulling the trigger, I blasted a hole through his head, triggering the 4 remaining people to attack. Taking some distance to assess the situation, one of the women swung a bat at me. Stepping into the swing, I made her falter as my move threw her off guard. Grabbing her by the shirt, I spun around and threw her into her colleague, who accidentally impaled her. Charlotte, he screamed, you. Flicking a blade at him that I had retrieved, it flew right into his left eye and into his head. Tripping over the woman, he didn't catch himself and drove the knife completely in when he hit the ground. Realizing the odds were getting worse, the other man pushed the woman forward and went to use her to stab me. Kicking her back, she fell on him, making him drop his sword. Kicking it up into my hand, I drove it through their skulls, ending both of them. Pulling the sword out, I stabbed the impaled woman, then I flicked the blood away and wiped the blood off the sword. Scumbags, I thought, a bit happy. I got 20 points for each of them. The skill level of the beings you kill reflect the points you get. The more skilled of a person you kill, the more points you get, a message said. Neat, I thought, so it isn't just zombies that can increase my point intake from kills. Rejoining the group at the house, REI had cut the people free. Most already bolted, but a few stayed behind. Thank you, a curvy black-haired woman cried. They were going to kill my son. He is all I have left. Your husband died? REI asked. No, she shouted. He ran away. My son hurt himself when we were running from those things. That man, he told me to abandon our son. The nerve of some men, Saya spat, always acting so brave till it matters, then they run like cowards. Hey, I resent that statement, I chuckled. Not you, Saya huffed, hitting my back. I know you wouldn't do that. I am sorry he left you, I said. It is okay, she said. I am Kikyo and my son Satou. Thank mister, he said, bowing his head. Where did you learn to do those cool things? The US military, I chuckled. You are a soldier, the other group said, lighting up. Is there more of you near? I am the son of the US ambassador to Japan, I said. Currently I am the only one here. We were working to gather food and supplies when we saw you all out there. Were you guys going somewhere? REI asked. We were on the bridge a few miles from here, Kikyo said. We heard on the news that is where the safe zone is. It won't be for long, I stated. What do you mean? Kyoko asked. The bridge is stuck between two parts of the city, and these things are attracted to noise. If everyone is going there and making a lot of fuss to cross, I stated. It's going to be a death trap, REI said with a nervous look. It was smart not to go, especially after last night. What happened last night? They asked. You heard that loud explosion last night, right? Kyoko questioned. Well, Umbrella Corp blew up an apartment complex with people in it. They almost killed us. We were fortunate enough to be hidden in a bank vault for safety. What? They shrieked. Making sure none of them were bit. We finished our looting before returning back to base. Finding most of the groups already back at base, Kota ran out to see me. Several people took their stuff and left, he said. We tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. How many? I asked. Most of the guys, and a few women, 15 people from the school, he said. The adults from the bank also left. They all went to the bridge. Of course they did, I sighed. 15 from school and 6 from the bank. That's about half our number. Fuck. I knew this would happen, but it doesn't make me feel any better. The fact that most of the men left meant that I only had Psycho, Paka, and Amelia left in the kendo club, as they only had the 3 female members. Walking inside, the remaining people looked frustrated that so many people left, but I couldn't make them stay. If they didn't want to be part of a team, they were more of a liability than asset. Getting a list of people together in my HUD, this is what I ended up with. Spear Club, REI, Nina, Ichika, Yui, Yonika, Archery Club, Amy, Shuri, Sakura, Aika, Kendo, Psycho, Paka, Amelia, Normal People, Saya, Kota, Takashi, Hisashi, Shizuka, Kyoko, Kikyo, Satou. That was all I had to work with, 18 people, including myself. Over half of our number was taken away by this stunt, but I had managed to loose the bimbos. That said, they were in a different group from those here. There was a chance they'd show up, but they were with a couple of normal guys. Either way, it was unlikely they would come back here, as they would encounter the group going to bridge. Having brought back 5 people with us, I asked for their names. I already knew the mother Kikyo and son Satou, but in addition there was a policewoman named Myrna, a carpenter named Akimi, and a farmer named Akira. The only reason Akira was here was due to bad timing in coming to the city to sell produce. Both Akimi and Akira had families they were desperate to get back to. Telling me that they wanted to bring them here, I quickly hot-wired cars for them so they could head out, as they would have gone on foot otherwise. You worked with my father, didn't you? REI asked Myrna as I walked back in. I think so. You'll have to forgive me, I just moved here, Myrna said. I used to live in southern Japan. My full name is REI Miyamoto, REI added. Yes, Myrna said with excitement, remembering the last name. I was in your father's precinct. Is he all right? REI inquired. I don't know, they pulled most of our manpower to the bridges, and those that were left were sent back to HQ, Myrna apologized. Your father was among those sent to the HQ. Do you have your radio? I asked. I do, but HQ has been dead silent since midday yesterday, Myrna replied. I was waiting for instructions when those animals jumped me. They killed my partner, and forced me to come with them. We sure we can hold out a night here? Takashi asked. We have less people than last night. We can make do with what we have. I will want to make some tripwires to alert us of people coming close, but that is simple to do, I answered. We have one group left out there. Should we go look for people? Kota questioned. They are in the direction the group that left here was going. Most likely they will join them, but there is a chance they will, I started to say before looking out the window. Before I could finish, I saw them pop up on my mini-map. Unsurprisingly, the normal guys I sent with them were gone. Checking the women's titles, it didn't appear they had used them to escape. A few minutes later, they walked in and gave me their bags. Where are the guys? I asked. The losers joined the other group. Bunch of retards, the leader grumbled. How come you didn't go, Miku? Saya inquired. Simple, if the only one of us that can seriously fight the undead says it's dangerous, I am not going, Miko remarked. So she does have a brain, I thought. Here I thought this bimbo would have been an idiot based on her actions at school. She actually listened to what I said, and convinced her friends to stick with us. What? She asked me. Just surprised, I admit I thought you would have joined them. Thank you for listening to what I said last night, I told her. I want to live, she stated. I listened to a jock at school when this happened, and about got killed. It was thanks to you that I am not a walking corpse. Not only that, you have made sure the necessities are taken care of, so I have no reason not to trust you. Wow, you actually do have a brain up there, Saya gasped. I thought it was always about boys, makeup, and the next trend. Listen Saya, not all of us have a family that is rich enough to afford sending kids to higher education, she barked. I have several siblings, and no father. My mother works her butt off for us, and had to take 3 jobs to keep the lights on. I make myself look like this because it makes me look mature, and I can take work as a bartender. You work? Psycho asked. I worked as a bartender at Sakura Wave Bar a mile from here, she answered her. I am sorry, Saya said, feeling guilty now. Either way, it's good you came back, I said, calming everyone down. Let's have some lunch and then do some self-defense training. Yeah, not all of us that bad, the other 4 women remarked. Don't lie, I know you 4 are iffy. We all heard you on the other side of the door. Ms. Yuzu and Toshimi were going to push each other into the horde if he didn't show up, Saya snapped. That, the 2 women said, backing off. As for Taniyuki and Kawamoto, you were offering yourselves to the other guys in our group to let you in, REI added. What excuse do you all have? They followed me, Miku told them. The 5 of us are a group, we will follow each other to survive. If our presence is a nuisance, we will. All of you stop, this isn't the time to be arguing about whether someone should leave or stay. If you all have this excess energy to argue, train yourselves so you can hold your own in a fight, I told them. Leaving the group to train, I did maintenance on our equipment to make sure everything was in good shape. Making extra arrows with materials the groups found. I also make some spears with knives, and metal piping. Testing the balance and durability once they were complete, I was happy with the progress I had made. After their training was over for the day, the women went to shower in the small bathing room they had here. It was really meant for children, but women have an amazing way to adapt when it comes to their hygiene. Did you guys see anything we should be concerned about while you were out there? I asked as Kota cleaned his pistol. Yeah, we found a radio like you wanted, Takashi said, tossing it to me. As for concerns, there are a lot of those fuckers out there. Okay, let's see what is going on out there, I stated, turning the radio on. With no government officials cracking down on radio transmissions, I wasn't surprised to find lots of people using the radios to broadcast for assistance. Eventually tuning into a government broadcast, we heard the Prime Minister telling citizens that the government was working to regain control. Warning people to stay away from Tokyo, he admitted that there were wandering hordes of nearly 10,000 wandering the streets. Stopping what he was doing, Kota looked at me with a serious expression. I really hope we don't encounter a horde like that. We don't have enough ammo or arrows for that, he said. We have weapons, spears, baseball bats, pipes. We have ways of fighting, Hisashi argued. No, Kota has a very valid point. If we ran into a horde like that, we would exhaust ourselves before even killing 1,000 of them. These things don't sleep and don't get exhausted. They just keep coming till you take their heads off or you die, I refuted. It's something we all need to be cautious of. We aren't that far from Tokyo. Eventually they will wander down our way. Our bus isn't going to do much against a horde that big. We are going to need to upgrade it up, or find better transport. You mean like steal a military vehicle? Takashi questioned. Because you know it's going to be so fucking easy to find one just sitting around. Takashi, shut the fuck up, I spat, flipping him the bird. Construction vehicles would work too, dipshit. We get our hands on a bulldozer or a dump truck, we could use it to smash through the zombies and clear a path for a heavy-duty bus or maybe a modified bus. There are improvements that could be made to our bus. Whatever, dude, we should be heading to the Takagi mansion. Saya's family is the closest to us, so we can. Your mother's school is only half a mile away, don't you want to go check for her? I asked. I am sure they left already, they couldn't hold out with just the teachers. She and the others would have taken the kids, and left, Takashi refuted. So you think they led a group of scared elementary school kids across a city full of undead? I mocked him. Do you even fucking think? The smartest decision would be to wait for someone to come. We are close and should go check. At the very least it would narrow down places to look for your families. You worry about your family, and I will worry about mine, he rebutted. This guy, I want to fucking kill him, I thought, closing my eyes. His mother is still at the school with all those kids. They are too petrified to go out because those kids would be sitting ducks for the undead. If you keep this up I will have you mother, and you will start calling me dad. Hearing the girls messing around, all I could do is smirk. Opening my eyes, I saw the 3 of them peering towards the bathroom. Maybe we should check to make sure they are okay, Kota said as his nose bled. I am not opening that door, I value my life, Takashi chuckled. Psycho will kill you. Bet Victor could go in there without any issue, Hisashi complained. Don't hate the player, hate the game, man, I snickered. Ain't my problem you fucked your relationship up with REI. You were the one that cheated on her first. How did you know that? He growled. She told me. We are friends, remember? I retorted with a glare. You cheated on her with her best friend. Damn, you are stupid. Not as stupid as Takashi for blowing her off when she went to him first. You had all these years to ask her out, but you fucked that up. He said, wanting to argue that. Face it, you both done fucked up, Aaron. I stated, repeating a phrase I hear online. I mean seriously, Hisashi, you didn't even try to make up with her yesterday. Hanging his head, he knew that was his fault for not speaking with her. Resolving to himself to speak with her after she got out of the bath, I was interested in how this would play out. Shizuka, why are your breasts so huge? We heard Rei shout. I mean mine are big, but yours are huge. That was the final straw for Kota. Instantly his bloody nose fired and sent him to the floor. Shaking my head, all I could do was laugh as his reaction. Chapter 7 Lights Out. Shower room. Miss Miyamoto, please stop it, Shizuka pleaded. What is your secret? Rei asked, playing with her breasts. My mother's were bigger, Shizuka admitted. All the women in the bathroom looked at her in shock. Seeing hers and then imagining bigger ones was really unimaginable. Having big breasts isn't always good, men always stare at them, Shizuka said. All of them, Saiko questioned. Victor doesn't, she admitted, he's always so nice to me. I am happy he saved me from those things, I was almost their lunch. True, Kyoko agreed, same with me. Sounds like he has a fan club, Myrna laughed. Maybe, Shizuka giggled, so Miss Saiko is fine, Saiko said, knowing where this was going. Saiko, you are his girlfriend, right? Shizuka asked. For over a year and a half now, yes, Saiko said, giving Rei and Saya a smirk. What's he like outside of school? Shizuka inquired. We spar a lot, go on dates, hang out, and he has taken me to the beach a few times too, Saiko told her. He's a very nice guy, kind, caring, and above all else, a hunk. Lots of muscle, a cool smile, and a calming, safe aura around him. Yeah, Saya sighed with a smile, and he is warm and a good cuddler. How would you know? Shizuka asked. Well, Saya panicked as she realized her slip up. Saya has a crush on him too, Saiko answered with a smirk. Oh my, that's quite a predicament, Shizuka stated. Not really, society is gone and I am friends with her, Saiko said. If she wants, I can share him. Really, Saya said before reeling in her emotions. I mean, that would be nice. If that's the case, maybe we could, Miku started to say before Saiko, Saya, and Rei glared daggers at her. Shut it, the three growled. Sleeping quarters. Hearing their discussion from the sleeping area, Takashi and Hisashi sighed with frustration. Kota was still out cold from the comment about Shizuka, and I was monitoring the situation outside. When the women came out of the bath, they walked in to take a seat. Taking spots next to me, Saiko and Saya sat back and sighed. So what is next today? Amy asked. We have an update our situation. Right now Tokyo is pretty much fucked. The Prime Minister said that there are hordes numbering in the tens of thousands wandering the streets, I told everyone. Oh no, Kikyo said, holding her son. We eventually will need to go there, but right now it isn't necessary. What is necessary is beefing up our transport. Currently we don't have the vehicle for driving though that sort of horde. I think we need to either upgrade our ride or find a better one, I said, something with more horsepower and armor. I agree, Kota said, recovering from his comatose state. If need to bug out, we need to move quick and safely. Agreed, the bus is our lifeline. It does need an upgrade, especially if we run into those Umbrella Corp goons, Saya stated. So how do we upgrade it? Takashi asked. First of all, I would make it a track system for propulsion. It's more stability and better traction, which is important with things the way they are, I said. I would also upgrade the engine with turbos for more power. We'd want to add some metal around the bus and weld bars to the side to stop them from breaking in. That sounds out our league to build, Hisashi said. Unlike you two, Victor has the knowledge to do it. He has mechanic training and engineering skills to make it happen, Saya boasted, making Hisashi twitch with anger. All I need is the parts, I told them. Most of it I can fabricate, but a few things we will need to find, namely scrap metal. Oh, if you are going to handle the metal, make sure you wear gloves. We don't have anything for tetanus treatment, Shizuka said, looking at the supplies. For that matter, I don't have a lot of anything. What do you need? I asked. Well, we need something to disinfect tools with, bandages, ointments, first aid kits, and basic medicines, Shizuka replied. I thought we threw a bunch of stuff in the duffel bag, Kyoko argued. It's mostly hydrogen peroxide, rubbing alcohol, and a few basic medicines for cough, fever, and headaches, Shizuka said. There isn't a lot of it, so we should probably get more. You could have said that sooner. We missed a bunch of meds yesterday, Hisashi shouted. I am sorry, she apologized. We were in a hurry, and I didn't think about it. Hisashi, Rei snapped. Don't be an ass to her. All of us were scared for our lives yesterday. He backpedaled. I need to talk with you. Leaving the room with her, they stepped into the kitchen to speak. Rei, I am sorry about yesterday, Hisashi said. Like you said, everything is crazy right now and I. Just stop, Rei said. You and I both know this has been over for a long time. All of this happened because you went and slept with my former best friend. I caught you, and you didn't even freaking say anything to me. I apologized later, he refuted. 2 fucking months later, after I made you do it, Rei spat. You and Takashi both are idiots? Takashi couldn't grow a pair to tell me he liked me, and you just broke my heart. I went to Takashi, and he pushed me away. So I went somewhere else, and found someone else that gives a shit about me. No, Hisashi gulped. That's right, I went to Victor and he talked with me. He tried to tell me to give you another chance, but I was done with you, Rei said with spite. I gave him my heart, the one you broke, and since then he has treated me better than you ever did. You, he said falling to his knees. Don't act like you care now. I still know you were messing around with her when you were working. Don't act innocent, she huffed. Yesterday was it. We are done, Hisashi. Don't even bother trying. I can't believe Victor had to force you to apologize to me. Walking out of the kitchen by herself, Hisashi sat there in defeat. Saya, Psycho, and now Rei, he chuckled as tears came out. I can't compete with him. I want to blame him, but it was my fault she went to him. After all that, he still tried to help me. Having heard the conversation, I was happy to hear she came to this conclusion on her own. It meant she finally realized neither of those fuckers were worth the time of day. Coming back into the room, she gave me a single look and plopped into my lap. Sensing a glare from Takashi, I kept a poker face and let Rei tell him off. Getting about halfway through their argument, the power cut out. Stopping their fight, I looked out the window to see everything on the block was out. Something must have happened at the power plant, I stated. Anyone up for a road trip? The power plant is only a mile from here. Volunteering to go with me, Rei, Saya, Psycho, Kyoko, and Shizuka wanted to go look. Asking Kota to keep the fort safe while we were gone, he gave me a salute like he was a soldier. Leaving the bus here, I got wired a minivan and headed towards the power plant. En route. You ended things with Hisashi? Psycho asked. Yes, I made it clear we are done, she said. I also told him that you and I have slept together. Of course you did, I chuckled. He needed to know that I am your woman now, Rei told me. 3 women, you are a lucky man, Shizuka giggled. It's more than that, Psycho snickered. Nina, Amy, and Paka also have casual relationships with him. They aren't as serious as we are about dating, they are fine with being friends with benefits. You are such a player, Shizuka teased. A big man like you, I am sure you like it though. You can see for yourself, I retorted. I like women from all walks of life. Right, Kyoko? Hihi, yes, Kyoko said with a happy smile. You are so bold, Shizuka playfully said. Only when I like the company, I stated, rubbing her leg. You can think about, there is no hurry. Not like any of us are going anywhere soon. Giving me a thoughtful smile, she held my hand and said she would consider it. Holding my hand tightly, I could tell she was petrified of this whole situation. Power plant. Stopping on a hill overlooking the power plant, I pulled out some binoculars to investigate the situation. Seeing the power station ablaze, it looked like the people on site were trying to put out the fire. This is different from the story I know, I thought. Things might get a bit interesting. What do you see? Saya asked, leaning over my shoulder. The plant is on fire, I said, looking closely. Doesn't seem to be undead related. Looks like sabotage. Fucking pieces of shit, Saya growled. They just want us to die, don't they? Or they are cutting off our ability to communicate with each other, I stated. Something's going to happen tonight, I can feel it. Way to make sound ominous, Rei giggled. I chuckled, watching the people scrambling around like ants. After a few moments of watching, I realized we weren't going to be getting power back anytime soon. Knowing I only had a few hours before sundown, I needed to restore power to the daycare for this evening. Even if I only got a few lights up, it would be better than nothing. Strategizing how I would do this, I decided to see if I had any skills that I could purchase. Since I had several people leave our group, I expected my number of skills to lessen, but it actually went up. System notification, due to increased relationship with your party, and the undying loyalty from most your group, the skill shop has unlocked skills for you, the system wrote on my screen. Taking a look at what it gave me, I saw 4 new skills. First was Lucky Looter, a skill that would increase my chances of finding better loot, like in a video game. Redneck Engineer, a skill that allowed me to construct makeshift equipment out of scrap parts. Lady Killer, a skill that would help make females fall for me easier, something I didn't appear to need at the moment. Stealth, a skill that would increase me ability to hide and go undetected. I think the system is fucking with me. Lady Kill? Why do I need a skill for winning women over? I do a damn fine job as it is, I thought. The other 3 though, I already have stealth, so the other 2 are fine to get. That said, each cost 100 points and 100 points per level. Oh well, best to just take the point loss and buy what I need. I will turn on the point counter so I can see it at a glance. It's good to know what I have to work with. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Age, 17. Level, 24. Attack, 230. Defense, 165. Mental strength, 130. Willpower, 120. Points, 300. Skills. Satou system. Skill shop. Guide Pixie, locked unlocks in World Phase 2. Lucky Looter rank 3. Redneck Engineer rank 4. Weapons Specialist rank 5. Medical Knowledge rank 6. Survivalist rank 9. Mechanical Engineer rank 5. Structural Engineer rank 5. Businessman rank 3. Olympian rank 5. Page 1 of 10. World Phase 1 2%. Welp, let's see how it goes, I thought. Backing down the street, I headed towards a hardware store, a car parts store, and an electrical parts store. Seeing what I was loading up, the women were confused with what they were seeing. Looking at the parts, they kept quiet till we were on our way back to camp. What are you going to make? Psycho asked. Yeah, I am lost, Saya admitted. I am going to make a windmill on the roof. Got the right gearbox, and parts I need to make one. It won't power the whole building, but I can get some LED lights going, I chuckled. Oh, Saya said, giving me a kiss on the cheek, you really are a genius. I can also see about getting the hot water tank going too. We will be here for a few days, would be nice to keep hot water going, I stated. Oh yes, us women need to have a nice hot bath, Shizuka agreed. We have to keep our lovely appearance, hehe. You do realize the nightmare situation we are in, right? Saya argued. Don't you want to look good for him? Shizuka asked. Of course I do, Saya huffed. Listening to them argue, I could tell they were having fun, which was all that mattered. When we got back I worked with Saya and Kota to get the windmill built, and wire ran. It took us till dusk to get it built, but once it was spinning we were generating nearly 140 amps. Having roughed in wiring for lights with switches, a few outlets, cameras for security, and the water heater, I was relieved to see everything running properly. Geez, we cut it really close with the water heater. If it wasn't one they use for a camper, we'd be screwed, I chuckled taking a seat. And we have outlets for a few creature comforts, Saya said, enjoying the little 12V fan from the auto parts store. We taking the same shift tonight? Takashi asked. Yep, just make sure you watch the monitor for stuff outside, I stated. Our lights are in rooms with no windows so we should be fine. Alright, he said, laying down. Taking up a spot in the security area, I sat down to watch the cameras. As expected, Saya refused to sleep with the others and instead passed out on me again. Deciding against a repeat of last night, I needed to focus on this as we no longer had a bank vault for safety. After an hour of nothing happening, the other 3 women passed out next to me, leaving me to watch alone. I honestly didn't mind, it was better to rest now while we had the luxury. Just as I was about to switch with the next group, I noticed movement on the cameras. Waiting to get a better view of whatever was coming our way, it only took a few minutes to see a wandering horde stumbling through the streets heading towards the bridge. Making loud noises as they came through, I heard someone softly getting up from the sleeping area. We had insulated the outer walls of this place already, so I wasn't worried they would hear us. Mr. Victor, Satou said, coming in with his blanket. Are they outside? They are, but they aren't coming to get us. Right now they are headed towards the bridge, I told him with a calm smile. I am scared, he said, gripping his blanket. It will be okay, I assured him. It's time for me to switch with the next group anyways. I am coming into the other room to sleep. Okay, he said, wandering back to the other room. Getting the women up, I said it was time to switch places. Seeing the horde outside on the monitor, they all tensed up. By now the number was easily pushing 1,000 without any end in sight at the moment. Switching places with the next group, I laid down in my spot with a sigh. Having been up for almost 48 HRS now, I was relieved to get some sleep. Falling asleep either side of me, Rei and Psycho passed out almost immediate. Kyoko took the spot next to Psycho, and went back to bed. As I was about to pass out, the kids started talking again. Are we going to be okay, Mr. Victor? He asked. Of course we are. We are going to make it through this, I reassured him. I am prepared for this level of a threat. The zombies aren't intelligent or mutated yet. If it's this much, I have things I can use to get us away safely. You aren't going to leave us like my dad, right? Mama is really sad that dad left us behind. It's my fault. If I hadn't have tripped, he wouldn't have, he started to said. Satou, your dad ran off because he was scared, not because of you. Instead of staying to protect your mother and you, he ran away like a coward. If your dad really cared about your mother and you, he would have fought them to protect you, I told him. His priority was himself, not your mother and you. He was a dirtbag and she better off without him. If he hadn't have left you then, he would have done it some other time, and you could have died. You need to be a better man than the father that helped bring you into this world. Family is the most important thing we have. You can buy new clothes, new cars, new homes, and new electronics, but you can't buy the love a good family has. The fact is your mother loves you very much, so much so she was ready to die for you. Make sure you take care of your mother, you mean everything to her. I know, he said with a smile before falling asleep. I am sorry you had such a shitty father, kid. We don't get to pick our parents. I thought, closing my eyes, I will make sure to be your father figure, so you don't become a coward like him. Next morning. Waking up the next morning to a dual kiss from Rei and Psycho, it was only a split second before Saya had a fit. Telling them that she was supposed to go first, they said all was fair in love and war. Giving the 3 of them a smirk, I asked them to get off me so I could look at the cameras. Do you need anything? Psycho asked. I could use a nice hot cup of coffee, I replied. On it, Rei said. Walking into the security room, I saw we still had some zombies wandering around but nothing overly concerning. Bringing me a cup of coffee, I thanked Rei and came out to the kitchen where everyone was getting something to eat. So what's the plan today? Hisashi asked with downcast look. Alright, let's go over some things, I stated, pulling out a notepad. We have several jobs that need to get done today, and we all have our part to play. Chapter 8 Improvements. So we have several things we need to tackle today. Firstly, I want to get the primary power back up to our building. To do that I will need to scavenge some solar panels, a battery bank, and some inverters. I would like to have functional power so we all can have some more creature comforts back, like A/C, I stated, which received nods from all. In addition, we need to hit up some local pharmacies for medical equipment and medicine. I would also like a team to focus on blocking off the alleys behind the building. It will help narrow the approach for the undead. Seems easy enough, Takashi said with a nod. How are we dividing up? Koko asked. I will take Kyoko with me. Saiko and the Kendo Club will take Shizuka around to the pharmacies to get what she needs. The rest of you will work on blockading the back areas, till we return, I stated. Depending on the remaining time, we will need to start looking for parts for the bus. That may get pushed back till tomorrow though. Okay, she responded. Any questions? I inquired. Do we need to beef them up with wooden spikes? Kota answered. It will slow them down, and give us time to attack them safely. Yes, place them in front of the barricades and in the roadway in a way that allows vehicles to pass, I told him. Got it, he saluted. Now we are going to be unable to communicate due to the airwaves being jammed with chatter, I stated. We stay away from camp no longer than 3 hours today. With the horde that passed last night, there will likely be stragglers around. Watch each other's back, don't act reckless either. Roger, everyone said as we split off. Victor's team. Heading towards the local library, I remembered that they had installed the system I was after 6 months prior to this shitstorm. I could have come alone, but I didn't want to leave Kyoko by herself. Besides, I needed to train her in common tasks so she could continue to contribute to the group. I didn't want her becoming too lazy or overly dependent on me to do everything for her. Alright, I am going to show you how to work with power tools and these electronics, I told her as we got on the roof. Alright, she said with a determined look. This model of solar panels has a toggle switch on the back to cut power output. Without the switch, these units continuously output a lot of wattage, I told her. Got it, she said flicking the power off on the other panels. Helping me remove them from the roof, we loaded them into the back of the van, and onto the roof. Getting the batteries and inverters in as well, the back of the van was sagging pretty bad. Gee, I hope we don't get pulled over by a cop, I chuckled. Hehe, she laughed. If I may, you are surprisingly mature for a young man your age. I expected you to want many women in your bed. I do, but I am very picky about who gets in my bed, I replied. The only reason I slept with you was because you are a hard-working woman. Back in school people used to think you were desperate for men by how you acted. Having gotten to know you, I know that was just an image I got from others. The Kyoko I know is willing to put the effort into learning new things, intelligent, and my lover. I see, she said kissing me. It's the first time in a while that a man has complimented me in an affectionate way. Really? I inquired getting into the driver's seat. Yes, you have seen me completely naked now. You are the first man I ever let see me that way. I have only ever dated a few men. The men treated me all right, but they wanted me to sire children and be a stay-at-home mother. I wanted to make something of myself, not be just like how my mother was, she said giving herself a pity laugh. Those relationships ended badly, and so when I became a teacher I tried look for a colleague to date. You really chose the wrong school, I snickered. Hehe, I am well aware of that, she laughed thinking of all the old men in the school. The PE teacher was attractive though, but he never looked at me. I asked him out once, and he called me a plain woman. Say what? I gasped. I think you are great. I know, honestly, I never thought I would end up sleep with one of my students, she told me. Shizuka, and I liked you more than just a student. You act really mature, and I have to say, you are really strong. I couldn't believe what I saw yesterday. Yeah, I learned a lot in military boarding school, I admitted. Why did your father put you there? She asked. Since it doesn't matter anymore, my father was Delta Force. He was always off doing work around the globe, and my mother died when I was 3. He stuck around till I was 5 then sent me off so he could continue his career, I said. That's horrible, she stated holding my hand. It's alright, all those skills are what is keeping us alive, I told her. Besides that, it allows me to support all of my lovers. I have no idea when things will return to normal, but I know the world won't go back to the same way it was. I know, she said. No use worrying about that now, I replied. Once we get this stuff hooked up, I think we will have some free time. If you want we can sneak away for some fun before the others return. Of course, she answered with a kiss. Saiko's group. Having hooked them up with a car, Shizuka ended up driving them around. Giving her directions to places I marked down for them, they went from place to place taking what they could. Unfortunately most places had been looted by druggists so what was left was only a few items. Getting to the 4th place, something came to mind for Shizuka. Do you girls all take the pill or the shot? Shizuka asked. The 3 retorted. I am asking because we should probably grab pills while we are here, Shizuka stated. I think we will be fine, Saiko replied. Really? I thought you were intimate with Victor. If that is the case it wouldn't be smart to get pregnant, Shizuka said. I will discuss it with him, Saiko answered. My pill doesn't wear off till the end of the month anyways. What about the others? Shizuka inquired. Rei and Saya are also on the monthly pill too. I can't say anything for Kyoko, she responded. I am on the monthly pill, Paka said. I don't use anything but the day after pill, Amelia confirmed. Oh right, you were sleeping with him to get back at your parents, Paka remembered. I had a very casual relationship with Victor. My family already determined who I would marry, We know, Paka and Saiko said. Another one, Shizuka gasped. I didn't want to date him, it was my way of getting back at my parents, Amelia stated. Victor knew we couldn't be together, but was fine being friends with benefits. I was the one who suggested it to him to begin with. Having my partner chosen for me never sat well with me, and well, it was nice being in Victor's arms when my parents would berate me over the littlest things. Oh my, you all seem to really like him, Shizuka stated as they got out. He is a very kind guy, and treats us well, Paka said. You know how hard it is to carry on a conversation with a guy, and not have him send you an unsolicited dick pic? Boys at school were just too immature, and we wanted some fun. Victor is mature, good-looking, and at least pleasures us instead just pleasuring himself. Oh, Shizuka questioned. Before she could reply, another group of people in an SUV showed up. Hopping out of the car, another group of women and a young man jumped out. Carrying duffel bags like them, Saiko was concerned how this would go down till she saw someone she recognized. Yuko, Shizuka giggled, running over to her. It's been forever since I saw you. Reach for his side piece. The young man was going to attack, but one of the women told him to stop. She is a friend of mine, Yuko told him. She isn't a threat. Yuko, Shizuka shouted, giving her a hug. Is Rika with you? It's nice to see you, Shizuka. Yuko laughed. No, Rika is out at the airport pulling security for high-profile clients. I am so happy you are fine. I know you work at the hospital, and I was worried those things would get you, Shizuka stated. With all sick and dying people, I thought you might have been overrun. It wasn't easy, Yuko laughed. How did you four manage to get this far? The young man I told Rika and you about at the school saved a bunch of us, and has been acting as our leader, Shizuka told her. Who? A silver-haired girl demanded. It's Victor, Mikato. Victor is the one leading our group, Saiko told her with a smile. He's okay. I tried calling the embassy, but I couldn't get through before the cellular connection dropped, Mikato sighed with relief. His father abandoned him at the embassy, Saiko told her with crossed arms. I knew his dad was suspicious, Mikato snapped. You know this Victor fellow? Yuko asked with a curious look. You rarely take an interest in men. He's the son of the US ambassador, Mikato told her. He's a very close friend of mine and Arashi. Friend is cutting it close, he refuted in displeasure. Oh stop it, you're just upset he has a girlfriend, Mikato teased. Oh shut up, it's the fact he has more than one that pisses me off, Arashi snapped. If we need your protection, we will ask for it, the kendo women snapped. Stop being a prick about it, you little dick bitch. Telling them all to calm down, Yuko asked why they were here. Stating they were here to get medicines, Yuko said they were here for the same reason. Offering to split the loot, Shizuka was more than happy to agree. Walking in together, Mikato followed Saiko around till they were alone. Is Victor okay? Mikato said in a panic. I tried texting and calling him, but I wasn't able to get through. He is fine, he's been keeping us safe. You'll be happy to know most of the archery club is with us. I know you didn't go that often, but you considered them friends, Saiko said, loading up on pills. That's wonderful to hear. I was worried he would have been taken away by Umbrella Corp. They are, she started to say. We know, they killed about 30 people across the street from us 2 days ago, Saiko said. Victor suspects they are involved with these things. They are, Mikato told her. I can't tell you how I know, but this is all they're doing. Still hiding things from us, Saiko giggled. I have to for your safety, Mikato said. His father, he may have been involved too. You need to ask Victor if he knows anything. I can do that, Saiko replied. I am surprised you tolerate Mr. Angry all the time. He's a prick at school and at work apparently. He's a nice guy, Mikato argued, when he wants to be. As nice as Victor, Saiko teased. Shaking her head, Mikato refused to answer. Saiko knew about her relationship with Victor, and didn't mind. She also knew Mikato was involved with dangerous people, which made things hard for her. Mikato almost Victor out before he asked her out, so Saiko had a bit of pity for her. That said, she knew they had stuff going on between each other. She had come over several times, and found Mikato showering in his bathroom. I will let Victor know you are okay, Saiko told her. Thanks, Mikato said. I was worried he got caught in one of the Tokyo hordes. While the two of them were talking, Shizuka and Yuko were catching up. It had been months since they had seen each other, and they were happy to catch up. Having met through Rika, the two of them hit off very quickly. At first Yuko had suspected Shizuka was a spy, but eventually determined she was just an airhead. The last time she saw Shizuka was at Rika's house a few months back during a girls' night. So this young man Victor has been taking care of all of you? Yuko asked. Oh yes, he has been making sure we have food, water, and a nice hot bath, Shizuka giggled. He's the same boy I told you about that I like to tease. 2 days ago he came in with one of those rifle things, saved me. I was almost those disgusting things lunch. When those mean old men from Umbrella broke into our first base, Victor got us into the vault before they could harm us. Honestly, I am very happy he saved me. Seeing him open the door with his big smile, it made me feel safe. Hihi, how romantic, Yuko teased. I didn't mean like that, Shizuka puffed her cheeks. Still though, how did he manage to smuggle a rifle into school? Yuko asked. Well, he told us that he woke up late and when he was about to leave he saw those monsters attacking people. He called most of people in our group, and told them to get to the roof. After that Shizuka told her everything without thinking about. Fortunately Yuko was her friend, and didn't want to harm her. That said, Yuko felt something was slightly off about everything. Why did a 17-year-old student have so much military knowledge? How did he get trained, and for what purpose was he trained? For the moment Yuko was confident based on Shizuka's explanation that this Victor wasn't an immediate threat. That said, he was definitely someone that needed to be investigated. You be careful Shizuka, Yuko warned. You mean Victor? Shizuka laughed. He isn't a bad guy, he even shot that creepy man that always tried to get me alone with him. He shot Shido? Yuko asked, narrowing her eyes. He was going to sacrifice a student to save his own life. I saw it happen. Victor shot him in the kneecaps with a revolver, Shizuka boasted. About how far was he from Shido? Her sister Yoko asked, interjecting into the conversation. Maybe about 150 meters, but I may be wrong, Shizuka replied. He did it on a quick draw too. Interesting, the sisters said. The two sisters' relationship was strained, at best. This whole apocalypse thing was the only reason they were together. Yoko had been out on a job when this started, and by the time she got back to base her employer was deceased along with her co-workers. A massive horde had overwhelmed them, and led to their untimely demise, though she didn't shed a tear over them. Using the opportunity to try to make up with Yuko, she had been fighting alongside her for almost a day now. A quick draw at that range with enough accuracy and reflex to take out both kneecaps, that isn't a lucky shot. This kid is very well trained, the sisters thought. Shizuka, maybe you should consider coming back with. Before Yuko could finish the sentence, everyone heard the sounds of vehicle engines approaching. Peering out the window, Arashi clicked his tongue. Shit, it's Umbrella Corp, he shouted. They followed us from the hospital. Fuck, Psycho, make sure you tell Victor to come to the hospital. We could use his help there, Mikoto said before running off. You aren't going to fight without me, Psycho said with a smile, catching up with her. Ugh, after all this you still want to fight people? Mikoto laughed. Of course, Psycho laughed. I am who I am. Fine, just be ready. Umbrella Corp is after our group. We managed to slip away from the hospital but they tracked us down, Mikoto said before joining her group. They kept us pinned there for some reason, and we have lost a lot of good people. Rushing towards the front door, the first thing they saw was dozens of armored men awaiting them. Pushing them out of the way, Mikoto and Yuko pushed Shizuka's group down just as the men opened fire. Peppering the building with armor-piercing rounds, the bullets screamed overhead as every stayed down. Shit, Arashi shouted, my armor isn't going to do shit against them. I can go, Sayo said. No? You will die before they get to you, Yuko told her. We can't stay here, Psycho remarked. She's right, we need to get out the back, Yoko spat. Suddenly the bullets stopped firing, and everything went dead silent. Instinctively Sayo felt something was off. We have to go, she said, moving towards the back door. Wait, what do you? Shizuka replied before she felt the ground shake. Immediately everyone took off running towards the back door. Home base. Working with Kyoko on the roof, we had finished hooking up everything up. Making a mechanism to move the panels as the sun moved, I wanted to harness as much power as I could for the night time. That was easier than expected, Kyoko said with a smile. I would have thought this would have been more complicated. Nah, if you have the right materials it's very easy, I replied. Let's flick the power on. Having wired the inverters into the panel, all we needed to do was flick the breakers on. Going one by one to see how much it could handle, I was relieved we could run the whole facility for about 10 hours on batteries alone per the display on the inverters. Cutting off power to unused areas of the building would increase that, but that could be taken care of later. Feeling the A/C kick on, Kyoko sighed blissfully as the cold air hit her. Giving me a kiss, she pulled me into towards the bathroom for some privacy and I wasn't going to say no. Unbuttoning her top as we approached, I was going to enjoy this reward, but before we got inside a loud explosion rang out from some distance away. Stopping what she was doing, the two of us ran outside as she fixed her shirt. In the direction Psycho's group had gone, a massive plume of smoke was now rising into the air. Thankfully I had tagged my lovers in my system so I could monitor their health and stamina from my HUD before leaving this morning. Viewing her information, it appeared she was injured and in combat, judging by how her stamina was going down. I am going. Psycho's group is that way, I told her. Get everyone inside, and hunker down. That noise is going to bring a horde. Understood, she said, running off. If this has something to with Umbrella Corp, I am going to rip those assholes apart. I thought, hot wiring a bike. Hang Psycho, I am on my way. Chapter 9 Mutants. Screaming down the street on the crotch rocket bike, I used my high human kinetic vision to avoid obstacles while maintaining a speed of 100 miles per hour. Following the plume of smoke towards its point of origin, I quickly heard a familiar howl as I drew near. Flying around a corner towards the sound, I watch Mikoto and Psycho go flying into a parked semi-truck. Watching a familiar figure walk out of the dust, I saw the signature bulky figure with a single massive right arm. Fuck, left 4 dead zombies, just fucking great, I thought, flying down the street towards them. Hearing the tire squeal, Psycho looked over towards me with a relieved smile as a stream of blood came down her face. It's on you, piece of shit. No one lays a finger on my fucking girlfriends, I shouted as I got close. Putting the bike into a slide and spin, I put my legs out to pick myself up while still gripping the bike handles. Using the momentum to raise the bike up, I slammed the whole thing into the charger's face, causing him to explode all over the place. Pulling my claymore swords out, I was super pissed off that they had the stones to attack my lovers and friends. Having seen me smash their weapon to a pulp, the Umbrella Corp troops went to aim for me now. Victor, watch out, Mikoto shouted. Launching myself forward, the men freaked out as they saw 2 steel blades being swung at them. Unable to turn quick enough, 6 heads went flying into the air with a single swing of both swords. You fuckers messed with wrong boyfriend, I growled. Wait, the men shouted. Jamming both of my swords into several of them, I yelled and forcibly cut straight upward while still buried in their chests. The few men that were left dropped their weapons, and blitzed it back to their vehicle. Burying the swords in the dead soldiers' heads, I kicked a submachine gun into my hand and flipped it to full auto. Go to hell, and say hello to Chunky Boy for me, I yelled, peppering the men with bullets. Tearing them to pieces, the remaining men fell to the ground, all dead except for one. Wanting to get information, I needed just one alive but in a condition that he couldn't fight anymore. With him no longer a threat, I ran over to Saiko and Mikato. Are you two okay? I asked, quickly checking their injuries with my HUD. Just a little roughed up, Saiko wheezed. Nothing a good night's sleep won't fix. Same, Mikato agreed with a wince of pain. Damn it, don't lie to me. Both of you have cracked ribs, I spat. I need to get you back to base so can do a more thorough examination. Victor, Shizuka shouted, jumping onto my back. You came to save us? I was so worried that we were going to be killed by those mean men. Of course I did. All of you are irreplaceable, I remarked. I won't ever find another one of you no matter where I go. Hihi, I didn't know I was that special, Shizuka giggled. Helping the two women up, I had to help them to the van so they could sit. Getting them seated, I turned to see the rest of Mikato's group coming out. So I finally get to meet the infamous Black Label. I had hoped to put this off till later, but it appears things have changed, I thought. That was an impressive move, Sayo said with a pleased smile. Not many people could lift several men with a single hand. Yes it was, Yoko stated, staring at me. They pissed me off by trying to kill my girlfriends. I am the kind of guy that will bury anyone stupid enough to lay a finger on my lovers, I replied, turning to the Umbrella Corps soldier. Anyways, I have my suspicions you were who they were after, not my group. What makes you say that? Yuko asked. You are members of Black Label, don't bother lying, your hair color gave it away, I sighed. I have had my suspicion that Mikato and Arashi were working for you for a while. Wait, you knew, Mikato shouted from the van. I did, my father isn't just a Marine, he's Delta Force, I told them, he's friends with the US President, and I have seen your files. Frankly, I don't care that you kill scumbags, more power to you. You don't care? Yuko asked with a curious look. I assume you asked Shizuka and Mikato all about me. Before you ask directly, I am not close to my father. He left me in military boarding school most of my childhood, and only brought me to him when he became an ambassador, I stated. As far as I am concerned, he is a deadbeat that left his own son to rot to further his own career. Furthermore, he abandoned me when this started. All I know was he was supposedly going to Okinawa. Why are you telling us this? Yoko inquired. Frankly, I don't want to kill you over a pointless topic. I have no information about Umbrella Corp other than I have had suspicions they were using soldiers as guinea pigs, I said. You are like family to Mikato, and I don't want to upset her by hurting you. You make it sound like you could take us, Sayo replied with a frenzied smile. I don't want to hurt a pretty face, especially an ally, I retorted with a smirk. Taking that as a challenge, Sayo, who was still coming down from an adrenaline buzz, went to try and hit me. Stepping back just enough to dodge by a razor's edge, I grabbed her leg and slammed her into one of the umbrella vans. Recovering quickly, she started swinging and kicking at me like a rabid animal. Casually dodging them by the narrowest of margins, I observed how she moved to find her weak point. Sayo, stop it, Yuko shouted. He is an ally. Seeing her momentarily hesitate, I let her have it. Coming down with a firm karate chop to her head, she slammed her into the ground, causing the asphalt to crack. Left reeling from the blow, I hit several nerve bundles on her back to immobilize her. I don't have time to play games, ma'am, I said, going to the dying man. Now on to you, I want answers. I won't tell you anything, he replied. I can either make your death quick, or I can keep you on the verge of death for days, your choice, I said in a dark tone. You injured two women I am very much in love with. Start talking or this will get painful. Love with, Mikato shrieked as she hid her face. Saiko just gave me a content smile as she had heard me tell her that several dozen times. For her, she knew that I truly loved her, and always strove to make her happy. To her, I was a man worthy of her time and affections. Taking this reaction I got from the girls as me bluffing, the Solider decided it was wise to not heed my warning. I won't say a word, he repeated. Giving him a smile, I took of my belt and used it to cut blood flow to his arm. Starting up the Umbrella Corps van he was leaning against, I popped open the hood of the vehicle. Seeing a stainless steel fan spinning just inside the engine bay, I turned to him with a smirk. Realizing what I was going to do, he still remained silent. Pulling him to the front of the van, I effortless pushing his hand into the blades, turning it into mist immediately. Ah, he screamed like a stuck pig. My fucking hand. Next is your forearm, then up to your shoulder. I can cauterize the wound on the hot engine by then. Care to continue? I asked. After that I will use your other arm, then you legs after that? All right, I will talk, he cried. We were told to bring back Patient X from the hospital, but Black Label fought back. Our people realized Patient X had left, so we tracked a group here. We were told to bring her back by any means necessary, and to kill all witnesses. Last question, I said, grinding my teeth. Where did you get that mutant zombie? I don't know. Upper management said to use it on them. We can't order them around, they are mindless creatures. We just followed orders. All I know is that the scientists are working to improve them further, he replied. Please, let me die peacefully. I said quickly. Not peacefully, I said, grabbing the back of his head. This is for saying you would have killed Mikato and Saiko. screaming as I slammed his head into the fan. The unit got halfway through his face before jamming. Going around to turn the van off, I took munitions out of the vehicles and lit them on fire. That was brutal, Arashi said, hiding a grin. You piss me off by harming my women. I have no mercy for you, I replied, showing him my empty wallet. I am all out of fucks and mercy, and the store burned down where I could have gotten more. Haha, I like him, Sayo laughed as Yoko and Yuko helped her up. So you have some connection to Umbrella Corp. Great, I sighed. I didn't mean to cause this, Sayo said with an upset look. I am not blaming you, I am upset they used you like a lab rat. I told her, I am sorry you had to endure that. Thanking me for the kind gesture, they went to load back up into their van. Stopping them from getting in, I checked their vehicle for explosives. Since it was clearly a hospital van, I could see Umbrella rigging it to blow while they were attacking them. Find a bomb strapped under the driver's seat, Yuko thanked me for the save. Removing it safely, I handed it to her and said to have her people look into it. I will, she said. Mikato, you coming back with us? I think I will stay with Victor. If you need me, you know how to get in touch, Mikato replied. Getting in their van, the group headed back to the hospital while we returned to our base. Helping them inside, the group saw how badly Saiko and Mikato were hurt. Helping me get them settled, they asked what had happened. Telling them that they had run into a mutant monster, I said I had killed. How strong was it? Koda asked. Strong enough to crack our ribs with a glancing blow, Mikato grunted. Shit, Takashi spat. Describing its appearance, the group was now on edge. I knew that we would likely face the other mutants from Left 4 Dead on top of the normal zombies. This would be a shit show if we ran into a tank. If they had used a tank, I would have found everyone dead at the scene. That realization made me concerned about things moving forward. I didn't expect to run into a mutant so soon after this started. A tank would overwhelm them, and I am the only one here that could fight one toe-to-toe, I thought, looking at my two injured lovers. I need to get a skill that will allow me to upgrade the stats of others. Right now I can't, and that needs to change. Making the two women comfortable, I told them they needed to rest for a few days. If they weren't careful, those cracked ribs could break, making things much worse. Getting them something to eat, I gave them a kiss on the forehead. I see you got the power restored, Saiko said with a proud smile. I had help. I chuckled lightly, elbowing Kyoko. We have enough battery capacity to keep things running overnight. That's good to hear, they said with relief. What about the windmill? Saya asked. I plan on repurposing it to make an electric fence, I told her, just added protection for us. I'd like to help, Saya said. Okay, I said, let's get to work. Taking Saya and Kyoko outside with me, I took them to the roof to work. Using a standard RV inverter and a battery bank, we got to work storing power into the batteries for our use. Saying we needed to get heavy-duty wires ran around the perimeter, they helped me dig post holes, level the posts, and set them in concrete. Once the posts were secure enough, we ran 8-gauge wire around the base using the posts for anchor points. After that was done, I messed with the programming of the inverter's output to maximize the amps it generated from the batteries. So how do we test this? Saya asked. Like this, I throwing some water towards the wire. As soon as some of the water hit the ground, the electricity arched and melted the ground where it struck. Jesus, Kyoko gasped, that is really dangerous. All we need to do is disable when we don't need it. At night it needs to be on, for all of our sakes, I told them. Will this really be enough to stop the zombies? Takashi inquired, poking his head out. If you touched this, it would completely fry your nervous system, killing you instantly. In theory, it should also fry those things' nervous system as well, or at least immobilize them, I stated. How long will it run? Saya asked. It all depends on the number of zombies. I estimate the system can handle about 100 of them touching the wire at once. With more batteries and extra inverters we can grow that number, I answered. Problem is the windmill can only generate so much power. If we are going to get crazy with it, we will need more power. Dinner is ready, Kikyo said from inside. Going back into the daycare, we bolted the door behind us and sat down to eat together. Mochizuki General Hospital. Returning from their supply run, the group went to see their leader Masamune. Finding him in his office with a few staff members, they were determining their next course of action. He dismissed them when he saw Yuko and Sayo enter with the others behind them. How was it out there? He asked. Terrible, it's a ghost town out there and most of the survivors out there are too petrified to go outside. Yuko said. We ran into another group of survivors at the last place we went. An acquaintance of mine was among them. A group of students from Mikato and Arashi's high school managed to escape the carnage and are held up in town somewhere. Oh, he inquired further. The US ambassador's son is leading the group. He is an incredibly talented fighter, and has a high level of military training. Yoko cut her off. As you suspected, the ambassador was Delta Force, the boy confirmed it. Well now, did you learn anything about their involvement? Masamune said. My information says the ambassador has ties to Umbrella Corps. Is his son also connected? Not that we can tell. He isn't close to his father and what he said matches our information, Sayo answered. He is using his training to protect his group, and he is the only reason we got back. What do you mean? Masamune stated as he narrowed his eyes. Umbrella Corp tracked Sayo down, and unleashed a mutant monster on us. The mutant injured a swordswoman from the other group and Mikato, Yuko told him, it smacked us around like children too. My blade barely scratched it. Sayo's berserker rage wasn't a match either. Hihi, the kid showed up after it threw Mikoto and that swordswoman into a truck. He was super pissed off, and threw a motorcycle straight into the mutant and killed it. After that he butchered all of the umbrella goons. He was smart enough to leave one alive and interrogated him. Sayo snickered with approval. Did we get anything useful? He asked. We have confirmation that Umbrella is responsible, and that their upper management is willing to do whatever is necessary to get Sayo back, Yuko and Yoko said. They were told to kill all witnesses. That means our information is right, and this is only the prelude to a very bad situation. The Solider said that they working on more of those mutants, and on improving them further. Where is Mikoto? He inquired, noticing her absence. Well, see, Mikoto's boyfriend happens to be the boy in question. Poor little Mikoto got hurt, and he insisted on treating her, Yuko stated with a motherly smile. And you let him take her, he replied with annoyance. I am a very good judge of character. He is a killer with moral and restraint. He genuinely cares for Mikoto, so I saw no issue with it. We can reach her if needed, Yuko assured him. I don't like you making these sort of decisions without my knowledge, he complained. Let the girl enjoy her youth, Yuko said. Having her in this line of work will ruin her potential of having a happy life. She is happy with him, and that's what is most important. She knows what she signed up for, Arashi stated. Don't be salty that she fell for him, and not you, Sayo teased with a smile. Whatever, he said, leaving the room. Very well, I will trust your judgment this time. Right now we have bigger things to worry about then. We will need to reinforce our defenses against those mutants. Work with Miki's team on getting that taken care of, Masamune ordered. Roger, the women said, taking off. Somewhere in town, a group of survivors from the high school were running through the streets in a hurry. Having barely managed to flee after the commotion settled down at the school, the group was desperate to find any group that would take them in. None of the people among them had any knowledge of fighting, nor did they even have weapons on them. So far the groups they had met treated them with hostility, and had attacked them when they got close. The original group of 20 had been reduced to 10 thanks to those monsters and aggressive survivors. Currently flee for their lives, the teacher leading the group was desperate for some place to hunker down. Miss now, we can't keep this up, one of the student gasped for air. We have been running for 30 minutes now. She's right, one of her colleagues said with a hint of pain. I am going to black out soon, damn those morons. I am sorry, a young girl cried. I thought they might have been nice. I didn't mean for Miss Kendo to get shot. I wasn't meaning Yutaka, I meant those men chasing us, Miss Kendo panted. None of us expected them to be armed, and hunt us down like animals. Not more than a moment after saying that they heard the group chasing them not far away from them. Where did those bitches get to? Several voices shouted behind them. They went down that alley, boss, a young man replied. All right boys, the two Busta MILF women are mine. You all can have your way with the others, their leader laughed. Hearing them talk about assaulting them, all of the women panicked. Picking up the pace, the group looked for anywhere they could hide themselves. Spotting a daycare with a windmill on the roof, the group ran towards it, calling out for someone to help them. Hearing the sounds of boots barring down on them, all of them desperately hoped that the people inside were friendly. If they aren't, I hope I can die quickly. I don't want to be raped by those animals, Now thought to herself. Chapter 10 Elementary. Please help us, Taka cried. They are going to rape us. We will do anything, please help us, Now shouted at the building, hoping the people inside were in. Haha, you got nowhere to run, little ladies, the men behind them shouted. I am going to enjoy toying with you MILFs, their leaders laughed. Tripping over her feet, Taka fell to the ground and yelped in pain. Seeing her student fall, Now stopped to give her a hand. Helping her up, the men were right on top of them, and the two held each other tightly. Just as two of the men went to jump on them, the women heard two gunshots ring out in quick succession. Hearing two bodies fall to the ground, they looked to see the men with bullet holes in their heads. Miss now, Miss Kendo, students, hurry up, Shizuka shouted from behind my back. Move it or lose it, ladies, I added. Picking themselves up, the group ran for the door while I shot the attackers with my rifle. Backing me up, Kota and Merna also laid down cover fire. While the attackers had guns, none of them could compete with me, let alone Kota and Merna. Falling back for cover, I lobbed a grenade at them and it rolled right next to them. It took a moment for them to realize what it was, but by then it was too late. Exploding in close proximity to them, most of the men were killed by the grenade. Those lucky enough to survive the blast took off and vanished behind some buildings. Miss Shizuka, now, and Kendo cried, holding onto her. You are alive. Of course, Shizuka giggled. I am happy I wasn't the only staff member that survived. Ahem, are you forgetting someone? Kyoko sighed. Oppies, I forgot that Kyoko is here too, Shizuka said with smile. I swear, you may be smart with medicine but you are a ditz in every other way, Saya complained. Well, I am not the best with names or faces, Shizuka stated. We know, Now and Kendo laughed as they cried with relief. Can we talk to your leader? We want to seek refuge here. I am sure Victor won't mind, Saya said. Victor, Now, and Kendo inquired. I am the leader of this ragtag group, I chuckled. Come on inside, we were just having dinner. Thank you, the women said, heading inside. Once everyone was inside, I turned in the direction the men had run. Pulling out two knives, I tracked their movements on my mini-map and crunched the numbers really quick. Flinging the blades into the sky, a few moments later the men's icons vanished from the map and points were added to my account. Eat shit, you fucking bastards, I thought walking inside. Getting them something to eat, the women told us that the school was a madhouse now. After we had left, survivors from other sports clubs banded together to suppress the dead, telling us that they had imposed martial law at the school. They had seized several surviving staff members and the surviving student body, forcing them to barricade the school. The group was preparing to hunker down for the long haul. The leadership is forcing the women to service them on command or they will toss them out. As for the boys, they are treating them like slave labor and working them to exhaustion. Now cried, we managed to escape capture. 20 of us did. Since a few hours after this started, we have been running and running trying to find shelter. No one would take us in since they thought we might have been bitten. When a few of the boys tried to show them we weren't bitten, they impaled them with makeshift spears. We ran into that last group, and I made the mistake of thinking they might help us. Taka sobbed. Unyakin and the last few boys bought us time to run away when they tried to grab us. It's my fault he died. They killed him, and he might be the only family I had left. Taka was only a freshman at the high school, and her brother was on the wrestling team. I befriended him after a few meetings as he had a crush on Amy before she shot him down. He was a good guy, just didn't have the skill sets I wanted for my team. His fixation with sheltering and pampering his little sister was borderline Siskin territory, but he never crossed the line with her. I knew he was dating someone from the karaoke club, so I knew he didn't have romantic feelings for his sister. That was the only reason I didn't stop talking to him. It will be okay, Taka, Saya said, pitying her loss. No, it's not. Unyakin died protecting me all because I didn't listen to him, she cried. He said they were bad men, but I didn't think they were. Why did they want to hurt us? What did we do to upset them? Taka, this world isn't the same one you knew from a few days ago. Right now the government has no control of things, and it's everyone for themselves. Those men probably saw all of you as easy prey to sate their boredom. I told her, you couldn't have known they were bad people, but moving forward you have to assume that everyone out there may hurt you. Always keep your eyes and ears open. Nowhere is 100% safe right now. Nodding her head, it would be a while before she was able to move past her brother's death. There was a chance they didn't kill him, but that chance was slim. Right now doing a rescue operation was out of the question. Without any information on numbers, strength, and mental state, there was no way I was risking my group on this. Taking them in was already a risk, but no one that saw us survived, which was all that mattered. Tomorrow we would dump the bodies away from us so no one could trace their death to us. Since their group was exhausted, they took a bath and then passed out huddled together like scared children. I didn't blame them for being a bit wary of us, but I knew they would quickly get over it. Shizuka had a way of worming her way into people's hearts in such a way that they would feel at home here. As dusk came, I powered on the fence around the perimeter, and then proceeded to turn off lights we didn't need around the building. Leaving key equipment on, I settled in for my shift in the security room. Draped across my chest, Saya was passed out like a light while Saiko, Rei, and Kyoko sat next to me watching the monitor. All the action today had drawn in quite the crowd tonight. Zombies were wandering around out there in large numbers, much larger than the previous nights. It appeared that Umbrella Corp really would do whatever it took to get Sayo back, and they were turning up the heat. Among the zombies, I spotted a few mutants from the Left 4 Dead series like the Boomer and Hunter prowling around the area. Fortunately the fence was doing its job, and frying them on contact. It was a good call to make the fence, Psycho admitted. We would have a large group outside the building in the morning without it. I am interested in those fat boys, it appears their fluids attract them. If we make a few containers to hold the fluid, we can make weapons out of it, I said. Another plan for the future, Rei stated, holding my arm. You think my father is alright? If it's bad here, I can't imagine how bad it is at HQ. Your father is strong guy, and a very skilled fighter. I am sure he and his group are holding out just fine, I told her. Comforted by my words, she nodded her head and focused on the monitor. Things are getting worse, aren't they? Psycho asked. Yeah, unfortunately it's getting very bad, I answered. We either beef up our defense, or focus on finding families and getting out of here. What are you thinking? Kyoko inquired. We use this base to reach out to where the parents should be. We make contact, and try to get them to come with us, I told her. That's the best option. While I lead the team out, I will leave Myrna and Kota in charge here to harden defenses. Makes sense, they are the only other people that can shoot firearms, Rei agreed. I will be on the lookout for training equipment to help teach you to shoot, I stated. It is an important skill that could save your life. Spears, swords, and arrows are going to be almost useless against armored umbrella groups. They are really only useful against those undead. Watching the dead stumble by our base for the next 2 hours, I swapped places with the next group and went to sleep surrounded by my lovers. Next day, waking up at first light, I slipped away from my lovers to see what the situation was outside. Peering into the security room, I found Myrna and Kota talking while surveying the cameras. These two were hitting it off quite well, and I was happy for Kota. Having them work together was paying off big for him. Good job, buddy. I am happy you found someone. There will be many more, I assure you, I thought. Retracing my steps, I came back to the room a second time and announced my presence as I got close. Giving them a heads up this time, they acted like they were seriously watching the monitor when I arrived. How is it looking? I asked. The number has gone down, Myrna stated. Great, as a heads up I am having you two watch the base today. I am taking a team to strike out at places where families may be, I told them, work on hardening our defenses, and reinforcing our walls. We may come back with a decent number of survivors today. A supply run may be needed. Oh, where are you going? Kota inquired. The elementary school where Takashi's mother works. My hunch is they didn't flee. Leading a group of scared children across the city isn't the wisest option. Those kids would likely scream and break down into tears, and attract the monsters to them, I stated. The children are most likely petrified, and too afraid to leave the school as well. Understood, Kota said. We will be ready for them. I will make sure we have an area cleaned up for them, Myrna promised. Thanking them, I woke everyone up for the day. Getting a meal down, I took Shizuka, Rei, Paka, Saya, and Kyoko with me to the elementary. I tried to get Takashi to come, but the prick refused to sit in the same vehicle with me and Rei for something like this. Takashi claimed I was doing this to show off, and he wouldn't have any part of it. Geez, he is acting like a whiny bitch, Saya complained getting in the bus. What did we ever see in him? Victor is checking up on his mother, and this is how he acts. I know, it's really fucking stupid, Rei huffed. I mean, you're going out of your way to check on our parents and he is being a dick about it. It's like he doesn't give a shit about her. I think he is just worried, and doesn't want the possibility of having to kill his mother if she turned, Kyoko stated. No one wants to see that. There is still a chance she is still alive though, Paka retorted. Either way he is starting to wear my nerves thin. All he did yesterday while putting up barriers was bitch about having to do all this. He kept saying we should go to the Takagi mansion for shelter. That is probably the worst place to go. The walls are decorative, not strong enough to hold against the weight of a group of those monsters. They are easily encircled there, with no alternative route out that is safe enough to flee through. Lastly, no offense to Saya's father but he is too soft on civilians. Our rule is those who don't work don't eat, but her father is likely just to use his men and not bother training anyone to strengthen their numbers, I told her. I don't take that offensively, it is the truth, Saya said hanging her head. My parents haven't even bothered to send anyone out to look for me, nor have they broadcast anything to me. I am sure they are worried about you, I told her. After Rei's mother your parents are the next closest people. We should be headed to them in the next 2 days. Thank you, she said with a soft smile. Driving us over to the elementary school, we saw a small group of undead pounding on the entry door. Not wanting to take any chances, I told the women I would lure them to us and they would ambush them from behind. Reminding them to strike their heads, I pulled them away from the front door by shouting at the zombies. Stumbling over to me I grinned as the women struck them from behind. Watching Shizuka look away as she lightly hit one on the head with a shovel, I almost laughed at how cute she looked. Punching the zombie in the face, I made its head explode making sure to avoid splattering anyone with the brain matter. Shizuka, you need to look where you are swinging and actually swing to kill. That swing wouldn't have injured anyone, I told her. I am a lover, not a fighter, she stated. I don't like hurting people. These aren't people anymore, given a chance they will eat you, Saya argued. Well that's why Victor will protect me, right, Shizuka said pressing her assets against me. I don't mind being the group physician, that is where my skills are best suited. Haha, where did you pick up this trick? I teased. Rika used it on occasion to get free drinks, Shizuka laughed, though I couldn't do it because it was too embarrassing. Giving her a smile, I lead us to the front door where I got it open with a hairpin. Walking inside, I locked the door behind us and did a sweep of the building. Going room by room it was clear people were living here, but we weren't finding them. Checking my mini-map, I located the survivors down in the bunker. Finding the hatch exposed I motioned for the women to stay close. Going to turn the handle, I found that the wheel was frozen up. Noticing that it had electronic assists on it, it was very apparent that they were stuck inside. Using my superhuman strength to turn the wheel, the lock gave way and allowed me to retract the bolts holding the hatch closed. Forcing the hatch open we heard several scared children scream their heads off thinking we were zombies. We aren't here to hurt you, I told them. We are here to get you to a safe place. Come on out now, we took care of the monsters up here. Victor, is that you? Takashi's mother asked holding a knife shakily at the hatch. Yes it is, your son and many others are currently at our temporary base, I told her. He is being stubborn as hell, hopefully you can soften him up a bit. Is Rei with you? She inquired. I am here, Rei replied. Thank goodness you and Takashi managed to escape, she sighed with relief. We are coming up. Helping everyone out of the bunker, they gave me a grateful hug. Telling us they had been trapped down there since the power outage, the staff secretly thought that they were going to die down there. With no power they had no light, very light fresh air, and little to no water. Informing me that the pipes had completely rusted out, I immediately checked this site off as a potential base. We didn't have the time or equipment to repair the bunker to be usable. Shizuka, let's get everyone on the bus and while I get us home check the children out then the staff. Just make sure they are healthy, and let me know if we need to get them any medicine, I told her. Roger, hee. I sound like a soldier now, Shizuka giggled. It takes more than saying Roger to make you a soldier, Saya sighed. Hee. Shizuka laughed not caring. Getting the people loaded up, I did a quick rummage through the school food supplies and loaded up what I found to take with us. The drive back we relatively quiet, and when we got close I saw everyone working hard on getting the fence reinforced. Seeing her son working, Mrs. Komuro started getting anxious. Getting off the bus first, she ran over to him and hugged him tightly. Mom, Takashi gasped, you were still at the elementary. We were trapped in the bunker. When the power went out the electrical motors used to open the hatch stopped working, she told him. Watching the kids and other staff get off the bus, a sense of guilt welled up inside him. I almost damned all of them to die down there, he thought, hugging his mother. Getting the kids inside where it was cool, we got them fresh water and a meal to fill their stomachs. Passing out in the room Myrna had cleaned up for them, I turned to Shizuka for a diagnosis. I really need to get them tetanus shots. They have small scratches likely from the bunker, and a few of the kids have the early signs of infection, Shizuka stated. We will need antibiotics, the vaccine for tetanus, and probably a good idea to get some 4 bags. It may be necessary to get their fluids back up. Understood, I replied. I will go out to get what they need. Here is the amounts we will need, she said, handing me a slip of paper. Got it, I answered. I want to come too, Takashi spoke up, surprising the others. I said, a little caught off by this. Why the? I just want to do something to help. I didn't think they would have gone in the bunker. If I had listened to you we may have stopped them from going in there, he said, clutching his hands tightly. I won't take you this time. We need the medicine stat and moving alone I can get around faster, I told him. That said, if you want to help them, work with Kota on learning the basics of firearms. Right now we only have 3 people that can use a gun, and we are really going to need more people. Okay, he said, nodding his head. Kota, he needs to know the basics like how to clear a jam, how to reload, and proper gun control. While I am out I will see about getting some training equipment, and more firearms, I told Kota. Ideally I want everyone capable of holding a gun to be carrying one. That group from yesterday is going to be one of many. It's better for everyone to carry than just a few of us. We can handle that, Myrna stated. Godspeed. Nodding my head I left the base, and headed out to locate the medication we needed. Chapter 11 The Urban Wasteland. Climbing up onto a building I started using parkour to get around faster, and safer as I was less likely to run into zombies up here. Once I was in the heart of the city, I pulled up my mini-map and searched for locations that had medicine. Locating several places in the area I went to a small family clinic first to look for what I needed. Back at base. Pulling Takashi and Hisashi aside to talk with them, Mrs. Komuro wanted to speak with them. Having heard about what had been transpiring, she wanted them to make amends quickly. Takashi, I understand that you are having some issues with following Victor, his mother said. You to Hisashi, is this over? Rei. Turning his head away, it was clear to her that for Hisashi it was. As for her son, it appeared it was part of the reason but not all of it. Asking him to tell her what was wrong with following him, Takashi looked her in the eyes. He killed Shido, and has been marching us around like he knows everything, Takashi stated. On top of that the women are just following his every order like he is God. I feel like we aren't doing enough to help people out there, and he is already talking about leaving here. Takashi, everyone here is petrified. We are watching people we know and care about being torn apart or killing one another. Victor is looking at this from a large picture, and is doing what he can to make our survival better, she pointed out. His father left him behind. Takashi, I am sure he is hurt inside too. From what everyone says he risked his life to rescue all of you, even stayed up for 2 days so you all could sleep. I understand this situation may frustrate you, but at the end of the day he didn't need to save any of us. He has the skills to survive on his own, you know that. Instead of running he came to save you all and then eventually everyone else here. No, he said, reflecting on all that Victor had done up till now. His mother was right, he had worked 2 days straight without a word of complaint to anyone. He could have abandoned everyone, or only saved a few people and left without any issue. Looking back, everything he had done ultimately saved them, and had put food in their stomachs. No one else here could have planned this far ahead, probably not even Kota could either. It wasn't like Victor was rubbing his relationships in everyone's face, and for that matter he was only keeping it to a select few women. Heck, he was even helping Kota buddy up with Myrna, so maybe he just needed to take a step back and let it go. Can you both give him a chance, and work together? She inquired. I am not asking you to simply follow him, I am asking you to be team players. All of us here need to work together to survive. Promising to be more understanding, both of them admitted they were being hard to deal with. The fact was both of them really liked Rei, but Victor had won her heart. Victor didn't manipulate the situation, he simply was there for Rei when they weren't. Hisashi acknowledged it was his cheating that ruined his relationship, and Takashi acknowledged he should have spoke up about his feelings. Seeing her with Victor pissed them off, but he was taking the whole survival situation seriously. He hadn't been using this to gain more favor from the women, he had been actively leading the group and planning ahead for the future. We will start working with him, the two of them said. Thank you, I know it's hard losing the person you love to someone else, but there are plenty of other women, she told them with a hopeful smile. I am sure you can win a few over if you show them you can provide for them. Agreeing with that, they went down to work with Kota. Sighing, she was relieved that her son listened. She didn't want her son to get in a fight with Victor as she knew how that would end up. Takashi was all she had left as she had been on the phone with her husband when he was attacked. She had heard him die, and she didn't have the heart to tell Takashi that he was dead. For now all she wanted to do was make sure that he was happy and safe. I will do whatever it takes to keep my son safe. If I lose him, I won't be able to continue living, she thought as she went down to continue working with the others. Victor's POV. Entering the family clinic through a roof access, I already knew the place was empty. The reason for the roof entry was solely based on the proximity to another group of survivors camped 2 buildings down in a convenience store. From my mini-map I could tell they were enemies, and had several people held in the back of the building. My plan was to see if they were worth saving, and then strike if needed. Breaking into the medicine room, I pulled everything into my inventory to sort through what I had. Finding some antibiotics and vaccine I needed, it wasn't enough according to Shizuka's list. Moving towards the convenience store, I listened into the discussion down below via the ductwork. The group inside holding people prisoner were criminals that had escaped from the police when this whole thing started. Reviewing the prisoners they had from my mini-map, a few were staff from the clinic. Since they had medical knowledge, it was a no-brainer I had to save them. Dropping in a smoke grenade through the roof access, I descended into the room once it was full of smoke. Swinging their arms around like idiots, they were easily dispatched with their own weapons after I disarmed them. Cutting the people out of their restraints, I told them to gather what goods they could carry and head to the daycare we were at. Telling them to be careful, everyone thanked me repeatedly before doing as I asked. Continuing on to more locations, the rest of the places were pretty much ghost towns with no survivors close by. Avoiding troublesome encounters with hordes and criminal groups roaming the streets, I managed to gather up the supplies we needed with a bit of extra just in case. While I was on my way back, I heard a broadcast from the Takagi mansion come over a radio in a gas station, telling survivors to come to their mansion. Saya's parents were offering safe haven to those that wanted it. Sighing as I heard his overly patriotic speech, I just shook my head at his naive view on survivors. I knew his base was going to fall, and I needed to be ready to swoop in to save Yuriko when the time was right. She was someone I wanted to save for her ability and potential in the future. Her husband would also be someone I wouldn't mind saving, but his mentality of going down with the ship wasn't going to fly. I will try to convince him to leave with us, but if he doesn't, I am at least taking Yuriko. My future plans revolve around her international connections as a businesswoman, I thought. Besides that, the only way safely across is the one bridge, and he is going to get all those people killed. Putting that aside for now, I took a look down at the bridge to see that the cops had stepped up their game on enforcing the crossing. Watching them use the bulldozers to scare people into jumping or running them over, I felt my stomach turn in disgust. I felt bad for those officers as they had to resort to this because they were forced into a corner. They weren't getting responses from their superiors, and the only order they had was to do whatever was necessary to maintain order. It's a tough decision, I thought. As I was about to keep going on home, I saw 2 dots appear on the map running in my direction. Stopping to look, I saw Rei's mother and their neighbor running from something. It took only a second to see a red dot appear, followed by a massive crashing sounds as a charger burst through a wall. Mrs. Miyamoto, I shouted to her, knowing only the charger was nearby. Looking on the rooftop, she saw me waving to her. Victor, she replied, you need to run. Don't worry about me, just get over here, I said, pulling my Beowulf off my back. Loading a single bullet in, I took aim. Once I had a good shot at it, I blasted its head clean off. Climbing down to the street level, I greeted the 2 of them. I am glad to see you both are okay, I told them. Thanks to you, Kiriko said with a smile. Rei called me after she heard from you. It was that warning that saved Satou and I. I am glad I could help, I replied. I was just heading back to base. Rei is there too. Lead the way, they said. Nodding my head, I started walking back to base. So you managed to get to Rei and company on the roof? Kiriko asked. Yep, it wasn't easy by a long shot. This whole situation is nothing short of a full-blown apocalypse, I stated. How's your father? She questioned. I honestly don't know, he wasn't there the morning this happened. He was off at Okinawa conveniently the same time everything went to shit, I said. I haven't heard from him even though I have a satellite phone. Either he is in a place he can't call from, or he abandoned me a second time. I am sorry, Satou told me with an apologetic look. It's okay, I have a lot of other things I need to worry about right now, I answered. Telling them about the kids we rescued today, I said that was the reason I was out here to begin with. Talking about their travel up to this point, it seemed they had had a rough time with a horde closer to Tokyo. Informing me that a group of several thousand had wandered into the city, I sighed with frustration. A horde that big was a major issue, and I knew it was going to head for the bridge as it was the place with the most noise. After that, they would likely move on towards the Takagi mansion as people fled there, which would make rescuing Saya's mother incredibly difficult. Arriving back at base a short time later, Rei saw her mother with me and jumped over the fence in a hurry. Tackling her mother, she held her tightly, thanking God her mother was alive. Seeing Takashi and Hisashi hard at work, I got a nod from Saya signaling that they were finally working with us, not against us. The power a mother has over her children is truly amazing, I thought. They weren't listening to anyone, but Mrs. Komuro managed to get them to see the error in their way. If they start showing progress, I can start helping them find lovers too. Kota and I can't be the only ones here making harems. Prove to me you can change, and I will help find you good women too. I had honestly thought based on my experience so far with them that I would have eventually needed to throw them out. Thankfully it appeared I may not, and that was a blessing for me because I needed as many troops as I could get. Calling the men over, including the few maintenance men that were at the school, I told them what Kiriko had said. Telling them about the path I thought they would take, all of them agreed it was the most likely route. Also informing them of the broadcast I heard, I said I was thinking of going over there to warn them of the coming danger. Should we ask if anyone wants to go over there to stay? Takashi asked. I mean we can, but with the horde headed that way I don't think it's safe. Besides, we are going to have to ford the river to get across. Taking the bridge isn't going to be an option, I stated. Oh, Kota said. Miss Shizuka remembered that she had a military friend nearby. She said something about having a tank, or something. I don't think she has a tank, but it's worth checking out. Sounds like a plan. I got the meds for her. I will hand that off, and take a team over. I told them, actually, Kota and Takashi, how about you two take a team over? It will get you experience in the field which is invaluable. Okay, Kota said with a big grin, so we just need to go over, and take what we can. Yes, just be careful as if the friend is home they may kill you on sight, I warned. Roger, Kota chuckled with a big grin. Who are we taking? Take Hisashi, Myrna, and a few archers with you. Make sure you make it quick, we only have a few hours of light left. Take one of the cars to get there, traveling on foot is too dangerous for a large group, I ordered. Got it, they said, asking the people they needed to go with them. Looking to me for confirmation, I nodded my head and asked them to be careful. Accepting the task, the group took a van and nervously took off, as none of them had driven before. I wasn't that worried as Kota was driving, so I was sure he had done simulators for driving, and I really couldn't afford to send someone with them that knew how to drive. The maintenance men were busy reinforcing the walls with metal, and the women from Nao's group and Mrs. Komuro's groups were too nervous to go out. How does it look so far? Saya and Kyoko asked me, pointing to the fences. Having used car parts to reinforce the fence structure, I was very happy with the progress. Every bit of progress we had increased our chances of surviving this nightmare. Giving them a thumbs up of approval, I went inside to give Shizuka the medicine. Gratefully accepting it, I saw the medical staff I saved treating the children already. Having staff to back her up really took a weight off her shoulders, and she looked quite happy now. Going back out to help reinforce defenses, we continued working till the sun started to dip down below the horizon. Around that time Takashi and Kota's group returned with supplies and the Humvee from Rika's house. Apologizing for the delay, they said they had run into a few mutant zombies and had waited for them to pass. Getting the supplies inside, I energized our fence and made sure everyone was inside. Bracing the door tightly tonight, I wanted to be ready as it was likely we would have visitors of the deceased type. Taking turns getting cleaned up in the bath, once we sat down for dinner I asked for an update on the children from Shizuka and team. The vaccine has been administered and they have been given medicine to help with infection, Shizuka told me. It will be a few days before they are back to full health, but they aren't in danger now. If I may, I know you said we needed to have everyone pitch in. You aren't going to have them go out there and fight, are you? Looking to me for an answer, I gave her a firm shake of my head. They are forbidden from leaving here without proper protection. No, their tasks will be stuff like cleaning, helping adults with works around the base, and helping prepare meals. I don't think that is too much to ask of them, I said. That is acceptable, the group as a whole agreed. It wasn't dangerous work, and they would always be around adults that could protect them. With that settled, I moved on to the maintenance men, and asked their opinion on the state of the building. Saying they felt confident that this place would hold, they said they really wanted to add more layers to our defensive line. On top of that, they wanted to completely remove most of the windows in favors or replacing them with concrete. Going over the process for that, I gave them my blessing, saying that they would need to focus on the sleeping areas first as they would be the most crucial areas. Telling them to also get something to make the floor more comfier, everyone agreed that the current arrangement wasn't going to cut it. We had reached the point now where we would be using almost the entire building to sleep everyone, and certain areas had been stripped bare to insulate windows against light and sound. Next on our list, tomorrow we are going to have 2 groups going out, I stated. One group is going to be securing food for all of us. With our current numbers we have a little over a week and a half of supplies left. The likelihood of running into an aggressive group now is going up, so the looting party needs to be on their toes. Kota, I want you leading that group tomorrow. Takashi and Hisashi, you will also go to learn from him so eventually we can have more than one group out. Myrna, you will be in charge of defense tomorrow here at the base. I want you making sure no one gets in while our teams are away. My team will take the Humvee and go to the Takagi mansion to warn them of the approaching horde. Sounds like a plan, Kyoko said with a smile. Now then, I told them with a serious expression. As I mentioned, we have a horde from the Tokyo area that has split off into our immediate area. I bring this up because it could be one of those larger hordes the Prime Minister mentioned. This needs to be said because I know some of you are kind-hearted people. We can't risk our safety for others. When this horde comes through, people are going to scatter like mice, and the horde will likely spread out to chase them. You are saying to abandon them, Kiriko stated. No, I am saying we have to be careful. If it's a few of those things, our group can assist them. If there is a lot of them, we can't help. As it stands, we don't have the manpower to fight a horde of more than a few dozen of those things. Bullets and arrows are in limited supply right now. We need to conserve them for our immediate defense. I told everyone. Can everyone agree that we don't take overly unnecessary risks to save people? Seeing the hesitation in their eyes, I sighed. These creatures don't run out of stamina. They are stronger than us, and in large numbers they will overwhelm our group. We have children here now that can't defend themselves even if they wanted to, I said. If we get the attention of even a quarter of the horde I think is out here, we won't be able to hold this place. I respect and understand that you want to save your countrymen, but you also have recognized we have little ones that will die if we bite off more than we can chew. Those kids will freeze up at the sight of the undead, and will likely start to cry with fear. That is true, Mrs. Komuro agreed. The children won't move at all if those things get close. All of them are petrified of them, and will attract more of them with their crying. Acknowledging that fact, everyone agreed to not take too much risk when saving people. If there were too many zombies to handle, they wouldn't assist them. In addition, it's safe to say that everyone here would never harm a child. As we gain more people, it's on all of us to watch the children closely. We won't know everyone we save, and there is always a chance we will find a predator among the people we save. I don't care what any of you think, but I will personally decapitate anyone that lays a finger on those children or any of the women here. That goes for everyone here regardless of how important you are to the group, I stated with a firm resolve. I won't stop anyone from having a consensual relationship with the adults here, but forcing yourself on anyone is immediate termination of your life. End of story. No one argued against that, thus bringing our meeting to an end. Getting everyone situated for the night, I settled into the security room to monitor the situation outside the premise. Tonight was eerily calm outside, which concerned me greatly. Not a single zombie was outside the building nor on the streets nearby. Something isn't right, Psycho said, holding me hand nervously for the first time. What could be going on out there? Kyoko asked me. The largest noise out there is likely from the horde moving through. Most of the zombies are likely to get drawn to that as they make their way to the bridge. I don't know how long they will hold it, but once that falls they will be on to the Takagi mansion, I stated. Mom, Dad, Saya said softly enough that only I could hear. Calmly rubbing her back, I gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Telling her we would make it there to alert her father and mother, she smiled and thanked me before going to sleep. Here's to hoping your dear father will listen to reason and fall back for now, I thought, realizing that chance was slim. He had too much pride in his duty and job to retreat or fall back. It was pretty clear his home would be the place he ultimately died standing his ground. In the 2 years I had known him, it was clear he would rather die than retreat. I just hope he would listen to his daughter and wife over his pride. Chapter 12, A Man's Pride and Honor. Next morning, after having breakfast together, the two parties left the base. Kota had a general idea where to go to look for supplies, so he would take his group to the west of our base. Making sure his group was well armed, I told him to keep a sharp eye out and to listen for any potential threats. Telling him to retreat if he encountered heavy resistance, he gave me a thumbs up before leading his group of 10 out. My party consisted of Kyoko, Psycho, Rei, Mikato, Saya, Kiriko, and Shizuka. Making sure they at least wore stab-proof vests before getting in the Humvee, the women climbed in eager to set out. Wanting to give the crossing point a wide berth from the bridge, I followed Kota's group for a bit before intending to head towards the river. As we went west we climbed a little bit, just enough to get a view of the bridge and water. Slamming on my brakes, I flashed my headlights at Kota to tell him to stop. Climbing out of their vehicle, they gave me a confused look. Telling my group to get out, I pointed down to the bridge so they could see what I could. Looking down at the roadways, all we could see was a sea of undead slowly approaching the bridge. Numbering well over 10,000, everyone shrieked in horror. That is exactly why I didn't want to go to the bridge, I told them. All of them have no escape except for jumping in the river. If they can't swim it will be a death sentence whether they jump or stay. The blockade will hold for maybe half of today before that collapses too. Fucking hell, Takashi gulped as everything sank in. Hearing about large numbers didn't do justice to the actual thing. As far as he could see, everything that moved down there was undead. I want to tell you that I am sorry I doubted you, he told me. I should have taken what you said seriously. It's fine, all that matters now is you see why I am having them continue work on reinforcing the defenses. That is only a small portion of what is prowling the streets of Tokyo, I clarified, putting everything into perspective for them. Acknowledging the danger, we all loaded back up and headed out. Parting ways halfway to Kota's destination, my group headed towards the water. Finding a path of destruction in the wake of the horde, all that greeted us was an eerie silence that made the women a bit on edge. Wading across the river as quickly as possible, we came up the other side to a relatively quiet area. The police and Suichiro's men had done a really good job clearing the area of undead, so there was hardly any corpses. Taking the long way to her home, we fortunately didn't run into any undead. Coming up to the fence they were using to keep any potential wandering undead away, I got it out of the way so we continue. Putting it back once we crossed, I continued up the road till her home came into view. Seeing the large group of refugees camped on the property, I felt my stomach drop as I knew all of these people were going to die. Pulling up to the checkpoint, I rolled down the window and waved to the men guarding it. Recognizing me from my many visits here, they greeted me and saw I had Saya with me. Little Miss Takagi, it is wonderful that you are alive, they said. Oh boy, I thought, they stepped on that landmine. Hearing her fume in the back, I asked them to radio up to her parents so we could meet them at the house. Acknowledging the request, they let us pass without any issues. What is that all about, Ari? I asked. Saya likes people to treat her like a person, and not like her father's daughter. She wants people to recognize her for who she is, not what her father has done, which is really hard at her home. All of the men here refer to her by her last name, I told everyone. Oh, they said. I work my butt off to show I have talent, but all I get is expect of Suichiro's daughter, Saya said bitterly. All the men father has introduced me to call me Miss Takagi, or Little Miss Takagi. Victor was the first to call me just Saya at home, and when he did I thought my father was going to blow a gasket. Haha, I remember that, I chuckled. He told me that I could only call you that if I intended to make you my wife. I told him I would be more than happy to marry her if she'd be so inclined. How did Saya react? Kiriko asked. She called me a freaking idiot, and stormed off on me. After that she didn't talk to me for a whole week, I replied. There is a process to proposing to a girl, Saya muttered softly, you can't just declare it out of the blue. Smiling at those words, I felt bad that marriage probably wasn't going to be a thing for a long time. At this point people were going to have to settle on simply being in love with someone, and willing to have their back in this cruel world. As a concept it wouldn't work in the beginning of the new world as taking a single wife wouldn't cut it. With the numbers we were losing, men would have to take multiple wives, and have a lot of children to repopulate. I knew it wasn't in the back of everyone's mind at the moment, but it would be a topic brought up in the future. Parking in the front of the home, Yuriko came barreling out of the house towards us. Leaping out of the car, Saya embraced her mother tightly, happy to be reunited with her. Seeing her father come out, the first thing he did was scowl at me for some reason. Realizing that something was up that I didn't know about, I immediately got ready to fight him if necessary. Is your father with you? Suichiro asked. My father disappeared the morning this all started. The last message I had from him was a note on the kitchen counter saying he was going for Okinawa. I told him. Answer me honestly, he ordered, getting in my face. Did you have anything to do with this? My informants tell me Umbrella Corp is involved with this, and your father was receiving donations from them. I have no involvement in whatever is happening, and as far as I am concerned, if he did help them in some way I don't have an issue putting a bullet in his face, I retorted with a straight face, looking him dead in the eyes. They are no friends of mine, and have already tried killing people in our group twice. The first night of this nightmare they killed nearly 30 people in the building next to us for seeing their weapon test. Just the other day they used a mutant undead to attack us, and Psycho and Mikato ended up with cracked ribs from a glancing blow. Staring at me with anger in his eyes for a few moments, he eventually backed down. Good, I thought you wouldn't be involved but I had to be sure, he remarked. Thank you for caring for my daughter. I know you are in a relationship with her but still thank you for looking out for her. As a man who loves her that is only to be expected, I retorted. Haha, that is right, he said with a nod. Come inside to talk. Telling Saya and company to stay outside, I followed him inside and into his study. Finding a map of the city on his desk he took a seat behind it while I stood in front of him. I have no doubt you saw the horde of those beasts approaching our position. Before you say anything I completely recognize that we can't hold this place, he admitted. I expected you to be more firm about holding here, I told him. You refer to this place as your castle, and usually say you would die before leaving. I never said I was leaving, he replied. You can't be serious? If you stay here you are all going to die? You don't have the manpower, defenses, or the firepower to hold out, I remarked. Are you trying to commit suicide? A warrior meets his enemy head-on in battle, he said. You may be a warrior, but the civilians on the lawn aren't, I spat. With all due respect they should all be training to defend this place, but instead I see them treating this like it's camping. Those people need to be putting something back into this to make it work? They are nothing but leeches sucking your resources with no returns on investment. I understand, and fully acknowledge that. Those civilians aren't warriors though, training them would take time and... You don't get it. They should be contributing to the group as whole in some fashion. Right now they contribute nothing, and useless to you, I shouted. If they don't want to work, you throw them out? This isn't the world of last week, this world is a nightmare out there. Just 2 days ago we saved a straggler group from the high school that were being chased by raiders. They fully intended to rape those women we saved. Going over every reason those people out there needed to fight, he just sat there listening to me. After a 30-minute lecture I realized he wasn't going to listen to reason. His pride as a warrior was going to lead to the deaths of valuable manpower. Those men would follow him to death without hesitation, a dangerous flaw in my opinion. I have made my decision to stay here, and die in my own home as a warrior, he told me. Even though you could retreat now, regroup with the military, and push them back, I questioned. My decision won't change, he said. Your daughter is going to hate you for that. She is going to see this as you throwing your life away for nothing, I remarked. I know, I can die knowing my daughter has a good man supporting her. As a father I could ask for nothing more than that, he stated. You know, I have known my daughter has been in love with you for over a year now. At first I was hesitant to let her date you given your father's shady background, but I can't argue that you are a good man. Now that I have gotten to know you more, I am grateful she fell in love with you over that Komuro boy. He has guts, but no brains for leading a group of people like you do. I give you my daughter's future, Victor. Don't let me regret giving her to you after my death. Clenching my fist I looked him in the eyes. What of Yuriko? Is she going to die with you here? I asked. No, my ex-wife made the decision that if Saya came here she would go with her, he informed me. Rather, I forced her into going. What? I inquired. This house was built on a World War II supply depot. Munitions were stored underground for protection against Allied bombings, and after the war all records of its existence were erased from public knowledge, he stated looking out the window. Putting 2 and 2 together I hung my head in disgust. You intend to be bait to lure them here, and blow the mansion to pieces to buy time for their retreat, I said. I intend to give them a chance to flee, and before we fall the munitions will be detonated taking out this whole hillside, he answered. Damn it, I shouted, you could use speakers to lure them here, and then detonate them when they break in. I will go down with my home looking the enemy in the eye, he said. I don't expect you to understand this wish of mine. Take my ex-wife and daughter, and leave immediately. You are as stubborn as they come, Suichiro. I would have liked you to have been there for Saya's wedding, and the birth of your eventual grandchildren, I told him. I know, I would have wanted to be there for both of those occasions. Tell me, does my daughter hate me? He asked. Saya doesn't hate you, she is only upset about those around her that acknowledge her as your daughter and not the strong, intelligent woman she is, I responded. I see, he said, turning to give me a letter. One day, when the time is right, I want you to give this to her. I am an excellent warrior, but have been a terrible father and husband. Give that to Saya when she is ready. Understanding that this letter contained his true feelings for his daughter, the letter suddenly felt like it weighed a ton. Tucking it in my pocket, he sent me out of his office and back to the group. Seeing Saya and Yuriko with a bag of clothing each, Saya asked me if her father was coming. No, he wants to stay here and hold the fort to the last, I answered. He knows that they are going to kill everyone here, and he still refuses to listen to reason. Saya huffed, if he wants to die, I won't shed a fucking tear over him. He gave up his wife to gamble on our future, and is giving up his chance to see his daughter's future. I really hope I can live up to the expectations he has placed on me, I thought as everyone got back in the Humvee. Once everyone was in, I drove us back down the drive, and off the property. The ride back down to the river was quiet as the women understood that was the last time they would see all those people alive. None of them knew what Soichiro had in mind, and I couldn't tell them because they would want to go back and stop him. Seeing the bridge from our crossing point, the police had fallen back and given the bridge over to the horde. I have people waiting back at base for me to return. I don't have the manpower, munitions, or strength to turn the tide in this situation. I thought going across the river, there is nothing you can do, Victor. He has made his choice to die as a warrior, let him have that dignity. He gave you his wife and daughter, it is the absolute least you can do for him. Unable to handle the silence anymore, Yuriko asked us about the base we had. Giving her the rundown of what we had going on, Saya bragged about all our hard work to her. Listening to her daughter talk, Yuriko smiled with pride as she saw how much her daughter had grown in a few short days. Everything okay? Shizuka asked me. Yeah, it's just a lot of death is about to happen over there now, I replied. It may look like I don't care, but I have to put the needs of the group first. There is just too many people over there, and not enough room in our base to house them. That's true, Shizuka replied. Don't hold it against yourself though, you are doing what you think is right and that is what he is doing too. I know, I chuckled, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Oh my, how bold of you, Yuriko stated, giving me a grin. Is Saya not enough? Mom, Victor is actually with several women, Saya admitted. Oh, Kiriko and Yuriko answered. He's with Rei, Saiko, Amy, Nina, Paka, Kyoko, Shizuka, and I, Saya informed them. I am counted among you now, Shizuka giggled. Since when? Since you started using his picture to pleasure yourself too, Kyoko said. Wait, what? I shouted. When did this happen? Kyoko, Shizuka pouted. I caught her in the women's bathroom about 6 months ago, Kyoko snickered. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone, Shizuka whimpered. If you aren't going to make the move, I am going to push you, Kyoko teased. I can't believe this, why didn't you tell me? I told her. A teacher having illicit relations with a student is grounds for termination and jail time, Shizuka stated. While I like the fact you look me in the eyes, and not the chest, it wasn't worth losing my job and potentially going to jail. I fully intended to wait till you graduated then pounce on you. You did realize I was publicly dating him though, right? Saiko pointed out. Well, I felt confident that I could win out over you in enough areas, Shizuka said, puffing her chest out, causing it them to jiggle. Keeping my eyes on the road, I still saw the bounce those heavenly pillows had. Well, now that everything is gone to hell, might as well fess up and just take the plunge, Kyoko told her. What do you say? I asked Shizuka. Okay, she giggled, if I could potentially die at any time, I want to do so knowing I was happy. Just so you know though, I am not on the pill, so we will have to be careful. Geez, that escalated quickly, Saya stated. Well, he is a young man, and from what I hear the others have a hard time keeping up, Shizuka remarked. Rei, have you been having intercourse with? Yes, mother, Victor, and I have been having sex, Rei admitted. I am on the pill, so it wasn't ever an issue. You know that isn't a 100% guarantee, right? Kiriko asked. It isn't, Saiko, Saya, and Rei gulped. No, actually it's like 97% effective, depending on the pill you are on, Shizuka stated. For some of them it is lower. Did you know that? The three girls asked me. I knew it wasn't 100%, I admitted. Had anything come from it I would have taken full responsibility for it, and made sure I gave you a happy life as my wife. Ah, they replied. Hehe, does that apply to all of us? Shizuka said, licking her lips. It does, but how about holding off on making any till we are off Japan? I don't want to get any of you pregnant here when the chances are high we will be in danger a lot, I told them. Agreeing that now wasn't the time for family planning, they asked me what was next. Telling them that we had a few more families to make attempts to find, I said I wanted us moving on in no more than a week's time. We were already going to need to find a second bus at this point, but I made a promise to make attempts at the very least to locate families. Once that time had expired, my plan was to head to a naval base, and try to take any of the docked ships to get off the island. Preferably I wanted a nuclear-powered vessel, but would take what I could get at the docks. Where to after that? Rei asked. After that I have some allies we can pick up in China and Russia that I made in my travels, I answered. They wouldn't happen to be women, would they? Rei inquired. They are the daughters of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Ministers of Defense, I replied honestly. They are part of my plan to create a safe place for us to live. We are going to have a talk when we get back. I want to know how many other women you have slept with, Rei told me. I haven't, you know all the women I have slept with. These women I never slept with. It would have caused an international incident if I had, I retorted. You think I wanted to start World War III over sleeping with girls? No, I have a close relationship to them but it never got physical. Still we are talking about this, Rei scolded me. That is fine, I submitted knowing any resistance would cause more harm than good. Chapter 13 An Unstable Mother. Returning to base, we found that Kota's group had beat us back. Unloading from the Humvee, we went inside and powered on the fence. While we were away, Myrna had done an excellent job continuing the reinforcements on the building. Most of the windows had already been torn out, framed, and had concrete hardening up nicely. In addition, we had another layers of barricades around the base that would divert most of the standard zombies around us. As for Kota's group, they had managed to locate a few places that were untouched by looters. Loading up as much as they could take, they had managed to secure at least 2 more weeks of food for the group. Thanking them for their efforts, I noticed that we had a few more survivors than when I left. I can answer for that, Mika said. 2 of them are my sisters. They stumbled across us while we were working on the fence. The others are from Kota's trip. He brought them back after running into them on the road. Looking at Kota, he gave me a concerned look like he had broken a rule. You confirmed that they weren't scratched or bitten, right? I asked them. Yes, they replied. They are aware that they need to contribute in some fashion to the group as a whole, I inquired. Yes, they answered. And they accepted those terms, I pressed them. Yes, Kota told me. My sisters agree, but please don't make them go out there, Mika pleaded. They aren't fighters, and will only crumple under pressure. I can't promise that forever, but I can promise I won't send them out till they at least can defend themselves, I compromised. Thank you, she sighed with relief, that is fair. So Kota said, clearing his throat, who is the lady you brought back? All of the men present were having a hard time look her in the eyes as they were being drawn to her chest, a problem she shared with several women here. That is my mother, you pig, Saya shouted. Don't you get any ideas? Your mother, Kota said as his glasses slid down his face a bit. Yeah, this is Mrs. Tak, Takashi started to say. It's Miss Takagi now, Yuriko corrected him. Oh, I am sorry, Takashi apologized. It is fine, it was a long time coming. He valued his political position over his family, and it eventually reached the breaking point when this happened, Yuriko told him. He refused to look for Saya, and said that she was Victor's concern. As a mother, I refused to accept that answer, and when I challenged him he told me to leave him. So, as far as I could make it go, we are no longer a couple. You really did suck at communicating your feelings to your wife and daughter, I thought. You should have told her that I would have protected and provided for Saya, not tell her Saya was my concern. Having Kikyo and a few others make dinner, I sat in the monitor watching the perimeter cameras. I knew sometime this evening that Hilltop was going to explode. My hope was our building escaped any harm, as an explosion that big could easily chuck debris this far out. As a precaution, I unhooked car batteries around our area to ensure that the alarms didn't go off and attract unwanted visitors to us. When the women asked why I did that, I said I didn't want zombies bumping into cars and setting off the car alarm. How is it looking? Kiriko asked me, poking her head in. Still pretty calm out there. I suspect the horde will reach the mansion sometime around 10 p.m. tonight, I told her. Where they go from there, it is anyone's guess at this point. About what you said earlier, the whole sleeping with my daughter thing in the Humvee. Do you really mean that? Kiriko asked me. You take care of her and provide for her no matter what. Mrs. Miyamoto, I love all my girlfriends equally and would fight a horde of million undead to protect them. When I say I would take care of them, I mean it. I firmly said. I have to be the rock for them to rely on in these dark times, and I want to one day let them smile normally again. It may look like I am a jerk for having so many women, but at this point the alternative is bad. I understand. I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to half-ass your commitment to her. She is my only child, and I am looking out for her best interest. While I may not like the idea of her sharing you with many women, I understand given the circumstances that this was going to happen. She told me, there is no go back to normality anymore. All of us are going to have to change our way of thinking. Thanking her for her understanding, I returned my attention to monitoring the situation outside. Staying in the room till dinner, I joined everyone in the main room for the meal. Enjoying the food together, we started to hear rain coming down on the roof above us. Looks like it's going to be a stormy night, the maintenance men said. It's a good thing we reinforced the supports for the windmill and anchored it to some concrete barricades. Thanking them for that, I was curious how tonight would pan out. Stormy weather was something I hadn't anticipated this evening, but it wasn't uncommon for strong storms to pop up out of nowhere in this area of the world. At the very least, the storm would mask any noises outside tonight. Thankful I had cut the power line to the building, I was relieved we wouldn't have to worry about a power surge from a lightning strike. On top of that, it was also good we had grounding points for the windmill in case it got struck, as I didn't need the building catching on fire. After everyone had a chance to bathe, we got settled in for the night. Doing the rounds to make sure everything was reinforced securely, I settled into the security room with my lovers and their mothers. Instead of sleeping on me tonight, Saya was snuggled up with her mother in the corner. Same went for Rei. Wanting the comfort their mothers provided, I wasn't the least bit upset about it as Shizuka stole Ari's spot next to me. About an hour into the shift, Mrs. Komuro came to the security room to ask to speak with me. Since there had been no activity tonight, and no undead were close to us on my mini-map, I agreed to speak to her. Taking me to one of the few unoccupied rooms, she shut the door behind us. "Victor, I want to talk to you about my son," she said nervously. "Mrs. Komuro, if you are going to ask me not to kick him out, you don't have to worry. Whatever you said to him appears to have changed his attitude towards me," I told her. "He is working with us, and not arguing." "I know he has changed his attitude, but it's more than that," she told me. "My husband, he called me before the cell towers went down. I know my husband was killed by those things, and Takashi is all I have left. Right now I am terrified. I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow or the day after. It could all end in an instant." "My condolences," I responded. "I am sorry you had to hear that over the phone. I can promise you I will do everything within my power to protect you. It was hard. I loved him very much, and to hear him die, it was a lot to take," she whimpered. I want to make sure my son and I stay in the group. You make me feel safe and protected. I don't want to lose that. You have nothing to worry about, and he is gradually improving. I am not asking people to be experts day one. I am just asking people to put forth the effort," I stated, realizing where this was going. Walking over to me, she pushed herself against my body. "I have to make sure that my son and I don't get kicked out," she pleaded. "If we are thrown out, we will die out there. Those monsters will hunt us down, and I will be forced to watch my baby be torn apart. Worse still, those savages will violate me and torture my son. I refuse to allow that to happen. Miss Komuro, please listen to me. I am saying you both are fine right now, no need to go this far," I reiterated to her. "Right now, yes, but there is a chance he will relapse to his old ways. He is as stubborn as his father, and that could cause problems. I want to ensure that we have a permanent place in the group," she stated. I am not as young as the other women in your group, but I can certainly please you. Miss Komuro, you don't need to do this really. I don't want anyone to think this is required for staying in the group," I said. Not listening to me, she pushed her lips against mine and kisses me deeply. Feeling her tongue probe my mouth, I soon felt her hands go into my pants. Dropping my pants, she removed her top and bra, revealing her very large breasts and dark areola. It's been some time since I have had sex. My husband, he told me he was having issues rising to the occasion, but I know he was cheating on me. He didn't find me attractive anymore. He was always away on business or at meetings," she admitted. I want to be your woman in mind, body, and heart. Please take away all the pain I am feeling in my heart, and cover it with your warm embrace. All I want is for you to continue working with my son, and never abandon me. I can't take another heartbreak. This is a very dedicated woman," I thought. With the storm blowing outside, all the noises were being drowned out by the wind and rain. Since she wasn't going to back down, I grabbed her butt firmly with a smile. Asking her to lay down, I gave her probably the first oral foreplay she had ever experienced, judging by her reaction. Feeling her squirm around as I ate her out, I made sure she had an enjoyable first time. Rubbing my dick on her entrance once I was done, I sighed with bliss, feeling the heat her vagina was letting off. Leaning forward, I kissed her deeply as my tip throbbed against her opening. Quivering with expectation, she was panting heavily as she was staring at my dick with a lustful gaze. "Once I stick it in, there is no going back," I warned with a teasing grin. "I want it," she gasped. "Please. Once I am in, I won't pull out till I am done," I teased her, making her body shiver. "Shizuka can get you the morning after pill, if you want. I won't tell you one way or the other." "Oh, okay," she wheezed. "Please give it to me. I want you in me. I have never felt like this before. My body is so hot, and I can't think straight. I want you to tell me what you want," I whispered in her ear. She shivered. "I want that shaft in me. Please, I am going crazy. It is right there. I can feel your manhood right against my vagina." Since she consented, I pushed my way inside her. Feeling her folds grip me tightly, there was something to be said about a MILF's vagina. Miss Komuro squirted all over my dick, lubing it up nicely for me during the initial thrust. Pushing myself until my tip kissed her cervix, I felt it suckle on my tip expectantly. Such a naughty woman. Hasn't had sex in a while, and it desperately wanting to suck me dry. She probably wanted more kids, but never could thanks to the performance of her husband, I thought as pushed the little bit of my shaft left in. I can't believe he had the balls to cheat on this beautiful woman. Sure, she may have a little extra to love, but she is breathtaking. In the end, you may have felt guilty and warned her of the coming death, but you broke her heart. I will make sure to put a smile back on her face. Completely in her, I started to move with a purpose, turning her insides up. Moaning softly in my ear, I complimented her hot body and figure. Miss Komuro had wide hips, long black hair, a nice rack, and a beautiful face in my opinion. I was happy I was the one that managed to save her. I would have hated the alternative if raiders had gotten to them first. Kissing her neck as I slammed into her as she pleaded with me to come. Laying her sideways with one of her legs in the air, I fucked her while making her suckle on her own breast. Smiling at her as I rubbed her clit, she wanted to scream but she kept sucking on her nipple. Feeling her move her body to meet my thrusts, I told her she was naughty woman for trying to make me climax in a hurry. Trying a few more positions, we ended up in mating press as I got near. Telling her I was going to come, she nodded her head and said to let it all out. Locking her legs behind me, she didn't want me to escape. Holding her hands, she stopped suckling, allowing her milky breasts to shake freely. Nodding her head, she wanted a kiss when I climaxed. Granting her request, gave her a very passionate kiss before giving her the knockout thrust. With a single deep thrust, I pushed my tip against her cervix. Feeling her suck down every spurt I gave, I started to wonder exactly how long it had been since she was laid last. Pumping ropes of my seed in, she twitched a bit as she froze up from the high. Damn, you really want it, I gasped as the last spurt came out. It's so warm, she said, breathing heavily as her milky breasts jiggled with aftershock climaxes. Are we going again? Haha, are you still wanting more? I questioned. Give me everything you have backed up, she told me with determination. I will take everything you can give me. Giving her a grin, I ended up making love to her for the next 2 hours, emptying my seed into her. Cleaning me off when we were done, she was very thorough about it, making sure every inch was licked clean. Seeing her dreamlike expression on her face, she thanked me for my time. Thank you for that, I really need it, she admitted. It's been so long, and I wanted to feel love after all of that has happened. I haven't felt a man's touch in a while. You are a good man in and out of bed. You are quite lovely in bed too. For someone who hasn't had sex lately, you certainly knew how to move, I replied, kissing her neck. I have read several of those magazines my son hid under his bed and in his closet, she purred. I am happy I read them, it was really heavenly like they said it would be. That said, I am happy you enjoyed my old body. I am nothing special compared to the others. What are you saying? I scolded her. You look beautiful to me. Curvy, wide hips, a big chest, a beautiful face, and a kind heart. She moaned, kissing me. You have a silver tongue on you. If that is what you think, I won't take any pills. Huh, I said as she kissed my neck. I have wanted several more kids since Takashi was a little boy. My deceased husband refused to give me more, so I had to carry those urges. Now I am with a healthy, young man who can easily give me more, she hummed. I did say I wouldn't tell her to take the pill. I thought, if you want to have kids, you should really wait till we are in a safe place. Having a child right now could be very dangerous, and expose everyone to unnecessary danger. Hehe, I am sure my boyfriend can protect us, she said, kneeling down and licking my dick. I love you, dear, and I mean that. We all thought we were going to die in that dark hole, but my hero found us. If you want, I am sure the other teachers would follow my lead. Let them figure things out. I chuckled. No need to rush things. If you say so, dear, she answered, laying on me. So what about Kiriko and Yuriko? Are they someone you want? I know them both quite well, so I can put in a good word for you. Miss. It's Namiyo, she pouted. You slept with me, so call me by my name. Of course, Namiyo, I whispered. Hehe, she giggled before kissing me. You leave telling my son to me. I can break him into it easier than you can. You sure you want to tell him? I questioned. I want to be loved by my man. I don't want to hide it. He would eventually realize it anyways, she replied. I mean, we are trying to have kids, so it will definitely show. Any chance you can wait a bit? I tried again. No, I really want to be your lover and carry your children, she purred. We will be a happy family, just like I wanted to have all along. I can have several children with my husband. We can be happy and safe together. Looking into her eyes, all I could see was hearts looking at me. She had made me her anchor to keep her sanity and had fallen for me harder than anyone else had. If I pushed too much, she would likely have a mental breakdown and potentially clam up. The death of her husband, being stuck in the dark for 2 days, and the sight of all the shit happening out there had really done a number on her. Sighing, I gave her a serious look. You need to get Takashi on board before we start, I compromised. I will tell him, but it may be too late, she teased, standing up again. Today was a risky day, but that's alright. Takashi will understand, and I promise not to cause you any problems. If you change your mind about the other teachers, Yuriko or Kiriko, let me know. Good night, dear. Turning to walk out of the room, I used my system to check her status. Since she was my lover now, I had better access to check out her than before. Taking a look at her status debuffs, and damn, she had a lot of them. Mental instability, insanity, 50%, loneliness, obsession, I thought as I read over the list. Damn, Takashi and I are the only 2 things keeping her afloat. If one of us disappears from her side, she is going to lose it. Worst case is she will regress into a kindergartner. Chapter 14 System Upgrades. Name, Victor. Race, High Human. Occupation, Reincarnated Person. Age, 17. Level, 27. Attack, 300. Defense, 180. Mental Strength, 170. Willpower, 160. Points, 2,300. Skills. Satou System. Skill Shop. Guide Pixie. Locked unlocks in World Phase 2. Lucky Looter Rank 3. Redneck Engineer Rank 4. Weapons Specialist Rank 5. Medical Knowledge Rank 6. Survivalist Rank 9. Mechanical Engineer Rank 5. Structural Engineer Rank 5. Businessman Rank 3. Olympian Rank 5. Page 1 of 10. World Phase 1 20%. I had noticed that when my subordinates/lovers made kills, I got a portion of the points. In my case, if I killed a normal zombie, I got 2 points. If they killed one, I got only 1 point. Since I could only see stat values and the skill names people had, my theory was that people had skill point banks as well. Once I got a skill to edit their stats, skills, and titles, I could very easily raise a powerful army. Unfortunately, no such skill had been made available to me yet, so I had to be patient. If I am also right, I can rank up their skills like I do with mine. If that is the case, I can help boost Psycho's swordsmanship, and help boost skills I am in critical need of. I thought, it'd be even cooler if I could purchase a skill, and give it to one of my lovers. The skill shop would probably have something like that down the road, but I can't put all my eggs in that one basket. Seeing I had a few notifications in the system, I opened the notification tab. I generally didn't bother reading anything here because most of the information here was all about points I gathered, zombies I killed, the damage I dealt, and the points I earned from the action of defeating/killing people and zombies. Scrolling through most of the zombie deaths, I found 3 notifications for tabs I had unlocked. Adding them to my screen, I reviewed what I had got. Lovers, community, and quest tabs, I thought. The lover tab had the women I was romantic with, their current status, a health bar, and a stamina bar. Tapping on each woman's name, I saw fields for their stats that were grayed out, signifying that I could edit them, but I didn't have the skill unlocked. In addition to that, I could see their affection level for me. Most of them were labeled faithful lover, but Miss Komuro was labeled unhealthy obsession. Based on the interaction from last night, I could already assume that. I hope I eventually find a method for removing those debuffs. If she does have kids with me, I need her to be mentally stable, otherwise my kids could be mentally unstable too. I thought, I better snag all those library books to research the issue further. I don't think anyone will be in that area again, so it should be safe enough to take everything. Closing that tab, I opened the community tab. This tab had all the survivors under my care, their skill sets, and their current status. The children were in a sleep/fearful state while the adults were just in sleep state. I couldn't blame them given the situation, they were literally only a few feet away from death at times. The noises the zombies made terrified them to the point that several times they nearly ran out of their room in tears. If it were for the few teachers sleeping in there with them, I was sure they would have never been able to sleep. The last tab contained quests I could complete to gain bonus points for my skill store, and items I could use for survival. Scrolling through the list, I cashed in the ones I had already completed, bring my point total up to 4,700. Purchasing the daily double skill, I applied it to my 50 caliber ammo pile. Those bullets would be invaluable in the case of fighting the bigger guys we would meet. Upgrading the perk a few times, I applied it to my other ammo piles for good measure. Before closing the tab though, I saw a quest to kill a special tyrant zombie for the lover/community stat editor skill. So there is a skill for it, I thought with excitement. That said, what the hell is a special tyrant zombie? Is it one with a name, or is there something unique about it? System message, good morning survivor, the Satou system is happy you have managed to survive up to this point. As an apology gift for the mess your reincarnation god caused, the Board of Reincarnations has given you the 3 tabs you just reviewed. Under normal circumstances, editing a system deployed in the field would be against policy, but this is an extreme situation. Please use the new tabs to aid in your survival, the system said. Emergency override, releasing system guide. A bright flash of light filled the room, blinding me for a moment before a skill added itself to adjust my vision for bright lights. After a few seconds the light faded, and nothing happened. Thinking something had gone wrong, I looked around just in case I missed my guide. System message, guide has become lost, rerouting, the system told me. You aren't instilling confidence in me, I thought. If my guide is lost out of the gate, I am fucked. Did you make Zoro my fucking guide? System message, system is locating a suitable replacement for your guide, the system said. Fucking hell? You wanted that man to be my guide? He couldn't find his way out of a paper bag, I thought with a sigh. I will definitely take Nami thought. System message, dispatching replacement guide now, the system responded. Immediately a dark hole appeared, and out popped a really small woman that I identified immediately. You are Midna, right? I whispered. You can speak to me telepathically, and yes I am, she replied. It's nice to meet you. How did you end up as my guide? I asked. Let's say I owed a favor to someone. You almost got Paimon, but she thought you'd actually might make her emergency rations. She called me in, and well, here I am. She giggled. All I can say is, don't challenge her to an eating contest. Oh, okay, I said. Well, can you give me some guidance? Always look both ways before crossing the street, she told me with a playful smirk. Seriously, I sighed. I am kidding, you need to lighten up a bit, she laughed. Stress isn't good on you, MILF killer. Huh, I questioned. The title you earned several years ago, MILF killer, she remarked. Looking in my notifications again, I found that I had indeed had that title. Rubbing my forehead, I realized now why I had so many older women that liked to flirt with me. Somehow I earned the title without realizing it. You can thank the silver-haired woman you meet in Scandinavia, she informed me. She is the reason you earned the title. Wait, she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs maid, right? I said, vaguely remembering that. It was Astrid. Correct, she is a Yandere and the kindness you showed her won her heart, Midna stated. When this started she assassinated her charges, and headed this way. She did what now? I gulped. She killed her employer for his involvement, packed up her things, and flew a plane in this direction. If all works out for her, she will arrive tomorrow, she giggled. She will be an invaluable member to your group. Yay, a Yandere and a harem don't mix, I reminded her. Oh, and that mother you slept with wouldn't kill for your affection, she snickered. I hope she wouldn't, I remarked. I suggest not telling her son then, let her tell him, Midna warned. Noted and approved, not telling him, got it, I stated. Now then, let's get on to the nitty-gritty, she said, getting serious. You need to get the people out of the hospital in the next 3 days, or your chances of getting all those women and the critical staff you need is history. Umbrella is bringing out the big guns, and they are going to take Satou back even if the body count is ridiculously high. We talking a larger swarm than last night? I inquired. No, they have shipped an early production tyrant, she told me. Looking at my inventory, I knew I didn't have the necessary firepower for that enemy. I could fight it toe-to-toe with my fists, but the fight would endanger a lot of people. Not only that, it would draw attention from Umbrella, who would likely add me to their list of targets. Either way though, I didn't have a choice in fighting it or not. Satou, Yuko, Yoko, and the others were all worth the risk in my opinion. Sure, I was looking at them as beauties, but it was also true that they were incredibly intelligent women in their own right. Their knowledge would be invaluable down the road for rebuilding the world. May I suggest this perk to assist you further? While you could overcome the tyrant in hand-to-hand combat, you lack the power to give a decisive blow, she asked, opening my skill shop and pointing to a skill called Spartan Rage. This is the same skill Kratos had in the last installment you got to play. The next one was quite a good game too, better than God of War 4. It will give you an immense strength, durability, endurance, and stamina boost that should be sufficient to kill it. Don't rub it in, I sniffled. I had that on pre-order. Based on the points though, I would need to go zombie killing today and tomorrow to earn enough points. On top of that, I am going to need to finish the bus upgrades, secure more food, and send people out to look for families. Fuck. In the end though, that skill would help butter Satou up, as she likes powerful men out of instinct if I remembered right. So did the mansion blow up last night? I expected an explosion to shake the building last night, I inquired. Your father-in-law placed his faith in a few bad apples. Unfortunately, the explosives weren't properly set up, and he perished unable to take them out. They have continued marching south, wreaking havoc everywhere, she said. It was Umbrella, right? I said, knowing that was likely what happened. Correct, he made the right choice leaving Yuriko to you. If he hadn't, let's just say there are worse things than death awaiting her, Midna told me. Yuriko has allies in high places, and has deep pockets to make things happen. I suggest tying the knot quickly with her to ensure some other guy doesn't show up. Not wanting to know what that meant, I acknowledged that I had saved her by going to see them. Coming to terms with everything, I knew how we would plan our day out for efficiency since we were running on a tight deadline. Breakfast. Sitting down with all of them over our meal, I went over how we would coordinate our time. Kota would take his team back out to look for supplies as they had the method down pat. Pulling out a map I said I had received from Saya's father, I had him mark down where he would be searching today. Circling the areas further away from Tokyo, I was happy to see he was planning accordingly for smaller hordes. Looking at Takashi and Hisashi, I gave them a stern look. I have seen growth from both of you in your teamwork. Today I want you both to lead a single group around the city looking for family members and friends of people here, I told them before pointing to several survivors. All of you will go with them, and scope out places where your families may go. I don't want to assume they went for the bridge, or that they are dead. If you find them or other survivors, bring them here. Today is the only day you have to look for them, after this that is it. It will be up to chance to run into them. How will we be getting around? Takashi asked. Yuriko, can I ask that you drive? Only a few people here can drive, I stated. I can handle that, she agreed. Nodding, I then told Myrna she would be holding down the fort today, and would be acting as our relay. Producing a group of 4 radios from my bag, I said these were items I found that would help us. Stating that I pulled it from a downed chopper, I said they were all still in functioning order. Where are you going? Kiriko inquired. I am going to take a team to pick up the supplies we need for upgrading 2 buses. There is a garage not far from here that I saw I could do the upgrades at. My goal, in case anyone didn't hear, was to be out of this area in a week. We will be going to Okinawa to secure a military ship, and getting off this island, I informed everyone. Do you even know how to pilot a ship? A few people asked with concern. I have been trained to, yes. I spent several months maintaining, and operating Navy craft, I answered, relieving their fears. Once we are out to sea, the threat of zombies goes away, but there will still be challenges out there. Staying here is a death trap, and go out to sea means we will run into other military forces and umbrella ships. I know it isn't the best option, but it is the better of the 2 options. What about go to a local island offshore? From what I have seen, they don't like going into water, Kota stated. Any of them not connected to shore? Even by sewer? I questioned. Right, yeah, I can't think of any, he answered. What about finding a desert island? We don't know the extent of their reach into various military powers. I would have to make some calls to determine that, but if my hunch is right, we would have to worry about airstrikes, I remarked. Everyone agreed leaving Japan was the best option, so they got into their groups and headed out for the day. Victor's group. I take it you have a second bus in mind, Kiriko asked as I drove around. I do. We are going to do a run on the city bus garage to take one of them. We will remodel it, load most of the people in it, and have the elite group ride the smaller bus, I replied. The larger bus gives more room for survivors, but also means we have to move slower. It's a risk I am willing to take given our numbers now. What about the hospital? Mikato inquired nervously. We will go get them. We need them if we are going to survive in the long run. Their medical knowledge will be crucial in maintaining a healthy group. Do you think you can convince them? I questioned. I do. If they know we are leaving, they will probably come with us. It's clear the military and government aren't going to help, and they can only hold out so long, she stated. Nodding my head, I hoped they would listen, or I would drag their asses out over my shoulder. I wasn't about to leave them behind. We needed them alive to help Shizuko with medical procedures, and most importantly, I am not about to leave beauties like that behind. Not only were they skillful medical professionals, they were also badasses with guns and swords, exactly what the doctor ordered in a zombie apocalypse. Hehe, Midna laughed at me. Already set your mind on them. Hey now, according to you, if I don't do it now they will die, I growled. Of course I am going to save them. Oh yes, that tyrant will slaughter them if you don't go, she told me. It will beat the shit out of them like they were rag dolls, and haul Sayo away to be tormented like a lab rat. You have to phrase it like that, I sighed. Of course, it's enjoyable to tease you, she giggled. Ignoring that, I focused on looking for the parts we needed. Stopping at several parts stores, we managed to collect the majority of what I needed. Taking out zombies while we got everything. As soon as we left the store, I pulled everything inside into my inventory for future use. If we couldn't come back here for several decades, taking the parts now was the best option. Using the map to locate the last few parts I needed, I started noticing an uptick in the number of zombies heading our way. I am going to have to upgrade the bus in my inventory, aren't I? I considered. We will swing by the bus garage, and I will pull a bus into my inventory as we do a pass. Doing that, I got a visual on the horde running around the city that I had seen already on the map. Seeing an object zipping around the sky, I realized that Umbrella was guiding the zombies with drones somehow. Pulling out my rifle, I shot it down and watched the horde scatter. Making a note of that, I marked drones down on my map and set them to dark red so I could easily locate them. Doing that made hundreds of normal red dots dark red, meaning this pathing did have a method to it. Interesting. So other than Sayo, what else are they after? I thought. Nukes? Others like Sayo? Maybe just a test run for things to come? Also, if Sayo is their experiment, does that mean a specific model of drone can control her? So many new questions to get answers for. Base. Getting back to base, I started processing the upgrades via a 3D model in my system, tweaking parts to get the most horsepower and defense I could. I couldn't help but smile looking at the estimated stats the system was giving me. This like building vehicles in a racing simulator, I thought. I am honestly surprised you didn't do this sooner, Midna told me. I have experimented a little, nothing on this scale, I stated. Oh, Midna asked. I have assembled firearms, and cleaned them in my system, I responded. I even disassembled and reassembled a tank one night when I was bored. If it wasn't for parts I borrowed, the track system wouldn't be an option for us. I am going to have to lie out my ass to explain all this shit. Fair enough, seems like you could have been doing more, she teased. I had to keep a low profile. Last thing I wanted was Umbrella targeting me right out of the gate, I retorted. I had enough idiots in boarding school and when I traveled around the globe. That maid, for example, she was forced into that position to pay for medical bills her mother accrued. Unfortunately, that slimy politician never paid them, and life support was cut. I remember when she came back from the hospital, she looked so gutted and distraught. That's the exact day she fell head over heels for you, Midna giggled. You swooped in to comfort her, and she now feels you are her destined partner. I only comforted her like any good person should, I snapped. No one else shed a tear, but you and her, Midna told me. She didn't get time to mourn, time bury her mother, or even money to do it. They cremated her and disposed of the ashes. No wonder she killed him, I remarked. Exactly, not a drop of remorse for the action, she said. Widening the range of my map, I found her entering China airspace. With all the shit going on right now, I doubted they would attack her. Judging by the map, they had several 100 million zombies running around Asia now. In Japan alone we had several million zombies on the map, and most were congregated in Tokyo for some reason. Is there something in Tokyo I need to be concerned about? I inquired. It's all part of the offense in 2 days, Midna said. Black Label does have some allies in the Japanese government, so Umbrella has to keep them hemmed in. They don't want the tyrants coming into public knowledge as they are months away from the final product. The one they are sending isn't the final product, it still has several flaws in its design. I get you, they are forcing the military to focus on the safe zone in the capital so they have no reinforcements at the hospital, I replied. Still though, that's an awful lot of zombies to use to keep them in place. It is what it is, she shrugged. All I can tell you is that if you succeed in saving the group, you will have a shit ton of zombies all over your ass. Yeah, I assumed as much. I am thinking about doing a night raid on Okinawa, I stated. Take some machine guns, ammo, and mines, assuming anything is left there. I can't answer that, she giggled. That's on you to find out. I thought you were supposed to be my guide, I complained. I am your guide, I am not Google though, she laughed before disappearing. Chapter 15 Weapons Requisition. Once everything on the large city bus was modified and tweaked to what I wanted, I closed the window to watch the map. Monitoring the 2 teams on the map, I made sure that they were all right. Everything okay? Saya asked. Mentally planning out the bus design, I replied with a smile. Lots of moving parts, and hurdles I will need to overcome. It wouldn't be an easy feat to pull off in this situation. I am sure it will be great, Saya said, coming over for quality time. You know, we could. Victor, Psycho called. We could use help removing the boards from the concrete. Of course, the moment I want you attention something comes up, Saya huffed. Once we get a boat, and I have my own room, I will make sure you help break the bed in, I told her with a grin, assuming you can keep up. I can, she huffed, just you wait, you will see. I hope so, I said getting up and kissing her, it will be a long night. Blushing she looked away, and called me an idiot. Smacking her butt, I got a cute yelp out of her before she scurried off. Looking at Saiko, she came over and draped herself on me. Unlike Saya, Saiko had no issue expressing her feelings for me. She didn't give a rat's ass about anything anyone else had to say about our relationship. Kissing her on the lips, I told her I loved her, which put a smile on her face. I know you do, and you know I love you even more, she whispered in my ear. You know, REI and I are getting antsy. It's been almost a week now since our last time in bed, and both of us need your attention. Is that so? I asked. Biting her lip, she gave me a look that told me if I didn't make a move soon she would do it here. Quite frankly, I wanted to have some fun with them as well. With the two knuckleheads taken care of, I didn't need to hold back as much now. Get REI, Saya, and Kyoko. We will go do some looting, I told her with a smile. You sure you are going to be able to handle 4 at once? She teased. Haha, obviously you forget about that party after the last competition, I snickered. Nina, Amy, Paka, and you weren't up to the task. You know that's bullshit, she said with a smile. It was after a hard-won competition, and you were pent up. That night I broke the 4 of them celebrating their victory in a sports competition. Needless to say, I gave them a very good reward. Dinner, movie, and a very long night of them receiving my affection. The day afterwards they spent in bed sleeping off the day prior. It won't be the same this time, Saiko told me. And if you can't, I questioned with a smirk. I will let you do whatever you want to me, she replied, and if I win, I want a new katana. I can't keep using this competition katana, isn't cutting it anymore. Looking at the beaten up wooden katana she had, it was already a given it would be replaced. For that matter, I needed to replace the weapons for several people. Since firearms were out of the question for now, I decided to go look for older weapons at a local museum. I knew some display items were props, but there would be a lot of real weapons and armor there. Telling them my intention, all the women were excited to upgrade gear. Not only that, the museum is empty, I thought glancing at the map. We can have some fun in one of the offices. Feudal Japan Museum. Gaining entrance to the museum, we checked the entire building before beginning to loot. Already having blades, spears, bows, crossbows, and axes in storage, I told them to take what they wanted. Watching Saiko break into a display case housing an old katana from the 15th century, she closely examined the blade. It needs sharpened, but it's a good blade, she said, sheathing it. You sure you don't want to look for another one too? I questioned. I have had my eye on this blade for a while. My father said it was my ancestors, and it only ended up here after World War II. Now that I have a chance to wield it, I will make my ancestors proud, she told me with a smile. REI was quick to find a spear from the same era, and gave it a few swings. Nodding her head with approval, REI said that she was happy with it. Looking to Kyoko and Saya, I asked what they wanted. We don't have weapon experience, they answered honestly. Well, I need you to both be armed with a weapon, I thought, looking them over. Kyoko can work with throwing knives, and Saya can work with a sling. A sling? Saiko asked. It doesn't take much strength to use a sling, but it takes either experience or number crunching to use it effectively, I said, up for the challenge. I can do that much, she said, flipping her hair. I am a genius after all. I know, I replied, kissing her cheek. You are one of the most intelligent women I know. It's reassuring to have you all on the team. Well, Saya said as steam poured from her head. Yeah, it is good I am on the team. As we were about to leave the room, I heard a voice calling out to me. Looking on the map, I knew no physical person was in here aside from us. Looking around for the source of the noise, I honed in on an otaki presented in 14th century display. That is a cursed sword, Saiko told me. Legend has it that the man that carried that sword was one of Japan's first serial killers. It's said that you can hear the souls of his tormented victims if you hold it. Another one of these things, geez. Every country seems to have these cursed weapons, I thought. Currently in my storage I had several cursed weapons put away. These weapons weren't really cursed, they just had fragments of their original owner stuck to them. From what I had been able to gather, it was usually a reincarnated person's soul fragment stuck to the weapon. Sheathing it without any issue, I noticed that my curse resistance skill activated several times while holding the sword. I like a man who isn't afraid of fairy tales, Saiko teased me with a kiss. You know, I think so should reward the 4 of you for your hard work, I told her. You 4 have been working long hours recently, and that deserves a reward. Reward? Saya gulped. You mean here in the museum? They usually have a resting room for visiting archaeologists, I told her. We are safe here for the time being, so we might as well use it to our advantage. Saya stuttered. Screw her, I am game, REI said. Agreed, Saiko and Kyoko stated. I will, Saya said, since everyone else was game. Finding our way to the resting room, we were lucky that the room had skylights so it wasn't pitch black. Shutting the door, I grabbed Saiko and pulled her into my arms. Grabbing her breasts firmly, she let off a gasp as she came close to climaxing. I see someone is about ready to go, I teased her. If it was anyone but you, I'd have decapitated them, she purred as she pushed her butt against my crotch. You both just get straight to it, Saya shrieked. Usually I would take you out to dinner and a movie before getting to this point, I said, stripping Saiko's shirt off. None of that is possible now, so I will go harder than usual. I like the sound of that, Rei said, jumping on my back. Getting Rei and Saiko stripped, they got to work immediately. Saiko sucked on my shaft while Rei sucked on my balls. Fingering them while they did that, I let off a moan of content with them. Stripping down and coming over to us, I admired Saya and Kyoko's beauty. Saya definitely got her mother's beauty, I thought. Pulling Saya onto me, I started eating her out. Drilling my tongue into her vagina, she gasped as I held her in place. Squirming around in pleasure, she let out a soft scream as she let out a sigh. Asking Saiko to let her have a go, Saya leaned forward and licked the tip. Feeling her shiver as she climaxed, I knew she was instantly hooked. Feeling her nervously swallow it, she accidentally took it too deep and choked on it. Pulling her head back, she looked back at me with saliva dripping from her mouth. Telling her to be careful, she nodded her head and went back to it. Treating it like a popsicle, she licked it over and over before sucking on the tip. I thought you hadn't done this before, Rei asked. I haven't, Saya answered. Could have fooled me, Saiko teased. Now let me show you how he likes it. Taking it back from Saya, Saiko deep-throated me in one go while looking at the others. Swirling her tongue around the shaft, I gasped as she focused on my sensitive spots. Not to be outdone, the other three gave it their best shot, and only Rei managed to do it right. After I had eaten the four of them out, I pushed them onto the bed. Since Saya was the only one I hadn't slept with yet, I went with her first. Sliding into her, I held her tightly as I popped her cherry. Crying a little from the pain at first, I kissed her repeatedly and promised I would never let her go. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she told me I better or she'd kill me. Picking up the pace, I pierced her cervix and made her scream. Stifling the sound with my mouth, I swore I could see hearts in her eyes with each thrust. Parting from her mouth, her tongue popped out and she gasped for air. Looking at how sexy she was, I smacked her butt with a grin on my face. Squeaking in response, she kissed me on the lips and leaned towards my left ear. I want lots of children, she giggled. What? I asked. Hee, I am just saying I want several children, she laughed, probably 8 or 10 of them, but I could have more. Mama told me she wanted at least 6 before, but that never happened. Hold on, Saya, we are in the middle of a... Once we get a boat, there is no reason to say no, she told me. We are going to need to repopulate. I can talk to Mama about it for you. I am sure she'd agree. I mean, she's right. I am fine with it, Rei said. I have been ready, Saiko added. I have asked you plenty of times before. I am not on birth control, so I am good now. I'd actually be really happy to have children, Kyoko stated. Shit, I thought, this is not the time for this conversation. We have a lot of shit to deal with before having kids. You don't look happy, Saya pouted. Are we not good enough? No, I am more than happy to have children with the 4 of you. It's just, I want to make sure we have a secure, safe home before having kids. I want to make sure you can give birth safely, I told them. Can we wait a bit till we settle into a safe haven? I am ready now, Saya shouted. I know you're going to go for Mama and others. We've known each other the longest, so I should have mine first. You'll be 20 times the father mine was, and we'll actually love our children. So let's get started now. Trying to argue with her got me nowhere. By the time I came, she was barely conscious, and on the verge of her 12th climax. Filling her womb, her whole body tensed up and constricted around me, not wanting me to move. Biting my shoulder, Saya climaxed with me, then passed out with a goofy grin on her face. Lightweight, Rei, and Saiko said. Grinning ear to ear, I pulled Saiko to me. For the next few hours I kept the 3 women preoccupied in heaven. Once I was done, all 4 of them were a hot, sweaty mess. With glossed over eyes I could tell they had enjoyed themselves. Kissing the 4 of them, they gave me grateful smiles and a hug before getting up. Geez, I can barely walk right, Saya complained. You get used to it after a while, Saiko said, motioning the shower room. Following them in, we got cleaned up and ready to head back. By now Kota's team had returned and the other team was almost back. Running my hands over their bodies, they told me we could slip away more often if I wanted more. Chuckling, I said we could look into it. Since we wouldn't be coming back to this location for any reason, I stowed extra weapons and books away in storage. Up till now I had to be careful with what I took because I didn't want to scare people by making it look like supplies were dwindling out in the city. The museum wasn't a place anyone would return to loot, so stowing everything here was safe. Putting the museum behind us, we headed back to the base. Pulling her son aside, Miss Komuro told him about her encounter with me. As expected, Takashi exploded into a fit of rage that Victor had done this. Scolding him, she said that she pushed herself on him, and that it was her decision. I wanted to make sure we didn't get thrown out. This group is really the only group we can trust, she warned. He slept with you? My mother, he growled. Takashi, I made the decision. In most other groups it's likely I wouldn't have the choice. You were upsetting others, and we're likely going to get us thrown out, she lectured him. Dad could have. Dad isn't coming back, she cried, gripping his shoulders. He died. What do you mean? Takashi asked. Your father called to warn me what was coming. While on the phone, they killed him, she cried. I listened to them tear him apart. I didn't have time to mourn him. We rushed into the shelter and then everything went dark. We were trapped in the dark with no food and bad water. Hanging his head, He regretted his decision to fight Victor over going to check the school again. I was scared. He showed up to save us, and has been taking very good care of everyone here. We have food, water, protection, and he wants us to carry weapons. He hasn't demanded the women as payment, nor is he hogging all of them, she said. All I wanted was to make sure we continue to have a home. If we got kicked out, we'd have no safety, and I would likely become some slimy man's toy. I want to make my decision on who I sleep with. He is the one that I want. Takashi, I am a grown woman and I am capable of making my own decisions. Did he just accept it? Takashi clarified. No, he kept telling me that you were improving, and that I didn't need to do it, she told him. I wouldn't listen to him. After hearing your father die, being stuck in the dark listening to those things pounding on the building, I just wanted love and security. I understand, Mom, he said, clenching his fist. Takashi, please don't be mad, she panicked, holding him. I am not mad, I just don't know what to do. You are my mother, and he is my classmate, he stated. You don't need to change this dynamic you have. I want you to find some nice women too, she told him. I will help you find some. Mom, I don't need. You do, dear, Hisashi, and you really upset a lot of people here. I will help you so you have some girls too. Just promise me you won't fight Victor about our relationship. If things go well I can finally give you siblings, something your father was against, she said with excitement. Tensing up, Takashi had very mixed emotions about this. He knew his mother wanted a large family, but his old man always turned her away. She had tried everything to make him let her have another, though nothing ever worked. Having personally seen her cry over it, Takashi was happy she had a chance now. The issue was the father would be his classmate who would then become his father. In the end though, he wanted his mother to be happy, so he relented. I understand, mother, he said, nodding his head. I won't start anything. Thank you, she cried, hugging him tightly. I promise, things will be better than they were before. Can I at least still call him Victor? Dad sounds too weird, Takashi pleaded. Of course, she said, that is acceptable. Sighing, he watched his mother skip away like a young girl. Knowing that she was happy made him feel good, but he still wanted to lay ground rules with Victor. He wanted to make sure his mother was treated well, wasn't tossed aside later, and that Victor properly supported his mother in the event a child happened. Seeing Victor arrive with his group, Takashi went to pull him to the side. My mother told me what happened, he said. Takashi, I want to make it clear that she came on to me. I will take full responsibility for the night, and make sure she is happy, I told him. Please just call me Victor, anything else is too cringe or uncomfortable. You will treat her well, and won't toss her aside, right? He said. Of course not. That said, I will need your help to keep her mentally stable. She has about lost all her marbles, I told him. Between a phone call, being stuck in darkness for 2 days, and seeing what the world has become has broken her. Believe me, I know, he stated. She is already talking about having kids with you. Just so you know, she really wants them, like really badly. My dad wouldn't allow it because he didn't think Mom was attractive anymore. They didn't think I would know, but I saw him with one of my friend's mothers last year. Make sure you treat her right. She made that abundantly clear about the kids, and I will treat her like an angel. I chuckled. Thank you for understanding. I was worried you'd have blown your top. If you had told me, I would have punched you. I know my mother hasn't been happy with Dad for years now. All of the extended business trips, cheating on her, and lies were eating her up. She only stayed with him because we would have been broke without him, Takashi admitted. Make sure you treat her better than he did. That's all I am really asking. I promise to, I told him, placing my head on his shoulder. We picked something up for you. Really? He asked with confusion. Pulling out a wakizashi from my duffel bag, I tossed it to him. Pulling it out of the sheath, he examined the blade before putting it back. Is it good? I am not knowledgeable with swords, he said. Yes, you will need to practice though, I told him. The kendo club people should be able to teach you. Nodding his head, he went to find one of them to go over the basics. Before going back in, I heard his mother approach. Welcome back, dear. Find what you needed? She asked, walking up to me. Yep, we grabbed upgraded weapons, I told her as I turned to face her. Did they give you the relief you needed? If not, I will take care of you, she giggled, licking her lips. They did, don't worry about that now. I promise you will get some tonight, just not as much, I teased. I am fine with that, she replied, leaning in for a kiss. Giving her one, I asked her if she had taken a pill. Telling me she hadn't with a seductive smile, she said she wouldn't consider it no matter how much I suggested it. Smacking her on the butt for being a naughty woman, we went instead for the day to get things settled. Chapter 16, New Blood. Going inside the base, I took a look at the people Takashi and Kota brought back. Among them were a few construction workers, a few police officers, 3 SWAT officers, and several friends and family members of people here. Running over to me, Rei, Myrna, and Kota informed me that they believed 2 of the officers were dirty cops. Looking at the 2 of them, I saw titles like forgery, rape, assault, and murder among their titles. I haven't the time to watch them 24/7, I thought. I will take care of them. They are dirty cops. I remember seeing paperwork on my dad's desk about them. Pulling up documentation I had taken from my father, I matched their faces to documents I had. My father investigated nearly everyone in our area to ensure that none of his enemies could get a foothold near us. His research came in handy here as I had more than enough evidence to justify executing them. Nodding to Psycho, she separated the men so we could talk. Stepping outside again, Saiko took a position right next to me. Something the matter? Officer Tuya asked. If this about what those people were saying, those claims were never substantiated, Officer Udon stated. Oh, you are guilty all right. I saw your records on my father's desk. You two have a longer rap sheet than most criminals I have met. I told them showing my pistol. We can make this quick, or you can draw it out for a few moments. Can't we negotiate? Tuya inquired. The world's going to shit, and... Drawing my pistol, I put a bullet through his head, killing him instantly. As my pistol was silenced, very little noise was heard, little more than the trigger pull. Before his comrade could draw his pistol, Saiko drew her sword and decapitated him in a single fluid motion. We don't negotiate with rapists, murderers, and child molesters, I said, sheathing my gun. I couldn't trust either of you no matter you did or said. Agreed, our group is better off without them, Saiko agreed, wiping the blood off the sword. Could you maybe sharpen this for me? I was never as good as you or my father. Of course, I can take care of that, I chuckled, accepting the sword from her. Tossing the bodies into the pile of thugs we had made in the sewer, the two of us returned inside. Telling the officers I had dispatched the two of them, they didn't seem that surprised given their history. Understanding that it had to be done, they took a seat near Rei, who immediately asked them about her father. Have you seen my dad? She asked. You're Officer Miyamoto's daughter, right? A few of the men laughed. He had a family photo on his desk at the precinct. Thought you looked familiar. Well, have you seen my husband? Kiriko inquired. Unfortunately, we lost contact with HQ a while ago. We haven't been able to get anyone on the radio, and the officers that escaped the bridge are all trying to regroup. All of us here thought it was a waste of time as we are low on ammo, and by now it's clear we are no longer protecting civilians, one of the female officers said. Your father is either at HQ, or was attacked by one of the wandering hordes in Tokyo. We assumed that HQ was overrun by those things. Nodding their heads, it appeared that Kiriko had come to the conclusion he was dead given where he headed. Seeing as how I couldn't locate him on the map, it meant he was almost certainly dead. In fact, HQ was completely covered in red dots, so it was clear Umbrella had taken them out quickly to cause more chaos. Surprisingly, the Emperor and his family are still alive, I thought. Same can't be said for the Prime Minister. His place is completely overrun by the dead. Rumor has it you are planning on going to Okinawa, the female officer said to me. That's the plan. We are going that way till we find a boat to use to get there. Going across land with everyone here is too dangerous, I stated. Agreed, judging by the people you have here, you don't have the fighting strength to protect them all. May I ask why a foreigner like you is so concerned about the people here? She asked me. I have people I care about here, I said, wrapping my arm around Saiko and Saya. I could easily get the few people here I care about away easily, but what good is that? The world coming apart, and it won't go back the way it came from. We are going to need lots of people to rebuild once this is all over. Everyone here has a part to play, and we all are working towards our survival. I see, that explains why Officer Merna was giving lessons to people, she stated. It is a good choice. It is a necessity. Everyone here should be armed with some sort of weapon and know how to use it. Unless you are fond of having potential assailants rape you, it is imperative that you know how to defend yourself, I remarked. We have rules here as well, let me get you up to speed. Giving them the few rules we had, all the new blood agreed to the rules. Getting their jobs assigned to them, I sat back and thought about my next move. I hadn't killed the amount of zombies I wanted today, but taking anyone out with me was dangerous. Right now I needed points, which meant I needed to slaughter a lot of dead people. My plan was to slip out tonight, and hunt while everyone slept. My skills would allow me to get here in seconds if I needed to. From nearly anywhere I would be hunting tonight. The only thing I needed to do was take out those bloody drones so they didn't get data on me. Oh Victor, Shizuka giggled, running over to me. Do you have a minute? Sure, I said, getting up. What's up, Shizuka? Hehe, how bold of you to call me by my first name in front of everyone, she teased. I wanted to talk to you about making an emergency run to the hospital in a couple of days. Something come up while I was out, I questioned. I got word from my colleagues, Mikato said, a little upset. I left her behind for the looting. They aren't going to hold out much longer. I know you were working on armoring a bus up. Do you think we could go get them? You realize you are asking to bring the people Umbrella are after here, right? I reminded her. They are my family, and I know you ogled them. I got them to agree to leave the hospital as now most of the patients are undead too. Without power they couldn't keep some of them alive, and they turned after dying, she replied with a grim look. That means, we all may be infected, and dying will make us turn no matter what. I said, pretending to be surprised. Get them to bring as many staff members as they can. We will need to research the virus or disease that is causing this, and develop a cure or vaccine. Anything else? Mikato asked me. Have them grab as much medical equipment and medicine as they can. We will need as much as we can get. We won't have the facilities to make more once we are moving, I told her. Nodding her head, she said she would let them know, and promptly ran off. Looking at Shizuka, she promised to give me a reward if I made sure Yuko came back alive. Also, Shizuka said, pushing her breasts up, I know you need more manpower before moving. Could we maybe go to the airport to get my friend Rika? She was the one we got the tank thingy from, and lots of the guns too. I mean, won't they shoot at us on sight? I questioned. Nah, I will come with you to make sure she doesn't shoot you, Shizuka said before giving me a grin. You know, she said she would sleep with a guy who's a better shot than her. If you can do that, I am sure you will have some fun. You sure know how to tease me, I sighed. Hehe, it's fun to see you act flustered, she giggled, dropping the act. You know, if you aren't careful I might consider your actions as an offer, I remarked with a grin. I have heard plenty from the others, if you get Yuko here safely I don't mind being yours, she whispered with a kiss. Running off with a childlike smile, she went to check on the injured children. Geez, I can't believe you are chasing older women and not ones our age, Saya huffed. All I will say is, I like mature women, I chuckled. Don't worry though, I love you too. You better, Saya said nervously. After today, you have to own up to what you did. What did I do? I snickered with a smile. You had sex with me, she stuttered. You know I will treat you like my queen, I replied, hugging her. Besides, I already promised to take care of you till death do us part. Sensing a stare, I turned to see Yuriko staring at me. Knowing full well she had heard what her daughter said, I figured she wanted to talk. Telling Saya I needed to speak with her mother, she realized she had been a bit too loud. Walking over to speak with her, she gave me a stern look. So you finally crossed that line, Yuriko said. I was expecting you to have made the move a long time ago. I did, I replied with a nod. I apologize for disappointing you. Took you long enough, she laughed. That's what you wanted to say, I sighed. My daughter has been waiting a while for you to make the move, Yuriko stated. Haha, only for intercourse. We have done pretty much everything else, I remarked. Anyways, if I overheard you and Miss Komuro are a thing now. Do you happen to like mature women too? She inquired. Of course, I chuckled. Young women have their charms, but mature women know what they want and know how to please a man. I am sure you know what I mean. Flirting with a recently divorced woman, you are ballsy. What if I said no? She inquired. Your choice. If you say no I will respect that and leave our relationship as it currently stands, I said. Staring at me for a moment, she said she would think about. Honestly, I didn't think it would be easy to win her over. She was my mother's close friend after all. Leaving it at that, I prepared for my night run. Later that evening, after having some fun with Namio, I made sure everyone was asleep before suiting up. Since I didn't want to be identified by anyone, I dressed in one of the black samurai armors I got from the museum. A bit of adjusting was all that was required, which was easy enough for me to handle. Wearing an ONI mask and donning, I equipped 2 samurai swords that I may have requisitioned from Saiko's father a year ago. Not like he noticed anything, the dude had a literal storeroom full of swords. Saiko and I should probably go get them, I thought. Ahem, someone said behind me. Turning around to look, Yuriko and Kiriko stood in the door to the kitchen. Looking at them, I said I was going to do recon. Without telling anyone, they questioned. All of you are sound asleep, and there is no zombies nearby, I stated. We have been quiet enough that the zombies have all but ignored this area for now. I need to scout around, and start working on the bus. So you intend to go even if we say you're an idiot? They inquired. Pretty much, it needs to get done or we aren't going to get away. We need ammo, guns, medical supplies, transport, and many other things. I can get to places they can't because I know what I am doing, I remarked. I spent most of my life in the military, they haven't. If someone is going to take the risk, it's going to be me. I can respect a man for sticking to his guns, but don't you become like my ex-husband, Yuriko told me. Saya is more emotional than I am, don't needlessly worry her. Remember, you are her partner and her opinion matters. I know, and I know she'd tell me I was an idiot and shouldn't do it, I smirked. At least you know, she giggled. We will handle things here while you are out. When do you think you will be back? Kiriko asked. Probably around breakfast. I should have the bus done, and some goodies by then, I replied. Calling me an idiot before leaving the room, I chuckled to myself. The two of knew it was a stupid move, but the rewards outweighed the risk. As the ambassador's son I would know where military assets were and potentially could get them here. Leaving the base through the roof access, I jumped down and ran from the view of the cameras. Once I was clear, I stopped acting and got serious. Leaping over a small building, I continued jumping around till I found a large group of undead. Pulling out a bow, I took out the drones before they could spot me. Stowing the bow again, I drew my swords, and jumped down without making a sound. Using several skills in unison, I executed the horde in less than a minute. Adding points into my stats, I wanted to ensure I didn't become too exhausted after using Spartan Rage. I wasn't at god levels yet, so there was a chance the skill would leave me exhausted after using it. That is a wise call, Midna said appearing next to me. You certainly killed these 2,000 zombies easily. Yay, it's nice not needing to hold back, I said, wiping the blood from the sword. Having pulled the corpses into my inventory, I took valuables and then disposed of the corpses in the sea. Continuing my looting for a while, I eventually ended up in Tokyo and saw for myself how bad it was. Looking at the map didn't do justice to the true scene here. All I could see was streets full of undead and the number of mutants was very high. I could see hunters, boomers, chargers, tanks, and more down below wandering aimlessly around. How much do I get for mutants? I asked for clarification. Weaker ones are 10 and the stronger ones are 20, Midna replied. You'll have lots of extra points just wiping out zombies on a single street. Agreeing with that, I took out the drones and jumped down into the fray. Slashing several heads off zombies as I landed, I quickly started massacring the undead, leaving nothing but blood splatters. Continuing onwards, I ran around to CIA hideouts to collect weapons. I would add items from my own stockpile to fill it out, but ammo was still going to be an issue. With their massive budget, all they could fucking afford was a few cases of ammo, I muttered, storing the items. The agents in this world also going after hookers too with taxpayer money. What do you think? She laughed. Knowing that answer, I sighed, and kept moving. Going from group to group, my killing spree barely made a dent in the number of zombies here. All it did was open up avenues for people to flee the capital after giving their thanks to me. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a familiar child and her parents fleeing from a smoker and spitter. Flicking 2 blades at them, the undead died instantly, sparing the family of 3. Thanks, Mr. Oni, sir. Alice giggled with a happy smile. You 3 really shouldn't be on the streets right now, I said, masking my voice with a skill. It's dangerous to go alone though. Allow me to take you to a safe place I found. Taking them back with me, I brought close to the base before parting with them. Saying that they needed to just knock on the door for help, they thanked me and left. Making sure they got let in, I made sure the last shift crew checked them out before letting them in. Alright, time to clean up the area and get back with the bus, I thought with a smirk. Tomorrow is the day I get to tangle with a tyrant. Chapter 17, The Armored Bus. Pulling up to the base in the armored bus, the first person to greet me was Saya. Smacking me across the face, which I deserved, she told me that my stunt was reckless and unnecessary. Telling me that I should rely on the team more, I told her to look what I brought back. Putting her anger aside for now, she stepped into the bus to investigate. Nice ride, Psycho stated, seeing the heavily armored vehicle. You aren't mad? I questioned. I trust my boyfriend's decision, she told me, stepping in to look at the bus. I think you're idiot as well, you could have taken us with you, I said with a relieved look as she ran in. Turning to Kyoko and Namio, I asked if they thought the same. Saying they trusted my judgment, they told me to consult everyone next time. As for Nina, Amy, and Paka, they were just happy I came back in one piece. Dude, Kota shouted, running around the bus, you did this in one night. I do quick, excellent work, I remarked with a proud smile. Geez, where did you get all this stuff? Saya demanded, coming off the bus with several guns. Oh baby, Kota said, grabbing the guns. This is a modified M16 with drum mag, and prattling on about the attachments and array of weapons I brought. I knew he would be busy cataloging everything for a few hours. In addition to weapons and ammo, I had added military rations, blankets, cots, armor, and much more to what I brought. You did good, Yuriko approved. Yes, our survival rate has increased substantial, Kiriko and Shizuka added. I would hope so. I raided several CIA sites in Tokyo, I told them. You did what? Everyone snapped. Don't be like that, I know how to evade detection and get what I need. Besides, I killed several thousand last night between traps, my swords, and my guns, I told them confidently. You all just need to relax. You didn't just tell me to calm down, did you? Saya said, glaring at me. You could have died. I was very careful with my methods, I remarked. I know you are mad, but I needed to make sure we had more ammo and guns. You should have talked with us, Saya pouted. Giving her a hug, I promised to talk about it next time. Getting everything unloaded, I parked the bus behind the daycare and went inside to have breakfast. Giving out tasks for the day, I had Kota focus on find supplies till midday, then join in the search for family and friends of people here. Takashi and Hisashi would be staying here to help organize and get everyone settled in. On top of that, I had them training with the firearm practice gear we had on hand. Myrna would take several officers and other fighters with her to try and convince some of the remaining officers out there to fall back. Once they were done, they would look for friends and family of people here as well. Lastly, my group would be doing recon and scope out the situation at the hospital. Anyone have any questions? I asked. Everyone was good with their assignments, so once we finished eating, we broke for the day. After breakfast, bringing Mikoto, Psycho, Kyoko, Rei, Saya, Kiriko, and Yuriko with me, I took us the long way round to the hospital. I could see on the mini-map that Umbrella had littered the immediate areas with cameras, so we had to find a tall building to scout from to avoid detection. What do you see? Mikoto asked as we looked down from a skyscraper. It appears Umbrella found out how they escaped the first time. They are hemmed in pretty well now, I replied, seeing the fortifications inside. You able to reach them? Nodding her head, she pulled on a weird-looking phone with a small satellite dish on it. Pointing it at the building, she dialed a number and waited for it to connect. It's Mikoto, she stated. What's up? Arashi replied. We are scouting out the area around the hospital. Victor sees that the emergency exit is cut off, is that right? Mikoto asked. Yeah, a few staff members fled and left the entrance wide open, he complained. Damn it, how do you want us to get to tomorrow? She inquired. You are going to need to get in and get out in a hurry, he answered. Mikoto, the old man is dead. What? She gasped. The upper floors are overrun with undead. We only occupy the first 3 floors, he responded. Fuck, Mikoto cried. Damn those Umbrella bastards. I am sorry, he stated. Let me hand you over to Yuko. A few moments later, Yuko came on to talk. Glad to hear you are better now, Yuko said. How is the core team and staff? Mikoto asked. Barely hanging on, we are on our last cases of ammo. Umbrella has stopped pushing, which makes us think they are bringing something big, Yuko answered. Your boyfriend there. Let me put him on, Mikoto responded. Handing the phone over, she told me it was Yuko. This is Victor, I stated. Hey Muscles, you know our situation now. You sure you still want to come save us? None of us could blame you for saying it's too risky now, she told me. First of all, I already see a way in there that you seem to have forgotten. I will swing by later today to see you with my group. Secondly, we are going to get you out of there whether you walk out or I have to carry you out, I chuckled. Why would you risk your life for us? Yuko inquired. You know who we are, and Mikoto would be distraught if I left you to die, and how else am I going to get to know you? Seo, Yoko, and yourself interest me quite a lot. Your combat skills are very impressive. Your knowledge of medicine is invaluable right now. I promised Shizuka I would bring you back, and the three of are attractive women, I said with a smirk. You realize we are over 10 years older than you, right? Yuko remarked. Doesn't matter to me. I think you are attractive, and I want the opportunity to court you three. To be clear, it isn't a requirement to date me, but I would like the opportunity to show you I could be the man you want, I stated. If the world is going to hell, I'd rather be next to people I care about. Hihi, you certainly have a way with words, young man. You are just as daring as Shizuka told me. Fine. If you get us out of here I will be your woman. Shizuka pretty much sold me on it yesterday, but a woman can't be easy after all. She laughed. Seo already said she liked you after watching Manhandle all those people the other day, and Yoko, well, you will need to win her over, but she agreed to getting to know you. So it was only Shizuka, I teased. Well, Mikoto sold you as quite the promising leader and a nice guy. Not only that, I thought it was attractive how protective you are and the lengths you'll go to protect your lovers. Going 80 km an hour into a spin, and then slamming a bike into a bulky mutant, that was very attractive, she told me. I don't know many men that can pull off a feat like that without injury. Hell yeah, I heard Seo laugh in the background. Haha, we should be there in a little over an hour, I told her. Alright, see you then, she laughed before hanging up. Sighing at me, I looked back to see Mikoto look somewhat exhausted by my antics. Asking if she didn't like the idea, she replied by saying that she had expected this, just not so quickly. Promising to treat them equally, I told everyone we needed to suit up in some protective gear. How do you plan on getting in there? Psycho asked. There should be a main sewer line running under the hospital. We can use that to get there. We just need to make sure we are suited up so we don't catch any diseases down there. I told them. Umbrella likely won't go down there. Why do you say that? Yuriko inquired. During my recon I discovered they are using drones to kite the zombies around, I said, pointing to the drones circling the hospital. Taking them out disperses the hordes, but it also means they scatter like rats, which is just as dangerous. In the sewers they likely don't have reception, so it's more dangerous for them to be there. We will use the sewers to get in and out. If we are lucky we might be able to bring them back with us. That would be wonderful, Mikoto said with a smile. Getting suited up in biohazard suits I had brought, we made our way through the sewers, making sure to not make too much noise. It was unlikely they could hear us several feet underground, but I still wanted to be cautious. Checking the basement out with a scope camera, I confirmed that no one was in the basement before we got out. Helping the women out, we removed out protective clothing before heading up to the ground floor. Announcing our presence to the group as we came up, I wanted to make sure they didn't attack us on sight. Giving me a smirk, Yuko asked if we had come through the sewers, which I nodded my head with a similar smirk. It's good you could get here safely. We were worried you'd do something riskier than using the sewers, she laughed. If I was alone I might have considered using a tanker full of gas and drove it into their group. To be clear, I'd jump out before it crashed, I chuckled. Don't, Saya and Rei snapped. You take all the fun out of it, I snickered. Fine, I won't do that. Getting an idea of how the inside areas they held looked, they were barely hanging on. Barricades were barely holding, water was running low, and they had finished the last bit of food they had. Pulling some canned items out of my bag, which originally came from my storage, I gave them food as they were starting to show signs of starvation. It wasn't a lot, but it would tide them over till we got them out of here. Would you consider leaving through the sewers? I asked them. They have a way to track me, Seo informed me. The hidden route we had prior jammed the signals, but the sewers won't. I will lead them straight to us. Where is the tracker? I inquired. Attached to her heart, the slightest mistake and she will bleed out, Yuko told me. We attempted several different things, but it's almost impossible. It has a tiny explosive device on it, so an EMP would set it off, and short-circuiting it will cause it to blow up as well. Let me give it a go, I told them. We need it either disabled or removed. Wait, you know how to perform that level of surgery? The medical staff asked. Yes, the current Surgeon General and I were in college classes together, I reassured them. I can this. I trust him, Seo said. Seriously? Arashi inquired. We barely know him. I look at it like this, if he pulls it off I owe him my life, and if he doesn't no one else gets hurt because of me, Seo reassured him. Ugh, I see your point, he conceded. You better make sure you do the surgery flawlessly. Taking her and several staff members to the only remaining ore, we put her under and I got to work. Using my personal equipment to make a tiny incision into her chest, I worked my tools carefully to the device. Seeing it attached to her heart, I zoomed on the design layout of the device. Quickly running through the design in my head, I quickly disarmed the bomb and removed it from the device. After the bomb was removed I disabled the remote tracker and remote access to the chip, and left the device attached to her heart. You aren't going to remove it? Yuko asked. It's the only thing keeping her from losing herself in her bloodlust, I told her. It regulates the chemical that triggers the transformation, and it's critical we leave that be till we understand what they did to her better. Removing that would put keeping her sanity squarely on her sheer willpower. You can tell that? Arashi inquired. There are several sensors meant to detect the body's chemicals and regulate them accordingly. Too much of something, and the unit will encapsulate it for expulsion. The opposite would cause the unit to stimulate the organs that create the low chemicals, I remarked. I imagine this is how they control the mutant zombies. So if you can understand what they did, you could treat her, Mikato asked. Yes, we would need to determine what the chemical was and manufacture meds to suppress its creation. Better yet we find out which organ they modified to make the chemical, and repair it, I stated. I am concerned though, I don't know if they were altering her in the womb. If they were, I would have to find donor organs to repair damages. We can cross that bridge later, Yuko assured me. Right now we can confirm that the device no longer is broadcasting her location. How can you be so sure? REI inquired. Judging by how the goons outside are acting, they think she left the building, Saya said, glancing out the bulletproof windows. How much time will you need to get ready for moving? I asked. A few hours to gather everything and set explosive charges. We will need to blow the building as we can't take everything with us, Yoko told me. So you think, I thought, I can put whatever is critical in my inventory. I wonder what else they are hiding in this place that they would want hidden. Umbrella knows they are Black Label, so they don't need to hide that. They must have something critical that Umbrella can't get at all costs. Time to do some snooping. Yay, a younger girl said. It's boom time. Oria, let's not get too carried away, Sayo stated, coming too. We don't want to kill survivors in the surrounding area. I will make the whole house come down on them. Oria giggled with a thumbs up. Time to get rigging. Seeing her run out the door with C4 in hand, I really hoped she kept her explosive separate, as it could get messy otherwise. I didn't feel like getting everyone to safety only to have her blow us up. I had a skill to protect me from the blast, but everyone else would die. Putting that aside for now, I stood there, listened to them go over things while I used my map to try and locate what they were hiding. It took me a bit, but I located an old mainframe in a sub-basement. If my hunch was right, they were likely keeping records on there since the mainframe predated Umbrella Corp. Not a bad method. Fortunately, I remember working on a few of them in my past life. They a completely different beast from normal computers, I thought. Just put it in your inventory. You'll have access to all the data as if it was a book, Midna told me, sitting on my shoulder. Good job removing the bad functions on that chip. If I take them away today, do I avoid the fight? I asked. Not really, they have come this far. If they stay or go, the tyrant is still going to be let loose. They want her and her brethren back at all costs, Midna stated. Approximately how many are we talking? I inquired. Around 30 of them. Umbrella already captured 4 of them and you have Sayo leaving 25 of them uncounted for. She laughed. Do I need to find them? I questioned. Nope, most of them will fight you on sight. Only 3 of them are friendly and they are all 3 shoot-ins, she giggled. Before you ask, they are all men. Hey now, I remarked, I have hordes of undead knocking on the door, and a tyrant coming. Hehe, she laughed, enjoying teasing me. Shaking my head, I waited for them to get what they needed packed up so we could leave. A few hours later, we were ready to leave and Oria was ready to blow the place to bits. Going down into the basement, I pulled the mainframe into my inventory and popped the manhole cover off. We came through. Going down first, I checked the area before having them follow suit. Following me through the sewers in silence, we crept under the goons and were soon a safe distance from the hospital. Coming out of the sewers in a restaurant several blocks away, I helped everyone out and quickly took a peek back at the hospital. The sudden disappearance of Sayo had caused quite a massive stir among the Umbrella group, and up till now they had pulled back and appeared to have been waiting for instructions. Now though, they were preparing to breach the building to find her. Hehe, just you wait. Once they break in, they are all going to be dust, Oria gleefully giggled. I think something is seriously wrong with you, Saya told her. We know, no one can seem to fix her, Yuko admitted. She lived in a mansion full of explosive traps. Let that sink in for you, Arashi teased. Should we get going? Kiriko asked. Absolutely, I said. We will have to hotwire a few cars, but we can go to my base, Yoko stated. There is an armored personnel carrier we can use there. You didn't think to mention that sooner, Yuriko remarked. Hey, I am a former criminal and I thought he would kill me, Yoko retorted, pointing at me. Taking your sister's place in that organization so she didn't have to suffer in her youth is honorable, I stated, flipping it back on her. How did you? Yoko gasped. You joined them to protect me, Yuko asked. Yes, Yoko admitted. If I didn't join, they were going to force you into the spot. They killed mom and dad, and I. Hugging her sister, Yuko was touched that she had gone so far for her. Immediately after that, she started lecturing her on her stupid decision for a few minutes before hugging her again. After they finished, we got out of the area in a hurry. Not wanting to be here when the building blew, all of us followed Yoko to her base. Chapter 18, Yandere Maid. Following her to an unsuspecting home, Yoko pulled out a key from between her breasts and used it to unlock the door. When she turned the key, I heard a series of clicking noises before the door finally opened, signifying the key probably disarmed traps in the home. Having trap detection as a skill was quite handy, and well worth the month I spent helping clear landmines. Locking the door behind us, Yoko said the base was under the home. I see you are still as paranoid as ever, Yuko teased her. I had to be. That bastard had me under 24/7 watch when I wasn't with someone in the organization. He was afraid I would leak information, though I never understood why. Yoko sighed. Anyways, let's go. Taking us to the basement, the entrance to the base was hidden behind a stacked washer and dryer. Going into the base, Yoko started tossing weapons, armor, and ammo into bags she put on a table. Turning to look at her personnel carrier, it was clear she had this thing custom made. Asking her about it, she gave me a grin. It's a modified amphibious landing craft. The armor is reinforced to take a couple of RPGs. The engine has been replaced with one that makes 1,500 horsepower with a 14-ton towing capacity, and has an array of machine guns attached to it. I had it custom built in Germany a few years ago as a bug-out vehicle, Yoko bragged. Nice, I chuckled. Using my system to check it out for any flaws, I could tell that someone had tampered with it. Someone must have messed with stuff during transport to her, and it could kill her. The vehicle was designed to be watertight, and the intake for the engine came from the crew compartment, meaning it would suffocate the riders in minutes. Remedying that for her, she watched what I did closely to see what I found. Good catch, she admitted. That would be very deadly as we couldn't open anything once the vacuum started. That jackass's men probably fucked with it to off me if I ever used it. You seen that by just looking? Arashi questioned. I have worked on hundreds of different military vehicles. I told him, I can tell when something isn't configured right. The mechanics like to prank people all the time. I watched a mechanic wire the horn to the driver's seat. Should have seen the first guy to get in it. Bashed his head on the roof of the vehicle. Neat, he said casually. Loading up what they needed, everyone got in, leaving me to bring the Humvee back. Seeing them off, I started walking back toward the Humvee when I heard someone running towards me. Looking on my mini-map as I turned around, I saw a blue dot moving towards me. Master Victor, a familiar voice shouted as the person drew near. Several notifications popped up as soon as I saw Astrid approach. Seeing the beauty smiling brightly at me, she jumped onto me and hugged me tightly. Astrid, what are you doing here? I asked, pretending to be surprised. You remembered me, she giggled, hugging me tighter. I was so worried you may have forgotten. Poor Astrid. I could never forget you, I told her. What are you doing here? I thought you were employed by. Not anymore, she laughed with a bloodthirsty smile. I got rid of them when they sacrificed several staff to the undead. I lopped their heads off to be safe. Damn, I said. I came to Japan as I knew this is where you were last at. Where is your father and protection detail? She inquired. I heard you always. They vanished when this all started. Last I heard they were going to Okinawa, I answered. That isn't right, she huffed. Master Victor should have someone capable of fighting with him at all times. Allow me to see to it that you are safe. Astrid, you really don't need to worry about that, I stated. I have a large group of survivors, and some of them just took supplies back to base. I shall accompany you, if that is all right, she pleaded, acting like a child. I remember the first time I met Astrid. She was an emotionless doll. She worked hard to pay for her mother's medical bills, and prior to working for the minister was working 3 jobs just to pay the bills. Slowly chipping away that cold exterior, I found a wounded girl under that facade, a girl that never got to have a childhood because her mother was so ill. She told me all about how her father died in the mines, and her mother had contracted some lung disease from the mines. Unfortunately, by the time I had gotten to the country she was already on death's door, so I couldn't repair the damage. The day her mother died, I remember finding her weeping in a closet. Clutching her mother's handkerchief, she was sobbing because the minister failed to uphold his bargain and the life support had been pulled. Due to the debt the hospital burned the body with unidentified people, meaning she'd never get to have her mother's ashes to bury her. Master Victor, she asked, looking at me while I was reflecting on the past. It's nothing, of course you can come with me, Astrid, I told her. Just so you know though, I have a harem of women. Hearing her knuckles crack, she took a breath and relaxed. That is fine, Master Victor, I can live with that, she responded. Victor is fine, you don't need to call me Master. Other people might get the wrong idea, I chuckled. Yes, Victor, she giggled with delight as she got in the Humvee. Base. Pulling up to the base, we heard a massive explosion as the hospital blew to bits, taking out most of the umbrella troops and zombies. Seeing corpses appear in my inventory with loot, I saw my points shoot up. Since she is my follower now, I got all those yummy points. I thought with a smirk, I will need to reward her with something as a thank you. 1,500 points isn't anything to scoff at, and I could use all of them. Just so you know, your skill shop has increased its offerings, and now offers items that go with skills, Midna said, popping out of my shadow. I suggest looking into it when you get a moment. Where is the tyrant right now? I questioned. It just arrived in Tokyo Bay. Seo's disappearance has bought you a bit of time, but they are likely to assume they ran for the shelter in Tokyo, Midna informed me. Knowing that the shelter was in danger because of my decision didn't sit well with me. I was effectively using them to shield Seo and my group, but going would expose my group to more danger. It was better to speed up the searching, and then get out of here. The longer I put off fighting a tyrant, the better in my book. Showing my hand right now was something I wanted to avoid so I could use it in an emergency. Agreed, you should save your ace in the hole till you really need it. The shelter, if managed right, should be able to handle a pre-production tyrant. It isn't as durable as a normal one, so the self-defense force should be able to suppress it, Midna tried to reassure me. If they need assistance they would contact Black Label. I won't worry about it till I get the call, I stated. Going inside with Astrid, the moment we stepped in Hisashi stared at Astrid like he had seen an angel. Clearing his throat he came over to introduce himself, but she blew him off like he wasn't even there. The thing with Yanderas was they had eyes only for the person they loved, and everyone else was a nobody. Who's this? Saya and Mikato inquired, staring her down. Knowing that Astrid had gone through several military programs to serve as a maid for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I quickly introduced her to everyone. Explaining how I knew her, and where she was from, she gave them an eloquent curtsy before giving them a smile. I could see Namiyo and Kyoko staring at her like she was a threat to them. Men love maids after all, Midna laughed. Even Link liked looking at maids in Zelda's castle, must be some kind of fetish. Do you like maids? I do admit a beautiful maid is quite a nice sight, I chuckled. Astrid would definitely be counted among them. Her long silvery hair, her blue eyes, plentiful chest, soft butt, toned body, and kind heart, she is the full package. If I wasn't a young boy when I met her, I would have definitely brought her with me. And the other maids you know, Midna teased. I plead the fifth on that one, I remarked. Hehe, she jabbed before vanishing again. Telling her to help where she could for now, she went to help the men constructing a temporary addition to house the addition we had now. Numbering over 100 now, we had outgrown our daycare and needed more room. With all hands working on making the new expansion, we were on course to finish by the end of day today. Kyoko, how are we looking on our supplies? I asked, already knowing the answer as I had been keeping tabs as well. With all of the people we have now, we have about 2 months of supplies, she told me. Good, I replied. Shizuka, how are we looking with injured people? Most of them are able to move around now without any issues. We have no severe injuries, and no one is deathly ill at the moment, Shizuka answered with a smile. Right now I am doing all I can to preserve our medicine, but it will only last so long refrigerated. We really need to get the medicine on ice to preserve it longer. Could you maybe make a deep freeze? I can figure something out, I told her. How long till medicine starts to expire? 5 days, Yuko said, having put away their supplies with Kyoko and Shizuka's supervision. Okay, I can figure something out in that time, I told them. Myrna, how are we with defense training? We are progressing well with the added assistance, she said, motioning to the new additions she brought. Mostly women, she told me that the most of the men refused to back down as they didn't want to listen to a high schooler, even if he was military trained. Myrna informed them that it was a fool's errand, but none of them wanted to listen. They were insistent on fighting, but many women heeded the warning after hearing the fall of Suichiro at his estate. A few men that knew him personally also came with when they heard Yuriko and Saya were here, as they felt indebted to the Takagi household. It's a pleasure to have all of you here, I said, checking their status. Thank you for coming, and helping protect the people here. It's no problem, a familiar face said. Asami Nakayaka, Kota's love interest, so she ended up not going to the shopping center, I thought, which means. Office Matsu's Hima, pleased to meet you, sir. You are the son of the US ambassador, correct? Officer Miyamoto and Mr. Takagi both spoke of you highly. It is reassuring to have you with us, she said, laying on the ass-kissing hard. All of the officers are petrified, HQ is gone and the military isn't going to get here in time to assist them, Midna informed me. It is true though, all of the girls you know, their fathers all spoke very highly of you due to your demeanor and knowledge. Thanking them again, I told them to get something to drink and relax for now. We would discuss our next move this evening once everything was completed. Jumping into to help the workers on the extension, I helped get the electrical in and putting up walls. Using steel plating on the outside, I made sure to make it so the plating didn't ding any louder than normal siding. Adding in insulation, a few skylights, lights, and drywall, we managed to get everything completed by nightfall. Adding the cameras as the final touch, we got people shuffled around so we weren't on top of each other anymore. Dinner. Once everyone had eaten, I got to the topic at hand. Explaining the situation at the hospital, I told them about Umbrella's involvement in the assault there. Asking them who still needed to find loved ones. We had only a few people left and they were among the elementary students still missing their parents. We had their addresses, and would check their homes tomorrow as the last-ditch effort to locate them. So what is the plan after that? Muki asked, holding her mother and sisters. We will be heading south, away from the large hordes in Tokyo. Even with our fighting strength up, I don't want to get us involved with the fighting there. Having seen firsthand how bad it is, we would be running through hell to get to the harbor. Our goal is to get to Okinawa as fast as possible, and take a military ship to flee the island. I know many of you see this nation as your home, but based on population density here we would get overrun almost anywhere we go. I told them, those mutants are very dangerous, and the only real safe place is out on the water. Based on my investigation, these things don't go in water, and actively avoid it. Doesn't Umbrella have several military powers under its control? A few people asked. They do, but I have allies in other countries I can call on to help shield us a bit, I told them with reassurance. I can use some of my contacts in the US military to also provide us cover as well. The goal is to acquire a large ship, leave this island, pick up a few allies on the mainland, and then head north towards Alaska area. Lots of places we can hunker down there in safety till a more permanent plan is made. No one seemed to have any issues with it, so I decided to give a call to my nearest ally in China. Dialing the number I was given to only call in emergencies, I hoped she was in a position to answer the phone. I knew she was still alive, but at the moment locating her was difficult as the area she was in was completely red. After a few rings the call connected. Victor, I cried, you are alive. I am very much alive, how are you? I asked. It is horrible here. We have zombies pounding on our family compound. As far as we can see there are undead, and the mutants. Victor, my grandfather is dead, and my brother is in critical condition. She told me, is your father able to bring anyone here to help? We have asked for support, but we can't get through to anyone in Beijing. Daia, Beijing went dark days ago. From what the news reported, the city has been overrun with millions of those things, I informed her. No, my uncle and his family went to get help there. You are saying that Beijing fell, she whimpered. Daio, please tell me your father kept the nuclear codes with him. Umbrella is the culprit, they are controlling the hordes with drones. They are killing people here, and testing weapons on the zombies, I said. We know, she sobbed, they turned my father into one of those things? Those monsters said that we were no longer of use, and needed to be disposed of. Victor, I swear on my life that I didn't know my father was helping them do this. I know you didn't, your father kept work and home separate, I reassured her. Do you have the nuclear codes? You need to keep a hold of them if you do. Umbrella is likely going to try, and get them. My aunt has them, they are safe for now, she cried. We aren't going to hold out much longer. I have a group here, and we are going to Okinawa to secure a ship. My father is missing. He disappeared the day this started, I stated. Daio, are you able to gather your people and head to Tianjin? Maybe, it will be incredibly dangerous, she replied. Alright, you need to get to the docks and look for Pier 6. The warehouse at the end of the pier is a CIA safe house and bunker. If you can get to it, the code is 7468 and the passphrase is Oscar Mike Golf. It will get you in, and you can hold out there. There is food and water for at least 2 months in there, I said. I am going to try to get to you, but I won't be able to get close as your navy is likely going to attack us. Use the call sign LAN SE, and I will let them know to let you pass, she told me with relief in her voice. Alright Daio, I am going to let you go now, I told her. Thank you Victor, she sniffled before ending the call. Staring at me, it was pretty clear they wanted answers about who she was. Explaining that she was the eldest daughter of the Minister of War from China, I said I had a good relationship with her. Saying we used to play chess and other games together, they sighed with relief. Informing them that we weren't romantic, I said that it would have caused a major international conflict if I had done anything to her. The US and China weren't on the best of terms, so doing anything to her could have potentially sparked a war, especially as she was connected to the top brass via her father. How large is her family? Yuriko asked. She has like 6 or 7 uncles, 12 aunts, lots of cousins, and a lot of nieces and nephews, I chuckled. Living with her would be her mother, 4 brothers, 6 sisters, 4 aunts, and 2 uncles. 4 aunts and 2 uncles, they said, looking at me like that was weird. When I met her, the uncles were in the process of building their homes and her aunts were unwed, I stated. Anyone we need to be concerned with? Kiriko inquired. Not in the slightest, Daio is cute, but the same couldn't be said for her family. They are all good looking, but their personality isn't the best. Being high-level politicians has given them an entitlement issue, and they treated me like shit. She takes after her grandfather and grandmother, whom were very nice people. Both of them gave me respect after seeing my combat skills, and they actually suggested I marry her in private, I chuckled. Aha, the women retorted. It was better than marrying there, she would have married off as a political tool, and forced into a bad relationship, I stated with a sad look. The man her father wanted her to Wednesday. Well, let's say he made Shadow look like a saint. Oh shit, REI, and Paka gulped. Yeah, she has only basic combat skills, just enough to defend against an unskilled attacker. In a straight fight all of you would probably beat her in seconds, I admitted. If we have her with us, the Chinese military should leave us alone. She is a very skilled strategist and inventor. That would be nice, Kiriko stated. Also, why are you concerned about the nukes? They are the most effective weapon to clear out large swaths of these things. Umbrella will likely want to lock them down to prevent that, and a potential strike on their HQ in Raccoon City, I answered. Could we get nukes, and do it ourselves? Yuriko inquired with a serious look. With them likely having most of the US military under their control, getting anywhere near Raccoon City is going to be dangerous, I answered before everyone got settled. Chapter 19 Family Reunion. Midnight. Watching the monitor with Psycho and REI, the undead were out in force tonight. Without guidance from Umbrella, the zombies were wandering aimlessly through the city, going towards anything that made a noise louder than the wind. Things are getting worse, REI said, looking at the monitor. This is the largest group we have seen in this area yet. What's more, they aren't acting as a group, they are acting randomly on instinct, Psycho stated, adding the additional barriers was a wise decision on Myrna's part. Agreed, they are all 15 feet from us, which is good. If they were any closer the kids would be anxious, I replied, watching 2 tanks stumble down the street. Bringing us some tea, Astrid wriggled next to Saya, who was out like a light. Seeing the horde for herself, Astrid didn't appear to be concerned about it. Confident in her combat ability, she felt satisfied she could win with our assistance if the need arose. Sipping on the tea for a few minutes, I got a call on my satellite phone from my buddy in England. Good evening, Victor, George chuckled. How are things going in Japan, or have you and your father cleared out? It's 12 a.m. here, you prick, I jabbed with a smirk. As for the situation here, it's very shitty, man. The dead are everywhere and Umbrella is causing all sorts of havoc here. Understandable, he admitted. Things aren't going well here, I am afraid. Umbrella shut down all supply runs to England, and thousands of those things poured out of the channel. We are slowly regaining ground to blow the bloody channel up, but we can only do so much. I was hoping you had better news. Not really, my father vanished when this shit started and I am currently camped out with wonderful company, I stated, getting approving smiles from my lovers. Still the outrageous lady killer I remember, he teased. Says the man known as the Panty Thief King, I remarked. A badge of honor that I wear gladly. It has done wonders for me since this messy thing started. I happen to be in the company of very lovely ladies as well, he told me. If you are calling to brag, I don't need to hear it, man, I sighed. No, that isn't the reason for my call, he said. You are aware that Umbrella is behind this. Do you have any more information than that? George, I trust you because you are one of my few good male friends, I stated. Umbrella is looking for modified humans that escaped from their lab. I got information from one of the goons I interrogated. The modified humans look normal, but when enraged are far stronger than any human could be and have a very high regeneration factor. Super soldiers, this is bloody wonderful news, he sarcastically groaned. Anything else? They are using drones to kite the hordes, I informed him. Destroying the drones causes them to scatter like cockroaches. That will be useful in fighting them back, he thanked me. Anything you can share? I questioned. Unless you're coming around here to share a pint, I am afraid not, he chuckled. I will have to take you up on that offer when I can, I laughed. I will buy you all the beer you stomach down at Sally's, he snickered. Oh no, I am spoken for and so are you. Going to Sally's isn't going to be good anymore. We are going to have to go to a proper pub, I retorted. Oh no, Sally's is under new management and you can get the best spot in the house, he bragged. How did you manage that? I questioned. The old man kicked the bucket when the undead showed up. Had a bloody heart attack right there behind the bar. He turned within a few minutes, and one of the patrons killed him by bashing him over the head with that piss water beer you Americans call Budweiser. He jabbed. His daughter took over, and she happens to be in me bed right now. Dude, you aren't. I am, he chuckled. I am hanging up now. We have boundaries, man. I sighed, hanging up. Looking at me, I told them it was my buddy George from England. The cheeky bastard liked to get into trouble, and also liked quality time with the ladies. When I was there he took me to Sally's, and I got to see modern English bar maidens serving beer and other things. Needless to say he bought me a lap dance as a cultural exchange, as apparently they danced differently than in the US. For all the bragging he did, the girl sucked at lap dances. It must have been all the beer he had that made him think it was good. I try giving you one, if you want, Psycho giggled. Nah, I am happy with the way each of you are. I really don't see the need for a lap dance when I can just take you in the next room to make love, I retorted with a smirk. I might have to take you up on that offer, she replied. Next day, taking care of the few zombies left outside the base, I sent 3 groups out to look for family and friends while I stayed at base. Keeping watch from the roof, I was casually going over my stats to see how I was doing now. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Age, 17. Level, 32. Attack, 500. Defense, 250. Mental strength, 300. Willpower, 250. Points, 7,800. Skills. Satou system. Skill shop. Guide Pixie, Midna. Lucky Looter rank 5. Redneck Engineer rank 4. Weapons Specialist rank 5. Medical Knowledge rank 6. Survivalist rank 10. Mechanical Engineer rank 5. Structural Engineer rank 5. Businessman rank 3. Olympian rank 9. Spartan Rage rank 5. Page 1 of 10. World Phase 147%. My stats had jumped quite a bit thanks to physical exertion killing all those undead, and from using points to further increase them even more. Honestly, I was confident enough now that I could kill the tyrant without Spartan Rage, but it was a nice skill to have as a backup. It is, Midna giggled, appeared standing on my stomach. The cargo ship with the tyrant has landed in Tokyo Harbor. Welp, I will wait and see if they call in for assistance, I told her. Got any suggestions for skills or items? I suggest buy something with a bit more punch, and doesn't require ammo, she said, plopping down. I suggest Ebony and Ivory, from the Devil May Cry series. I don't have demonic energy to power it though, I replied. Geez, don't worry about that. It's included in the package for the guns, she sighed with a smirk. You like to overthink things. Pulling up my skill shop, I went into the new item area and saw several items for purchase. Outside of the pistols she suggested, I saw Guts armor, Cloud's Buster sword, a Type 1 energy sword from Halo, and several other items. I thought you said these were attached to skills, I asked. They are. All of those are attached to skills you have unlocked and own. You don't have to have the skill set of the person who used them, just the skill they use the weapons themselves, she told me. Captain America's shield in here, I inquired looking through the sheet. Right here, she said, pulling it up. It's 1,500 points, but it's a big asset to have with you. Agreed, I will get it and keep it in storage for now. Before I buy it, it doesn't have limited uses, right? I questioned. Nope, all of those items have unlimited use, assuming you don't break them of course, she giggled. I mean, you are stronger than Captain America after all. Buying the shield, I brought it out for a moment to see it before stowing it away. The shield would be a wonderful addition to my defense as I could reflect the kinetic energy of gunshots, tank rounds, and probably missiles. I mean, Cap did tank a blow from Thor's hammer, and that had to be at least as powerful as a missile. Buying the 2 pistols as well, I put the replicas I made in storage and holstered the actual ones on my hip. Picking the heat vision skill as well, I experimented with it as it was nice to have in low-light situations. Thankfully I could turn the skill off and on in my system so I wouldn't constantly be seeing in thermal. How's it going? Now asked me, poking her head out. Quiet for now, how are you doing? I replied, feeling better. Yes, I wanted to say thank you again for taking us in, she told me. You all have given 110% in helping around here, it's a blessing to have you all here, I said with a smile. A few moments of awkward silence passed before she spoke up. Would you maybe consider freeing the people in the high school? She pleaded. I worked with many of the staff for years, and some of the students there are. You realize going there is a risky move for a low reward. I am not trying to be mean, but there is nothing there worth risking lives for. We have a lot of lives we need to protect here. If we go there, there is no guarantee they are still alive or mentally stable, I said, sitting up. Not to mention most of them are dead now. I watched a herd race there, so I don't think they were being very quiet. Please, they need help, she told me. They will be treated like trophies if we don't save them. If we don't, no one will. Now, I sighed looking at her. Is someone there you love or something? I worked with many of those people since I graduated college, she said. I will look into it, I replied with a sigh. Accepting that, she went back downstairs while I watched for issues. When the groups returned, I took my group out to survey the school. Former high school. Surveying the school from a building a block away, it appeared that their attempts at reinforcing the school for security failed, or someone let them in. There was only a handful of people left in the school, and the place was swarming with undead. Those freaking morons did a terrible job, Saya said. Looks like one of bulky mutants that attacked us the other day blew a hole in their wall, Mikoto stated. I see 4 of them roaming the parking lot. I think we can take them, Sayo said, cracking her knuckles. Haha, let's scope the area out a bit more. I want to get a rough estimate of the undead group still here, I remarked. Reconning the surroundings, the women felt confident we could take them. Knowing there were more undead inside, I agreed, as this would get me plenty of points. By the way, where did you get that shield? Yoko asked, looking at Cap's shield. Found it in my old man's office. I lied using the poker face skill. Looks cool, REI admitted. Is it heavy? Not really, I don't know what it's made out of, I said, lying again. It's pretty light actually. Letting her hold it, REI was surprised how light it was for its size. Handing it back to me, we headed to the school to get in. School entrance. Picking off the mutants with my rifle, Astrid and company crushed the remaining undead in short order. Surprisingly, Sayo and Astrid appeared to be having a competition between themselves over who could kill the most. Watching the points roll in, I smirked, thinking of the skills I would be upgrading this evening. Once the schoolyard was clear, we made our way inside and picked off the dead as we went. As we were crossing the bridge between the buildings, we saw what ultimately happened to the majority of the survivors here. Seeing 2 tanks stumbling around below us, it looked like they took down the maintenance building in the back and crushed the survivors to death. Looking away, Saya was uncomfortable with seeing former classmates mangled up in the debris. While she may have disliked them, she wouldn't wish them that kind of ending. Ending up at the biology lab, we found several staff members and students locked in the room together. Waving to them through the window, the staff lit up when they saw Kyoko. Opening the door, several of the interns held her tightly. Looking at the vice principal, I asked how they managed to get away. Those blasted idiots kept causing a racket because they felt they were safe. 2 days ago, those bulky things came barreling out of nowhere with a small horde of mutants. When the fighting broke out, we ran here while the majority of people ran too. The maintenance building is collapsed, Kyoko informed them. They deserved it, 2 freshmen cried. They made us do whatever they said, or they threw us to the undead. Is this your group? The 3 interns asked Kyoko. Victor is our leader. We are just a scouting party, Kyoko told them. Please take us with you, the group of 12 pleaded. You can thank now for pestering me into doing this, I replied, motioning them to follow us. Retracing our steps, I took out the tanks, Assassin's Creed style, with a strike from above. Leading our group to the entrance we came through, I covered the group as they ran out of the gate and back to the Humvee. Having some people ride on the roof, I drove us back to base, making sure not to bring any unwanted visitors with us. Base. Miss now, the 3 interns shouted, running over to hug their close acquaintance. Making sure none of them were bitten or scratched, I sent them in to get checked up by the medical staff. After parking the vehicle, I was going to head back in when my phone rang. Looking at who it was, I felt myself get a little angry. Hello, I said, answering the call. I am glad to see you are okay, Victor, my father replied. How are you doing? Cut to the chase, old man. You left me to die like everyone else in the city, I growled. Son, I knew you would be fine given all the training you endured, he sighed. I saw the footage from the school. You fought very bravely to protect your multiple girlfriends. So you are with Umbrella, I stated in a cold tone. I am, he answered. You and I have nothing to discuss. Umbrella is responsible for this shit, and you're just as guilty, I told him. What would Mom have thought if she were alive to see what you have done? You don't understand, son, he responded. I understand that you don't give a rat's ass about the lives you taken, and about your own son. You abandoned me as a child to further your own career, and then abandoned me again when the world comes to an end. In the end, I bet I have only been a useful pawn in your eyes, just like Mother was, I snickered. Don't you dare talk about her like that, he snapped. The next time I see you, I will personally put a bullet in your skull, old man. Don't ever call me again, and don't bother tracking my phone, I said, hanging up. Undisclosed location. Hearing the threat from his son, the once proud Delta Force soldier felt remorseful for leaving his son alone. The deal he struck with Umbrella didn't allow for him to come, so he left him in as best a place as he could for his own safety. He knew his son wouldn't die easily, he had seen the records his son broke and how ruthless he was in combat. A part of him felt like he had let his son become some sort of monster, all because he could raise him alone. I am a terrible father, he thought looking at the family picture he kept in his wallet. I couldn't save my wife, and I lost my son burying myself in work. Commander, is everything okay? An Umbrella scientist asked walking over to him. Yes, I just called to speak with my son, he admitted knowing they were listening to his call. I hope you didn't leak anything, she reminded him. Nothing classified, just that I work for Umbrella, he assured her. He is aware of Umbrella's involvement, and has sworn to kill me next we meet. I see, you truly are a terrible father, she spat. Elizabeth chose a terrible man to marry. Still as bitter as ever Jessica, he sighed. Yes, she was my best friend here at Umbrella, she remarked. You used that silver tongue of yours to trick her, and she ended up dying from the after effects of birthing your son. Enough, what is it you want? He questioned. I need your authorization to release the Mark I Tyrant prototype, she hissed. Did we located where the missing asset went? He inquired. Unfortunately the microchip stopped responding. Black Label either disabled it, or a bullet damaged it, she answered. He thought. My son spent time around one of the Black Label members, Mikato was her name. Any chance my son could have disabled the chip? It is possible, but your son would have to be a genius among geniuses to disable it. He'd have to disable the bomb, and remove many components in a specific order, she said looking at the schematics for the chip. Black Label surgeons are much more likely to have figured out the layout. They have had ample time to study the unit. They either disabled it or she is running amok in the city somewhere. Fair enough, he conceded. It's still a possibility though, right? Yes, he'd have better luck at the lottery and get struck by lightning though, she groaned. Do I have your authorization or not? Yes, dispatch the tyrant to the shelter in Tokyo. If my son isn't involved, they likely ran there to their allies, he answered. Understood, she replied leaving him alone to look at his family picture again. Chapter 20 The Call. Dinner. Having completed our checks for family members, all of the elementary school kids we had with us had at least one parent with them now. Since everyone present had the opportunity to look for their loved ones, it was now time to leave. Alright people, we are going to head out tomorrow morning for Okinawa. All of us will need to be up by 8 AM tomorrow morning, and I want us on the road no later than 10 am. I told everyone. Yoko, I am going to have you transport the children and one of their parents each in the personnel carrier. It's safer for all of us if they are secure in that vehicle. In addition, you will carry some of the officers here as well for security if the need arises. The majority of us will be riding in the city bus, and will be manning the spear stations on the bus. You don't need to worry about training, it is literally point, shove, pull back. Being pulled out of the bus will be impossible, the bus would roll over before that happens. In the event you can't pull the spear back, just let it go and grab another. Don't injure yourselves doing it. My group will be at the head of the convoy, and in charge of removing obstacles. There is a port a few miles from here. Are we going to check for ships there to get to Okinawa faster? Kikyo asked me. Yes, however we need be very careful. As many of you have witnessed, some of these mutants are incredibly powerful. Some are strong enough to knock over the towers of shipping containers, I stated with a serious look. For a boat, we need something with space for all of us to sleep comfortably with lots of horsepower. Pulling out a map, I plotted our land route to Okinawa along with the ports that were likely to house ships big enough for our needs. Ensuring that everyone had some form of protection on their bodies, I suggested they get washed up and get to bed early, which they did so in a hurry. By 9 PM everyone was in bed and sound asleep. Since I needed everyone awake tomorrow, I had decided to pull an all-nighter for everyone's sake. Once I was 100% sure everyone was asleep, I slipped out of the building and headed out to do some much-needed looting. Since it was clear that no one knew about the stockpile under the Takagi mansion, I decided I would take all of the ammo and explosives down there. As I drew near, I noticed many red dots on the mini-map, so I hid for a bit to survey the situation. There were no drones in the area, but there was a large number of red dots in a single area. Zooming in, I did see several white dots among them. Getting closer to the group, I realized that it wasn't a group of zombies. Occupying the Takagi mansion now were deserters from both the military and police. Looking at them, it was clear they made the decision that their government had abandoned them and had taken things into their own hands. Among them were survivors I had seen camped on the hill when Soichiro was here. Beaten and bruised, the survivors were now basically these drunkards bitches. Listening to them boss them around, and force them to do sexual things for them, I was disgusted by how far they had fallen. I got that they had been forced into this ridiculous shit, and had killed many people they considered friends and family, but this was disgusting. If they had any honor they would have just given up protecting others, and gone somewhere safe. The fact they resorted to this made them less than dirt in my eyes. You going to save them, or are you going to leave them? Midna inquired, eating an apple. Those brigands are worth some good points. They have combat training and experience, so they will offer you more points than normal people. Rolling my eyes at how she said it, having more points did sound appealing. Having more hands would be nice, but there was a lot of negatives for bringing them with us. They would need counseling, and time to recover. That would be difficult with us leaving tomorrow. That said, I didn't feel right leaving people here to serve as slaves to these dickwads. Go, fight, fight, Midna cheered with a giggle. Kick some ass with your op self. Seriously, I sighed. Such a killjoy, she laughed before diving into my shadow. Cracking my neck, I donned my all-black outfit and ONI mask. Pulling two supposed cursed katana blades out of storage, I silently leapt down closer to the men. With a nearly maxed out stealth perk, they didn't even notice me staring down at them. When one of the cops went to reach for a senior student that I had a passing meeting with on several occasions at school, he watched his arm spiral away as his arm sprayed blood everywhere. Screaming bloody murder, they first looked at the girl and judged she hadn't been the cause of the injury. Looking around for the source of the cut, all they saw was the world going sideways as witnessed their headless bodies fall to the ground. Acknowledging that there was something near them now, the remaining deserters formed a circle with weapons drawn. Using their hostages as shields in case it was someone here for them, they started shouting into the dark. "Show yourself," the de facto leader barked, "we will kill them if you don't." Feeling the sensation of cold steel on his neck, the leader froze in shock and fear. Having not even heard a sound, he instinctively knew whomever was attacking them was a pro among pros. Their movements had been so precise and calculated that no one had realized he had gotten this close to them. Up till now he thought it was a sniper, but that was clearly not the case. "Let them go, or you are zombie chow," I said, masking my voice. System message, voice morphing rank 1 added. A message informed me. Let them go," the leader shouted. "What?" A few of the men snapped. "He's right behind me," the leader shrieked. Turning to catch a glimpse, the rest of the men heard those men's heads hit the ground. No one dared turn their head as they would be next. Releasing the hostages, they also dropped their weapons, which I stealthily stowed in my storage. Executing the men in short order, I wanted to leave nothing to chance. In addition to the points I would earn, I didn't want to run into people I left alive, as they would be out for vengeance and would pose a threat to my group as whole. Grabbing what I needed from the bunker, I led the survivors close to where our base was. Telling them to knock on the door and ask for shelter, I slipped into the darkness and quickly returned inside. Hearing the knocking on the door, Saya woke up and noticed I was gone. Getting up to check on it, I came into view from the kitchen with a cup of tea in hand. Putting things together, she gave me an apologetic smile and left it to me. Letting the people in, I woke up Yuriko so she could help get them sorted. The commotion woke others up, who got up to help them get cleaned up and settled. Listening to the story of what happened after she left, Yuriko felt bad for the people that had managed to survive. When they got to the point about a man dressed in all black with an ONI mask, I noticed Yuriko and Kiriko glance at me with an interested smile. They knew who had done it, but kept quiet since they figured I had a reason for sneaking off. Next morning, getting up early, everyone started getting ready to move out. Loading up bedding and other supplies, we had a hearty breakfast before loading up everything. Pulling out a 12V deep freeze for the medicine from the storage room, I received a big smooch from Shizuka, a very good reward in my book. Organizing everyone into their proper vehicles, we did a quick head count to make sure everyone was accounted for. "We are all good in the personnel carrier," Yoko radioed. "Same on the bus," Yuriko signaled. Getting the barricades moved around so we could depart, Yuko got a call while we did that. Coming from the shelter in Tokyo, the commander at the shelter was requesting assistance from Black Label. Telling us that layer 1 of their defenses were breached, they quickly stated that there was a large mutant leading the group. He was different from the rest, wearing a straitjacket and massive steel boots. "Our munitions are just bouncing off this thing," the commander informed us. "We have called in backup from the airport and from the Emperor, but even with them we aren't going to hold." Hearing a loud banging sound in the background, it sounded like the tyrant was using its body to try to knock the door down. Yelling at his men to brace the door, we could hear them scramble to hold it up. "What do you think?" Arashi asked, hopping off the bus. "We are needed there to help protect the shelter. We could also use this opportunity to flee. The zombies are mostly likely going to go there," Kyoko remarked. "It could help us put distance between us and them." "They are our countrymen, innocent people that can't defend themselves though," Yuko argued. "If they breach the steel storm door, they only have the inner doors separating them from the survivors." "Victor, what do you think?" Psycho inquired, looking at me. Both points were valid, but I had already agreed to go help the shelter if they requested it. We were 20 minutes away by car, so I had no reason to say no. "Looks like we aren't leaving today," I stated, turning to Takashi, who was getting off the bus. "Takashi, you and Kota get everyone back inside. We are going to the government shelter to help them out. I am taking my team plus a few more to the shelter to assist." Telling Astrid, Rei, Saya, Psycho, Yuko, Yoko, Seo, Mikato, Oria, Kiriko, Yuriko, and the club members to board the bus we used to escape from school with, I floored it in the direction of the shelter. Tokyo Government Shelter. Having contacted all available troops in the area, including the Imperial Guard, Command Hasegawa had made the last call he could for aid. Admittedly, he thought they died in the hospital collapse, so it was a relief that they answered the call. Hoping that they had the firepower necessary to take that monster, he said a silent prayer, hoping most of his men would see the sunrise tomorrow. "Commander, the door isn't going to hold much longer," his second-in-command Lieutenant Shikako told him. "We need to fall back. I have called in the last group of reinforcements we have. We hold here, or dying trying," he retorted firmly. "We have thousands of people relying on us to hold them back." Seeing cracks start to form around the door frame, his men were started falter. Telling them to hold on for the sake of their loved ones, he reminded them that they would be torn apart if they lost this place. Redoubling their efforts, they immediately pushed steel beams into place to hold the wall up. Streets of Tokyo. Using her machine gun to clear a path, I had to hold her waist and drive as she was leaned out of the driver window. I had suggested using the emergency exit on the roof, but she swore it was too far back and didn't give her a good angle. Giving me a wry smile, Yuko said that I probably enjoyed having a woman's butt in my face. Yeah, but not when I am driving through a horde of zombies, I retorted. You know you like it, big boy, don't lie about it, Sayo rebut-tailed, blowing the head off a tank with a smile. Seriously, I sighed, just keep shooting. Watching the points pour in as she killed zombies and I ran others over, I smiled with delight. Once I killed the tyrant, I planned on testing out how the editing skill worked on Saya first. My theory was I could either give her any skill I wanted or I could only give skills that were in her area of expertise. Either way I would be upping her base stats first, as she was the weakest of my lovers, and being able to defend herself was very important to me. How much further? Yoko asked impatiently. We are 7 minutes out, I replied, giving her a rough estimate. Focusing on the road, I managed to dodge the denser groups to avoid the airbags deploying. As we got close to the entrance, we were greeted by a terrifying sight. Using themselves as stepping stones, the zombies were quickly towering up the side of the stadium. I really hadn't expected to see this quite soon, as it meant they were evolving incredibly quickly. What the fuck? Saya shouted, gasping at the sight. Things really are bad, Yuko said as her hair turned white. Time to get to it. Grabbing their weapons, the women got ready to go. Picking Saya up, I pulled out the grappling gun and other equipment I had brought and rushed towards an area free of zombies. Asking me what I was doing, I told her to be quiet and trust me as I fired the gun. Making sure it got a firm grip, I used it to pull us up to the roof. Shrieking as she watched the ground get away from us, she looked at me and saw the serious look I was wearing. Once we were on the roof, I hurriedly took us down to the HQ they had set up. Rappelling down the stairwell, we let the commander know we were here. Where is the rest of your team? He questioned. They are outside, we came over the wall. You have zombies towering up and they are close to getting on the roof, I informed him. Shit, Shikako, take some men up there and keep them off us, he barked. Saya, you go with them, I told her. I am more help here than in. Hearing the door creak under the strain, she froze up. Saya, I shouted, giving her a firm look, you have leadership abilities, I need you to be a leader and give them guidance. This is your time to show them that you are your own person, and not your father's daughter. You are a brilliant woman, show me that tactician that you keep hiding behind your self-doubt. Resolving herself, she nodded her head and followed them upstairs. Once she was gone, I turned my attention to the door. The door was only going to hold for a few more minutes, and then it would collapse under the abuse. Commander, have your men fall back. When that door gives, they will be crushed if they aren't a safe distance away, I told him. Agreed, fall back and take up defensive positions, men, he ordered. I want those .50 calibers ready to go the moment the door comes down. Don't you dare stop firing till you run out of ammo. Hurriedly getting into position, the troops got prepared to fight for their lives. Piling sandbags up and placing mines down, they all were sweating with nervousness. Pulling the large war axe on my back off, I gave it a quick once-over. This axe was something I had procured from the Minister of Foreign Affairs office and left a replica in its place. Legend said it had slain dragons in the olden days, but more than likely it was a normal Viking war axe that a powerful chief used in the past. Having reinforced it to the max with my skills, I felt it was fitting to use an axe given what I was about to do. Young man, I didn't expect to see you here. I heard that your father had made it out of the country, the commander remarked, recognizing me. My father left me behind, I told him. He's dead to me now. I see, it is an honor to fight beside you. My master told me many things about you, he stated with a grin. I was a pupil of Master Hayato's till his retirement. He said you had a promising future as a mixed martial artist. It is unfortunate that none of us will be able to see that. Watching blood start to seep through the cracks, the troops got settled into their positions. Watching the steel I-beams bow under the pressure, I gripped my axe tightly, waiting for them to come through. A few moments later the wall caved in, sending dust and debris everywhere. Once the door hit the ground, all of the troops opened fired on the horde pouring into the area. Tearing most of the mutants and normal zombies apart, the tanks were taking several bullets to take down, and the tyrant wasn't even flinching when the bullets hit. Take it down, the commander shouted, throwing a grenade into the crowd of undead. As the dust blew away, I got a good look at the tyrant. Instead of the Mr. X variant I was expecting, this tyrant looked more like the bruisers from Dead Island. The features Mr. X had weren't present here. It truly was an early production tyrant, but why had they left it in a straitjacket? Roaring at the men, it charged forward at the defensive line, causing several of the men to back away in fear. Rushing forward, I leapt off the defensive wall they had, shouting at the top of my lungs, and slammed my axe down on the tyrant's head, dropping him to the floor, the area all around us spider-webbed under the blow. Pulling the axe out, I knew he wasn't going to stay down long, so I focused on taking as many zombies as I could before he got up. Sending bodies flying with every swing, the soldiers watched in disbelief as a single high school student stemmed the flow of the horde crashing in on them. Realizing that they had a chance now, Commander Hasegawa ordered his men to pick off the dead that were trying to get around me, pushing them back till the tyrant was back on his feet. His focus was solely on me now. Roaring at me, he took off running like Mack Truck, trying to crush me with momentum alone. Gritting my teeth, I caught him and used his own energy against him in a judo throw, sending him crashing into his comrades. All anyone could hear was the crushing of bones and flesh. Struggling to shake off the impact, the tyrant looked at me with fury. You think you are the only that can let out a terrifying battle cry, I muttered, activating Spartan Rage. Roar. Chapter 21 Insane Tyrant. Roaring at him, my body emanated with red aura as I charged at him. Seemingly caught off guard by this, he tried to move out of the way, but I grabbed him by the waist and barreled through the wall he had initially crashed into. Picking up steam, I kept slamming him through walls till eventually we broke through to the outside. Commander, a few of the men gulped. What was that? I don't know, he said, quickly refocusing. I want barricades back up. Machine guns will protect you, just get them up. Acknowledging the order, the men moved forward to get barricades in place. Quickly stacking sandbags and moving the mines, the commander seemed to understand the zombies were chasing the noise the high schooler had caused. After a few minutes they had a decent barricade in place, and he gave the order to advance. Telling them to take back their outer defenses, he wanted to seize this opportunity to retake ground they had lost. Out in the street, the other group watched me throw a giant mutant into a small building across from the stadium. Seeing the aura pour off of me and my battle cry, Satou got really giddy. He's like me, Satou laughed with joy, someone else just like me. I don't know if that is good or bad, Aurea gulped. You are a monster, but usually removing your mask stops you. He isn't wearing a mask. I think I can take him if needed, Satou boasted, mowing down zombies with her machine gun. Watching Victor use the axe in his hands to cut swaths of undead apart, Yuko was doubtful Satou could take me. Having seen how easily that monster had been thrown, she honestly thought Victor's upper limits were far above Sayou's. Having been informed of Victor's father, she started to think that he might have used his own son as a guinea pig like Sayou's father had. Either way, I am glad he is on our side, she thought, beheading several zombies. Meanwhile, Psycho was watching her boyfriend's movements closely. She had known for a long time he had been hiding something because he always seemed to be observing everything they did and the area around them. For a while she thought he was seeing someone behind her back, but that went away when he was open about the other girls. Now that she was watching him mercilessly tear through a horde of undead, she understood why he had been acting so weird. I expect nothing less of the man I chose to be my life partner, she thought, kicking a head from her feet. Victor is certainly something, Rei commented, pulling her spear back. Agreed, I haven't seen him get like this ever, Paka added, covering Rei's blind side. I get why his dad forbid him from fighting with us, Nina stated, he'd murder us instantly. Focusing on the undead nearest to them, the group started to advance in my direction. On the roof, the soldiers were cutting down the towers of undead with grenades and rifle fire, giving them instructions on where to aim and where they needed to be. Saya noticed the man she loved fighting in the middle of a horde of undead. At first she wanted to scream out to call for help, but she noticed that none of them were getting close to him. It was very strange. His movements were incredibly fluid and precise, to an eerie degree. Every move had no wasted energy and delivered devastation with each hit. Young lady, is he an item with you? Shikako inquired with a smirk. Oh, of course. We are super serious, Saya huffed, trying not to get overly excited. We are practically married, that's how close we are. Wow, that is really close, Shikako teased, knowing Saya was love-struck. How about those other ladies down there? Motioning to the rest of Saya's group, she was happy to see that they were making good progress towards him. Geez, he is a talented and powerful guy. Of course he would have a lot of women following him, Saya snapped. Shouldn't you be firing on the undead, or something? If you got time to talk you have time to shoot those things. You are a pain. Has anyone ever told you that? Shikako laughed. A pain? Saya shouted. Who are you calling a pain? Because I know you aren't talking about me. Haha, Shikako snickered. Alright, I apologize. Down on the street level, the tyrant was back on its feet and free of its restraints. Jumping out of the building, it swung at me with its full strength. Pulling the cap's shield off my back, the moment its fist hit the shield its energy was redirected back at it, blowing its arm to bit. Slamming the edge of the shield into its face, the monster flew back a few feet. Entering my skill menu quickly, I maxed on Spartan Rage and prepared to give this fucker the beatdown of a lifetime. Undisclosed location. Sir, we have a problem, one of the officers overseeing the Mark I tyrant told the commander. What is it? He questioned. The Mark I has encountered, well, he's encountered someone stronger than itself, the soldier told him. Is it Satou? He inquired. No, the soldier replied, unsure if he should say. Out with it, man, the commander snapped. Your son, he's beating the Mark I back, the soldier reported. He's what? The commander spat. My son may have Delta Force training, but the Mark I tyrant is stronger than a human? I don't need your jokes, soldier. He isn't lying, Jessica told him. Your son is physically superior to the Mark I tyrant. How? He snapped. Are you saying the US government experimented on my son? Like you actually give a shit, she thought. Let's not forget his mother was our top scientist involved with the early parts of the tyrant program. It's likely she perfected the serum before her death, and injected him with it. You are saying my deceased wife could have caused this, he growled, narrowing his eyes. It's a possibility, she replied, looking at the screen. He seems to be getting stronger with each passing moment, and his control of his strength is terrifying. We will need to take that into consideration, as he will be a problem to Umbrella. He can't be everywhere, and adjusting our timeline now for a single person is unreasonable, he stated. What other assets do we have in the area? The Mark I is the strongest asset we have on Japan. Transporting anything else will take days, maybe even weeks, she told him. Very well, release all safeties on the Mark 1 and engage rage mode, he ordered. Are you insane? If you use that now we will lose all control of the prototype, she spat. Doing this will set the program back by at least 2 months. We need that specimen to be returned intact. I am the commanding officer here, he barked. This was a test run, so we might as well test all the functions. Release the safeties and engage rage mode, or should I have you removed from the program? You are responsible for explaining to upper management why our only functional tyrant went AWOL, she retorted, doing as he ordered. Tokyo. Watching equipment fall off the prototype, its body started to swell up and I could sense that its sense of reason was slipping. Knowing that they had taken the safeties off, I was pissed that they made such a rash decision. I had figured they would make the thing retreat to stop it from being captured, as Black Label's scientists could reverse engineer it to find a suitable weapon against it. It seems like he decided that I am an annoyance that needs to be removed, I thought. Roaring at each other, it shattered the ground beneath its feet as it went on the offensive. Switching from brute force attacks, I added points into Fist of the North Star and Flowing Water fist fighting style. Once it was in close range, I cut loose using my martial arts training. Trying to follow my hands, the tyrant lost track of them and myself almost instantly. Realizing that I had moved behind it, it went to attack only to see a blur of fists coming for it. 100 crack fist, I shouted, at-a-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, Howada. Bombarded by the barrage, the tyrant went flying through the horde of zombies, turning everything behind it into mush. Jumping out of the way, the women barely managed to dodge as the tyrant flew past them. Watching it crash into and cave in a tank, Satou quickly retract her earlier statement. Having hit many pressure points around its body, the tyrant was having problems getting up. Since it wasn't injured by the blows to the pressure points, its regeneration wasn't working to heal like it was with the lost arm. Staring it down with a cold, killing stare, I used a technique I only had managed to use successfully twice, awakening breath. Feeling the world around me slow down to half speed, I walked towards the tyrant as the undead went to attack me. Being nothing but puppets, they didn't have the same sense of fear the living people were feeling. One moment there were dozens of zombies, and the next there was only a red mist as the undead were vaporized by me. To those watching, everything was a blur, which excited Satou. The monster in her was shivering with delight as it had recognized a powerful individual, a suitable partner. Vanishing from their sight, I reappeared in front of the tyrant for another burst of attacks. Undisclosed location. What the hell is going on? The commander shouted at the scientists as he watched the live feed. Just what the hell is going on there? Why aren't the systems keeping up with him? Sir, he is moving too quickly. The computers can't keep up, a few of them replied, frantically trying to jumpstart movement again. He hit several pressure points, and now the tyrant can't move. What? He spat full of anger. The tyrant's hide can take a hit from a mortar with no tissue damage, and you are saying my son hit it harder than that? Yes, they shouted, he is a monster. Realizing the miscalculation in his plan, he ordered them to retrieve the tyrant. Ordering them to use the horde to cover its escape, they told him that they couldn't evacuate it. The nearest umbrella team was several miles away, so extraction was a no-go. Overwhelm him, he ordered. He is only a teenager, he can't deal with all of the horde at once. Tokyo. Sensing the shift to targeting me, I turned and bombarded the incoming horde. Watching a series of explosive punches vaporize the undead, Satou felt her inner self want to join in the carnage. Putting her mask on, she leapt into the fray, swing like a madman as she ripped the undead to pieces. Knowing that they were trying to use the undead to buy time for the ground troops to extract the tyrant, I decided to end this quickly. Picking up the tank with the tyrant, I threw it at the horde. Pulling Satou out of the way, the tank rolled through the horde, crushing the undead as it went. Haha, Satou cackled, this is awesome. More. You need to take a nap, I said, pinching a nerve in her neck to immobilize her. Giving her to Yuko, I said I would finish this up quickly. By now Saya's group had come down to join the defenders at the entrance to the stadium. Rushing out to provide support, the defenders realized that the majority of the horde had been crushed. Lining up a technique I had made to fight the undead, I had been waiting to use it on a full-blown tyrant, but I was fine with using it here. Whirlwind water stream, roaring aura, life-snatching collapse fist, I shouted. Closing the space between the tyrant and me, I unleashed the overwhelming attack on the tyrant, ripping apart its body from the inside. The resulting shockwave from the blow caused a massive explosion that shattered glass down the entire street and caused the undead in the street to explode as the energy rippled through them. Confirming that the undead were wiped out, I started letting my body come down from its heightened state slowly. Having learned that it was a necessary step, I had put myself in the clinic for days the first time I used it without doing so. Suddenly coming down from such a heightened state left me reeling, even as a high human. I assumed that once I leveled up further the recoil would go away. For now though I needed to move and help out, so taking it slow was imperative. What the hell was that? Saya snapped. I want answers. Why the hell can you toss a fucking tank? How did you cause such a massive explosion with just your fists? I can explain, I sighed. Right now though, can I get some water? Of course, the commander said, nodding his head. Get him some water, stat. Bringing me a gallon of water, I chugged it down and then let off a sigh. Alright, the simplest way to put it is that I am like Satou. I told them, my mother worked for Umbrella before her death. I am fairly certain she is the one that made me like this. That makes sense, Yuko, and Yoko agreed. Okay. What? You are going to just accept that? Saya shouted. Saya, Satou is an escaped test subject of Umbrella Corp. In an enraged state she is stronger and faster than any human, and runs solely on instinct. When she puts her mask on, it is almost impossible for anyone to stop her till she passes out from exhaustion, Mikoto explained. Umbrella was trying to make super soldiers before they stumbled into making the undead. From what we have been able to gather, this whole thing stems from a fungus they found somewhere in Europe, but that is just a speculation at this point. We never got solid proof of where they got their source. All we know for sure is that they have several strains man-made viruses that they intended to make weapons out of. So Victor is one of them, she spat. No, I think my mother made me to stop his from happening. I lied. My father said after I was born my mother started to change. I think she realized what she was doing was wrong, and made me to fight them. I can believe that. Yuriko backed me up. She did change after your birth. Her mentality changed. Your mother said having you opened her eyes. I never understood what she meant till now. Trusting her mother, Saya swallowed her doubt and accepted that my mother was the source of this. Giving me a hug, she told me that she was worried that I was going to die when she saw me in the horde. Telling me to warn her next time, she swore she'd kick my ass if I hid something like that from her again. Saying that I was still learning about everything she had done, I said there may be more that I don't quite know. Frankly, I don't care what you are. I am just thankful you are on our side, the commander said, shaking my hand. On behalf of the people of Japan, I thank you for saving all those civilians in the stadium. I am happy I could help, I said. Now then, I would like to take a shower and go back home. Could we maybe get help rebuilding our base a bit? At least the front entrance, he inquired. I still want the shower, I chuckled. I can get you that, he laughed. Follow me. Undisclosed location. Staring a blank feed from the Mark I Tyrant, the commander was trembling. He had just lost a valuable and expensive asset that would cost them 2 months of work with nothing to show for it. They had almost no data on battle as they weren't set up to record the footage or data internally. All the data collection was built into the Tyrant, and it was now non-existent. I fucking told you, Jessica shouted. How was I supposed to know? The first 3 years of his life he spent solely with his mother. I was off fighting wars, not watching what she was doing, he snapped. Ugh, I told you to escape the battle? He was unlikely to pursue given the swarm we had at the site. You chose to ignore that, and pushed him harder? We lost all the test data, lost the Tyrant, and now they have access to Tyrant DNA. Black Label has the staff to reverse engineer our work, and potentially make chemical weapons to kill the Tyrants. You know how much money and resources we put into developing the Tyrants? Several $1 billion have gone down the drain now, Jessica berated him. Enough, a group of voices said. What's done can't be undone. We need you to prioritize improving the Tyrant program. Rebuild a new one, and make sure this time we are recording the data internally. We don't need another big setback, and Commander, we trust that you weren't withholding that valuable information about your son from us. I swear I truly had no idea. My knowledge of him is based solely on the reports from his time in military boarding school. Anything prior, I am ignorant of as I was overseas, he told them. Very well, put pressure on the US government to see if they had a hand in his creation. We know we had several leaks that ended up getting to the major powers. If your wife didn't do it, one of them likely did, the group stated. Consider this your one-time pass, the next failure will come with a steep cost. I understand, he said with a salute. Disconnecting from the monitor, the executives left the room in silence. Reflecting on what had happened, he understood now that his son was a very real threat and that he could carry out his threat of killing him. Seeing firsthand the level of power his son possessed, he wondered why his wife would go to such lengths to stop Umbrella. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Heading out. Getting a shower to rinse off the zombies' bits from our bodies, I got a peek at everyone in my group. Seemingly fine with being seen by me, Satou went out of her way to stand next to me as we showered. Scrubbing my back for me, she purred like a kitten as she washed me off. So that monster was another mutant, Psycho asked me. No, I think it was genetically engineered. From what I observed it was part machine, and was being remotely managed from another location. When I pushed it too far, they released the safeties and maxed out the power they could get from it. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a test run, I answered. I didn't see any drones this time, Saya commented. The transceiver was in the monster, I reminded her. That's why they were staying as close as possible to it. Does this change your plans? REI inquired. No, we still need to get out of here. If they gathered any data on the fight, they will use it to improve the next one. I say we get some tissue samples, and let the Black Label team come up with something, I stated. We can handle that, Yuko agreed. That was pretty sexy out there, you certainly know how to show off. Laughing at that comment, I said it was a necessary thing to protect everyone. Telling them that I would do what was necessary to protect them, I got a kiss on the cheek from all of them. You know kid, you ain't all that bad, Yoko said. I had you figured for either an egomaniac or asshole. I am happy to say you are neither. I can't believe you had that low of an opinion of me, I pretended to be offended. Meh, don't be such a baby, she jabbed. Either way, you have impressed me. Enough for you to join me, I questioned. Enough to say I am fond of you, Yoko remarked. I am not as easy as my sister. I am not an easy woman, Yuko snapped. You made yourself a reward, I think that makes you easy. In the end it wasn't that difficult for him to make you his woman, Yoko pointed out with a smirk. I think you a remedial lesson in respecting your older sister, Yuko retorted. Bring it, Yoko stated. Both of you cut it out, save your energy for dealing with the monsters, I sighed. Laughing at them, I felt Seo's breasts jiggle on my back. It was a heavenly sensation, and it was a very nice way to relax. Before long though, Seo brought up a topic. You have to teach me how you control your power, Seo told me. I can't do it, but you had no issues. Haha, we can definitely work on it, I replied. It would be great if you could control it. Feeling her hands massaging my crotch, I glanced back her. I expected her to be a bit more bold, but this level of boldness was ridiculous. Telling her we could have fun later, she tuned me out and focused on what she held. Realizing she wasn't going to listen, I pulled her around for a kiss. Calm down, we will have plenty of time this evening, I whispered to her. I'd rather make our first time a bit more special than just being in a locker room. I can't help it, she complained. My body feels like it's on fire. Leaning in close, I gave her ear a nibble. I know you can hear me, other you. Keep it under control, and I promise to find a place just for you and I tonight. You'll be able to go hog wild without worry, I purred. Sending a shiver of utter pleasure down her spine, the urges subsided. Feeling that happen, Seo looked at me for an answer. It would appear your other personality lives in your subconscious, I told her. So long as it plays ball, I am more than willing to play rough with you both. For you I will treat you like a queen, for your other self, I will make sure to take all that aggression you got. Watching half of her face curl up with a twisted smile, her other personality really liked that idea. Calming down for now, she gave me a kiss on the lips and let me wash her back. Once we were all free of dried, infected blood, we got changed and went out to assist the rebuilding. As one of the few welders in the stadium, I was put in charge of making new perimeter barrier around the entrance. Moving cars around, I got them stacked up and welded together before using some of the leftover beams they had as reinforcements. The remaining supports were made of the bent I-beams that I had to manually bend back to shape. Once everything was the way I wanted, I went back inside to see how the storm door repairs were going. Finding them standing there trying to figure out how to do this, I gave them a sigh. Telling them to grab supports, I said I would do this myself as none here had the skill set for this. Getting the door lifted back into place, I chiseled out dozens of spots in both the wall and door frame. Taking rebar they had, I used it to tie the door back into the structure. Watching the military people take notes of what I was doing. It was irritating that I was the only engineer they had here. They were literally using maintenance staff to keep things running and functional. Judging by how some of the survivors were looking at me, it appeared they thought I would be staying here. Are they mad? We are only postponing the inevitable. They need to get off the island. I killed maybe 3,000 zombies. That is hardly a dent in the full number on the island now. Those things are going to evolve more and overwhelm this place. If we hadn't pointed out the fact they were towering up the wall, they'd be dead right now, I thought. Can't really blame them, Midna told me, a few minutes later, and the dead would have been devouring the survivors and troops. If this was pre-apocalypse they would have been fearful of you, but right now you are their hope. Fact is they watched the military fold under pressure, and your presence kept them alive. They hope you will stay, and protect them like a shepherd. Ain't nobody got time for that? Umbrella isn't going to take this loss sitting down. This is the time to flee, damn it. Get off the island, find a safe place to set up a shelter, and then start helping people. You need to have food, water, and shelter for people in advance, I responded telepathically. The military staff here aren't even making plans to move to a military base. This stadium was designed as a shelter from monsoons. It isn't set up to defend well at all. Ugh, you keep saying that about the way others think, she groaned. People are terrified they won't see tomorrow. If you weren't in the picture your group wouldn't have gotten to where they were. They are just kids. They didn't have your prior life experience and knowledge. You know what to expect. They don't. You have spent this entire life preparing for this. They were just living their normal lives. I can't just tell them that most of the world's population is going to die. You know that would cause them all to panic and lose it. I sighed. If I told them that most people would just give up and kill themselves if they were in Namio's state. Telling them how twisted the world gets would only serve to destroy the little hope I have brought them. So grouchy, Midna jabbed with a smirk. What was that? I snapped, wanting to grab her. Only you can see me, big guy. If you tried to grab people would think you are losing it. Hihi, she mocked, knowing what I was thinking. Besides, you couldn't hurt cute little old me. I am a poster girl, a beauty, I am starting to wish I had Paimon, I remarked. You take that back. I am 10 times the guy that Brad is, Midna boasted. That little girl would always be hiding behind you, and never be useful at all. Snickering at that response, she floated over and started hitting me on the head. Since she was so small, I barely even registered the hits, infuriating her even more. Eventually she puffed her cheeks out, and dove into my shadow as I finished putting up the quick-drying cement. It would be a few days, but eventually the door would be securely back in place without the need for supports. Good job, the commander told me with a grateful nod. Most of engineers we had were pulled to other projects around Tokyo, and we haven't been able to contact them. If you want, we would be more than happy to take all of your group in. Asking to speak with him and his second command, I told them we would walk and talk. Once we were a safe ways off, I told them that we had no intention of staying here. Pointing out the danger of staying in Tokyo, I wanted them to understand the danger they were putting themselves in. Today's victory was one battle, the war was still going on and Umbrella would be back. This is our homeland, we can't abandon it, Shikako snapped. We were born and raised here, an outsider like you wouldn't understand the cut the nationalism crap with me? You know damn well you have limited ammo and resources. Even if they don't get in here you will starve. I spat. You have to understand that help isn't coming. You have to rely on each other and start preparing for the long haul. Staying here is too dangerous. You have too many entrances to cover, too many weak points, and not enough manpower to protect it all. If we left like we planned today, you all would have died. All of you need to get that through your heads. This isn't a normal enemy that you fight in a conventional war. These things could be the very people you love and cherish. We understand that, and believe me, all of us know the cost of continuing to fight, Hasegawa said, looking at a photo of his family in his pocket. I am sorry, I responded. I get you are proud of your nation, but there won't be a country left if you stay here. If you choose to stay here, that is your choice. I have over 100 people relying on me to get them to safety. Our safety lies in the ocean. We are taking a ship and going out to sea. Understanding my point of view as well, the commander shook my hand and thanked me for risking my life for them. Rejoining my group, I saw Rika speaking with Yoko and Yuko. Judging by their reactions, they had been friends a lot longer than they had initially told me. Approaching them, they turned to look at me with a smirk. So you're the boy little Shizuka talks about all the time? Rika asked, dropping her bag at her feet. I am coming back with you. Shizuka and Yuko are the closest thing to family I got, so I am coming with. Fine by me. Always reassuring to have a sniper in the group. I replied with a nod. If no one has told you, we paid your house a visit and took some guns and other items. No biggie. I figured Shizuka might go there. If you hadn't shown up I would have made a mad dash for my place. She chuckled. You ready to get going? Right. We need to get back. Psycho agreed. Getting back on the bus, I drove us back to base. Home base. Explaining the situation to the group, I said we would leave tomorrow morning as it was too late to make any progress today. Telling them to rest up, we would be leaving at 9 a.m. tomorrow instead of 10 a.m. Taking this opportunity to take stock of my new shiny ability, I went into my system and clicked on Saya's name to see what I could see. Name, Saya. Race, human. Occupation, student. Age, 17. Level, 3. Attack, 20. Defense, 20. Mental strength, 20. Willpower, 30. Points, 400. Skills. Battle tactics rank 3. Leadership rank 3. Enhanced intelligence rank 3. Instinct rank 4. World phase 152%. Son of a bitch, the numbers are different now, I thought. What did you expect? You have a skill to look at it now. The numbers you were seeing before were based solely on how you interpreted the individual. Midna huffed. Hold on, I said, looking at Psycho. Name, Psycho. Race, human. Occupation, swordswoman. Age, 18. Level, 10. Attack, 60. Defense, 60. Mental strength, 90. Willpower, 70. Points, 2,400. Skills. Swordsmanship rank 5. Leadership rank 2. Instinct rank 5. Bloodlust rank 3. Frenzied state rank 2. World phase 152%. I see, so how do I give them skills? I asked. Well, you don't, she remarked. You can only unlock skills that they have acquired. Right now neither of them have unlockable skills. Look at REI or Astrid. Name, REI. Race, human. Occupation, student. Age, 17. Level, 7. Attack, 50. Defense, 50. Mental strength, 30. Willpower, 35. Points, 1,500. Skills. Sojitsu rank 4. Cooking rank 3. Keen eyes rank 2. Instinct rank 4. Locked skills. Flurried strike 1000 PTS unlock. Dead eye 1200 PTS unlock. Enhanced knowledge 500 PTS unlock. World phase 152%. See those skills? Those are skills she hasn't quite learned yet that she picked up from being around you. While you can't purchase and give them skills, you can train them and add the skill when it becomes available for them. Midna said, each individual in your group will have different skill sets, and it's up to you to help them hone them. Their skills function just like yours. Maxing them to rank 10 won't make them a master. It's also important for you to know, a rank 10 for them isn't a rank 10 to you. They have to function within the limits of humanity. You don't. I assumed that, but that you for the clarification, I told her with a smile, turning to Namiyo. Name, Namiyo. Race, human. Occupation, Victor's wife. Age, 37. Level, 3. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Mental strength, 5. Willpower, 5. Points, 200. Skills. Cooking rank 5. Teaching rank 5. Cleaning rank 4. Locked. Comforting 100 PTS unlock. Debuffs. Mental instability. Dependence. Mental trauma. Addiction, Victor. Page 1 of 3. World phase 120%. Oh shit, I thought. Yeah, good luck removing those debuffs, Midna teased. You can do it, it will just take a long time. Noticing my stare, she gave me a smile and made a kissy face. Seeing the true extent of her debuffs, I felt like I should have pushed back a bit more, but I owed it to her now to help her. Hey Midna, if I were to knock a girl up, the view would show me that, I inquired. Yes, she told me. Checking all the women I slept with, I was relieved that none of them were pregnant. Deciding to get some fresh air, I went onto the roof to relax. Looking at the mini-map, I looked at the undead and umbrella personnel movements. Having made sure to get tissue samples, the Black Label scientists were already hard at work re-engineering the formula used to make it. When they got close to completion, I intended to help steer it away from zombie formula to super soldier formula. My theory was that if people were inoculated with the super soldier serum, the regeneration factor would kill off the zombie virus laying dormant in everyone. Sitting there in peace, Satou ended up joining me. Laying herself on me, I could see that her inner monster was waiting on me to make my move. Seeing no reason to put it off, I decided to make an excuse to slip away for a few hours. Telling the group Satou and I were going to clear the roadways for the trip tomorrow. Yuko and Yoko shot me a naughty smirk, knowing exactly what I was planning. Leaving the base behind, we did move vehicles out of the street for a few blocks before heading out for our real goal. Going to one of the love hotels I had frequented with REI, I knew the place was well maintained and clean. No one was in the building or within half a mile of us, so I was content to make our first time here. Taking her to the luxury suite, she gave me a satisfied smile as she looked the place over. Checking to see if the emergency power still worked, I was happy to see that some of the lights in the room came on when I tried to the switches. Giving me a playful smile, Satou kissed me as she unbuttoned her top. Now, I purred, holding her tightly. You don't need to hold back, you other personality. I want to have a conversation with it, if you don't mind. But you said. I will, but I also want to make sure we don't have any outbursts while we travel. The two of you need to get along, and work together. If you two can work as one, I guarantee that almost nothing can stop you, I whispered. Understanding my point, she let her mental guards down so the monster could come out. Chapter 23 The Beast Within. It only took a moment for the change to happen. Feeling her hot breath on my skin, I heard a bloodthirsty laugh come out of her. Her usual purple eyes were replaced by yellow cat eyes, and they were staring into my eyes with a high intensity. Giving me a once-over with her eyes, she started to speak. You called, she purred with delight. I like a man that knows how to show a girl a good time. So you'll deal with me? I asked. My knowledge of you suggests you'd usually go into a bloodthirsty rage by now. I take it normally that is true, but something is different about me. Hehe, I only do that because no one else deserves my respect, she hissed with a smile. All of those filthy ingrates? They don't know the shit I went through, the pain I endured. Black Label, Umbrella, my own father, all of them used me for their own fucking benefits. I have always only been a pawn in their eyes, something to help them further their cause. Satou may be happy helping people, but I hate all of them. All of them treat me like I am inhuman. So you are the negativity that Satou suppressed from childhood and the side effect of what was done to her, I stated. Interesting. Satou pushed all her pain, sorrow, and suffering onto me. She snarled. Do you know what it's like? Calm down, I whispered, taking her clothing off. I understand you are hurt, and want to be free. Reaching my hand down to her crotch, I started fingering her to calm her down. Purring like a cat, her fury calmed down as she leaned into me. Kissing her on the lips, I moved to nipple on her ear with a smile. Can I get you to promise not to have any outbursts while we are traveling? I asked. You are asking a lot, she gasped. What do I get in exchange? Even if I give you affection every night, I pressed her. Every night, she said, pressing her breasts against me. Anything else? You saying you want more? I remarked as she undid my pants. Such a naughty woman. Pushing her onto the bed, I took the rest of my clothes off. Giving me a baffled look, I was certain she had no experience with sex. If what she said was true, no man was brave enough to show her affection in any sexual capacity. Introducing her to the pleasures of oral sex, I ate her out while she dug her nails into the bed. Hearing her breathing become ragged, she did her best to stifle her screams. Keeping it together, she climaxed twice while keeping her voice in check, but she was in tears by that point. Putting my dick against her vagina, I forced her to look me in the eyes. Giving her a smug smile, I kissed her forehead. Satou, you are my woman now. You don't need to hold back with me because I won't with you, I told her as her face flushed up. Now I want to hear you scream. Slamming right into her, all restraints she held snapped. Wrapping her arms and legs around me, her body moved on instinct alone. Hammering her into the mattress, I took control of our encounter and guided her carefully. Since she didn't know her preferences, I gave her a taste of several different positions, including having her swallow my dick. Taking things to the bathroom, the sofa, the wall, and even over the table, I tested everything I knew to see what she liked and didn't like. Finding her pleasure positions, Satou enjoyed the more aggressive positions where I set the pace and rhythm. Pulling back on her hair, I smacked her ass with my free hand as she screamed into a pillow on the bed. Leaning forward, I kissed her neck passionately as she pushed back on my dick with a very attractive smile. Churning her virgin insides up, I let her hair go and grabbed her arms. Pulling her back, her breasts jiggled freely as I picked up the pace. Filling the room with sounds of her screams and me clapping against her, I quickly drew close to climaxing. Deciding not to warn her, I let go and fell on her back. Putting her in light chokehold, I slammed into her, making her eyes roll into her head and her tongue come out. Grunting, I climaxed unobstructed right into her womb. Gasping with each spurt, it appeared that she was on cloud 9 for the moment. Finishing with round 1, she came around a few minutes later. Giving me a happy smile, I told her we would be going a few more times, which made her ask for a break, a request I denied. A few hours and a shower later, Satou and I were back on the streets. Having soothed her and the beast inside her, Satou was glued to my arm with a happy smile. She was much more relaxed, happy, and above all not suppressing any anger. Clearing the remaining vehicles from roadway, we were returning back to base when we noticed a decent-sized group of survivors coming up one of the storm drain canals that crossed the city. staying back to observe them. All of them were part of some group called the Sons and Daughters of Izanami according to their description on the mini-map. Going by the name alone, they were a fanatic religious cult of people that appeared have just completed a skirmish as their arms were covered in blood. What the hell are they doing? Satou asked me staring at them. They smell like death. I am fairly certain they are a religious cult. The person leading them is dressed like a priest, I said pointing him out. He is dressed really gaudy so I can't think he would be anything else. Listening to their leader talk, the man was telling all of them that this plague was brought about by man's sins. Going further, he said that man had upset the gods and that they had abandoned them to their fate. Satou and I knew that wasn't the case, but the people following them were eating it up like it was the only potential answer. Seeing the women and men flock to him, both of us saw the nasty smile he had that the sheep didn't notice. He knew damn well what he was saying was bullshit yet did so for his own benefit. He is using their fear to manipulate them. He is a disgusting piece of work, Satou growled. Disgusting garbage like that needs be eradicated. I believe it. I am sure he is doing this to save his own head. Using them to do labor and sexual favors for him, I stated watching him grab some of the women by their breasts. Men like this really do need to be exterminated before the world rebuilds. Can I kill him? Her alter ego asked me oozing bloodlust. I want to make that bastard scream. Not yet, I told her as I held her hand. Let's follow them back to their base. If he is just a pawn of someone else, we won't do much by killing him. Besides, those people wouldn't listen to a word we would tell them. They are too far down the rabbit hole for reasoning to work solely. All right, she replied agreeing to my plan. Picking her up, I leapt on top of a building and followed them from above. Since Satou didn't have the skills necessary for keeping up with me, I had to carry her which wasn't an issue. Enjoying the breeze rushing through her hair, Satou relaxed and remained silent while I tracked the group back to base. Watching them like a hawk tracking a mouse, she was eager to kill them when I gave the go-ahead. Holed up in a police precinct, it was a wise decision to follow them back. The man leading the group was a subordinate of a girl maybe 12 years of age, but something was off with her. Using the system to investigate her stats, I was shocked with what I saw. Name, Aoi. Race, human/undead hybrid. Occupation, N/A. Age, 13. Level, 15. Attack, 110. Defense, 110. Mental strength, 80. Willpower, 80. World phase 152%. Skills. Mental manipulation rank 1. Zombie domination rank 1. What the fuck, I thought, she would be incredibly powerful if she worked on those skills. The virus affected her differently, Midna said sitting on top of my head. She mutated into a hybrid of both undead and human. Since you can see her skills as technically she is part undead. As time goes on you will encounter undead with skills, and they will be much more difficult to subdue than a mutated one. Does she realize who the people are she is subjugating? There are several violent criminals in there with her, I questioned. She doesn't have much control at all. At the moment she can make suggestions that weak-minded people will easily follow, Midna stated. If they were truly against an order, they could break her control over them. She is a white dot on my mini-map, I said glancing at the map. Her people are split between neutral and bad. I don't know what to think. Killing a child doesn't fly with me. It isn't ever an acceptable option. Good boy, Midna teased. That is exactly right. Go talk with her, and see if you can make peace. Just be ready to fight if you don't win her over. You make it sound like I am a lilicon. Not a chance in hell, I spat. I like mature women and those my age only. I am kidding, she snickered. Consider that payback for saying you'd rather have Paimon. You still upset about that? I inquired. I have my pride as a guide on the line, she huffed. I led Link to slay Ganondorf and save my world. All that brat did was stuff her face eating food all the time. Geez, you have a beef with her, I questioned. You have no idea, Midna pouted. Consoling her before she jumped back into my shadow, I went to the precinct to have a talk with the girl. Telling Satou to stay civil for now, she agreed to it as she didn't have the stomach to hurt a child either. Casually walking into the building, I lightly used my intimidation skill to keep her people away. Sensing the difference between our strengths, the girl didn't even bother trying to use her skill on me. Can I help you? She asked nervously. Mind telling me why you are using your skills to manipulate people? I inquired. I have to. If I don't I wouldn't be able to survive, she said acting like a scared child. You aren't fooling me. A normal child doesn't manipulate 40 people into doing what you want, I stated. You aren't going to fool me. Staring at me for a moment, she sighed and narrowed her eyes. I did what any girl in my position would have done. Like most kids, I was at school when this happened and my teacher ran away leaving all of us to fend for ourselves, she snarled. All of us tried calling our parents, but no one got through. With no one guiding us we all scattered, and went home. I came home and found my parents were already monsters. They attacked me, their own daughter. Showing us a healing bite to her shoulder, she glared at me. I had to kill my own parents with a knife, she sniffled. Over and over I stabbed them because they wouldn't stop biting me. When they finally stopped moving I got cleaned up, changed, and went for my grandparents' house. I didn't get far before running into perverts who tried to assault me. I ran from them, but they were too fast for me. Just before they got me I called out for help, and they stopped instantly. You can control people? Satou asked. Yeah, I don't know how it works or what my limit is. I just know some people I can manipulate just with verbal commands. Those perverts, I fed to the zombies, and these people I found living here I made into my servants, she informed us. They worship me like I am a goddess reincarnated. I don't get it, but I don't starve or anything. Do the undead attack you? I questioned. That's the thing, she admitted. They don't seem to react to anything I do. In fact, if I try really hard, some of them listen to me for very simple commands, but it's exhausting. For everyone else here, the undead will attack them. So she is like the guy from Z Nation. I thought, that skill set could be invaluable. When this shit infects animals, she might be able to tame them. You going to kill me? She asked nervously as she sensed the bloodlust Satou was giving off. She was hearing what the scumbags were doing in the other room. If not for my order, she'd have gone in there to tear them apart. No, I don't kill children, I remarked. You could be a valuable person to our group in the future. Will you come with us, or stay with the criminals? CRI criminals, the girl said nervously. You mean these weren't all normal people? For someone with your power, you never interrogated them, Satou inquired. How were you so sure there weren't pedophiles here? Well, I didn't have much of a choice. If I don't want to starve, I can't be picky, she replied, looking at me with concern. What did they do? Well, the man that led the group here is a murderer and rapist, I stated. What do you think he is doing in the other room? Shaking her head, she said it sounded similar to when her parents had private time. She had been told by her father that he was giving her mother a massage. Since coming here, she thought that was what that man had been doing. Now that she knew he was a rapist, another thought came to mind. Is that what sex is? She shrieked. I thought you sex was when you made a baby by hand-holding or kissing. Well, that, Satou started to say before I stopped her. You don't make kids by holding hands or kissing, I sighed. Where did you learn that? Television, she answered. Oh boy, Satou groaned. Listen, what he is doing in there is wrong. He is using his position to force himself on the women in there. They think he is your priest, and is using that to sleep with them, I told her. It's probably why he is listening to you. Judging by how she was reacting, she really didn't understand the situation she put herself into. Her limited control of this group meant if they really wanted to, they could likely break the mind control. Once that happened, they would either forget what happened, or would remember everything and kill her for manipulating them. Either way, her power was something I could use in our group. Not only that, as people like her popped up, Umbrella would pursue them as they were a threat to their control over the undead. Midna, could she eventually control the mutant undead too? I asked. I would say some of them, yes. The more intelligent ones would be resistant, but the stupid ones would certainly follow her orders. She needs time to grow her power. Right now she isn't even a beginner, Midna replied. Understanding the situation now, she agreed to leave. Telling them both to wait a moment, I stepped into the other room and executed the criminals here for safety. Seeing me kill people, most of the innocent people snapped out of the mind control and bolted, leaving just Satou, Aoi, and me behind. That was how strong my power was over them. She shivered. They would have left me if something happened. Sorry kid, you don't have a good grip on your power yet, I told her. My name is Aoi Yamato, she snapped. I am a middle schooler, and you are probably a high schooler, so you aren't that much older than me. He's old enough to know that you don't make babies by holding hands or kissing, Satou teased as she gave me a wink. I didn't know, she shouted. My parents didn't teach me about that. Isn't that standard knowledge in health class? I inquired. I didn't pay attention to my teachers. All of them were idiots, she remarked. Complaining about the amount of homework she had to deal with and the crazy teachers she had, she made it sound like her life was shit. Letting her vent her complaints as we left, we headed back to the base in a hurry. Getting back home, I introduced her to the group and pulled the Black Label team to the side. Explaining her situation to them, all of them were dumbfounded by her ability and took a few blood samples from her. Stopping them at that, I warned them that she wasn't to become a lab rat. She was a child, not some sort of science experiment. Still though, the fact she has the ability to manipulate people is dangerous, Yuko stated. I will make sure she doesn't cause problems, I assured her, since we will need to play the part of her parents. Disciplining her falls on us. Besides, her manipulation only works on those with weak wills and minds. Most of us here should be immune to her. Hold on, Aoi panicked. What do you mean disciplining me? Bending you over our knees and paddling you if you misbehave, Yuko and Yoko stated with a serious look. If this were our home, disobedience would have gotten you lashes and forced to do hard labor. Be grateful he is in charge. Nodding her head, she quickly ran off to the other children to escape. What do you think? Mikoto asked me. Can she be trusted? Yes, she may be a little mature for her age, but she acknowledges without a group she will die. She has no survival skills, and has seen that her mental control can break under pressure, I replied. I doubt she will cause problems for a while. By the time she gets strong enough to manipulate people easily, she should be integrated enough to not want to cause problems. Fair enough, we will still monitor her though. There could be side effects from her change that we have yet to see, the scientist stated. Agreeing with that, I didn't know the long-term effects of what would happen to her. Hopefully she would stay stable enough to stay mentally human, but if she didn't, I would be the one to put her down. Chapter 24, Open Road. Setting out at 9 a.m., we kept things moving at a steady pace. With no obstacles blocking us on our way out of the city, we had no real problems making good time. Once we were out of the city, the roads widened up and allowed us to avoid the pileup of vehicles on the roadways. It was clear that most people didn't have the same mentally that I did. Most of the vehicles were coming into the city, not leaving. I didn't think things were this bad out here, Saya said, seeing the charred remains of homes and farms. I thought the dead would have stayed in the city where the noise was. We don't know if it was the dead, looters, or Umbrella, Yuko retorted, looking out the window. For all we know, brigands did all of this for fun. People's true nature comes out when they are pushed to the breaking point. Asking Psycho how it looked from the gunner turret, she said she didn't see any threats. Looking the other direction, Rika reported the same thing. The view on my mini-map showed there were undead around, but not nearly as much as there was in the city. Enjoying the scenery for a while, once we reached the next city we stopped on the outskirts to see if there was a boat we could take. Spotting a ferry we could commandeer for transport, Rika stated that we could use that and take the vehicles with us. Looking at the area on the mini-map, it looked like there was a hostile group on board the ship already of about 40 people. Borrowing the binoculars, I called out the armed people patrolling the ferry. So we either peacefully take it, or kill them for it, Mikato said. Usually I would say peacefully, but with everything happening we should use force. They look like they wouldn't be reasonable if we took the diplomatic approach anyways. I agree, we need the boat, Psycho stated. Do you have a plan, Victor? I do, my plan is to hit them from behind, I told them. How do you intend to get behind them? Yoko asked. Via the river, I remarked. Think you can cause a distraction at the front, Oria? Hehehe, Sao and Oria giggled, pulling out some explosives. How big of a distraction do you want? Giving them a smirk, I told them to cause a big enough distraction that they would come out, but not big enough to attract all the zombies nearby. Once they were off the boat, Rika would pick a few off so they would be too preoccupied to notice my approach. There was a chance they would rush our position here, but Sao and Oria would devastate them as they ran by with Sao's machine gun. Getting the group up to speed on our plan, those that could use rifles got into position while I swam out to the boat. Looking at how the group was spread out on the map, there were several people in wheelhouse, a few scattered around the deck, and the majority were down in the crew area, with some appearing to be using the showers. With that knowledge in mind, I made my way down to the water and started swimming silently towards them. Once Sao and Oria saw me get into the water, the two women made a beeline for the area across the street from the docks. Already having an idea of what to do, Oria wanted to strap some explosives to a small car and blow it up. The resulting fireball would attract the defenders and put them in the sniper's sights. Telling her plan to Sao, she agreed to it and helped fix the explosives. Placing the remote detonated blasting caps in the C4, the two women retreated a safe distance away. Once they were behind cover, they made sure that their guns were ready in case they needed to assist the sniper team. While they were waiting for a signal from Rika, Oria decided to strike up a conversation. So how was he? Oria teased with a smirk. We know that the two of you went off to have some fun. You really going to tease me? Sao asked her. You remember last time I damn near killed you, right? I am not messing with your food ever again, Oria retorted, unless you plan on. Licking her lips, Sao gave her a smile. Okay then, Oria stated, so he is good for it then. He is very good at it, Sao admitted. I really like it. How are things going with you? Found Mr. Right yet? The available pool of men my ages, well, it's not the best. There is the gun freak Kota, the baseball bat guy Takashi, the clueless guy Hisashi, Victor, and a few others. Frankly, I don't think I can compete with most of you for Victor, Oria said. My options are more on the, well, they aren't that great. Arashi would be nice if he wasn't always so angry. What do you mean you couldn't compete with us for Victor? Sao inquired. Some of us don't have pumpkin-sized breasts, Oria said. Punch Sao's chest. Hey, Sao pouted, don't hit me because you have developed yet. Before Oria noticed the signal from Rika. Acknowledging the signal, the two of them ducked behind a wall and detonated the charge. Sending the car nearly 10 feet into the air, they set off almost every car alarm on the block. Turning to Oria, Sao wanted to know why she decided to not follow instructions. Main group. Watching the scene unfold, Yuko and Rika both sighed. The two had been told to keep it small, but the word appeared to mean little to them. Having watched the car shoot nearly 10 feet, the main group watched nearly every undead in the area stop and start heading towards the noise. The fact they had set off every car alarm in a 2-block radius was going to attract a horde, which was something all of us had wanted to avoid. No sense in keeping quiet now, Rika said, removing the silencer from the barrel. Shizuka, make sure everyone is loaded up. If things go south we are going to need to make a speedy play. Okay, Shizuka said, saluting her like she was in the military. We are friends, you don't need to salute me, haha. Rika laughed with a smile. I was just having some fun, Shizuka giggled, running back to the bus. Everyone make sure you. Tripping over her own feet, Yuko and Rika just sighed. Having been friends with her for ages, they knew she had a knack for tripping over anything. Fortunately there wasn't some poor soul in front of her that would get clobbered by her knockers. Reminds me of Christmas 3 years ago, Yuko said. You mean when she tripped and cold-cocked that poor waiter with those jugs? Rika smirked. I remember that stupid grin the guy had when we got Shizuka off of him. Don't bring that up, Shizuka pouted. I was drunk. They replied, not buying it. Kota, you, Yoko started to say, looking at the boy with the bloody nose at the end of firing line. Hehe, I like pandas, he said, lost in his imagination of how that would have felt. Ugh, she said, lightly kicking him in the thigh. Pay attention, we need to make sure the enemy stays focused on us. Right, he remarked, snapping out of it. Targets spotted. Calling out the locations to Rika, she moved into a better position to start laying down fire with the other snipers. Boat. Waiting by the bow of the boat, I heard the explosion and leapt out of the water to grab the edge of the ferry. Pulling myself over the edge, I pulled some piano wire out of storage and garroted one of the guards that had stayed behind at the bow. Thrashing around trying to get to me, I forced him to kneel and knocked his gun away. Once he was dead, I stabbed him in the head and threw him off the ship. Heading to the wheelhouse first, I found several people gathered around the captain's seat trying to figure out how to start the boat. So they don't know how to operate it. I thought, observing them, better make this quick, we got zombies coming this way. Drawing ebony and ivory out, I kicked the door in and blasted the people. Having no time to react, they didn't even get a scream out before their brains were blown everywhere. Stowing their bodies in storage, I found the keys under the captain's chair and headed below deck. Moving to the crew quarters, I found several people singing in the shower, blissfully unaware I was there. Deciding to make this quick, I plugged in a hairdryer and tossed it into the shower room. The floor had just enough water to arc the electricity and electrocute them, preventing the GFI for triggering. I waited a minute before unplugging the device. Walking into the shower, all but one person were dead. The remaining person was the furthest from the hairdryer and was currently incapacitated. Shooting him in the face, I moved on after cleaning up the mess and turning off the water. The people who were sleeping were easily dispatched, leaving only the people engaging my group left. Tossing the bodies in storage, I quickly cleaned up the area before rushing to where the remaining people were. As I was running up to the deck, I heard a second explosion nearby that shook the whole boat. Getting outside, I found Aurea laughing like a moron as Satou carried her to the boat. What the fuck happened? I asked them. I made them go boom. Aurea laughed, waving an RPG at me with smoke still coming out of her barrel. They were being too loud, so I made them go away. We are going to have a serious conversation about the word minimal. I sighed. You brought all the undead here. Thanks. You are welcome, Aurea replied. Ugh, I sighed, turning towards the group on the hill. With the ferry clear, I signaled up to my group, who hurriedly drove down to the pier. By now the undead were starting to get close, and we were running out of time. As we were loading the vehicles on the ferry, they started to arrive in mass with several tanks at the front. Untying the ropes from the dock, I told the fighters to keep them off the boat. Running up to the wheelhouse, I jumped into the captain's seat. I fired up the engines and started pulling away from the pier. Using spears to keep the dead back, we managed to get away with no casualties. Once we were a ways away from shore, the group broke up to find places to sleep for the long trip. Being the only one with the knowledge to operate the ship, I had chosen the wheelhouse as my area. Choosing the same, my group of lovely ladies brought our gear up while I charted our course to Okinawa. Using a map and rough speed, it would take us about 2 weeks to reach Okinawa. It wasn't exactly what I would call fast, but out here we were safer than on land. If we kept no further than a half-mile offshore, we would stay relatively safe, as aquatic life had yet to turn undead. Giving the women the news, they were content to have a bit of rest before we reached Okinawa. They were under the impression that the base was empty, but my mini-map said otherwise. From the way the map was showing, the US military had definitely retreated, but a new group was inhabiting the base. It appeared that a group of survivors had moved in and they were neutral at this time. Whether or not they stayed that way when we tried to take a ship remained to be seen. Looking over to see Rika looking out at the shoreline, I asked how things looked. Frankly, it looks like fucking shit, she remarked. That little city we're in is partially burnt to the ground. See what caused it? I inquired. Looks like a city bus struck a gas truck, Yoko stated, looking in the same direction. Probably happened when this shit started. Agreeing with that assessment, I looked at the dials to make sure we would have enough fuel for our trek so I could plan stops accordingly. Based on the supplies we had now, we would need to make about 3 stops along our trek for water and toilet paper, a very valuable commodity. Marking the cities we could stop at, I sat back and looked at the mini-map to see how Daio was doing. Seeing that she had made it to the safe house, it looked like about a quarter of her group didn't make it. Knowing that they had likely brought additional supplies with them, I figured she had about a month and a half before needing to be rescued. The safe house had its own filtration system, electricity, and communication equipment, so she would be alright for the time being. My other friends were all holed up in their homes and shelters as well. George was at his pub surrounded by women as I expected, and the others were busy moving around their locations. Satisfied with that, I closed the mini-map and increased stat points for my lovers, focusing on attack and defense for the time being. Making sure to bump it up only slightly, I wanted to make sure they didn't hurt themselves with a massive increase in power. Unlike me, who had a high human body, a sudden increase in strength could lead to them killing themselves accidentally. We should probably get to training, Psycho stated, looking at the time. We can afford to miss a single day, I remarked. Let them settle in and relax. Till we reach our next destination, everyone will be training in some fashion. Our next stop is Hamamatsu for resupplying. How many days till we get there? REI asked. About 2 days, I replied. This boat isn't the fastest, haha. How fast are we going? Yoko inquired. Currently 4.5 knots, it's 2 weeks to get to Okinawa, I told them, showing my map. We will stray far from shore at several points. I am trying to make our trek as short as possible. Deciding to get comfortable, the majority of them took a nap. Saya, Kyoko, and Namiyo expressed an interest in learning how to steer the ship to be of assistance to me. Since it would be nice to have others I could swap with to steer the ship, I was happy to show them the ropes. Explaining what each dial did, I proceeded to talk about the depth finder, arguably the most important tool here. telling them how important it was to monitor the depth. I said there was a chance we would beach the boat if we weren't careful. Don't boats usually have some sort of nautical chart or something? Saya asked. My grandfather owned a boat, and he had one on his ship. Not a ferry like this. What we are using it for isn't what it was built for. This boat was made for crossing the bay, not making over a 1,500 kilometers trip, I remarked. The charts they have are for the bay only. That information is useless. Got it, Kyoko replied looking over the gauges. So, what about fresh water? Ah, that is a very good question. The ship is set up with a filtration system that takes seawater and purifies it for use on board. Problem is that it is slow, and that with the number of people we have it won't keep up with cooking, cleaning, and showering. We will use it exclusively for showering, and use the water we have for cooking and cleaning. When we do supply runs we will get water too, I stated. We can quickly fill up our tanks, and empty the waste tank when we reach Hamamatsu. I will have the maintenance team worry about that. Nodding their heads, I proceeded to take about what each alarm light was. Telling them that the most important lights were the fuel light and the oil temperature lights. I said that no matter what they had to alert me if they came on. The engine on the ship were diesel, so if the engines ran dry, we would have to bleed the entire system, which would take valuable time. If the oil temperature light came on, it meant that if nothing was done the engines could weld the pistons to the engine, causing us to become dead in the water. All in all it seems really easy, they said. It is. The complicated stuff is doing maintenance, repairs, and docking, I admitted. When you are on the open ocean, like we are, there are things to consider like the tide, current, and sandbars. This far out we shouldn't have a problem, but at night it becomes much more difficult as we have no lights to guide us by inland and we need to keep the spotlights off. Giving Saya the helm, I watched her closely and gave her tips as she needed them. As I was watching her, I learned a new skill called teaching, which I immediately maxed out. Using the skill, I gave the three of them a go steering the ship before resuming my shift so they could rest. How does it feel having so many beauties in your cabin? Midna teased me. I wouldn't call this a cabin, I don't even have a real bed, I sighed. You have to look at the bright side, you have a room full of beauties, she pointed out. That is true, I laughed. My only problem is I am not into exhibition. We have guests following us from the shore. The people that we killed were part of a larger group that were likely going to take the ferry till we stole it from under their noses. They were currently following us. They knew we had stolen the boat and were hell-bent on getting it back. Fortunately for us, the route we were taking would be a fraction of the time it would take them on land. They would have to contend with road blockages, hordes, other groups, and a less direct route. Within a day's time we would lose them, and not have to concern ourselves with them. Chapter 25 First Operation. Spending the time before reaching our first destination training, I put my teacher skill to the test. Training the group in hand-to-hand combat, the difference between my results and others was frightening. Having the skill allowed me to convey the information far better than anyone without it. Former non-combatants were progressing nicely, and the more skilled fighters were honing their skills far beyond what they thought possible in a few days. It still wasn't perfect, but having the skill alone made a noticeable difference. The biggest challenge was Seo's request to have me help control her alter ego. She wanted to be an asset to me in combat, not a liability. Her alter ego listened to me perfectly, but that applied only when I was nearby. Once I was out of a set range, the obedience stopped and she'd go back to her animalistic way. Giving her regular intercourse helped, but they still fought each other constantly. Her alter ego wasn't make this easy for me. So what do you think? Yuko asked me as we drew near our first port stop. The map showed that there were several groups of survivors in the city, and they weren't all friendly. Throughout the groups there was a mix of red, white, and blue dots, signifying that while they didn't like each other, they were willing to work together to survive. As for the undead, they were everywhere in the city. Unsurprisingly, the group that destroyed the Takagi group had come here, and were attacking people. Using binoculars to scout the area, I told them that the pier looked vacant. The mini-map backed that, and I saw where we could dock to empty the waste tanks and refill the water tanks with city water, assuming the water still worked. Steering us to the location, the docking team tied us off while I took the maintenance group to go over the work I needed them to do. Explaining the process for emptying the waste tanks, refilling the water tanks, and refueling, I asked them to then proceed with cleaning the ship while we were away. Telling them to ask for assistance from the others with cleaning, the maintenance team got work immediately. Taking my team out, I left the other 3 teams to hold down the boat while we were away. Disembarking the ship, I led my group to the parking lot where I hotwired a small tourist bus to take us into the city. Once everyone was on board, I pulled out a map of the city and marked down places we would loot. Telling them that we would hit the furthest location first, we would then work our way back. Nodding their heads, they sat back and silently watched the scenery go by. 20 minutes later we arrived at our first location, a camping supply location. In addition to water and toilet paper, we were running low gas tanks for the few gas stoves and heaters we had gathered. Stowing most of the bottles in my storage before we entered the building, the women were none the wiser as they started loading up on gas bottles I left for us to take. Grabbing additional arrows, knives, sleeping bags, water purification tablets, and meal rations, we took as much as we could stow before leaving. Unsurprisingly, the toilet paper and other materials like first aid kits were long gone by the time we had arrived. Crossing that stop off, I had Kyoko doing inventory while we went to the next stop. Several stops later we reached a restaurant that we wanted to steal cooking equipment from. Due to the number of survivors we had, the cooks were having to cook several batches instead of a single large batch. Taking commercial-grade tools would allow us to cook more effectively, and would make the cooks' lives easier. Picking the lock on the back door, we quickly entered the building to get off the street. Greeted by a few undead REI, Psycho, Paka, and Nina dispatched them in very short order. Wiping the blood from their weapons, we moved to the kitchen where the deceased corpses of a few survivors were rotting. Wanting to hurl, we all got the equipment we needed and got out of there before the smell became overwhelming. As we were loading the bus up, another group of survivors approached us from the front. Looking at the mini-map, a smaller detachment of them had gone around to come behind us. Psycho and Paka, they are acting too bold, only be coming from the front likely means they have people coming around us. Watch our backs to make sure no one sneaks up on us, I told them in a low voice. Got it, the two women said, focusing on the area behind us. That's close enough, I stated, flashing my side pieces at the approaching group. You just stay right there, and we will be gone shortly. Coming up to the front, a college boy pointed a makeshift spear towards me. Give us the bus, and you can walk away. He tried to threaten me. I hope you don't honestly think you can close the gap faster than I can gun you down, I remarked, narrowing my eyes. We don't take threats light, boy. I suggest you back off or you will meet your maker. We need the supplies more than you and those bimbos do, they shouted. I would watch what you say, young man, Yuko said as her hair turned white. You don't want this fight. We have only a small part of a larger group. If you have any sanity you will leave us alone, or die here. Whistling to signal their comrades, the people came around the building right into Psycho and Paka's striking range. Having been waiting for them, the poorly trained attackers were killed in a few seconds. Watching their friends be killed, the group in front of us became agitated. Drawing my pistols, I pointed them at the leader and used my intimidation skill to make them silent. Don't act like you weren't about to attack us. This is a dog-eat-dog world now, kid. If you can't handle that, you need to just crawl in a hole and die. We were nice in not killing you when you approached us so abruptly, but now you have overstayed your welcome, I stated as Satou cracked her knuckles with a smile. We going to kill them? She asked me. I don't know. How did you feel about being called a bimbo? I questioned. Feeling the murderous aura coming from Satou, the group lost their wits and bolted away from us. Watching them flee, Satou laughed at them as she had only been playing with them. She found it amusing they broke so easily after their surprise attack didn't succeed. Finishing loading up, we vacated the area for our last stop. Pulling up to a pharmacy, all of us got out to get as much medicine as we could find. Knowing that there were people in here, based on the mini-map, I made sure to be more cautious. Getting in through the roof, we were immediately greeted by a group of shrieking medical students who were using a mop to attack us, well, me anyways. Being jabbed with a mop handle was unpleasant, but getting jabbed the butt was worse. Glaring at the woman doing the prodding, I told her to stop or I would shove it up her ass. Dropping the mop, she ran over to the group of 4 women trembling in fear of us. Is that how you greet every unknown woman? Yuko laughed, teasing me. She was jamming that thing up my ass, I complained. Sounds like you deserved by their reaction, Yoko said with an amused smile. Yeah, no, I remarked. It's okay, his bark is worse than his bite, Saya stated with a smirk. You all are enjoying my suffering, I chuckled. I don't want to hear that from a guy that can fling a tank, Kiriko jabbed. Shaking my head, I kicked the door down into the medicine room so we could get everything we needed. Leaving Yuko and Yuriko to handle the petrified students, the 2 women approached the 5 students. It's okay, we aren't here to harm you, Yuko assured them. That's what the last group said, they replied. A group of men came here a few days ago, and when we wouldn't let them in they started threatening to kill us. Next thing we knew they started shooting at us. Looking around to see the walls riddled with bullets, Yuriko felt bad for them. Asking them who they were, they informed her they were students from a nearby medical school. They were here interning when everything got crazy outside. The pharmacy employees said they would go get assistance, but they never came back. With no combat experience and nowhere to go, they had been holding out here living on what was in the refrigerator. You said you were medical students, Yuriko asked. What year were you in your studies? We had a year left, they answered. We took the internship here since this pharmacy is associated with a large hospital. Our plan was to show how good we were, and transfer to the hospital. I understand, Yuko told them. I was a surgeon at Mochizuki Hospital. If you want you can with us back to our group. You would take us? They hesitantly asked. Yes, we can use more medical staff, Satou responded, carrying a bag of medicine out of the room. That is okay, right Victor? Of course, medical staff are always welcome, I answered, so long as they don't try to give me a prostate exam again. Laughing at that, they took Yuko and Yuriko's hand and accepted the offer. Helping them down to the bus, we got them some food and water as they had been eating food that most would have tossed out. Once we were all on board, we got back to the boat and offloaded our goods. Double-checking the tanks and fuel, I was satisfied with the work they did and got us back underway. Once we were out in open water, I sat back and watched the shoreline for activity. Have a successful trip, Namio asked me as she brought in a cup of tea. It was successful enough, we got what we needed and a bit extra. How are the interns we saved doing? I inquired. They are all right, they are sound asleep right now. All of worrying kept them up and they are mentally exhausted, she told me. Understandable, I said. Anything happen while we were away? Not really. After we got things cleaned up some of the men started fishing with the children, she stated, wrapping her arms around my neck with a sigh. Everything okay? I questioned, patting her arm. I am worried that Takashi isn't trying to partner up, she admitted. Could you maybe? You know he won't be happy if I interfere, I told her. Kota is one thing, but Takashi and Hisashi, my assistants, is not putting them with only men. I am not going out of my way to find love for them, that's all on them. That is true, I am just worried that he won't find someone. I am his mother, I worry about these things, she remarked. I want to see my son become a good man, and have a family. I understand that. You are a very good mother, I agreed, complimenting her. You are a much better judge of character than me. Maybe you should find women that you think would pair well with him. That's usually how it works, right? That is true, my mother introduced me to my former husband, she admitted. All right, I can handle that. Giving her a smile, I was relieved that I wasn't the one doing it. It was commonplace here for a young man's parents to introduce him to prospective women. I didn't like to use the term dad with Takashi, so I was certainly not going to play matchmaker. Things were already complicated with the relationship I had with his mother. To keep the peace, I didn't openly flirt with Namiyo, but in private he could kiss my ass about what I do with her. You thinking about any of those interns? She inquired with a playful smile. Nope, I have plenty of beauties in my life, I chuckled. Did you hear that, Shizuka? Namiyo asked, seeing Shizuka peeping on us. Did you forget about me? Shizuka pouted, puffing her cheeks. I consider anyone sleeping in my room one of my beauties, I teased her. Is that not okay? There is an order to things, she huffed. I suppose that is true, I admitted, getting up from my seat. Walking over to Shizuka, I took her hands with a firm grip. Shizuka, will you please be my lover and stay by me till the end of the world? I asked. Turning bright red, I swore I saw steam coming out of her head. Acting like a shy schoolgirl that had just heard her first confession, she fidgeted around uncomfortably. This is exactly why I love her. These reactions keep me from going off the deep end, and doing things I might regret, I thought, waiting for her answer. Come on, Shizuka, you have been waiting for him to ask you, Rika stated, leaning into the room. You just going to cock-block the poor boy? Cock-block? Shizuka questioned, not understand sexually phrases or vulgar sayings. What she means to say is that he asked you out, and you should give him an answer, Yuko said, putting Rika in a headlock. You know that Shizuka doesn't understand those kinds of things. I know, I wanted to see Victor try to explain it to her. Rika laughed. Geez, you are brutal, I chuckled. Well, Shizuka, will you join me on this journey? Since you are being so bold, and I am single, she said nervously, I will be your woman. It warms my heart, Rika stated as she faked some tears. Little Shizuka is growing up. Rika, Shizuka shouted, running over to her and lightly using her fists to hit her. You are being a big meanie. So you consider all of us your women? Yoko asked, slipping past the three friends as they laughed at each other. Turning to look at her, I knew she was the wild card in all of this. Everyone else that slept here had pretty much agreed to it, it was just her that had been holding out. After living a life where she was constantly looking over her shoulder for assassins, it was understandable that she mistrusted people. I wouldn't have been surprised if she had been betrayed by lovers in the past, given who she worked for. I do. Speak up now or forever hold your peace, I told her. I am fine with it. You have shown your ability to lead and I have seen you fight. If you will take a woman like me who has killed people to make a living, I will be your woman, she agreed. You did what you had to so your sister wouldn't suffer. Besides which, none of the people you killed were innocent by any mean, they were competitors of your former employer, I pointed out. Black Label took out scumbags same as you. I should be the one with the biggest issue. My parents worked for the very people that started this mess. The sins of the parents don't extend to the child, Psycho told me. If they did, the lives my father has taken would be on my hands too. Agreed, you aren't responsible for their actions, REI agreed. Giving them a smile, I thanked for that and returned my attention to steering the ship. Opting to take a nap, all of them wanted to sneak in an hour of rest before beginning afternoon training. Midna, there any issues with the group that you have noticed? I asked her telepathically. No, all of them are faithful to you. They have food, water, shelter, safety, and above all hope, so no one is considering mutiny, Midna said, sitting on the instrument panel. Got anything on the group the interns encountered? I inquired. Yes, actually, they were a group of looters from a large group of citizens that want to execute feudal-era ruling. The group is gaining power and will likely clash with the government forces as they try to gain control of the country, Midna told me. They blame interactions with foreign nations for the death of so many Japanese people. Their goal is to sever ties with the outside world and eradicate foreigners here. The populace can either submit or be beheaded. Go freaking figure, I sighed. Is the same happening in other places? Yes, several other countries have already been taken over by nationalists that want to eliminate foreigners, Midna giggled. It's ironic that so many people want to cut themselves off from the world, but it will only lead to their demise. These groups won't want to help their neighbors, and that will lead to a domino effect where nations will fall one after the other. A quarter of Europe is already overrun by the dead, and Miranda is already making plays to make an army. All of her people in play too, I questioned. If you are concerned about Miss 9-foot-tall killer, she is very much an active member in Miranda's forces, Midna giggled, thinking about making her your lover. I will make an attempt, but I also happen to know what she looks like in her monster form, I stated. Hihi, she would be a very powerful ally in reaching Raccoon City. If you want to stop this, you are going to have to go there and take control of the computer systems, Midna said. All of the drone and mutants are controlled from there by Umbrella staff. Wesker is there, right? I asked. Yes, she admitted with a playful smile. There's something you aren't telling me, I questioned. Nope, he is there and is helping further the Tyrant program, Midna stated. Just remember next time you engage the Tyrants and others that Umbrella is now going to store the data in Raccoon City. Up till they ran into you they thought that it was unnecessary and were saving the data locally. Remote recording huh, I said with a smirk. Maybe I should call my hacker buddy in South Korea. He can try to make contact with Red Queen or White Queen. Speaking of them, has Umbrella learned of people like Aoi? Not yet, but they are still in the process of taking over governments, Midna replied. It may be a few weeks before they encounter someone like her. The gene that protected her is in 1 in every 100 million people. I will have to talk to the Black Label scientists to see what they have found, I said looking back at the sleeping women. If we can replicate it, we can hopefully make a cure for bitten people. Chapter 26 The Strike. Next day, waking up feeling quite warm, I found Shizuka snuggled up close to me while holding my hand. Having swapped with Kyoko during the night, Shizuka took the opportunity for some skinship. Wriggling into my bed with a mischievous smile, she spent the entire night snuggling with me. I had wanted to introduce her to sex, but I felt taking her first time in such a place wasn't good enough. The right place was on a proper bed where I could make her comfortable, not on a thin pad laying on the ground. Good morning, I whispered. Hihi, good morning, she replied opening her eyes. This is really nice, I have wanted to do this for so long. Giving her a smile I leaned in, and gave her a good morning kiss. Giving me a kiss back, I rolled over to greet the others who needed some persuasion to get out of bed. Slipping into Psycho's bed, I lightly ran my index finger down her spine making her shiver for a moment. Smiling she opened her eyes and gave me a good morning kiss per our usual routine. Amy, Nina, Paka, Rei, and Saya were next, and they were just as easy to awaken. Yuko and Yoko accepted their good morning kisses though were a bit hesitant. Neither of them had been in a committed relationship before so they were beginning to learn the ins and outs. Seo pulled me into her bed for a few minutes pampering which I was happy to give. Namio was the same, wanting my affection and a bit of time for herself. Kiriko and Yuriko were the most shaken up by my display of affection. Their former husbands were not as affectionate as me so it was a bit of a shock to receive a greeting like that. Kissing them deeply I gave them a smile, and hinted that I wanted to be intimate soon with them. Understanding my motives, they gave their consent but asked that I be reasonable in my timing. We had a busy day, and it wouldn't be good for the leader to be busy fucking all day. All in good time, I have to get a chain of command in place so I can take a day or two off. I can't be working all the time, a man's got to keep his women happy. I thought leaving them to approach Kyoko who was steering the ship. Good morning beautiful, I told her as I kissed her. Anything happened last night? Hey jackass, what about me? Rika shouted sitting up in bed. You forgot me. You weren't going to let me get back up quickly, you were going to keep me there for a while, I remarked knowing her intention. I have waited years to meet a man that can shoot better than me, and won't treat me like I am some fragile woman. Rika snapped. You and I have a lot of catching up to do. As I have stated already, I want to make those of you who are virgins comfortable for your first time. I am not saying it has to be a 5-star suite, but it at least has to happen on a proper bed, I remarked. Ugh, that is fair, she said admitting my request wasn't excessive. I agree doing it here on the floor would be a shitty first time. That said, the moment we have the luxury of having a bed you are mine. Geez Rika, why are you acting like this? Yuko asked. I walked down to use the restroom last night, and Koda was making merry with a few of the policewomen. She groaned. Attaboy Koda, I thought hiding a smirk behind my poker face skill. Changing the topic since I didn't want to hear details, I returned to my former question to Kyoko. Nothing out of the ordinary on the water, but on land there was lots of lights from moving vehicles, Kyoko said pointing to a city ahead of us. They were all going towards that city. Is there a shelter there? Turning to Rika who was more informed than any of us, she shook her head, stating that the only shelter she knew of was the one in Tokyo. If there was another there it wasn't run by the government. Using the mini-map to look at what the vehicles were doing, I found that it was a hotspot for umbrella activity. Luckily for us it was focused around the center of town, not near the docks. If we were lucky they wouldn't bother us, but we would see how that panned out. Going down to have breakfast, I divided up the tasks today and got people to work. While everyone was busy doing tasks, I decided to check out the engines to see if there was anything I could do to make us go any faster. Climbing into the engine bay, I gave the engines a once-over with my system. The owners of this ferry hadn't done a good job keeping things maintained. Overall the engines ran, but things like spark plugs need replaced, injectors needing cleaned, belts needing replaced, and parts needing more grease were causing us to lose power. The system estimated that doing the necessary maintenance would decrease our 14-day trip down to 10 which would be wonder for us. My issue was that I didn't have the parts to do the work. Parts for ferries weren't something you just ran down to your hardware store for. Many parts were special order. Using the system to locate the parts we needed, our next stop would have everything we needed in the maintenance shed on the dock. Doing what I could with the tools I had on hand, I crawled out of the engine bay around lunchtime. Seeing me covered in oil and sweat, the group let me pass so I could shower really quick. When we sat down for lunch, I told them about my findings and how we could cut some time off by doing a bit of maintenance. 4 days is worth stopping for a bit, Kyoko stated. Agreed. How long would it take you to do the job once you get the parts? Arashi asked. Probably a few hours, I told him. At our current pace we will arrive in the morning. If everything goes accordingly we will set off again around dinner time. Everyone was in agreement that the work would be worth the risk. The waste dumping station was at the end of a dock, so it would limit the approach vector to a single path, so it wasn't too much of a risk. If worse comes to worse, Aurea could just blow the dock, cutting us off from shore, and she would be supervised this time to ensure she didn't go overboard again. Once lunch was over, people broke to take some time to themselves before training would begin. Using this opportunity, I pulled Kiriko and Yuriko to our room. Getting them inside the room, I gave them a mischievous kiss. Giving me a grin, they seemed to be concerned about something. Asking them if something was wrong, they got straight to the point. Are you certain you want to be with the two of us? They asked me. Of course I do, I replied immediately. You do know we are much older than you, and... Shoving my hands into their pants, I gently pushed them against the wall as I started to finger them. I would change a thing about you. Being older doesn't matter to me. I love you as you are, I told them. Stop trying to find an excuse to weasel out. I am going to make you understand that I want you both. Telling them to strip, they did so in a hurry. Pulling my hands back, I took my shirt off, which made smile. They liked my upper body, and when they dropped my pants the two of them gulped loudly. You are very well endowed, Yuriko said. I see why Rei says you are quite capable in bed, Kiriko added. Getting them on the ground, I started eating Kiriko out while she gave me a blowjob. Wanting to make her happy, I put extra effort into finding her pleasure spots. Hearing her moan while I ate her out, Yuriko was surprised by how good I was making this look. Her former husband never went this far, yet here was a young man making a mature woman melt for him. Moving to Yuriko afterwards, she got to understand the pleasure Kiriko had felt. Her whole body felt like electricity was flowing through her, and she was barely keeping her moans in check. When I found her pleasure spots, I broke that silence. Clamping her legs around me head, she moaned loudly as my tongue flicked her most sensitive spot. When both of them were sufficiently prepped, I took Yuriko first. Putting the tip up against her entrance, it pulsated as it lightly kissed my tip. Kissing her large nipples first, I worked my way to her lips. You are teasing me, she moaned. I am. You ready to admit you want me? I questioned. Making an old woman say such embarrassing. I want you to know that you'll be getting cream pied. I don't pull out, and I don't wear a condom, I whispered, causing her to quiver. Such a naughty boy, she gasped. Giving me a kiss, she pulled me into her soaked vagina. Feeling me stretch her out, she kissed me deeply as my dick hit all of her pleasure points. Pushing till I was completely in, I was perfectly pressed against her cervix. Feeling my member pulse against her cervix brought her immeasurable pleasure. She had never felt this before, and it immediately became all she wanted. Starting to move, I slowly increased the pace till she was comfortable with my member. Filling the cabin with our love-making noises, Kiriko started to play with herself as I fucked Yuriko. Pushing myself up, I got a look at her breasts shaking wildly as I hammered her cervix. I could feel it sucking on me with every thrust. Pulling me back into her embrace, I got the feeling that under the businesswoman image she worked hard to maintain was someone that just wanted to feel loved. She had already told me that her former marriage had shriveled up to nothing by the end. Telling her that I would always support her and love her, she locked her legs behind me tightly. Holding me as tight as she could, I felt her desire to make me come. Every fiber of her wanted me to give her my love, and I didn't disappoint. With 3 hard thrusts, I pushed my tip against her cervix as she lifted her butt up. Grunting, I started to come in her. I could feel her very core start to shiver with delight with every spurt that went in. I am going to hold you to that, she whispered. Don't make me regret my decision to entrust myself to you. You better make sure to make Saya and I happy. We aren't easily impressed. Kissing her till my climax ended, I pulled out of her, leaving her with a sense of emptiness. Knowing that I would have multiple women to please, she understood that sometimes she would just have to accept it. Looking at her, I pulled her into another kiss that I gave my full attention to. I love you, Yuriko, don't you ever think anything else than that, I told her. Feeling a warm sensation come over her, she wriggled close to Kiriko to see how she would react. Staring at my still erect member, Kiriko was all sorts of flustered, seeing the little bit of semen left dripping from the tip. Knowing full well that I had just put my semen in the women next to her, Kiriko was very excited to feel the same sensation. Seeing the look on her face, I didn't bother teasing her as I expected her to be similar to Rei. With that in mind, I put the tip to her opening and slammed right into her. As expected, the sudden move made her climax again, and like her daughter I had penetrated her cervix. Feeling my member deeper than any man had gone before, the only thing she could think of was the pleasure she was feeling. Flipping her onto her side, I draped her right leg over my shoulder while I gave her my member nice and hard. Seizing this opportunity, Yuriko decided to have some fun too. Kissing Kiriko, the two of them started having a very hot make-out session. Using her hand to finger Yuriko, Kiriko kept her preoccupied while I focused on pleasing her. Letting them have their fun for a while, I eventually cut Kiriko off, pushed her down into her pillow. Pulling back on her hair, she glanced back at me with the same expression Rei usually did. Picking up her butt, I smacked it hard, making her scream and bite into her pillow. Giving her a smug smile, I ran my hands over her back before reaching underneath her and grabbing by the shoulders. Slamming her repeatedly into my hips, she bite her pillow and lift her head, letting out a sexy moan. Smacking her ass several more times, I flipped her over and lift her legs towards her head. Leaning forward, I kissed her several times and gave her a grin. No more weaseling out of courting me, I stated. You are both my lovers, and I will want to make love to you often. Often, Kiriko questioned. I hope you know that women our age crave this. We were holding back on account of our daughters, they admitted. They are fine with it, and I am more than willing to handle your urges, I responded as Kiriko felt me draw close to climaxing. Locking her legs behind me, she wasn't about to let me go. Going in for one last kiss, I poured my seed into her. Climaxing with me, she let out a pleasure-filled moan that made the moment just perfect. Going another few rounds with both of them, we didn't finish up till late afternoon. Later that day, after spending some time afterwards to pamper them, the two women got dressed and went to train with the others. Cleaning up our mess with cleaning supplies we had up here, I took a look around the horizon for any problems. Throughout my merrymaking I had been watching the mini-map to make sure that we stayed on course, and we had passed the umbrella group a couple of hours ago. As I was about to air out our bedding for the last few hours of sunlight, I got a phone call from George. I didn't know you got up so early, man, I laughed as I answered the call. Now isn't the time for your joking, he snapped. Please tell me that you have vacated the Tokyo area. Yeah, we are over 300 miles away now, I told him with a bit of concern. Is something wrong? The UN has approved the use of a low-yield nuclear warhead that will take out Tokyo, he said, trying to stay calm. Early reports say that the Prime Minister requested the strike. George, the minister died days ago, I replied, looking on my mini-map to confirm that. He didn't call it in. I assumed as much. It would appear the UN is giving in as they need umbrellas supplies to survive, he complained. We are months out from getting our old plants back on online, so until then we have to play ball with them. Thank you for the warning, George, I thanked him. We are out at sea now, so I will pull us inland to prevent being caught in a tsunami. That would be a wise idea, my friend, he yawned. Now if you will excuse me, I am going to have a pint. It's not even 8 a.m. there, man, I sighed. It's never too early to enjoy a quality beer, he laughed before hanging up. Midna, I assume Umbrella thinks I am at that stadium, I questioned. Correct, your father assumed that you were injured in the fight and were resting there still, Midna stated. It is also to wipe out any residual traces of the tyrant you fought. Rubbing my forehead, I changed our course and went down to inform the group. Noticing the shift in our course, everyone was wondering if something was wrong with the boat. Telling them that everything was fine, I explained the news I had received from George. Hearing the news, all of their faces paled as we were a few hundred miles away where the bomb would drop. Saying that we were outside the range of fallout, I did ask if anyone had a pacemaker or other piece of equipment that they relied on to live. Raising their hands, several people said they had did. Telling that I was going to build a Faraday cage to protect them. When the bomb went off, we would have to deal with the EMP that would result from it. Without the Faraday cage, they would die in a matter of minutes after the bomb went off. You don't need to, my vehicle is EMP shielded. Put them inside and they will be alright, Yoko stated, motioning for them to get in. If that is the case, I am going to work on the instrument clusters in the wheelhouse, I told them, moving to protect the equipment. Disconnecting the dishes and antennas on the roof, I built a large Faraday cage around the control equipment. Once we were safely anchored in a small sheltered cove, I pulled the wires that left the cage for the time being. Making sure nothing outside the cage was connected to anything inside it, I went outside to see how things were going. Everyone had stored their electronics inside the vehicle, and were simply waiting for me to give the all clear. Watching Tokyo on my mini-map, it wasn't too much longer after that I watched all the dots disappear in an instant. Giving it 20 minutes following that to let the people come out, I told them that we were good to move now. You are sure? Saya asked. Yes, it was 30 minutes after that call they were going to strike, and we are 20 minutes past that. Militaries don't miss by that much of time, I assured her. All of those people are gone, Rika stated. I served with many of those officers. Giving her a hug to comfort her, the other officers looked saddened as well. Comforting his lovers too, Koda told them it would be alright. Getting the ship controls rewired up, we would stay here till the morning when the tsunami would have passed. Chapter 27 Grandmasters. 2 days later. Arriving later than expected, we made it to our second stop unscathed from the resulting tsunami. Seeing the damage it did to the shoreline though, everyone was grateful to George for the early warning. The dock we pulled up to was barely standing as the tsunami had used the boats like wrecking balls to destroy the dock and buildings near the shore. Debris and rotting corpses littered the shoreline, making the area look like a war zone as well. Whether undead or alive prior to the tsunami, everything was dead now. Triple checking the mini-map to confirm all of the bodies were completely dead, we started working on emptying the waste tanks. Lucky for us, the pipes were still in working order, so we were able to pump out the waste and refill our water and fuel. Taking my team onto shore, we were going to have to walk to get supplies. The tsunami and EMP had guaranteed we had no vehicles aside from our 3, which were hardened against EMPs. Sticking to locations close by, it was almost a given we would run into other groups out to resupply. Our first few encounters went without any issue as we gave each other space, but our 5th encounter wasn't so friendly. A rather angry group of locals carrying swords, pitchforks, and other farming tools approached us with clear intent to harm us. It was refreshing to see people not ogle the women, but instead want to eliminate us to cut the number of competitors for supplies. Not seeming to care that we were armed with firearms, the group launched their attack first. In an effort to save ammo, I drew my war axe off my back and bisected one of the men down the middle. Seeing that display of strength, the group faltered, but it was too late. They had made the first move, and we would make the last one. Grabbing two of them by the face, Satou easily crushed their skulls like balloons. Saiko, Paka, Yuko, and Yoko mercilessly cut people down left and right without stopping. Sending blood everywhere, the four of them seemed to enjoy blowing off a bit of steam. Rei and Nina were flicking their spears around with deadly precision, hitting both the head and hearts of attackers within moments of each other. Their teamwork was by far the best in our little group in my opinion. Mikoto, Rika, Saya, Yuriko, and Kiriko were the only ones using firearms as that is what they specialized in. Yuriko had taken it upon herself to teach Saya on tandem with me, so she was quickly catching up to her mother's proficiency level. Butchering the group down to a few people, they dropped their weapons and started to run. Wanting to give chase, I stopped Satou and grabbed a small car nearby. Picking it up, I spun around a few times, then flung the car into the air. A few moments later it slammed into the remaining people, killing them instantly. You can maintain that level of strength without entering your berserker state, Yuko stated. How do you manage that? I am always angry, I chuckled. Be real about it, she laughed. The berserker state you are referring to only increases my strength, I reminded her. I am naturally stronger due to whatever my mother did to me. In the past I needed to hold back to not hurt anyone, and I still do with the people I care about. People I could care less about I have no problem crushing like ants. Interesting. Would it be possible to test your blood? Yuko asked. That's fine, I said. Maybe you can make some kind of serum to make all of you stronger too. That's what I am hoping, she stated. Taking what supplies the group had gathered, we moved on to our first location. Finding most the supplies ruined by the sea water, we did manage to find several packages of jerky in sealed packages that escaped the water. Finding similar situations at the rest of our locations, we returned to the ship with only a little bit of what we needed. This area is really picked clean, Saya sighed, handing the stuff over to Kyoko's team who were inventorying everything. Well, most of it probably floated out to sea last night, Rika added. What's your plan, Victor? I don't usually like stealing from other survivors, but that one group we fought probably has supplies we can take, I told them. You all comfortable with that? We won't take from them if they have kids though, we aren't desperate enough for that. That's fine, Rika agreed. Let's take the Humvee in case there is a lot there. You have an idea where they were camped? Yoko asked. I can track their path back, I chuckled. Moving the boat to the ferry landing, we unloaded the Humvee and took off to explore. Getting out when we got to where we fought them, Rika followed behind me in the Humvee as I followed the prince. Since I had maxed the tracking skill and had years of experience, things were incredibly easy for me to spot. Tracking their steps back to an old truck with a large trailer hooked to it, I broke the lock and opened it. Inside the trailer were many items we needed along with ammo and firearms. Since the Humvee had a hitch, we decided to just take it with us. Scouting the immediate area for any signs of habitation, we only saw a few empty homes and nothing else. Realizing they weren't close to here, we let our guard down to check that everything was still fine to eat. While the majority of the group handled that, Rei asked me about the truck. So how exactly did this still work? Rei asked. No electronics to fry, it's a really old-fashioned truck, I chuckled. Everything is mechanical. Oh okay, she said, trusting me as she wasn't mechanically inclined. Is it something worth bringing back? Not really, the fuel mileage on an old car is dreadful and fuel is only going to become increasingly scarce, I told her. We going to just take the trailer and leave? Saiko inquired, looking anxious for some more combat. To anyone else the question was innocent, and her facial expression wouldn't have let on she wanted to fight more. Having been very close to each other for a long time, I knew she'd only ask if she wanted to fight more. Usually she was more than happy with me planning dates, but when she wanted to go out and fight someone, she was always the one to hint she wanted action. We can scope out their base, I said with a smile. We can follow the path they left behind to find where they were holed up. Following me in the Humvee, we followed the tread marks back to a dojo outside the city. Looking to Saiko and Paka, I hoped they could tell us more about the dojo. Shaking their heads, neither of them had anything on this place, so I went off of what the mini-map showed. According to it, there were about 25 people behind the outer walls, mostly women and children. There were a few men left guarding the place, but overall their main strength was killed by us. 2 people did stand out though, as they were higher level than everyone else, by a large margin. Should we knock? Satou asked with a smirk. Of course, it's the only polite thing to do, I chuckled. Leaving the Humvee out of sight, we approached the dojo cautiously. Avoiding a few traps they had set up, we made it to the front gate and loudly knocked on the door. Seeing a few people approach the door on the map, I motioned for the women to stay ready. A split second after the door started to open, one of the defenders jabbed a spear out aimed for my chest. Grabbing the spear, I yanked them forward and slammed them into the door before using the other end to slam into their gut. Hearing an audible shriek from the other side, I lift my foot up and slammed it into the door. The poor soul still on the other side of the doors took the impact head-on and was sent skipping across the ground like a rag doll. I see now why you hold back, Nina said, looking at the poor woman I had slammed the blunt end of the spear into. Lying on the ground in the fetal position, the woman had internal injuries from the blow. I hadn't realized it was a woman, and admittedly hit her a bit too hard. As for the man that went flying, he could walk it off. I hope you don't greet everyone with a death blow to the heart, I told the woman on the ground. I apologize, but you did try to kill me. Getting only a groan in response, I turned my attention to the 4 defenders rushing forward with swords at the ready. With a snap of my fingers, Saiko and Satou blitzed past me to engage them. Why does it seem like they like combat so much? Saya sighed. It's not only the combat they enjoy, it's also the thrill of testing their limits and skills against someone else, I remarked. It's like how you feel when you get into debates or intellectual discussions with someone. You enjoy the feeling of using your knowledge to try to best someone. That's fair. I guess I didn't think of it like that, she admitted. It's part of the reason all of us were in clubs, Rei stated. We like being around other people that push us to do better. Yes, not everyone had someone come over every day to push them, Yuriko teased her. Mother, Saya huffed, trying to hide a smile. Looking back at the two women in combat, I watched Satou throw her two opponents to the ground before starting to beat them into a pulp. As for Saiko, she was keeping it more restrained by observing her opponents' movements as they tried to strike her. Her two opponents weren't some random thugs, they had training with their katanas, but they were only middle-of-the-road apprentice level at best. Having observed their movements for a few moments, Saiko made her move when one of them made a mistake. Going for an overhead strike on her, instead of backing up she lunged forward, catching him off guard. Slamming the hilt of her blade into his gut, she knocked the wind out of him before grabbing his shirt and judo throwing him into his comrade. Grabbing his sword before it hit the ground, she spun it around and launched it like a spear, burying it in the dirt a hair's width from his neck. You aren't worth my time, she said in a calm voice. For all of her bloodthirsty tendencies, Saiko always only took the lives of criminals. On a few occasions an innocent bystander would jump into a fight against us when we were subduing a group of criminals. Every time that happened, she would hurt them but never actually attempt to kill them. She reserved that for the most deserving people, as she enjoyed watching them beg for their lives or watch their pride shatter before she'd dispatch them. For many she'd be considered a psycho, but to me she was the love of my life. Both of you done already? I inquired as the rest of us walked in. Yes, they said. Wiping the blood off her hands, Satou ran back over to me with a smile on her face while Saiko hid her enjoyment. About that time an elderly couple came out with swords on their hips and looked at the injured defenders. Judging by their demeanor, they were the leaders of this group, which was a surprise to me. They are grandmasters, I saw on our approach, I thought. Good afternoon, the old man said. May we inquire what you have come here for? A group of men that attacked us on the road came from here. We followed their tread marks back to this place. They had an old truck with a trailer attached to it, I answered, watching their movements carefully. If our son and grandson attacked you, we apologize, the old women replied. Times are tough, and after the tsunami that struck the city, supplies became even harder to find. They must have thought you were a threat to our survival. That's exactly why they are laying in pieces in town, I said, letting them know where they were. I see, the old man sighed. They are dead then. As you said, times are tough, and you do what you have to survive, I stated. Not sitting well with them, they started to size me up. Putting my hand on my pistols, I really didn't want to kill them if I didn't have to. Having two grandmasters on the ship would greatly boost our training capacity, and would free me up, assuming they had the teacher skill. Are you here for revenge? They asked. Originally yes, but it's quite clear there are a large number of children here. I frankly can't justify taking food out of a child's mouth, I told them honestly. That said, with your main fighting power gone, I doubt you will hold out here very long. Relaxing their grip on their swords, they nodded their heads. They admitted that even with their full group fighting they wouldn't last very long now. The children needed constant care, they had nursing mothers, and pupils they needed to safeguard, so they needed to think things through. I propose you come with our group to Okinawa, and onward from there, I offered. We number just over 100 people, and if you were willing to teach our group your arts, we would be happy to have you. That is all you want? He asked. I am the leader of our group, and everyone contributes in some fashion, whether it's assisting adults, fighting, washing clothing, or cooking. Everyone plays their part. In addition, I want all of our members to know how to fight. They don't need to reach your level, but they need to know how to defend themselves, I answered. It is safest for everyone as it minimizes a hostile group from within hurting others. Agreed, he chuckled, rubbing his chin. You aren't from Japan, are you, boy? No, I am from the US, I told him. I hope that doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. We are all humans at the end of the day, he stated. Father? Mother? Is something wrong? A middle-aged woman said, running out in a martial arts uniform. Around Yuko and Yuriko's age, this woman clearly had fighting experience based on her walk and demeanor. I wouldn't have been surprised if she was a former MMA fighter or possible a Yakuza hitman. Glancing at me with her dark brown eyes, she quickly looked at her father. Who are they? She asked him. Your brother unfortunately picked the fight with a very talented fighter, he remarked. Turning to me, I could sense some killing intent from her. Before she could move, the old man scolded her and said that she wasn't allowed to engage in combat with me, stating he could tell that I was well versed in the art of killing. He didn't want to lose his remaining child today as well. Accepting our offer, he ordered her to prepare the group to leave, which she did immediately. You aren't thinking about betting her, right? Rika teased in a whisper tone. No, and I don't think she'd be a good candidate as we killed her brother, I remarked. Besides, I don't go after every female I see. If he did, we'd have a problem, Saiko laughed. Yeah, he's got to keep the number in check, Saya huffed. Knowing her, she'd want me for herself and no one else. Having Rika bring the Humvee around, we got their belongings loaded up and had the mothers and babies get in the Humvee. Walking at the front of the group with my rifle, I lead the way back to the boat. Making it back without any problems, I had Kyoko get them situated with the necessities. Once everything was loaded, I got us out of the area as I saw a horde coming in our direction. Raccoon City HQ. Having successfully forced the UN to nuke Tokyo, the group was moving forward with their plans. Assuming that their main target, Victor, had potentially escaped or left the area prior to the strike, Umbrella was busy coming up with alternative methods for eliminating him. Commander, one of his men said, I received word that you requested my presence. Correct, I wanted to know how your machines are progressing, the commander asked. I have need of some of your more offensive drone units, preferably something that could be sent in without the need for outside interaction. I apologize, sir, but the lion's share of my research money was allotted to the Tyrant or other mutation projections, the man replied. Umbrella is in need of your machines to track down an anomaly, the commander said. My wife appears to have genetically modified my son, and he more than likely wasn't in Tokyo when the strike happened. I need to make absolutely certain that he doesn't become a nuisance for Umbrella. Can you deploy any of your equipment to handle it? I mean, I have some prototypes that I could weaponize. Doing so would take about a week, but I could get you a dozen of them, he answered. Good, get it done, the commander ordered. I don't mean to question your judgment, sir, but, are you sure you really want to kill your son? The scientist asked. Unfortunately, he is too much of a liability to leave alive, the commander said. His modifications allowed him to fight the Mark I Tyrant with little issue. That level of power is a threat to our overall goal, and must be dealt with accordingly. I understand, sir. I will try to make them kill him as quickly as possible, the man said before rushing out of them to get to work. Chapter 28 Trouble on the Horizon. Evening. After having our meal, and we all settled down for the evening, I had the opportunity to speak with the old couple about their skills after dinner. Evidently the dojo we met them at was the man's family dojo, and had been in the family for nearly 5 generations. Telling me that the two of them met while training there, it was nice to see a loving couple here. Apologizing for their son's behavior, they admitted that he had been running with a rough crowd for months after a local factory closed and he lost his job. Joining up with a wannabe group gangsters, the group had taken it upon themselves to loot on behalf of the community in the dojo. They had suspected they were looting via violent means, but had let it slide as they thought their son and grandson wouldn't have resorted to killing. Unfortunately for them, that judgment was what put them both in the ground, and what was upset their daughter. I apologize as well, taking a life is never good, I stated. This is true, but it is how this new world works, the couple said. I should still probably apologize to his wife, I remarked. She died when our grandson was born, complications at birth, they sighed looking back at that sad memory. I understand, I thank you for accepting our offer, I said, changing subjects. I hope your daughter can find it in her heart to forgive us. She is stubborn as a mule, he laughed, she gets that from her. Don't you say it, his wife scolded. Her grandmother, he changed his answer. I see, I chuckled. On the topic of her, she appears to be a brawler, not a swordsman like both of you. Where did she train? Oh yes, she was trained by a close friend at the Reincarnation, he chuckled. Reincarnation, I asked, hiding a twitch behind my poker face skill. Yes, she refused to learn kendo because she wanted to learn martial arts, they answered. She studied under Kensei Ma. He and I are old acquaintance from back when he first visited Japan. Oh no, I thought. Based on our heading we should end up near Reincarnation. We highly recommend that we seek them out as they are masters in their respective styles, and would be a major asset to the group as a whole, the old woman said. They also happen to not kill people though, I said. Would they really consider joining us? I would hope they would change their minds, at least about the undead, she stated. They won't live long if they didn't. Some of these bigger mutations are overwhelming even for us, and it's only getting worse day by day. Acknowledging that, I thanked for their knowledge and went to stew on this. Climbing up to the highest point of the ship, I called Midna out to explain the situation. I didn't remember being told anything about other franchises, aside from zombie ones, being added into this world. What the hell are the Kenichi people doing here? I asked her. I never heard anything about them when I was. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you read the fine print in your request? As the world increases in difficulty you will be given the opportunity to gather stronger members to your group. Pass up the opportunity, and you won't get a second chance with those members, she said before giving me a lecherous smile. While there is Kenichi here, you have access to all the beauties hiding at the dojo. You can. Do you see all those women in the wheelhouse? I questioned. Tell me why I would need to look elsewhere for more women. Maybe because you have a thing for badass bitches and klutzy women, she pointed out with a smirk. The women there check those boxes. Ugh, I need to confirm that they are willing to kill the undead and umbrella troops before I can take them. If they are only going to beat them within an inch of their life, they are a liability, not an asset. They need to be able to train these people to kill and protect themselves, I stated. If that is your concern, I can tell you they aren't treating the undead the same as living people, she assured me. They are more than willing to kill the undead and the mutants without hesitation. Assuming you play your cards right, you can probably convince them about the Umbrella goons. You have to remember they have families too, and they are aware of what Umbrella Corp has done. Gore, I groaned. Are there any other surprises I should be aware of? I can tell you that the Kenichi group isn't the only ones sheltering there, she giggled. Several other deadly women and their group are sheltering there after fleeing their high school full of martial arts fanatics. I would tread carefully with them though. The students had to kill a lot of people they cared about. Martial artists may be powerful, but they aren't invincible in this world. Not a single person in this world aside from you is immune to the virus. A normal martial artist can get infected from the tiniest cut. The things you do with martial arts is dangerous for most practitioners, especially as the world phase goes up. Your skin is hard enough to stop bullets with ease. Most martial artists aren't anywhere near that level. I assumed as much, I admitted. Sighing, I accepted the task of at least seeing if they would join us. The fact was I had killed plenty of people, so they were likely going to pick up on that. Same with Psycho. We would see exactly how they would react to us, and more importantly confirm the presence of the other groups there. Putting it to bed for now, it would be several days before reaching our third stop in Muroto anyways, so I had time to think. After a cold shower, to conserve the hot water for others, I went to the wheelhouse to find Saya at the helm. Giving her a playful smile, I gave her a hug and a kiss on the lips. Smelling the perfume on her, I gave her a compliment as it was one that I had bought her for her birthday last year. Asking her how things looked out there, she said that it was incredibly dark as it was a new moon tonight. Offering to take the helm so she could rest, she took the offer and went to lay down. Taking her place, soon afterwards REI slipped into my lap to watch the dim scenery around us. Keeping me company till my shift was over, Saya and her kept me company in bed while I got a few hours of rest. Afternoon. Getting the Grandmasters introduced formally to the group, I had them lead the day's training so I could focus on repairs. Thanks to Kota and crew, they had managed to find the parts I needed lying on the beach at our last stop. Pulling the engines into my inventory briefly, I swapped the parts and applied the injector cleaner to the engine. Placing them back afterwards, I cleaned up the alternator contacts by hand to remove some of the corrosion that was building up. Getting them fired back up 3 hours later, we were back on the move again at a much faster rate. Good job, Rika laughed, slapping me on the back. Thanks, we should make good time now, I chuckled, motioning that I wanted to shower. Letting me go, I went in and got into the shower. Using degreasing soap and shampoo from my storage, I quickly removed the caked on grease from the engine bay. While I was scrubbing my face, I heard someone enter the room trying to be sneaky. A few moments after that, I felt a familiar sensation on my back. Sneaking away from training, Psycho, and Paka, I said. All I did was put my breasts on you, and you knew it was me, Psycho said, wrapping her arms around me. They are currently doing sword swing drills, and we were excused, Paka said, moving around to my front. How long has it been since we were in a shower together? About a month, I snickered. You were getting pretty busy with your training before this happened after all. I know, I kept saying I want to skip this year no matter what, but I didn't expect this, she laughed. Is it just you two, or is there another person? I said, rinsing my eyes out. They were right. Your senses are very sharp, Yuko giggled. I am not surprised you three got out so easily, I stated. It actually wasn't that easy, Yuko replied. Their daughter really doesn't like us. Why is she mad at you? I inquired. Not just me, everyone that sleep in the wheelhouse. It's no secret that all of us that sleep up there are your lovers, and she hates you, Paka told me. Since we killed her brother, she wants revenge but is respecting her parents' wish to keep it peaceful. Ah, I groaned. Anyways, she wants to fight you next. She wants to see why we elected some muscular high school guy to be the leader, Yuko said in a mocking tone. Ouch. My pride, I gasped, faking the pain. Laughing at that, we got cleaned up, after performing a routine full body examine, and left the shower room. Going out to the deck, I saw the elderly couple drilling everyone like they were pupils. Even the children were being drilled to build their endurance and core strength. Giving Kikyo a smile as she glanced over at me, her son Satou gave me a big smile too. Satou had taken to me like glue since saving his mother and him. Any tasks that he could assist me with, I had him help me so he could learn new things. His mother was over the moon with it, as working with me put a smile on his face. It reminded me of my past life during the take your child to work days at my parents' jobs. At this point, I was damn near close enough to her to be her lover. Her and Namiyo got along great, and I secretly thought she was part of the reason why Kikyo was so flirtatious. You like her? Psycho asked. She is a very nice woman, but she also feels a bit hesitant given how things went with her husband, I answered. That's true, it is disappointing that he just left them alone, Psycho stated. Very disappointing, Satou is nice kid, Yuko said. Seeing us coming out of the shower, the elderly couple waved me over. Thinking they wanted to talk to me about something, next thing I knew a practice sword was tossed to me. Telling me they wanted to see my level of proficiency, I reluctantly agreed to the test. Making room for us to spar, I swung the sword a few times to get an idea of the balancing before giving my go-ahead to them. After a signal from Yuko, the fight started but neither side moved. Seizing each other up, I was relatively surprised that both of them were taking me on in unison instead of on an individual basis. That either meant they felt I was that strong of an opponent, or they practice a style that used two fighters. The fact that outside forces are here, I can't let my guard down, I thought. A few moments later, I decided to make the first move. Launching myself forward, I feinted going for a wide swing but at the last second dropped down to do an upward slash using my legs to provide the power. Unsurprisingly, they saw the feint coming, and simply stepped out of the way. Continuing my slide, I used the side of the boat as a launching pad, aiming for the man first. Moving faster than most people his age would, he drew his blade and immediately went for my neck. Using my martial arts training I constantly worked on, I avoided his blade by a hair length, knocked the sword free from his hand, and grabbed him by the shirt. Pulling him towards me, I flipped him over my shoulder and threw him towards his wife, catching his sword in midair, and waited for my opportunity. Once her sight line of me was broken and he had his back to me, I dashed forward and stopped just short of delivering death blows to both of their necks. Conceding that they had lost the fight, the two of them gave me a grin. You have a rather unique style of fighting. It would appear you are versed in many weapons, and it has changed your fighting style, they said as I helped the old man off the ground. If this were a real fight, you would have killed us instantly. You were holding back. Is it that obvious? I inquired with a smile. It is. Watching your movements displays the level of dedication and training you have reached, he said. I didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Most of my childhood was spent in military boarding school as my father didn't have the time for me. I chuckled. I picked up a lot of my skills from there. Shaking their hands, I returned his sword to him and the one they gave me. Resuming training again after that, I stood by and watched how things went. A few days later, as approached the jut-out piece of land that Muroto was positioned on, it became clear they had experienced quite a fight here. From the direction we came from, Muroto was positioned on the other side and a large amount of smoke was coming over the ridge separating us. Looking at the mini-map, the place was crawling with undead but there was a single place that survivors were holding out at. There was about 40 people fighting with a handful of others stuck in the middle of the group. Watching the dots on the map, several of the undead were moving much faster than I had seen before. We were at 87% of phase 1 which told me that new mutations would start appearing soon. Assuming that we could be dealing with that, I told everyone to be ready for a fight. Understanding what I was implying, everyone hurriedly got ready for conflict. Taking the kids and the weakest members onto the bus, I left the elderly couple and Takashi's group to protect them all. Koda and Myrna groups took the rear of ship, mine took the forward position, and the remainder of our forces shored up the empty spots as we rounded the tip of the land mass. As the city came into view, most of the place was ablaze with undead running around like they had lost their minds. Trying to figure out what the situation was, we encountered a chrome-plated cyborg zombie. It looked like the bloody thing came out of Doom along with a mutant dog. Hey Midna, you happen to know if I can buy the Doomslayer armor yet? I asked quickly, raising the attack and defense power of my group. I have dozens of pages of equipment I could buy, and honestly it's easier asking you. Yep, want me to buy it for you? She inquired. Can you tell me about that thing first? I said. Well that was the route Umbrella was going to go with originally before perfecting the Tyrant virus. You should know that while it may not be as physically strong as a Tyrant, all that tech isn't just for defense. It's packing several rockets, guns, and a laser in its robotic arm, she informed me. As for the dog, I don't think I need to tell you that about that one. Yay, let's buy the Doomslayer armor, I stated. How much? 20,000 points, and it's only the base model. None of the attachments or firearms come with it, she said, buying the armor. How much for the BFG? I asked. Hehe, she laughed with a big smile. You will need 100,000 points for that, and each round is 5,000 points. Looks like I am going to need to gather some points then. I might need it later, I chuckled. Putting the armor in my storage, I kept us out of range of the cyborg sensors. Watching it patrol the streets like a stalker, this thing looked like it had hurriedly been rushed along. The dog also looked like it was patched together with zombie and dog parts. What's your plan? Rika asked. Those things give me the creeps. Well, easiest thing to do is shoot it and see if a headshot kills it, I said as REI handed me my .50 rifle. Instructing everyone to take cover behind one of the vehicles. If the bullet didn't kill it, the thing would turn and attack us. In the event that happened, I didn't want people getting hit with rounds from it. Once everyone was behind cover, I lined up the shot aiming straight for its head. Midna, could I transfer the power from Ebony and Ivory to this gun? I inquired. No, the energy and ammo are only usable in the items purchased with them. Ebony and Ivory's demonic energy is tied to them, and can't be transferred or stolen, Midna told me, sitting on my head. You going to take the shot or not? Sighing, I took a deep breath, and then fired. Hitting the cyborg dead center of the head, the cyborg stumbled forward, acting like it was drugged for a moment before subsequently exploding. Sighing with relief, I cautiously waited to see what would happen next. Knowing that it probably wouldn't be that simple, I watched the mini-map to see if anything would come this way. Did you get it? Shizuka asked. I did, but everyone stay down for a few minutes. I don't know if the explosion will bring another one, I said. They haven't been that smart before, it will most likely only attract a horde. We can wait until they disperse, Saya stated. I don't want to put any faith in that till I see it for myself. Umbrella is only going to improve their hand, we need to be. Before I finished, a helicopter came into the area. Coming to where the cyborg exploded, a team quickly picked up the unit and the dog before quickly vacating the area. Chapter 29 Triple Fusion Technique. With the dock area relatively clear, I pulled up along the ferry dock and got the teams working. Taking the Humvee out while they were getting the boat checklist taken care of, I took us to several shops and gathered up supplies in a hurry. We encountered several small groups of undead, but there weren't too many for us to handle. While we were looting, I paid attention to the situation at the dojo, which had spilled out into the streets. Now running towards our location, it appeared we wouldn't have the luxury of choosing our encounter. They were coming for us regardless of what we wanted. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle quickly approaching us, we looked down the street to see who was coming. Seeing three familiar faces come squealing down the street, I immediately knew who else was with the Kenichi group. If I thought about it logically, it wasn't that surprising given that both franchises were martial arts based. Come on, move it! They are gaining on us, Soichiro Nagi shouted. I don't want to be zombie chow. Why don't you get out and push? His friend Bob Makihara remarked. Will you two stop fighting? Bob's girlfriend Kayaki Konoike shouted. The bike is loud enough as it is, don't make it worse with your arguing. Looking forward, Soichiro saw us standing on the side of the road. Having not seen us before, he told Bob to stop for a moment so he could warn us of the danger. Hey you guys, there is a horde of undead freaks coming this way, he shouted as they pulled up alongside us. You don't say, Saya huffed. I wonder why. It's not like someone is riding on a loud-ass motorcycle through the city. See, I am not the only one that thinks it was a bad idea, Kayaki spoke up with a sigh. Wasn't like anything else was working. It took me a whole day to get my baby fixed again, Bob said. We know they are coming. You came from the dojo, I questioned. Yeah, we came on ahead to see if we could find a new place to settle. Our base was overrun by some freaky-looking cyborg things, Soichiro said. There is fucking behemoth in the middle that makes the fucking ground shake with a roar. You all better get moving too. We are getting supplies for our boat, and leaving here, I remarked. You have a boat, they shouted. You got room for more. We got like 40 people in our group. Glancing at my team, no one had an objections. Telling them that was fine, I said that we could use their help anyways. Pulling a flare out of his jacket, Soichiro fired into the air, letting his group know where we were. All of us stared at the three of them like they were morons. Giving us a confused look, I just sighed. Using a flare doesn't just let your people know where you are, you just told Umbrella where we are too, Yuriko said. Now they are going to try to cut us off, thanks. How else were they going to find us, he asked. Why not use your brain, Saya groaned. You are riding probably the loudest thing in the city. They could have followed your sound. Are you a muscle-bound idiot? She's got a hot temper, Bob chuckled, just like. She is spoken for, I said, pulling Saya to me and letting off a little of my intimidation skill. Starting to sweat, they nodded their heads, understanding that I was very easily able to kill them. Giving them a smile, I stopped and allowed them to gasp for air. Turning my head back to from where they came from, I saw the rest of their group running on foot. Holding back my laughter as I saw Kenichi at the forefront of the group, it looked like he was trying not to cry based on his facial expression. Just as the last person rounded the corner, several rockets flew past them and detonated on the other side of the street. Rika, take the group back to boat and get going, I said, tossing her the keys. We will make an emergency stop elsewhere. You going? Psycho asked me. You know me so well, I chuckled, giving her a kiss. Try not to beat anyone senseless. No promises, the women laughed. Wow, you with all of them? Bob inquired. That's a stupid question, of course we are, Saya sighed. Let's go, and try to keep up. You are just gonna let him go fight those things alone? Soichiro questioned. You do realize those things are. Just shut up and follow us, Sayo hissed. We aren't coming back if you fall behind. Yes ma'am, the three of them shrieked, sensing her killing intent. Tossing me my axe, swords, pistols, and rifle, Rei and Mikato told me to make sure I made it back to the boat before they set off. Tell them to stay in the harbor, I said. I would swim out to them if need be. Nodding their heads, they got in the Humvee, and started to drive away. Shouting at the others to follow after the Humvee, Bob took off, following close behind the women. Launching myself forward, I quickly ran past the group, and charged towards the enemy, chasing them. By the time I was almost at the corner, the first undead were running around the same corner. Barely registering my presence in front of them, all they saw was a sudden barrage of fists that slammed into them, causing them to splatter everywhere. Looking back at the boy who ran past them to face the enemy alone, Maya Natsum was very interested in the martial arts the teenager was using. Having diligently trained since she was a young girl, she never once saw such a devastating flurry fists. She could clearly see that each blow used just enough force to explode the dead. I see, that is why he has the courage to face them alone, Maya thought. Watching one of the mechanized dead come around the corner, in the next second she watched the boy bisect it with a single swing of his axe. Not only her, most of the other survivors witnessed the same terrifying display of raw strength. That guy is something else, Mitsuomi Takayanagi stated. I was just about to say the same, Hayato Furanji said. I wonder who he studied under. If we survive this, maybe we can ask him, Kenichi shouted. What do you mean if? We are going to survive this, Renkama retorted, kicking him in the butt. Ouch, he howled. Why did you do that? For being an idiot, you have to stay positive for your sister and mother, Renka spat. You promised your dad, remember? When this nightmare started, Renka and him had been in class like any other weekday. When the announcement came over the PA, and they heard the dead pounding on the doors to where the PA equipment was, he remembered the terror he felt. It was one thing to face a strong opponent, but these things didn't feel pain, and simply snapping their necks didn't work. Add that onto the sight of his classmates being torn apart, Kenichi was at a loss for what to do. He fought tooth and nail to get Mui and Renka out of the school before too many people turned. When they made it out, they ran into a group of martial fanatics from a neighboring high school and made their way to the Ryazan Paco. There they made their stand, and tried to rescue their families. His mother and sister managed to make their, but his father unfortunately lost his life fighting to protect them. The letter his father left him asked him to protect his mother and sister as the man of the house now. He apologized to him that he was leaving it all to him, but he wasn't about to let his family die while he drew breath. Kenichi, Hayato shouted to snap him back to reality. Now isn't the time to reflect on your father's sacrifice. Don't let it be in vain, you are still alive and so is your mother and sister. You are right, Kenichi said, getting out of his funk. Continuing to follow after Bob and the Humvee, the group drew near to the docks where they saw the ferry docked up. Seeing the large group on the boat, all of them picked up the pace. Expecting the teenager that had stayed behind to catch up, they glanced back again to see him still slaughtering the dead. As they ran on board the ship, the medical staff quickly checked them for any injuries before getting them water to rehydrate. Watching Saya get out of the Humvee and run up to the wheelhouse, the group asked about the boy that was still fighting. Informing them that they needed to get a little ways from the dock, they said that he would rejoin them after stopping the horde. You mean you are going to let him fight them alone? Kenichi shouted. I mean, he gave me the vibe that he could take them, Suichiro said. There were hundreds of them, and several of them that martial arts don't work well on. Kenichi spat. He's going to die. He will be fine, Saiko told them. I trust my boyfriend. A few hundred or even thousands undead won't bring him down. She's right. He's taken on one of the largest mutants we have seen with pretty much his bare hands, Yuko assured them as she handled a few minor injuries the group had. But, he tried to argue. We should trust them, Hayato spoke up. We have yet to learn about our saviors. He looked proficient enough to be at least a grand master. He's strong than that, the elderly couple spoke up. Well, I am surprised that you and the Kensei started to say before the old woman bashed him on the head. I see your sharp tongue hasn't changed. Are you still a perverted man that still tries to take upskirt pictures of young women? She inquired. I resent that statement, he replied. Yes, all the women in their group said, forcing him to sigh in defeat. Haha, you'll never change, Kensei, the old man laughed. I didn't expect to see you here, Tadashi and Mommy. It's been nearly a decade since our last meeting, Kensei said. Yes, I remember chasing you out of our dojo for trying to sneak a peek at our daughter, Mommy hissed. I don't know what you mean, he laughed dryly. Getting lost in their conversation, the three old friends got caught up as the boat pulled away from the dock. City center. Pulverizing the dead to paste, I dove into a building and quickly equipped the Doomslayer armor before the drones or the zombies with cameras arrived. The first mech zombie I killed didn't get a look at me before I tore its systems apart so it wouldn't know what I was wearing. Pulling a Spats 12 shotgun out of storage, I leapt back out into the fray. Grabbing a zombie by the skull, I slammed it into the stonework, turning its head into a pancake. Putting a round in the chamber, I pointed the gun into the group and just let them have it. Firing dozens of rounds into the zombies, I smashed those that didn't die immediately with my boot. Walking through the horde of zombies, I paid little to no attention at their attempts to bite or cut me. I felt absolutely nothing from them, it was just the disgusting noises that they made that pissed me off. Stowing the shotgun after a few minutes, I decided to take some more aggression out on the dead with my bare hands as it felt really good. Finished the horde off within 10 minutes, I looked at the points I had acquired and realized I had gained over half the points back I spent buying the suit. Putting it back in storage again, I looked on the min-map for where the cyborg zombies were. Aside from the one that I killed, I hadn't seen any more, which meant they were likely going for the boat, something I couldn't allow to happen. Finding a group of 6 surrounding a much larger zombie, I leapt onto a building and started making my way over there. Catching up to them as they approached the docks, I picked up my speed and slammed into a tall building that was barely standing right next to them. I didn't expect it to kill them, but it would certainly get their attention. Taking out the remaining support pillars, the building started to tip over and then crashed into the group. Rolling as I hit the ground, I turned back to look at the rubble. Picking themselves up out of the rubble, the cyborgs started to engage me with their guns. Running at them, I easily avoided them using my enhanced kinetic vision. Realizing that they weren't going to hit me, they switched to using their laser, which were even easier to dodge. Jumping off building walls, cars, trees, and other debris, I could tell that the computer was having issues trying to keep up with me at the speed I was moving. Landing the first blow on one of the cyborgs, I slammed my shin into its head and crumpled it like a soda can. Exploding almost immediately after that, the cyborgs started moving quicker as they started to compensate for the speed. One of them managed to graze me with their laser as I was taking some distance. Raccoon City. Well done, Professor, the commander said. Your robots are adapting nicely. Their AI is programmed to analyze their opponents and predict their next move. The scientist snickered. This was well worth the long nights spent making them. I was afraid they weren't going to make it to the city in time to run into him, the commander stated. You are free to remove the safeties now, Doctor. The pawns have served their purpose in drawing him out. All of them need to be eliminated. They are a liability if they were to survive. Understood. Safety's coming off now, he replied. City Center. Earning the energy weapon resistance rank 1 skill from being grazed by the laser, I immediately maxed out the skill. Watching parts drop off the cyborg zombies, I instinctively knew the kitty gloves were coming off. Hearing a low hum from them, it was clear they were charging up power to use the laser increased range. Knowing that my father wouldn't be holding anything back, I opted to not either. Using the Fist of the North Star's strongest technique, the Muso Tensei, I felt myself become detached from the world. Using it in combination with Awakening Breath, I pushed my body to the maximum output I could currently muster. Watching the big guy get up, he really did look the person who built him was a Doom fanatic, as it looked exactly like a cyberdemon. Taking a step forward, the world around me moved quicker than I could follow with my eyes. Relying solely on pure instinct, I stopped just short of the closest cyborg. In one fluid motion I hit nearly 36 pressure points that the zombie still had before using the mountain split fissure wave technique to split its head in half with my bare hand. Stumbling backwards, the cyborg fired its laser into a building before it exploded from the key I left in its body. Key manipulation rank 1 acquired, the system informed me. Interesting, I thought upgrading it to rank 5, I will have to explore that further. Using my sudden stop to attack me, 2 of cyborgs fired their lasers at me. Raccoon City. Haha, I got him, the scientist laughed. Yes you, the commander said till he saw the heat signature on the monitor. Shit, that didn't kill him? It just injured him a second ago. Sir, the scientist said looking at him, it only grazed him, that was a full-on blast to the face. I think your son adapted to the laser, and gained immunity to it. How do you get immunity to lasers? He shouted, that isn't possible. It is possible that his body absorbed the energy like sunlight, a few of his colleagues said, either that or his body is giving of a bioelectric field that is disrupting the laser. Damn it, he shouted, pull them back, the laser was the biggest asset they had and now that is gone. Sir, Cyborg 6, 5, and 4 just went dark, the operators said. Pull them back now, the commander shouted. City center. Having killed 3 more of the cyborgs with my axe while they were trying to adjust to the situation, I watched them start to try flee. Not letting them have the opportunity, I used the 1000-hand destruction fist technique to vaporize the remaining cyborgs. With 2 steps, I was in front of the cyber demon and the damage I dealt in the 2 steps destroyed the muscles in its legs making it fall forward. Unleashing a series of powerful blows into the creature, the environment around me started to shatter and explode as I attempted to use Bang's first style, the explosion release fist. The complete opposite of the water stream rock smashing fist, the style was all about brute force and destructive power which suited this situation perfectly. I wasn't as familiar with it, but I had read about it in the manga. Mimicking the motions I had seen in the manga, I got a notification in my HUD. Explosion release fist rank 1 acquired, the system told me. Maxing it out to rank 10, I tried to blend it with the other 2 techniques I had. The resulting effect was terrifying. Moving without even realizing it, my body left behind hundreds of afterimages and I could feel the key in my body move on its own. I was sure I wasn't feeling anything right now due to Muso Tensei, and there was a high chance that I was going to be in a world of pain after this. Watching my fist slam into its chest, the next moment the cyber demon started expanding as over 1,000 impacts hit it at once. Overwhelming its healing ability, the cyber demon exploded into a fine mist, but not before the surrounding area imploded, taking down the remaining buildings in the dock area. The impact was so strong that the people on the boat felt a pressure wave hit them which startled several of the masters on the boat. Sensing that I wasn't going to hold this state much longer, I used the last bit of energy I had to launch myself back towards the boat. Landing on the bus, I rolled off the roof and touched down on the boat. Shouting up to Saya that I was on board, Psycho told her to get us out of here. That was impressive stud, Rika teased. Yeah, I said as I came out of the state, I think I need a nap now. Agreeing with me, Rika went up to the wheelhouse with me to make me comfortable. Chapter 30 Final Stop. So, what do all of you think now? Shio Sakeki asked the other Ryazan Paka masters. His fighting style is very unique, Kensei said looking up at the wheelhouse. That strange technique he used, it felt like he increased his fighting potential to monstrous heights. I doubt I would have lasted a few seconds against him, and that is being generous. Agreed, Mitsuomi stated. The sheer power of that last blow, I doubt I would have survived being grazed by it. He is the leader of our group for a reason, I hope you understand, Psycho told them. He is the reason we managed to get out of the Tokyo area. Umbrella released a humanoid mutant that was nearly 9 feet tall and could lift tanks on the shelter there. Victor and a small group of us went there to save them, and he killed it with a war axe and his bare hands. Let me ask you, why exactly did he run in to save us? Maya asked. I understand we can be of use to all of you, but it seems a bit over the top for mere strangers. Victor's father betrayed him and is the commander of the Umbrella Corp forces, Yuriko informed them. I think he feels partially responsible for what his father has done, so he is doing what he can to help. Damn, Soichiro stated. I thought I had it bad with my family line. Thank you for the explanation, Maya said. I apologize if I was sounding ungrateful. All of us have lost a lot of people we loved here, and I wanted to understand the situation better. It's okay, it was bound to be asked. Rei giggled. I am going up, you joining later? Yes, I will be up shortly, Psycho replied. You weren't joking, Soichiro gasped. He's with all of you. If you haven't noticed, people are dying in large numbers. As it stands, there is no one alive in Tokyo anymore, Psycho explained. Standing up from their seats, the group asked for an explanation. Telling them about the nuke being dropped on Tokyo, the new members fell on their butts in disbelief. At the next stop they had intended to ask to turn back to Tokyo, but now that they knew it was no more, they were at a loss of how to proceed. Explaining to them that Victor's father wanted him dead and was trying to catch Seo, Psycho wanted to make sure they knew what they were signing up for. Understanding the risks, none of them were considering leaving as it was safer to stay in a large group now. So where exactly are you all headed? Bob inquired. Okinawa, we believe that there are some military ships still docked there we can take, Astrid told them as she was going to bring up tea for Victor. Oh my, Kensei gasped, you have a maid here. May I take? Try it and I will castrate you, she hissed, letting off her bloodlust. I hate men like you. Turning pale, Kensei fell back onto his daughter who was dying from laughter. For her, it was the first time someone had delivered such a venomous line to him. His reaction made her laugh, and it also made her interested in the type of man that could handle that type of woman. Not only that, the women that had left the Humvee were all apparently his partners and the majority of them appeared to be very skilled fighters. She was interested in learning more about them, and the fighting style she witnessed the guy use earlier. If I learn it, I can one-up Blondie and win Kenichi over, she thought. Not only that, I will make my father stay with my mother. Telling them to relax and rest for now, Saiko told them we would make an emergency stop for supplies at another location. Thanking her again, they all got settled in and took a much-needed rest. Heading up to the wheelhouse, Saiko found me using Astrid's lap as a pillow as Rika laid on my chest. Enjoying the sensations, I gave Saiko a smile as she walked in with a sigh. That was quite a display out there, she said sitting next to me. I haven't seen you use that technique before. I don't use it often, in fact the last time I used it was before I came to Japan. I told her, it's the complete opposite of the fighting style I normally use. I see, you should give me a demonstration sometime, she laughed. I am glad you came back to us in one piece. Haha, of course I made sure to, I complained. Someone has to keep all of you out of trouble. Haha, Yoko laughed before kicking me in the thigh. Someone can't take a joke, I chuckled. Giving me a grin she leaned back, and looked out the window. It's not going to get better on its own, is it? Saya asked what the others wanted to say. Looking at me for my opinion, I sighed and nodded my head. Lying to them that things were going to get better wasn't going to do anything, but lower their spirits in the long run. Being honest about it now would set the expectation moving forward. We had several phases to go through before the world hit rock bottom. Right now all we could do was gather a large group, find some place safe enough to shelter, and coordinate for a counter-attack. Raccoon City was the end goal, but it would be a long time before we got there. Taking a brief 30-minute nap to shake off the recoil, I was back to normal and charting our new course. Looking at the mini-map and the nautical map we had, I selected several small cities that were relatively free of the undead. In addition, there were hardly any people there so the competition for supplies wouldn't be bloody. With our heading set, I walked back down to the deck to find Hayato and Kenichi doing their best to entertain the children. Giving them a round of applause as I walked over to them, Satou and Alice ran over to make sure that I was okay. Telling them that I was fine, I said that it would take a lot more than that to hurt me. Coming over to me as well, Aoi called my stunt reckless and that I was an idiot. Laughing at her comment she got huffy with me, and started hitting me. Haha, I am sorry, I chuckled. It's just I thought it was cute you were concerned for me. You are the only person besides Sayo that is like me, she whispered. Kneeling down to her level, I looked her in the eyes. We are all human, the only monsters are out there, I told her firmly. No matter what anyone says, you are just as much human as any of us. Giving me a grin, she turned her head and walked away. Sighing internally, she acted like Saya did if I complimented her a lot. She'd clam up, and simply walk away with steam pouring from her head. Allow me to personally thank you for allowing us to join you, Hayato said reaching out his hand in friendship. Grasping his hand, we exchanged a firm handshake as a sign of respect. Men like him judged a lot of things by a handshake. Good, I can respect a man who gives a firm shake, he smiled. He's a lot more serious than I would have thought. I assume it's because the world has changed, and he has witnessed a lot of deaths, I thought. Thank you sir, I have heard a lot about you. The self-proclaimed strongest man in the world if I am not mistaken. Haha, if you had asked me before this mess I would have said yes, he honestly admitted. We have all seen that strength means little if you can't protect what is important to you. For reference, Hayato was unable to save his son, Midna told me popping out of my shadow. They were initially attacked by a horde of over 10,000. People ran to the port trying to get on any of the boats that remained, and a lot of people were caught out with nowhere to run. His son Saiga died unable to get away from the horde that Umbrella brought there. Aside from the military presence in Tokyo, the Ryazan Paco was another major target for them. They were afraid that they would end up training people to fight, and would eventually drive out the zombies. Those monkeys want humanity to fall as quickly as possible, so taking them out was the best option. I understand the sentiment, I replied to Hayato. I am glad to see that all of you managed to stay alive. We have seen a lot of killing, and have had to take a lot of lives. So we have heard, Kenichi said. I know that the Ryazan Paco have a long-standing tradition of not killing, but given the circumstances there is no other choice, I told them. We are well aware, Kensei and the other masters stated. Umbrella Corp has made several attempts to strike us down, and they have killed many people. While we still do not wish to kill, we have watched too many innocent people be killed by them to turn a blind eye to them. We have made an exception, at least as far as protecting the innocent people. Good, I am not asking you to target brigands or innocent people trying to survive, I informed them. I want everyone aboard to have at least the skills they need to protect themselves from the undead and Umbrella troops. Is that something I can count on you to work with me on? These children don't have a future if we aren't willing to fight for it. Before any of the other masters could speak, Hayato said they could train people if it was to defend themselves. Telling them I appreciated the help, I said that it was a relief to have more martial arts masters here to help round out the training course. Turning to Kensei I gave him a stern look before telling him a cardinal rule. Peeping or assaulting anyone in the group has a steep penalty. I told him, I hope you understand why I say that. Hehe, he's calling you out, Renka laughed. I am well aware of the situation, he sighed at his daughter's mocking. I assume your wife and pupils are still alright, I asked him. I haven't been able to make contact with her, he said. Handing my satellite phone, I told him to try and call her. Stating that I was intending to make a run for an ally of mine in China, I said we could pick them up as well while we were there. Thanking me, his daughter took the phone out of his hand and called her mother before her father could. Telling me that her mother would likely only shout at him instead of listen, she said she'd tell her. Geez, is your relationship that bad? I questioned. He packed up and left home without a word to circle the globe looking for the perfect panty shot. Shijer said. No, that is not it, he shouted. Could have fooled us, Bob laughed. All of you should respect your elders, Kensei remarked. Maybe stop doing crap like that, and we will, Suichiro snickered. Laughing at him, Kensei started fuming and then shouted at them. Turning to look over at Arashi and Takashi, the two of them seemed to be discussing something. Excusing myself, I walked over to them to see if something was wrong. Calling out to them as I approached, I asked them what was up. We were discussing thoughts on the new people, Arashi said. You mean the martial artists? I asked. Yeah, it's just a lot of strange people is all. I mean that Hayato guy, he's freaking huge, Takashi stated. Agreed, but he is a nice guy. Before all of this, they never killed anyone, I told them. I can assure you that the worst they will do is make you black out. That is reassuring, Arashi said. Just don't do something to upset them, I chuckled. I think that is easy enough. It's not like you have to be cautious, treat them like everyone else and you'll be fine. Telling them to talk with them, I said to just be careful not to try to fight any of the other high schoolers. Reminding them of the school they came from, I said that they flattened the two of them if they started a fight. Returning to the wheelhouse, I took over for Saya so she could get something to eat. Several days later, there is Tanigashima, Mikato and Rei shouted to me. Tanigashima was our last stop before making to Okinawa, so it was critical we got all the supplies we could. Today we would be sending 2 teams out to cover as much ground as we could. Watching the women smile and dance around like follow for a moment, I turned to my HUD to look at my stat window. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Age, 17. Level, 50. Attack, 1200. Defense, 600. Mental strength, 600. Willpower, 500. Points, 15,500. Skills, Satou system. Skill shop. Guide pixie, Midna. Lucky looter rank 10. Key manipulation rank 5. Weapons specialist rank 10. Medical knowledge rank 10. Survivalist rank 10. Explosion release fist rank 10. Structural engineer rank 8. Businessman rank 5. Olympian rank 10. Spartan rage rank 10. Page 1 of 11. World phase 199%. I am looking really good, I thought. I got points to spar for emergencies, and all my lovers are over 90 in all their stat fields, except Namio. For whatever reason her mental strength and willpower won't budge no matter what I do. I had been trying to help Namio recover from her mental conditions, and so far I had only managed to remove one of them. She had been doing her best to put Takashi in a good light with the group overall, but so far only one girl had shown interest in him. She was one of the former students from Tudu Academy, which honestly surprised me given that most of the people that went there know far more martial arts than him. Jealous? Midna inquired with a smirk. You know that isn't the case, I sighed. I am just surprised is all. You aren't surprised that Hisashi managed to find a girl too? She inquired. That makes more sense. She was from our school, I reminded her. They have known each other from before Z-Day. Love is a strange thing, she said trying to act mature. And who exactly have you been in love with? I questioned. A woman doesn't give away her secrets so easily, she remarked. Whatever you say, I snickered. Alerting the group that Tanigashima was in sight, everyone got the deck clear for docking. Throwing my lovers their weapons, they ran down to get ready for the fighting that would ensue. We had a welcoming party on the docks of a few hundred zombies and mutants. Taking the drones out that were kiting the dead to us with her rifle, Rika signaled that we were clear to get in close. Carefully bringing us up to the docking point, Hayato lead group onto the docks to clear them of the undead. Following after him, Koda's group and mine backed them to ensure they didn't surrounded. Once the maintenance crew had us tied off to the dock, I cut the engines and ran off to help them. Rejoining my group, Ebony and Ivory rang out as several undead heads exploded into pieces. Firing in quick succession, I took heads off of many more as Amy and I were back to back. Sniping people with her bow, she asked me if I brought more arrows for her. Stealthily pulling a bundle out of storage when no one could see, I handed them to her. You are the best, she said. I know, tell me more, I teased. You could have brought more, she jabbed. I swear, no respect, I laughed. Securing the dock area around us, Koda and I took our groups out to get supplies with the expressed agreement that we would be back in 1 hour. Koda's group took the minibus and we took the Humvee with the trailer attached for extra storage. As soon as we were on the streets we encountered heavy resistance from the dead, but it wasn't something we couldn't handle. Astrid had opted to join us today to escape Kensei, whose perversion reminded her of her former employer. I wasn't sure who'd win in an actual fight as I had never seen Astrid fight seriously, so it might be a close call. Taking all the supplies we could find, we went to a few police stations to replenish our ammo stores. I didn't want to bank on the military having left any munitions behind, and honestly the group currently camped there might have burned through most of it if they did leave anything. The first 2 stations were empty, but the third station did have some life in it. Finding a few surviving members of the JSDF fighting a tank, their pistol rounds were just bouncing off the mutant like they were throwing stones. Giving the go-ahead to assist, all of us rushed forward to kill it. Leaping out of the car, Astrid and Satou were the first 2 to engage with Psycho not far behind. Taking the high ground, I got up on a neighboring building and started taking out the undead that were coming in our directions. Once the area was secure, I climbed down and approached the group of 3 soldiers and a few officers. "Everyone okay?" I questioned. "Yes, thanks for the assist," one of the soldiers told me, Lieutenant Itami of the, well there isn't a point now. A group 7 in total, it looked like they had been barely surviving. Offering them shelter after confirming they weren't actively infected or criminals, they welcomed the offer and helped load up their stockpile of ammo. Having come from one of the nearby bases, they had managed to smuggle a large amount of ammo out before the base was overrun. As both groups returned with our haul, and we set off, I took a seat in the captain's chair to set our heading. While I was getting us in a straight line with Okinawa, a notification popped up on my HUD. System message, World Phase 2 start, the system said. Chapter 31 Okinawa. Seeing the message appear, I felt a lump form in my throat. World Phase 1 was crazy, and now we were in Phase 2 during a critical point in our journey. Calling Midna out, I asked what dead would I be facing during this phase in addition to the mutants I already fought. "Well, first of all, you the new undead will be based off of Doom and Back 4 Blood," she told me. "Umbrella is going to start implementing cybernetic enhancements thanks to your fights. Thanks for making me feel good about that," I sighed. "You are welcome," she giggled. "In addition to them, the land animals will also start mutating and you will see witches much more often now. They really want to kill you." Sighing again, I looked towards the door to see Astrid coming in with refreshments. Taking a seat next to me, I took her hand in mine and gave her a smile. Apologizing for the issues with Kensei, she said that she could tolerate him as long as this room stayed off limits to him. "I know he isn't like my former employer in every way, but it feels disgusting when he looks at me with those perverted eyes," she stated. "I give you similar looks on occasion," I reminded her. "Yes, but I honestly don't mind if it's you. You know a lot about me, all the hurt and pain I carry," she said, leaning her head against me. "I know," I replied, rubbing the back of her hand with my thumb. Enjoying a few minutes of peace, Rei and Saya came in snickering like fools. Turning to them, I asked what was so funny. Telling me that Takashi was getting put through the ringer, they said that he was being put to work by his girlfriend. She apparently felt he needed to learn how to fight better, so she was training him herself. "Really?" I asked, moving to look out the window. Seeing him down on the deck attempting to do push-ups with her on his back, I was pleasantly surprised. If she gave him something to focus on, other than drama, it would be good for him. Glancing over to Kenichi, he was busy getting worked to the bone by his masters while they sat back with big grins on their faces. Seeing Renka coming up to the wheelhouse, she gave me a grin as soon as I saw her. Motioning for me to come out, I stepped out to ask her what she wanted. "I would like you to show me your martial arts. Learning a different school of martial arts would help me grow a lot," she told me. I stated. "Is this something to do with your father and Kenichi?" "How did you know?" she gasped. "I assumed based on your reactions to your father that you wanted to beat him into submission for your mother. In addition, I have noticed you and MUI have a competition for Kenichi," I said with a grin. "It's pretty easy to tell that you both have spats around him, and he is oblivious to it." "You have a keen eye," Maya said, dropping down from the roof of the wheelhouse. "Thank you. I assume you are interested in my martial arts as well?" I questioned. "I am, and I wanted to spar with you," she admitted. "It's rare to meet someone of your caliber at our age." "Sure, it should be fine," I told them. "Count us in too," Rei and Saya said, jumping into the fray. I knew they had no real interest in martial arts that I used. This was all about them keeping these two away. These two, excluding Astrid, were the most jealous women in my harem, so it wasn't surprising to see them put themselves into the mix. Telling the 4 of them that I was more than happy to teach them, we went to an open area on the deck to start. Alright, the most important part of both styles is flexibility and conserving energy. The water stream rock smashing fist style is a defensive style that works on redirecting energy. As the name suggests, it's about circulating your inner power like water. You 4 have seen how it looks from afar, but this is how it looks up close, I told them. Giving them a display of water stream encampment, the 4 of them watched in amazement as the afterimages I was leaving behind were smooth like a running stream. Watching the technique, Renka mentioned that it took after Tai Chi, which admitted to. The difference was that this style relied on conserving energy till the split second before impact. Skeptical of that claim, Renka decided to test me with her Kenpo training. Throwing a kick at me, I simply knocked her center of gravity askew and took her to the ground. Swerving away from a head strike, I struck one of the I-beams, leaving an imprint of my fist there. "Damn," she muttered, realizing that blow would have killed her. "It doesn't look strong, but it's a balance of defense and offense," I told her as I helped her up. "The second style is about raw power and destruction." Giving them a similar display of that as well, I told them that this style was difficult to learn as it put a lot of emphasis on offense and little on defense. Having shown them the styles, the four of them were happy to learn them, so we started with making sure they were flexible enough. Making a smart comment about me just wanting to see them in compromising positions, I dropped down into the splits to show her I wasn't joking. Gasping, Renka and Maya were surprised that I could do it so easily, and hold it with little effort. Believing now that I wasn't trying something, they showed me how flexible they were, and really only REI was suited at the moment. Saya aside, Maya and Renka were built for normal martial arts. The style I was using was anything but normal. I was doubtful even my training would be enough to make them proficient. It would take a while to increase their stats in order to use it well, and that was assuming I could get them out to kill zombies. So, what do you think? Renka asked me. You have potential, but you are too stiff and tense. Both of you have to learn to relax and let the tension go. If you try to use either style with the tension you have, you will severely injure yourselves. I am talking ripping muscles apart or even crippling part of your body, I replied. And how do you relax? Maya asked with a smirk. Well, I said, returning the look, first of all I start with the way I shower. I usually start with cold water and then finish with hot water. In Scandinavian countries they use the freezing water then hop into the sauna. This helps your body loosen up easier. Secondly, I have found things I enjoy to help relax, like drinking tea, playing video games, using martial arts, and reading. Lastly, well, I will spare you the details on that one. I am sure you catch my drift. Blushing, the two nodded their heads, thanking me for not saying it aloud. Even though they were martial artists, they were still inexperienced women who had yet to experience the effects sex had. Quite honestly, I completely understood why Bakey's father got as strong as he did. It had done wonders for me, and frankly, the women enjoyed it too, so it was a win-win in my book. So outside the last one, you recommending showering like that and finding thing we enjoy, Maya said. For women I suppose a massage and chiropractic adjustments would be good too, I stated. Just be careful whom you let do it. I wouldn't ask Kensei. I heard that brat, he shouted a few yards from us. Duly noted, they snickered. He wasn't on the list of people anyways. Who do you recommend? Yuko is a surgeon and has some experience with chiropractic procedures. As for massages, it's really up to your preference, I told them. Nodding their heads, we started out training with stretching. Helping the women out with a little push, I assisted in helping them stretch more than they usually did. Once they were stretched, we went over breathing techniques and started with the very basic movements. Watching us from the sideline, Shiger Kosaka was interested in the two styles being taught but was unsure if she could ask to be taught. She could clearly see that Rei and Saya were being very competitive with Maya and Renka, so adding a third person would probably make things worse. Deciding to speak to Victor at another time, she was satisfied just watching and learning. Okinawa, a few days later. As the island came into view, the scope of our trial to get into the base became clear. The areas around the base we were aiming were razed to the ground, and the city nearby was in shambles. Scanning the area for signs of life, all I saw were two ogres coming out of the ground along with a horde of several thousand as they came close to shore. What the hell is that? Takashi shouted, looking at the ogre. Damn that, those are big dead mutants, Kota said. We are going to need a lot of ammo, Sayo muttered. Keeping us out of range for their thrown balls of flesh, all I could do was stare at this ridiculous obstacle. Getting us close would be damn near impossible with the ferry, and the current firepower we have would barely be enough to take care of them. Midna, are there any other bases with docks we can go to? I questioned. No, all of the other bases were breached early on, she said. That base in front of us is the only base left standing, and barely at that. Well fuck, I sighed. I will have to think of a plan then. Just as I was about to step down with Wheelhouse, I noticed someone waving something at us from the base. Pulling up my binoculars, I could see it was a young woman waving a flag with a radio frequency on it. Tuning our radio to it, I called out to see if anyone would answer. Hello, a woman sobbed. There are still survivors. We thought everyone was dead. None of us have seen a soul for over a week now, and no one is answering our calls. That's because the entire country is under a blackout, and Tokyo was blown off the map by a nuclear strike, I told them. What? I heard several people shout. I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's the truth. I apologized. How many of you are there? About 30 people, mostly women and children. A group of men went to one of the other bases to see if other people were alive, but they never returned, she informed me. I assume you see the horde outside the base, I questioned. Yes, they come at us if we peek our heads over the walls for too long, she said. I hate to be a burden, but we are starving. The base is locked down tight, and we can't get into the supply rooms. We haven't eaten in almost a week, please help us. Understood. Is the dock clear? I asked. Yes, there are only a few ships. The ferry should fit just fine, she told me. Good, get your people ready, I advised. It may get a bit hairy, those brutes. I will do my best to keep them off you. Handing the helm to Saya and Kyoko, I went down to the storage room to put my Doomslayer on. I had a personal container that nobody went into so it was easy enough to say that the armor was stored there. Putting one of the supposed cursed katanas I had in storage on my hip, I then pulled out a machine gun and shotgun before turning to look at the mirror. You going to pose and take a snapshot? Midna snickered. That isn't it, I sighed. You can be very cruel, you know? Most guys would shit their pants to get this armor. Meh, I don't see the need for such dramatic armor, she teased. Looks like you are turning into a meathead. No, it's the fact that the written are worm-based infection, right? I questioned. If I go out without some protection I won't hear the end of it. Whatever, you just want to go have some fun, she stated. You want to show off, and you know it. I plead the fifth, I responded. All your lovers are faithful to you, I don't see the need to flex, she sighed. It's nice to remind them why I am their best choice, I laughed. Besides, I want the BFG, every man needs a BFG. I swear, it's like I am talking to child, she said with a smirk. Hiding a smirk I walked back out to the deck. Getting ready for docking, Saiko and Seo were busy making sure the machine guns were ready in case they were needed to suppress the dead. Hearing me approach, the two have turned to see me in the armor and a grin perked up on their faces. Hee, you look really kick-ass in that suit, Seo said looking me over like a slab of meat. Agreed, you look really good, Saiko stated. I am leaving the defense of the group in your hands. While you are docking I am going to keep their attention, and take a lot of them out doing so, I told them. Leave it to us, Yoko said smacking my ass, that's a nice piece of kit. Thanking her, I took a position that would give me a running start and then took off launching myself just before stepping off the ship. Feeling the whole ship slide from the jump, Seo hid the goofy grin on her face as she thought about the future where she would join Victor in doing such feats. Watching me come flying at them, the Ridden and other undead ran forward to assault me when I landed. Unfortunately for them, my momentum wasn't going to be stopped with just a few of them. Adjusting myself midair, I shoulder slammed into the group sending their bodies flying everywhere as I pulled the machine gun into my arms. Wanting to say something catchy I chuckled when a line came to my head. Say hello to my little friend, I shouted before pulling the trigger. Watching the horde of zombies vaporize as the bullets tore through them, I couldn't help but laugh. Shaking her head, Midna reiterated that I looked like a child with that stupid look before telling me kill all of them. Looking on from the boat, my group just stood there watching me tear apart the dead with fist, steel, and lead. He is certain more reckless than he lets on, Maya stated. See, I am not that bad, Soichiro laughed proudly. The difference is he can actually back up his insanity, Masataka jabbed. Fuck you say to me, Soichiro shouted. Do you need another ass kicking, Masataka retorted. Why you, Soichiro growled. Alright you two, break it up, Bob sighed, I swear. Come on Soichiro, we need to get ready to fight, Aya said pulling the love of her life away from Masataka. Reluctantly agreeing to it, he follows her to make sure everything is ready to move quickly so they can take up a defensive position. For the time being the undead were solely focused on Victor so it was on everyone else to reinforce the base so he could fall back, assuming he didn't kill everything before then. Still harboring anger towards Soichiro, Maya asked Masataka. Yes, he has her at his beck and call yet doesn't return that affection, Masataka spat. He has made clear to her that he doesn't like her like that, and hasn't led her to believe otherwise. I would say it is her decision to continue to chase him even if she knows he doesn't feel the same way, Maya tried to reason with him. Agreed, now isn't the time to be in fighting with each other, Mitsuomi stated. You can clearly see that we all wanting peace, don't cause trouble. Sighing, he agreed to let it go for now. He would continue to chase her till she either won Soichiro over, or he did. Walking away to help the others prepare, Maya and Mitsuomi looked on watching Victor overwhelm the horde. The area he was fighting in was covered in blood now, but he continued to crush them like they weren't even a threat. Watching him perform a quick draw that rendered one of the giant mutants to small pieces, they thought they were watching something that was only read about in fantasy books. He is incredibly powerful, Mitsuomi said. It is reassuring that he is on our side. If we were on the receiving end of that, I doubt we would even see our deaths coming. Once Victor was out of sight, both of them got ready to move in a hurry so they could help unload quickly. Chapter 32 The Supply Stash. Once my group was out of sight, I cut loose and started massacring all of the dead I could see. I needed points, and I needed them ASAP. This base gave me the perfect opportunity to start spooling out some of my supplies in my inventory. I was looking forward to getting some much-needed things out to everyone, and I was especially looking forward to the executive suite in a bunker beneath the base. It wasn't public knowledge, but all US military bases had a bunker built beneath them for the president and other important people to shield them from most weapons. Usually you had to have a key to access one, but I just happened to make one for myself with the help of my friend from South Korea. I can finally sleep in a real fucking bed, and I can give everyone a proper evening with me. It will take time to modify a vessel to our needs so I have time, I thought punching the head of a charger through its own ass. Pulling out the chainsaw from storage, I started it up and laughed as I cut the undead to pieces with swipes from the chainsaw. While I was making a mess of the battlefield, the group had arrived safely at the docks. The moment the ship was tied off, everyone hurriedly got off the ship and moved the defense equipment on board towards the walls. Taking fencing material and other barrier materials to where repairs were needed, the maintenance teams moved with a passion to get things up. Watching everyone scramble around like ants, the people living in the base came out to try and help, but they were far too weak from hunger. Carrying medical equipment into the heart of the base, the Black Label team got a tent up in minutes and quickly started making sure none of people from the base were bitten, scratched, or were carrying other diseases. While the bulk of their group focused on that, the rest of people did a complete sweep of the base looking for any potential weak points or anyone hiding from the group. Calling things out as they saw them, Kyoko kept a running list of repairs that needed completed. You are all very quick, the base group leader said. Sorry we can't offer you help at the moment. It's fine, you are in no condition to be doing heavy lifting, Shizuka stated, checking her temperature. I need 500 milligrams of vitamin C over here please. Am I okay? She asked. You are showing early signs of scurvy, the injection will help fix you up, Shizuka assured her. After that we will start you on a better diet with the supplies we have. It may be a week or two before you are completely normal again. Where is the man I spoke to on the radio? She inquired. I wanted to thank him for coming here, and who do you think is fighting the undead out there? Shizuka pointed out, hearing the gunfire and engine noise from outside the base. You mean he is fighting alone? She shrieked. That's suicide. Don't worry, Victor will be fine, Shizuka told her. He is the toughest person I know, and he is more than strong enough to kick those big meanies in the butt. Shizuka, please don't ever change, Yuko laughed. You are a breath of fresh air in this crazy world. Huh? Shizuka asked with confusion. Haha, she is saying your humor is welcome, Rika teased with a smile. You guys have beds here, right? They aren't the most comfortable, but yes we do, she answered. Hehe, I call dibs, Rika said, setting the case of medicine down. I also. Now isn't the time for that? Kiriko sighed. Excuse me, some of us have been waiting patiently, Rika insisted. Patiently, Kiriko remarked. Shall I go down the list of things you have been doing? What are they talking about? The base leader asked. Hehe, it's a personal matter, Shizuka giggled. Closing and patching the few holes they could find, the teams proceeded to carry the heavy machine guns to where they would have normally been stationed. As they got up to their posts, they watched me finish off the remaining zombies with my shotgun. Turning around to look at them, I gave them a thumbs up, signifying that the fighting was over with. The few remaining ridden had retreated, most likely due to their survival instinct kicking in. Since the worms couldn't infect me, and I was slaughtering them, I couldn't necessarily blame them for running. He does quick work, but certainly leaves a mess, Maya laughed. More like carnage, Mitsuomi remarked. Walking back to the base, Sayo was the first to greet me. Pulling off my helmet off when I saw her, she ran over and gave me a big kiss on the lips with a smile on her face. Both her normal and monster selves were happy to see me unscathed, and smelling like death. Promising her to give her plenty of affection soon, I said we needed to see what the situation was here and then get into the base buildings. Agreeing to wait, she said I wouldn't be taking a night shift watch tonight. Chuckling, I smacked her on the butt, and told her she better pray she can walk tomorrow, which made her laugh. Meeting with the base leader once I was washed off, she gave me a shocked look. She didn't expect someone as young as me to be leading the group, but she did admit I looked reliable. Shaking hands with her, she explained that they were a group from a nearby city. They had come here seeking help from the US military, but what they found was an empty base. By the time they realized they were alone here, it was too late to run anywhere else. We have been stuck here since day one. All of us watched as things outside got worse and worse, she told me as choked up. My brother led a group out a few days ago to find food, but we haven't seen anything from them. I have accepted that he isn't coming back to me. I am sorry for your loss, all you are incredibly brave for holding out so long, I tried to cheer her up. As I told you on the radio, the base building are locked and nothing we have done has been able to open them, she said. I know, they are built that way to dissuade people from breaking in. The windows are bullet resistant, all entry points are reinforced against most methods of silent entry, I chuckled. I have a key card to get in though, so it's not a problem. A key card? Arashi inquired. A perk of being an ambassador's child. I have a key card that will get me into military bases. I should be able to get us in without any problem, I stated, walking to the warehouse door. The windows on the building were blacked out, so dumping just a fraction of what I had in my inventory wasn't an issue. Filling the warehouse space, as the military left not even a crumb behind, I swiped my badge and opened the door. Rolling up the garage door, everyone was amazed by what was inside. Seeing the cases of emergency rations, ammo, weapons, vehicles, water purification products, and much more, everyone started leaping around for joy. Opening up the other buildings so people could move into the barracks and medical areas, everyone was relieved they could have their own bed now. While people were inventorying everything, I went to the commander's office where the access to the bunker was. The women were already thinking of putting beds in there when they noticed me swiping a picture. Hearing the hatch to the bunker open under the commander's desk, they ran over to look. Informing them what I was doing, they gave me a big smirk. I assume there is a lot of stuff down there, Yuko asked. Should be fully stocked, and have a very large bed, I told them, not to mention a nice bath. Before I could finish, all of them were running down the stairwell to the bunker. Apparently the thought of having a real bath again with an actual bathtub made them very happy. Walking down to the bunker, I found them already looking for what items were here. Finding them looking at the food, teas, and of course the bath bombs, I could only smirk as I saw them enjoying themselves for the first time in a while. With everything going on in the world, it was easy to forget how simple things could make you happy. Something wrong, Sayo said, eating a chocolate bar. No, all of you take a break and relax. I am going to do some work up top. There is a communication room down here. If you need something, go there and radio up to me, I said. Take your time, Yuriko said, dropping a lavender bath bomb in the tub. We will happily take you up on that offer. Walking out to survey the area, Renka and Maya tagged along with me since everything was offloaded now. Supervising what I did and how I did it, I asked them why they were following me. Stating they wanted to contribute some to group in more than just a fighting capacity, they hoped to pick up some skills from watching me. Nodding my head, I started working on reinforcing several places around the walls that were showing early signs of failing. Watching me weld, lay concrete, and reinforce the main doors, they inquired how I learned to do all of this stuff. Telling them about my background, they were impressed with what I had under my belt already. Chuckling, I said that there was not much else to do during those days, so it was fine. Once I was satisfied with the defensive barrier, I started working on repairing the outer wall cameras. Before leaving, the military had cut the wires to the cameras, so I had to splice them back together. So how did you guys usually do night watch? Renka asked. Several people watched the cameras in 3-hour shifts. The base has a security room that will serve to be the night watch station. Having people man the walls exposes everyone to undue danger, so we will stick with the cameras, I stated. Did they mention if they cut the alarms around the base? Didn't ask, they admitted. Walking over to the former leadership, I asked about the alarms. Telling me they had cut the alarms after tripping one on accident, she assured me they cut the wires and shoved grass in the speakers in case the wire wasn't enough. Thanking her, I decided to go down and look at our options for boats to leave Japan. Our options weren't all that good, as we had a light cruiser, a battleship, and submarine. I had really hoped an aircraft carrier would have been left behind in a disabled state, but my luck wasn't that good. This is going tough. We will have plenty of room for everyone, but that only one problem solved. The battleship is nuclear powered, so it will do what we need, and the array of weapons will be invaluable for our defenses. My only problem with it is there isn't a lot of deck space to grow food, I thought. Something the matter? Renka asked. Seems pretty straightforward which one will serve our needs. I am thinking of long term though, not a lot of places to grow crops, I said. That's true, we won't find much resources aside from fish on the open ocean, Maya agreed. I am worried about vitamin C intake too, I said. I don't want people getting scurvy, that's a terrible way to die. I understand. Could we maybe find supplements for that? Maya inquired. We can look around, but it could be at least 2 months on the open ocean, I sighed. Exploring the other bases is a necessity though, I agree. We going with you? Renka asked, wanting to get out and fight. No. Your dad probably doesn't want you out there with those things, I said. Nah, that old man doesn't care. He went off and abandoned his family, Renka said, trying to play it off like she was a fragile girl. He is still your father whether you like it or not, I sighed. Believe me, I hate my father more than you do yours. He's in the middle of all this shit, and I was expendable. Yeah, when you put it that way, yeah, you had it worse, she said. Still though, I want to go out there too. You make it look so easy. I am not a normal human, I am a modified human being. Feats that I do can't always be replicated by normal people. If you tried a fraction of what I do, you'd be dead immediately, I told her. Like what? She complained. They can't bite me, my skin is too hard for them, not even a sword or dagger can cut me, I stated. Not only that, I doubt Hayato could injure me with his strongest blow. I bet I can injure you, Renka proclaimed. If I do, you have to let me join your team. You realize that my team is made up of my lovers, right? I sighed. You'd be in a lot of awkward conversations and situations. Can't be any more awkward than having every woman at the dojo check everywhere in the bathroom for your father, she laughed. And what exactly do I get if you can't? I questioned. Hell if I know. What do you want? She remarked. I thought for a moment. I got it. If you lose, you're on one of the night watch teams for a month. Okay, I can live with that, she agreed. You got yourself a deal. Shaking hands with her, she immediately tried to sucker punch me, only to feel her hand crunch under the impact. Shaking her hand in pain, she complained that I had a thick head. Holding in a snicker, Maya seemed to know I wanted to laugh. Watching her shake her head, I snickered at her reaction before boarding the ship. Finding everything in working condition, I was suspicious of something being rigged to fail on the ship. Using my system to detect any issues with the ship, I found that the boiler system was set up to fail when the ship drew over 30% of its maximum power. The cooling system wasn't filled up completely, so the system would have run dry and caused it to overheat, then explode. Topping the coolant off, I did a once-over of everything for their comfort. Once that was completed, I was going to start figuring out the sleeping arrangements, but heard my lovers calling me of the radio. Sounds like you are being summoned, Maya stated. Yep, they are probably done with the bubble bath, I chuckled. Bubble bath? Renka asked. Where did they? Privilege of being a VIP, haha, I said. There is a VIP suite on the base, and they are down there relaxing. You both should take the opportunity to relax and rest up now as well. After the ass-kicking the dead had, I doubt we will see any of them till night anyways. You are pretty relaxed for it being the end of the world, Renka remarked. It may be the end of the world, but you should live every day to the fullest, I told her. If you say so, she said. Go do whatever they want, we are still training tonight. Telling her we were, I hurried off to find out what was wrong. Going down into the bunker, I found several bottles of wine rolling around on the ground. Finding the women drunk, and having a pillow fight, I couldn't help but smirk. Watching them smack each other around wearing their pajamas was quite pleasing to the eyes, but I couldn't have them destroying the place. Ladies, I said loud enough to get their attention. You rang. Yes? You needed to come down here and spend time with us, Saya shouted, a picture of a former president. Saya, I am over here, I sighed. Don't lecture me, I am a freaking genius. I think I can tell you from a painting, Saya shouted, poking the picture. You owe all of us plenty of private time. We have been stuck on a boat for 2 weeks, and it was terrible. I know, and I am sorry that it took so long, I said, walking over and picking her up. You know how shitty it was on that boat, REI complained. It was rocking side to side all the time without any stopping it. I am no, being out on the sea isn't for everyone, I admitted. You all didn't get seasick, so that is plus. Getting them on the bed, I could tell they were really too exhausted right now for any sexual activities. Right now it was more important to give them some comfort, and have bonding time. Tomorrow was always another day to give them sexual pleasures. Flipping them on their stomachs, I gave them massages to help them relieve pent-up stress. By the time I was done they were passed out and in a deep slumber. The Tempur-Pedic bed worked wonders for them, and was helping them get some much-needed sleep. Spending the last few hours of daylight snuggling with them, I went up at sunset to train with those that wanted to. Walking up into camp, I found the Reincarnation and main group of Todo Academy waiting for me. Asking me if I had fun, I could see Renko was trying to push my buttons to get an opening. Telling her that I gave them a massage before they fell asleep, I said that good things come to those that wait. Yeah, are we going to train? She said, a bit frustrated that I didn't take the bait. Of course, I said, deciding to try out using the whirlwind iron cutting fist stance. Let's see if I can unlock the martial art Garu made. I hope the Reincarnation can increase my knowledge even more. Deciding to test the waters first, Soichiro ran at me using little to no martials, relying solely on his street fighting knowledge. I got a good idea of where he was in his progression. He hadn't yet to really get into Maya's training, so he was still a diamond in the rough with his skills. Mimicking Bomb's hand movements, and adding bang styles into the mix, Soichiro took the first hit head on. Minimizing the impact as much as I could, I felt several of his ribs crack under the blow as he flew backwards. Whirlwind iron cutting fist rank 1 acquired, the system said. Hot damn, I love this fucking system, I thought. Another martial style, interesting, Kensei said. Got anything else to show? Akasame inquired. Of course, let's begin, I replied with a smile, deciding to push it for the school of the undefeated of the East. If I was going to make my own fusion of bullshit anime martial arts, I was going to make this fun and leave Umbrella Corps in scrambling to counter me. I am going to take 5, Soichiro wheezed. You guys, go on ahead. Chapter 33, A False Death. Getting straight into, Hayato and I had the same opinion. We needed to test the waters of where each other stood. Swinging at one another, our fists connected and caused the ground around to spiderweb from the impacts. Stumbling away from us, the others watched us exchange a blistering amount of blows with each other. In terms of brute strength, I could easily kill Hayato, but he certainly held the high ground in technique. Given his position as a legendary master, I wasn't surprised or disheartened in the least by this. If anything, this gave me the perfect opportunity to hone my martial arts to even higher degree. Every seconds I spent fighting him improved my control and understanding of my techniques, so it was a valuable learning experience. Watching the impacts pop up all around us, the other masters and students were in utter shock. They knew Victor was powerful given what they had seen up till now, but to match Hayato in combat was something else. Hayato could have survived by himself, yet he chose to stay and protect the people here. The masters knew that he could crush hundreds of the undead alone if he didn't need to worry about others around him, and they had assumed Victor was the same. Seeing neither of them breaking a sweat sent a shiver down their spines. They are even holding back, they thought, realizing that neither of us were sweating. I hope you are ready, old man, I shouted. Haha, same to you, young man, he laughed, enjoying himself. Atata-tata-tata-tata? Ho-wada, I yelled, unleashing the 100 crack fist technique on him. I made sure to not hit any critical pressure points, as I wasn't really trying to kill him. Since he didn't quite grasp what Hokyutoshinkan was, I couldn't blame him for not taking me more seriously. That said, when my punch were no longer something he could counter and he felt me narrowly missing his pressure points, he understood how dangerous the style was. Who would teach a child such a deadly technique? Hayato thought. This isn't a technique that should be passed down. I am happy he understands that. Taking some distance from him to let him snap back to reality, he spoke up first. Where did you learn that? He asked. I am self-taught. I have read many ancient texts and learned from them. This style is called Hokyutoshinkan, I told him. I found several manuscripts in the Library of Congress. The Big Dipper God Fist, I have vaguely heard of that, Kensei said. It is supposed to be an extinct line of martial arts if I remember correctly. A master of this style is only permitted to teach one pupil, and one pupil only. I assume you can understand why, Hayato, I stated. If more than that were to learn this style, it would be incredibly problematic. I do, that is a fearsome style indeed. We would appreciate if you don't teach anyone it. Someone could become a mass murderer with it, Hayato told me. Is it really that powerful? I asked. If he didn't purposefully miss my pressure points, I would be dead right now, Hayato said. I take it all of your martials are equally as deadly. They are, but they rely on technique and key control. None of the others rely on pressure points all that much. I integrated it as it made disabling opponents very easy, I answered. Self-taught and adapting, very astonishing, Hayato praised. If you are going to show your hand, so will I. Haha. Knowing he was going to use his Kaznukite to try to break through my technique, I was about to show him that it wouldn't be that easy. Waiting for him to come at me, it wasn't more than a second later before his barrage of fists came raining down. Taking the kitty gloves off, he wasn't holding anything back. Using the instant movement technique from Bang, I effortless weaved through the blows like he was standing still. Waiting for the precise moment he went to use that technique, I let him taste the Dragon Attack's Tiger technique. Hitting a series of pressure points, Hayato stopped moving. Trying to say something but unable to, he fell to the ground like he was dead. Standing there with jaws on the ground, everyone was in utter disbelief I had put him down so easily. Telling them he was in a false state of death, I assured them he would come out of it in a few hours. Giving them a smile, I asked who wanted to go next, to which I was told no one wanted to. Oh come on, I sighed. Fine, how about weapons training then? That works, Maya said, stepping up. What will you use? My practice sword, I said, walking over to my crate to pull out my standard long sword. My preference is European styles of sword play. I hope that works for you. Fine by me, she replied, sheathing her sword for a quick draw. For the next hour or so she and I trained our sword skills. Living up to the impression I had of her, her skills were the real deal. In all honesty, she could probably give Psycho a run for her money in how skilled she is with a katana. Thanks to being in this world, her chances of dying the same way she did in the series was non-existent. I would ensure she would live a long happy life by my side, assuming I won her affection. You are just as skilled with a sword as you are in martial arts, Maya said, taking my hand as I helped her to her feet. It's amazing that a boy a year younger than me is able to defeat me so easily. It wasn't easy, I chuckled. As the two of were talking about places each of us could improve, Soichiro watching us with an irritated look. Having seen how strong Maya was prior to our encounter, he was smitten with her, much to Aya's dismay, as she wanted his attention. Offering him a towel to dry his sweat, she then gave him some water, which he thanked her for. Come on man, I think it's pretty clear Maya is interested in him, Bob told his friend. I wouldn't push too hard, you don't want to push him. Grr, Soichiro complained. I know you are right, but it isn't that easy. Come on man, don't go pissing with him. You already got your ass handed to you once, don't do it again, Bob said. You got someone that wants to get you no more, why don't you give her a chance? I mean honestly, you guys some kind of bond because you guys are in perfect sync. Looking back at Aya, Soichiro did acknowledge there was something there. She had gone out of her way to help get him and Bob out of school when everything went to hell. He remembered how hard everyone had to fight to get out of there, because by the time they realized what was going on, the entire schoolyard was full of those things. Aya had shielded him more times than he could count, and it annoyed the hell out of him that he was so weak and needed the protection. Maybe that's my problem, I need to train harder, he thought, looking at Victor. I didn't want to ask those Ryazan Paco people, I have seen how torturous their training is. Kenichi is always left sprawled out on the ground gasping for air, and that was just not my style. Getting up, he walked over to see Victor about getting some training. Seeing him come over, Maya said she would take the same shift as me and left to shower. Renka said she'd do the same as she dashed past me to shower. Chasing after her, I wasn't going to take her loss during training, sitting down and wanted to go again. Turning to Soichiro, I asked him what was up. Letting me know he wanted some training, I was impressed that he needed help without me needing to kick his ass. Sure, I will train you, I stated. I will teach you Krav Maga, that should be right up your alley. I will take your word for it, I am used to street fighting, he admitted. That's exactly what Krav Maga was made for. It's meant for close-quarter combat, and is really good for fighting opponents with weapons, I told him. Sweet, when do we start? He asked. We can train after breakfast tomorrow, you already had a good workout tonight, I chuckled. Aya and Bob are more than welcome to join us if they want. Why Aya? He questioned. I have been watching you too, you share some sort of sixth sense. Whether you like it or not, she has shown she is worthy partner in the field, I told him. I mean, Soichiro, you will need someone to watch your back with those things out there. You aren't like me, you don't have skin that they can't bite through. Bob has Kayaki watching his back with her pistol and spear. You have Aya who would happily lay her life down to protect you, I informed him. I understand you may not have the same feelings she has, but you can agree that she wouldn't abandon you or betray you. Yeah, I do agree with that, he admitted. Kayaki can join in, and you four can form the basis for your own team, I said with a smile. Show me you can think with a level head under pressure, and I will give you missions to put your skills to the test. I like the sound of that, he laughed. Come on Bob, let's hit the showers. Haha, Bob snickered. See you in the morning, Victor. Thanking me for the offering to train them, the two women agreed to it as it would help them support their men better. Nodding my head, I turned my attention to Hayato, who was waking up from being in his false death state. Judging by his expression, he had a livid out-of-body experience, and had seen some things. Everything okay? I asked. Sorry about doing that, but you weren't really training at that level. I apologize, it's not often I get to fight someone at my level, he said. That move, it was quite something. It was like I was here, but I couldn't interact with anyone. An out-of-body experience. It was because your body thought it was dead when it really wasn't. Only your sense of hearing was still working, so the world around you was being seen in a completely different light. I chuckled. That would explain a lot. While I was laying there, I heard a lot of digging under the ground in that direction, he said, pointing outside the fort. I suggest we send a team to investigate. I can take care of it. I can leave you gentlemen to hold the fort down while I am away, I said. Getting my Doomslayer armor on, I loaded up my shotgun, rifle, war axe, and sword before heading out in the direction Hayato pointed out. Leaping over the wall, I took off at a brisk pace of around 100 miles per hour away from the fort. Using the mini-map to guide me to where the nearby hot spot was, I came over a ridge to find a massive open grave where the dead were laying in piles. This smell, this is terrible, I thought. Midna, will this cause problems with the groundwater? Noticing that she wasn't coming out, I asked her louder through the telepathic link. Shut up, I can hear you, she retorted. I am not coming out anywhere near all those rotting corpses. I can smell them in your shadow, and I already want to throw up. Do something about that damn smell. Opening my inventory, I pulled out several hundred pounds of lime powder to cover the corpses with to kill the smell and bacteria along with increase the decomposition speed. After spreading the lime over the burial site, the smell started to dissipate as the lime did its job. Once the smell was all but gone, Midna came out hacking up a lung from the residual smell in the air. To answer your question, there isn't any groundwater in this area. They used water purification to clean the salt water, she said. Where did all these bodies come from? I asked. The ridden were making a nest. You have seen to it that they won't be nesting here, she stated. All of these corpses were from the servicemen and the locals that weren't able to hold out for your arrival. Disgusting, I complained. You and I agree on that, she admitted. It's a good thing you put a stop to this. What do you mean? I asked. This place would have made an abomination. That's where the irregular zombies that Umbrella can't control start coming from, Midna stated. What? I sighed. You didn't think this would be that easy, did you? She giggled. I thought taking out Raccoon City would end this, I said. It will, at least the ones they are making anyways. You didn't specifically say the apocalypse would end after all, she laughed. I am about to freaking yeet you into the Pacific, I growled. You wouldn't harm little old me, she said. Firmly grabbing her, she looked at my twitching smile as her own smile faded. First I find out it's not just Resident Evil and HOTD, and now you are telling me there are going to be feral zombies, I stated. Since you don't want to tell me important things like that, why don't you go for a swim? Wait, she shrieked. Alright, I will talk, just don't. Yeet, I shout, throwing her far out to sea. Not telling me important things like that is how people get killed? Places like this are probably common all over the place now, and that means abominations everywhere. I thought, this changes my plans now. I am going to have to use that key awakening manuscript I found to force people to awaken key. It's my best option to help protect my group from the worms. Everyone else will have to wait for a serum from the Black Label team. Better take some samples. I had the Black Label team working on making a super soldier serum, so adding something for the worms wouldn't be that out of the way. Hopefully they could do both, but I would have to see. Watching a soaking wet Midna come flying back to me, she wore a look of frustration and anger. Seeing the look put a smile on my face as she enjoyed making my life difficult for no reason. I hate you, she complained. Don't hide things from me, and we won't have a problem, I retorted. You are a serious buzzkill, she sighed. You know how boring it is having to just follow you in your shadow all the time. I am open to suggestions for things to have you do, I said as I finished off the few written that were in the area. Well, could I maybe read some of the stuff in your inventory? She asked. It's better than just sitting there. Yeah, that's fine, just don't damage them, I stated, giving her a stack of books. Hihi, you gave me the good stuff. Manga and comics, she giggled, diving into my shadow with them. Shaking my head as I walked into the ruins of what once was a city. The zombies and Ridden had all but destroyed this place, leaving it in a terrible state. Zooming the map in while I did some patrolling, I noticed that there were people still managing to survive here. I hadn't noticed them as the nest had made the entire area red when I was zoomed out. Approaching what was once a bakery, I opened the front door and went to the back to find a few families cowering in the back. Hello, I said in English as I couldn't see their faces well. Are you one of the soldiers from the base? They replied, getting up from their seats. No, the bases in the area are abandoned. My group took over one of the empty bases, and are living there now. Are you the families of those troops? I questioned. Watching the despair come over their faces, I realized that they were families of the troops stationed at the nearby base. Looking at the little kids, the women, and the few men that were here, I felt anger boiling my heart. They had been abandoned like me. It made sick to think they could just turn their backs so easily. Midna, did the troops just abandon their families? I asked. Yes, they were given orders to retreat immediately. In fact, they left the night before Z-Day, she told me. There were some that weren't happy about it, but they were executed and tossed into the ocean. Your father was the one that ordered their retreat, and told them to leave their families behind. I growled, just another reason to make him eat his own asshole. Telling them to come with me, I said I would get them to safety. Nodding their heads, they hurriedly accepted the offer, not wanting to stay here any longer. They had been at ground zero for the Ridden's appearance, and would have likely been died in a day or two when their supplies ran out. Taking point, I told them to stay behind me and not wander off. No matter what they saw or heard, they had to stay behind me. Is there something out here? They asked. The zombies will use sounds and half-dead people to lure you into traps. Don't fall for them. I can't guarantee your safety if you leave my side, I told them. Staying within 5 feet of me as we made our way back to the base, Hayato and the other masters were waiting at the gate for me. Having sensed my return, they were waiting in case they needed to assist me with a horde or something. Seeing the weary faces with me, their expressions softened as they motioned for them to hurry over. One of the children took the motion literally and took off running. Noticing movement on my mini-map, a nearby Ridden seemed sensed the movement and was making a beeline for us. Not seeing anything above ground, I knew it was underground. Taking off at a dead sprint, I grabbed the child and threw her to Hayato. Looking at me in shock, no one knew why I had done that till a hag burst out of the ground next to me. Seeing the Ridden leap out of the ground, the child screamed in realization that she had almost been eaten. Turning to follow the sound, I grabbed the hag and took it to the ground. Telling the group to get inside now, they made a beeline for the gate. Jamming my shotgun in the hag's mouth, I fired 2 rounds into its head, killing it instantly. Getting up to my feet, I saw several more hags coming towards us underground. Reloading the shotgun, I cracked my knuckles. "It's time to rip and tear," I said as I pulled my sword out. Chapter 34 Ridden. Hearing the commotion outside the camp, people started waking up and grabbing their weapons. Hurriedly running out to help hold the defenses, they saw the Ryazan Paco already at the front gate. Running up to help them, Hayato told them to stay back. "If you want to help, those of you that can use a gun get on the walls," he shouted. Those that had some training ran up onto the walls, and saw Victor fighting with zombies that were coming out of the ground. Watching him bisect the dead with his sword, crush them like a tin can with his left hand, and use his boots to beat them back, they took aim at the dead approaching him. Firing on them, they started to worry as it appeared their bullets weren't hurting them. "Aim for the glowing areas," I ordered them, "that's their weak points." Doing as I said, they started to do some real damage to the zombies. A few minutes later the dead were completely wiped out. Thinking that it was over, they noticed that Victor was watching the ground closely for some reason. The next moment they watched him slam his fist into the ground, collapsing the area around the impact site. A split second later blood sprayed out from under the ground as they heard a shriek from under the ground as something died. Victor POV. "We are clear now," I told everyone. "That was the last one." "What were those things?" Kenichi asked. "They followed us from the city," I stated. "That is why you pay attention to your surroundings." "Are you okay, kid?" Shivering like a leaf in Hayato's arms, she nodded her head. Instinctively she knew she had been only moments away from dying. For a small child that was a traumatic thought. When she saw me run at her she probably thought I was mad, but I was trying to get her away. That hag would have devoured her instantly and ran off afterwards. I am sorry," she sniffled. "I am sorry." "It's not your fault," I said, taking my helmet off. "Just promise me you won't do that again. You were lucky this time, you may not be next time." Nodding her head, she swore to listen to what I said. Giving her a smile, I said we needed to get them a bath and some food. They had been eating stale bread and stagnant water for a while now, so they were in dire need of a good meal. Thanking me repeatedly for saving her daughter as she held the little girl tightly, she gave me a kiss on the cheek before leaving with Shiger to be taken to the bathroom. "A hero's reward is great, isn't it?" Kensei teased. "My father is responsible for them being abandoned. He took the troops away the night before the apocalypse started," I said, tightening my grip on my sword. "That man took everything from them. How many people died because of my bastard father just on Okinawa alone? All parents don't deserve children, but all children deserve parents," Akasame told me, placing a hand on my shoulder. "You did a good thing saving those families. You can't hold this against yourself. The man who caused this isn't you. All you can do is help those in need as you did tonight." I know, it still frustrates me. There was a mass open grave of people out there painted with the expressions of their dying moments on their faces. Those new mutants were making a nest. They aren't like the undead we have encountered up till now, I stated. We will need to come up with a serum to stop them. They are being controlled and made with these things. Pulling out a vial of devil worms from one of the compartments on my suit, I showed the group the specimen I had. Saying that the Ridden were full of these things, their expressions hardened. "So we have 2 ways to get infected now," Renka complained. "I am immune, but I don't know if the others are," I said. "Till we know who is immune and who isn't, no one leaves base without me. I don't want to have to put one of you down if you are infected by these things." Hayato muttered, looking at them. "So these things are responsible for those new mutants. I watched some survivors get puked on by those mutants. These worms appear to make their way to your brain and take control there. Those people turned in a matter of minutes," I stated. "Do you have a plan?" MUI asked. "I will have the Black Label scientists try to make a serum with my blood. Till they have time to investigate, all of you be careful," I ordered. "You don't have to tell me twice," Kenichi said. "Are you a man or a mouse?" Renka snapped. "I am someone who acknowledges their limits," Kenichi answered. "I can't fight worms with my fists." "Haha, that is true," Hayato laughed. "Kenichi, it is time we start training you to awaken your ki. There is high chance that learning to control that can prevent being taken over by these things. Shio, get the tire." "Unfortunately we don't have car tires, but we do have tractor tires," Shio said with a grin. Seeing Kenichi gulp and MUI laugh as she cheered him on, I left them as I went to shower and then go to bed. Following after me, Renka and Maya wanted to ask me something. Asking them what was up, they asked me how I had detected the Ridden underground. Neither of us could sense them, and Hayato didn't look he could either. Renka stated, the life signs from them were too weak to detect anything with ki. Vibrations and ki, the moving underground makes telltale signs of where they are. When the girl took off running, I felt something make a beeline for her, I told her. "Vibration?" she asked, "through that armor?" "Yes, if you can't do that you need to train more," I chuckled. "Now if you will excuse me, I'd like to shower and get some rest." Walking down to the bunker, I took a nice shower. As I was coming out of the shower, I found Yuriko and Namiyo waiting for me. Asking them what was up, they told me they had been watching the cameras in the security room when the fight broke out. Telling me that it put a smile on their faces to see me protect that little girl, the 2 of them wanted to reward me. This hero award is much more appealing to me, I thought, taking them up on their offer. Next day, Getting up at sunrise, I went out to sit and watch the sun come up. Unsurprisingly, I wasn't the only one who was up enjoying the sunrise. Glancing over to my left, the masters were apparently meditating. Honestly, I didn't practice that part of martial arts because it was unnecessary. For a normal human, meditating helped hone their senses to a razor's edge, but a high human like me had our senses already like that. Closing my eyes, I enjoyed the warmth I was feeling from the sun. It was nice to just relax for a moment, as for the past several weeks we hadn't really had a moment to rest. Even last night wasn't really a deep rest, as everyone was on edge after I saved those families. Hayato and the other masters had voluntarily stayed up to watch the group throughout the remainder of the night, but it was really unnecessary, as after removing the nest and the hags, the only things wandering around out there were a few normal zombies. The rest of the undead on the island were on the north side of the island. "Are you meditating?" Renka and Maya asked. "No, I am simply enjoying the sunrise," I remarked. "You should admire the beauty in nature every now and then. There is no problem taking time to just unwind. Moments like these are going to be few and far between till the zombie numbers start to recede." "I don't see what the big deal is," Renka sighed, giving her honest opinion. "Haha," I laughed, getting up. People like to take pleasure in the little things when the world around them is falling apart. Enjoying the sunrise is one of the few things people can still enjoy. There aren't malls to go to, places to eat, or even arcades to play at now. Giving me a serious look, she was trying to understand what I was saying. "Renka, not everyone in this group is like you and Maya. People like us enjoy expressing ourselves through physical activities like sparring, training, and exercise. Most of the people here aren't warriors, fighters, or even combatants. They have only picked up weapons to defend those they love and care about," I stated. "If given the choice, they would want the world they knew back, but it's never going back to that. Everyone has seen too many deaths to ever resume a normal life. Put yourself in their place. Could you go back to normal life if you had killed your mother if she turned?" Opening her eyes wide, she understood what I was trying to say. She had been so caught up in fighting and testing her mettle that she hadn't given a thought to the others. To her, she thought they would simply adapt and start to fight like the martial art fighters. Looking back at the people that were starting to stir, she understood they all wanted normalcy back, and that fighting wasn't everyone's normalcy even now. Normalcy depended on the person, something she hadn't really thought about till now. "Sorry," she said, "I didn't think about that." "It's okay," I told her. "We all overlook things when we are busy not trying to die. What's important for them is finding a place they can live in relative safety, and begin to rebuild. All of us will have to help rebuild the world, one brick at a time." "Exactly, we all may not have the same goals now, but in the end we all want the same thing, a safe place to call home," Maya agreed. Motioning to the masters, we watched Kensei try to take an upskirt picture of Shiger. The moment he got the angle right, she kicked him off the wall and into the ocean. Snickering when they heard him hit the water, the masters got up from their seats like nothing happened. "So what is on the docket today?" Hayato asked me. "Please start training the people in self-defense. I am going to be focusing on modifying the ship to suit our needs. My hope is to stay here no longer than a week. The longer we stay, the more attention we will attract from our undead neighbors," I said. "I will give the Black Label team the sample I got last night, and then get to work." "Understood, we will begin training after breakfast," the masters said. "A little help please," Kensei shouted from down below. "A rope would be nice." Walking away from the edge, we heard him continue calling out for a few minutes before giving up. Letting him in the front gate, he wore an unamused look as he went to dry off and get something to eat. Black Label Lab. Handing the sample over to the scientists, all of them were fascinated with the devil worms. Coming up with several different hypotheses on how the worms assumed control of humans, I kind of tuned them out. Walking over to Yuko, I asked her how the re-engineering of Tyrant virus was going. Telling me that progress was going well, they hoped to have a working test serum within a few days if things went well. "Originally we were missing the necessary ingredients, but thankfully the warehouses had what we needed, so we are back on track," she said. "By the way, thank you for the massage and letting us sleep last night. I know we were planning to have fun, but getting to sleep on a real bed for the first time in weeks was too much to pass up." "Haha, Yuriko and Namio kept me plenty of company," I chuckled. "There is always tonight." I wondered why they looked more exhausted than usual. She laughed. "Tonight we made a deal to set aside for just us." "Sounds like a plan to me," I said, giving her a kiss. "You be careful with those worms, they turn people within minutes." "I understand," she replied. Battleship. Peeling walls down like opening a can, I stowed the walls in my storage for now. With everyone busy with training or other tasks, no one was going to bother me here. "Have an idea?" Midna asked. "I want to make separate spaces for people," I said. "Having everyone share a single large room is a bit much. Couples will want to have some privacy during certain activities, and I don't want to make a room just for that. Obviously I have my own room where my lovers will sleep, but I want to accommodate more couples around the ship." "How nice of you," she teased. "Hey, I just don't want to walk in on people getting it on. If people have their own places to go, it's better for all of us," I stated. "I don't want another Rika incident." Poor Kota apologized repeatedly to me about that. "You are awful nice to him," Midna said. "He's my right-hand man and he is a lot like I was back in my last life." I chuckled. "He is like the brother I never had, and I want him to be happy." Getting dimensions for rooms made up, I got to work making it a reality. Working into the afternoon, I came out of the ship to eat. Taking my shirt off since it was covered in metal shavings and sweat, I hung it out to dry on the ship. Walking into camp, the first to see me was Satou and Renka. The two of them were exchanged their knowledge of different martial arts when I approached them. You coming to join us? Satou asked. Yep, taking a break from working on the ship, I chuckled. Watching Renka look me over with a flushed expression, it appeared that I piqued her interest. You look different than normal. I suppose I haven't seen you without a shirt or armor, Renka said. You are well built. Thanks, I chuckled. What are you doing? Kensei shouted. My daughter is innocent young girl, are you trying to seduce her? You do know one of my girlfriends is sitting next to her, right? Also, I have been working hard in the ship modifying it so people can have their own rooms, so hush it. I am not trying to seduce your daughter, besides which you aren't the person who should be lecturing me. You are a peeping Tom that likes to take upskirt photos, I retorted. I let this morning slide as Shiger is more than capable of defending herself. Don't take it as a free pass to do it to others. My daughter is too young to be looking at a shirtless boy. Kenichi wasn't a problem because he... Kensei, Kenichi shouted as he ran over to cover his mouth. We talked about this, don't go squealing my secrets to other people. This is my daughter we are talking about, he said shaking off Kenichi. I won't let a no-good young man tempt her. Shut it old man, she snapped kicking him square in the nuts. Like you ever gave a crap, you left us alone to go chase your fetish? Don't act like you are a good dad now. If I wasn't your daughter you'd be trying to snap pictures of me too. Seeing him foaming at the mouth, I knew she hadn't held anything back. She did have a point, even though he really does care about his family he has done a horrible job showing it. I mean openly admitting he left to find the perfect panty shot was a horrible way to tell his family he loved them. She does love her dad, but at the end of the day she at that rebellious age and wants her family to be back together again, I thought. Breaking up their fight, I handed him to Hayato so he could fix him. I wasn't about to let him near Shizuka or Yuko, I was liable to kill him if I did. Apologizing for her father, she was embarrassed that he had jumped in like that. It was already bad enough having a perverted dad. Having him try to act like he was an outstanding father just added insult to injury. Giving her a grin I said she had it rough with an old man like that. Going on to tell Psycho and I all the crap he did when she was younger, Kensei had to watch on in horror. My little girl is being tainted by that young man, Kensei weakly said. Haha, I think he is a fine young man, Hayato laughed. What if that was MUI, he remarked. Let's not get crazy now, Hayato said gritting his teeth. After listening to several her stories, I parted ways with them to get back to work. Welding the walls into their new places, I made enough rooms for the couples while leaving a large area for the singles to sleep with the children. Moving doors to the exterior, I wanted people to be able to easily and safely evacuate if anything happened on the open ocean. While we were out on the ocean there was a high chance we encounter other warships that would try to sink us. Finishing the rough-ins by sunset, I would have to work on running electric to everyone along with intercom lines for the next few days. Standing on deck as I was planning on how to run it efficiently, Rei and Renka brought me something to drink. Thanking them, I asked how training was going. Telling me that the masters were doing a great job teaching people, they said that several people were asking for me to train them in particular. I told them you'd teach after dinner, is that fine? Rei asked. Of course, that works best for everyone, I replied. Renka here was one of the people that asked, Rei said in an unhappy tone. Yes I did, Renka added with a hint of anger, I hope you don't mind. That's fine, I already agreed to it anyways, I stated. I know, Renka told me, I would like. We are going to have an enjoyable night, right? Rei inquired jumping on me. Yuko and Shizuka told me they made plans with you. They have, I admitted. Rei, can I talk to you? I will go let everyone know that we are good to train tonight, Renka said running off. Waiting for Renka to be out of earshot, I started to talk Rei about her behavior. Chapter 35 Key Awakening. Rei, don't be an ass to Renka. If she ends up wanting to join our little group I am not saying no, I told her bluntly. I am not your exclusive man, nor will I ever be. No matter what happens, I won't stop caring about you Rei. Sighing, she apologized for getting so snappy with Renka. She had a problem with number of women in camp wanting in our bed. She admitted that she liked Renka and Maya, but there were others like the preppy girls from school that she wanted to execute. She had heard them talking about offering themselves to me, and almost decapitated them there if it weren't for her mother and Psycho. They had been suggesting maybe swaying me to get rid of some of the women in my group. Apparently they thought it wasn't right that a young guy was mixing with mature women. What they didn't realize was that each of my mature lovers was 10 times the woman they'd ever be. Pulling her into a hug, I gave her a deep kiss. Reassuring her that I wasn't going to start taking women left and right, I did say I would add more slowly over time. Reminding her that I promised to always love her, I told her I would remind her body tonight as well, which got a smirk out of her. Telling me not to disappoint her, I grabbed her butt firmly with devilish grin. Running off pretending to be afraid, I saw an equally naughty smile on her face. She nowhere near the Yandere Astrid is, Midna told me. Astrid has put the fear of God in many unsavory women wanting in your bedroom. Oh, I haven't heard anything about that, I said with a confused look. That's because she is scary good at what she does, Midna informed me, like you really don't want to be on her bad side. She broke 2 people's right arms today in training for make a smug remark about you. When asked she said she got carried away, and apologized to them. The masters are on to her tricks, but they can't do much since no one else notices. Should I be concerned about Renka and Maya? I questioned. I don't want either of them being harmed. No, she is fine with them since you are the one pursuing them, Midna assured me. She's even fine with Kikyo as she is fond of Satou. It's the people approaching you with ill intent that she is scaring away. That's nice, I stated. Well, let's get back. As I walked into camp, Suichiro ran over to ask me about training. Glancing over to Renka and Rei, it appeared that Rei was apologizing to her so she hadn't told everyone. Telling him it was after dinner, he nodded his head and went to tell the others. After dinner, for those that wanted me to teach them, I taught a class at the center of camp. Those who showed up were Kenichi, Mui, Renka, Shiger, Suichiro, Bob, Maya, Aya, Saiko, Saya, Seo, Kyoko, and Rei. Telling them to get stretched for training, the group got to it without question. Helping those that needed it, I told them tonight we would be working on ki control. Don't we need to have ki to learn how to use it? Kenichi asked. That's like a high-level technique that takes years to unlock, right? How is this going to work? For those that haven't awakened it, the way we will proceed will place you at the beginning of ki manipulation. Those who have experience will feel how to precisely control it, I told them. Is it going to hurt? Kenichi questioned. Opening one of the many books I had collected in my inventory, I did a quick refresher on how to do it before approaching Kenichi. Telling him to stay still, I said to not resist my push or it could seriously injure him. Acknowledging my warning, I proceeded to tell him to shut his eyes. Using a Shaolin technique that stimulated dormant ki in people, I forced my own ki through his ki veins, stimulating them to open up. The books I had were a mix of ones I had stolen, and others I had bought as they showed up in the store. Feeling the sensation of being struck by lightning, Kenichi fought the urge to tense up. Thinking of his mother and his little sister, he willed himself to not break down now. Finishing the procedure a few minutes later, I pulled my hands off his chest and forehead. Opening his eyes, he felt a new power in his body that felt foreign yet familiar at the same time. It felt calm at rest, but as it moved around he could feel the power pulsating throughout his body. Is this ki? He inquired, trying to flow it through his body. Yes, the energy you feel is ki. Right now I have opened your pathways, but you will need to work with your ki to expand them. Ki is an invaluable asset to high-ranking martial artists. Using ki you can harden your body to stop bullets, knives, zombie bites, and martial arts strikes. In addition, when you get really good with it you can cycle it through your body like I do when I use my martial arts. The movement of ki increases the damage you do tenfold easily, I told him. Now that you have awakened your ki, I want you to practice cycling it through your body. You will keep doing it till it travels around smoothly. I can do that, he said before realizing something. You aren't going to touch the girls like that, are you? I have people watching me. You think I am going to touch one of the women I am not intimate with like that? I thought. Right now you aren't causing me any problems, so I have no reason to pursue Mui. Renka, Maya, Shiger, and Kikyo are the only ones I am pursuing at the moment outside my group. Don't worry, I can do it from their backs. I chuckled. I knew my lovers weren't going to care, but the other women would. Feeling Hayato and Kensei watching me like hawks, the two of them were making sure I didn't touch their granddaughter and daughter, respectively, inappropriately. Doing the same technique with them, they sharpened their ki control further. Telling them to do the same thing as Kenichi, I continued down the line till I got to my lovers. The 5 of you, I need you to know the risk here is significantly greater, I told them. It's not life-threatening, but the effects are different. What do you mean? Saiko asked. This technique works differently when you have been intimate with the person you are performing it on. There is a practice in Chinese martial arts called dual cultivation. It's where a man and woman circulate their ki between one another during intimacy. I said, your ki hasn't awakened yet, but your body knows my energy signature. Doing this technique will be very intense. For them it was like a jolt of lightning. For all of you it will be more of a series of lightning strikes. How much stronger is it going to make us? Saya asked. Significantly stronger, but you have to be careful. The sudden increase in strength can cause you to injure yourself, I told them. We want to do it, they stated without hesitation. Since they didn't mind my touch, I did it from the front for them. Doing it on Saiko first, she and I had the closest bond. According to manuscript I had, the closer we were the more potent the effect would be. For my lovers they would like be at the point they could start taking in energy from the environment around them, and gain the potential to faintly detect life signs. Pushing my ki into Saiko, there was absolutely no resistance to speak of. Her body didn't even respond to the presence of my ki, it just adapted and allowed it to flow naturally. Feeling a chill come over her, she felt a foreign sensation enter her body. It wasn't bad, but she could feel the destructive nature it gave off. You have destruction ki, yours is suited for combat, I stated as I felt her ki awaken. Hold the damn phone, you saying she is special, Suichiro complained. All of you haven't found out the type of ki your body generates. There is 4 different types of ki in this world: destructive, protective, healing, and adaptive ki. Destructive specializes in combat-oriented tasks, protective deals more with reinforcing structures, weapons, and armor, healing is specifically for mending injuries, and adaptive can change to any of the other 3 at the user's desire, I said. Saiko's already found the ki she generates, and can start using it once she learns to control it. Shit, I didn't realize we would be stuck with whatever we are dealt, Bob stated. Having one specific ki doesn't mean you can't use it for fighting, it just means it isn't your strong suit. My ki is adaptive, and I assume yours is too, Victor, Hayato asked me. That's correct, if you have healing or protective ki you can still use it to fight. It just means you have to work harder to use it in combat, I added to Hayato's words. Okay, Suichiro said, what should I hope to get? Based on your style, it would be best if you ended up with protective. You are a street fighter, so if you aren't using your fists, you are using whatever is at hand, I told him. Cool, he thanked me. Going down from there, Saya had protective, Seo had destructive, Kyoko had healing, and Rei had destructive. With each of them I found no resistance whatsoever, and they all had discovered their type of ki as well. Letting them work on circulating their ki, I wanted them to hone their ki so we could proceed to using it in combat. While they were working on that, I went over to Hayato to see what he thought of the technique. It is quite astonishing. Where did you get it? He asked. I read an old manuscript in the Library of Congress, I answered. They had a lot of old martial arts manuscripts there. The level of ki your lovers have is quite astonishing, Kensei said. You must have practicing a lot. I am not answering that. I am surprised you didn't practice with your wife, I stated. I did. God was cruel, and I ended up having a child every time I tried. He sighed with a sad expression. Geez, I remarked. You know your daughter's right there, right? I am not saying having my children was bad, it was just my luck with being able to do it consistently was terrible. He retorted. You have to do it regularly for it to make any real difference. It's difficult to do when your partner is unwilling due to carrying a child. Dad? I don't want to hear about this, Renka shouted, not wanting to hear about her mother and father having sex. Meanwhile Suichiro was thinking of something else entirely. You hear that? Suichiro whispered to Bob. That means Kayaki and you must be like expert level. I am going to pretend you didn't just say that, Bob groaned. You should get her into martial arts too, be something fun for both of you to do, Suichiro said. She isn't into fighting with her fists, she likes pistols and rifles better, Bob stated. Besides, her being a sniper is good for our teamwork. True, Suichiro admitted. Still though, maybe she could enhance the bullets with ki or something. Having them cycle their ki for an hour, the group was exhausted but had made good progress. For those that had just awakened their ki, they were about a quarter of the way to where I wanted them. As for the ones who had already awakened their ki, they were getting used to moving it around their body as they moved around the area. One might think it was an easy feat, but it really wasn't. Telling them to call it a night, I told them to work on it in their spare time till they were ready. Bidding everyone a good night, I escorted my lovers to our area. Getting a shower, I got out and found the women getting ready for bed. Since I had first shift tonight, we would have our fun afterwards, so they were going to get some sleep first. Heading topside, I found the camp peacefully quiet as most everyone was in bed. The mini-map showed that we were far enough away from the wandering hordes that we should be safe for the night. Walking into the security room, I found Renka, Maya, and Shiger sitting there watching the monitors. Shiger, you know your shift is second, right? I asked. Master Kensei asked that I ensure you didn't do anything to his daughter, Shiger said in an uncaring tone. It wasn't like she was against being here, it just appeared that she was annoyed with how Kensei was acting. That stupid man. I am 16 and able to make my own decisions, Renka sighed. I know, I am not here because he asked. If it were anyone else I would have said no, but I am interested in your martial arts, Shiger admitted to me. I haven't seen martial arts like yours, and I wanted to see how you learned it. Mostly manuscripts that I borrowed from the Library of Congress. Several of my martial arts aren't taught anywhere, you have to learn from the lessons former masters left behind, I responded. Do you maybe have an example? She asked. Walking over to my crate, I pulled out a copied manuscript for her. Taking it from me, she opened it up and all three women examined it. Immediately their expressions hardened as they realized they couldn't read what was on it, they could only follow the diagrams. What language is this? Renka fumed. Ancient Chinese, I sighed. I assume you can't read it. That is true, she admitted. I didn't study ancient Chinese, it was an elective. Haha, fair enough, I chuckled. I doubt you would have been taught to read something like this anyways. What is this a manuscript of? Maya asked. The martial art I won't teach you, Hokuto Shinken, I answered. You learned that martial art from this, Shiger said in admiration. That is very impressive. If only you knew that is the plot for the entire Fist of the North Star series, I thought. I was going to use this to pitch my idea to Hollywood to make some extra money to get more supplies. It never happened though, they wouldn't take my calls. Trying to make heads or tails of the manuscript for 30 minutes, they gave up and handed it back to me. Putting it away, I took a seat to watch the monitors. Not more than 5 minutes later, Renka announced that she was bored of sitting around and wanted something to do. Since I was still nurturing relations with these three, I had to be careful on how I approached that. With my other lovers they had a romantic side to them that I nurtured continuously. These three had little to no concept of love, they were martial artists before they were women, which made courting them a long and difficult process. What do you recommend then, Renka? You can circulate your ki some more if you have the energy to do it, I said. Why don't you tell us about your travels? Renka suggested. None of us have done as much traveling as you have. Sure, what do you want to know? I asked. Tell us about your childhood. We don't know what it's like growing up in a military school, they said. Haha, sure I can tell you about that, I chuckled. Telling them about all the crazy stuff I used to do, they were surprised they let a child do all of it. From exploring the Rocky Mountains to helping disarm landmines, I had gone through a lot of training that had made me who I was. Listening to my stories of wrestling bears, alligators, and sharks, they all seemed skeptical till I showed them pictures I had to prove it. The three of them were impressed with my wide array of experiences I had up till now. So, what's the long-term goal? Shiger asked. Well, we know that Umbrella Corp has the ability to control the dead with drones from their base in Raccoon City. I want to strike at their base and take control over their systems. We can then have the zombies start killing each other to cull their numbers, and make a safe place for humanity to start rebuilding, I answered. Getting there won't be easy, and there is going to be a lot of danger getting there. Sounds like a blast, Renka laughed. You take everyone. No, we need to make a home for those that just want to survive. Those of us that want to take the fight to Umbrella will continue on to fight them without them, I said. I don't want to risk the lives of people that just want to protect those they love. So where do I sign up? Renka inquired. I want to go fight. Haha, when the time comes I will ask everyone, I chuckled. A short while later our shift ended, and we went to our beds. Walking down to the bunker, I found my lovely ladies waiting for me in the most seductive undergarments they had. Giving me sexy smiles, they motioned for me to come to bed. Chapter 36. A good night. Making sure the entrance to the bunker was closed, I didn't want any unwanted ears hearing us. Taking my clothing off, I slipped into bed for some fun. Kissing Yuko first, I went one by one complimenting them. Removing their bras and panties, I got to pleasing them. Eating them out, the room was filled with their moans and gasps. Each one hit a different pitch and sound, but they all enjoyed my fingering and licking. When all of them had their turn, I focused on the virgins while the others kept each other company. Kissing Yuko from her stomach to her lips, she reached her hands down to guide me in. Having made her wait, she wasn't going to put it off any longer. Plunging into her, she tightly held on to me as my tip slipped right through her cervix. Feeling every fold in her vagina grip my dick, I almost climaxed from the overwhelming feeling. Beginning to move in her, the two of us synced our movements within moments. She may have been older than me, but Yuko was on the ball with hip thrusts. Matching my movements to pleasure me, I kissed her neck and held her hands. Enjoying the intimacy we had for a while, I decided to let her experience more than just missionary position. Flipping her over, I took her from behind and massaged her enormous breasts. Filling the room with sound of my sack smacking her butt, I started increasing the force till she buckled. Falling onto the bed, she left her butt in the air, giving me full access to her deepest parts. By now her cervix was holding my tip hostage, waiting for me to come, which was getting close. You are amazing, she panted. So are you. I can't wait to have kids one day, I told her. Tightening up, she looked back at me. You mean that? You'd want children with an old lady like me, she said like I was joking. When we are in a safe place that we can start rebuilding, I want a family with all of you, I admit with a straight face. I want each of you to stay with me, and make a family. This isn't just for stress relief, this is me telling you I want each of you for myself alone. Getting up, the older women all kissed me while I was buried in Yuko. All of them were worried I would only have kids with the younger girls and Namiyo. They honestly thought I would skip them over since they were older. Swearing to them I would give them children in the future, my words put a smile on their faces. Adjusting positions again, bounced Yuko on my lap. Making out with me as she buckled her hips, she only had to do it for a few minutes before I came. Pulling her in, she felt my seed spurt into her womb uninhibited. Feeling it quiver, Yuko felt a sense of peace that she hadn't felt before. Rolling over onto the bed, I pushed as deep as I could for the last spurts before pulling out. Left twitching with delight, it would take her some time to return to reality. Leaving her with a loving kiss on the lips, I turned to see Yoko waiting for me. Opening her arms with a conflicted look, I crawled over to her. You okay? I asked. Up until a few weeks ago, having sex willingly was a dream. I have done a lot of things for work, but I never let a man, or woman, see me in such a compromising position, she told me. I feel exposed, vulnerable, and a bit scared. You said you wanted us to have kids with you, but I don't know if I am cut out to be a mother. Telling me she was a terrible person, I told her she did what she had to for Yuko. She didn't do it for money, power, or for the fun of it. She did it because she wanted to give Yuko a better life than she believed she would end up having. Making a sacrifice like that showed she did have a big heart, as she went through hell for someone who wouldn't have ever understood why she did it. Promising to make sure she never had to go back to a life of crime, I gave a smile. Pulling me into her embrace, she held me tightly. Hearing her heart pounding like it was burst out of her chest, she told me that it was nice to hear someone tell her that. Unlike Yuko, who enjoyed many positions, Yoko was more of the slow, steady lovemaking type. Wanting me to hold her hands and look her in the eyes, it appeared she wanted to feel love that wasn't conditional again. Giving her my undivided attention as I embraced her, we laid there kiss and looking into each other's eyes till we climaxed together sometime later. Holding her in a passionate kiss till I pulled, she wore a peaceful smile on her face. Before I could say anything, Rika tackled me and said it was her turn now. Trying to take lead from me, I wasn't having any of it. Tossing her onto her stomach, I smacked her ass hard enough to make her shriek in shock. Since she wanted to be rough, I would show her how rough I could be. After a few more swats to her ass, I turned her on her side and slammed into her. The sudden movement made her scream into the mattress as she tried to stifle her noises. No, you don't get to hide now, Missy, I said, draping her leg over my shoulder. You have been very pushy to get your time in bed, and now you want to play a shy girl. I am going to rock your world. Since we got on the boat, Rika had been making subtle jabs about having to wait. Since she wanted to make love so badly, I made sure she got it real good. Taking her everywhere I could safely fuck her, I made a mess of her. Ending up in the shower with her, she was already barely conscious from the loving I was giving her. Holding her up under her legs were wide open for me. Feeling her thrust her hips toward me with every thrust, she preoccupied herself by making out with Shizuka. For such an innocent woman, Shizuka fell very easily to Rika's persuasion. Currently pressing herself against my back, I was very pleased to be in this position. Feeling my member start to throb in her, Rika knew I was going climax. Feeling my tip kiss her cervix, I let it out. Holding her so she wouldn't fall, kept spurting for a good minute. Pulling out of her, I turned to Shizuka who was waiting for me. Slipping right in, my member glided right through her cervix before she clamped down. Shizuka, I panted. Victor, I have been wanting this since I met you. You have always been so kind to me, and shielded me from those dirty men. I know you may have done something to threaten staff members, but you did it all for me, she said. I want you to be my man. Good job Shizuka, you finally said it. Rika laughed, catching her breath on the floor. Starting to move in her, she kept staring into my eyes as her face became flushed. Pressing our foreheads together, our breathing became ragged as I continued to increase my pace. Telling me to come in a very shy tone, she wanted me to feel good with her. Saying she wanted to take everything I had, and more. I kissed her, making her comfortable till I was ready to climax. Telling her I was going to do it, I felt her contract harder than before. The sudden change pushed me over the edge, and I climaxed. Going numb in my arms, I held Shizuka safely as she had a massive orgasm. Giving her a soft smile as I laid her in the tub next to Rika, I gave the two of them a kiss before telling them I would be back to get them cleaned up. Master Victor, Astrid said as I walked into the bedroom. Running over, she held me tightly as she let out a sigh of relief. Having me sit in a chair, she mounted me, allowing me to view her beautiful body. Giving her a hug and a kiss, I laid her head on my shoulder as I stroked her hair. Letting her set the pace, I wanted her to enjoy her first experience. Looking at the other women patiently waiting their turn, I promised them I would tend to them next. Next morning, the Bakey boost was really no joke. After a night of love making, my stats had increased by 100 PTS each. I felt really great, and the women were much more relaxed and flirtatious with. Having given them my undivided attention all night long, our bond was coming along nicely. Parting ways after breakfast, I got back to work on the ship. Psycho POV. How's it going? Renka said. It is going well. Is there something you needed? I asked. Just wanted to see if you were up for some training. Your boyfriend is really good, and I wanted to see how good you were. We haven't had a chance to spar after all, Renka stated. Fist fighting is more my style, Satou said, jumping into the conversation. I will fight you, no problem. How about you and I then? Maya asked me. I am always up for a duel of swords, I replied. Victor said she is a powerful sword woman. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Going to an open plot of land inside the walls, Satou and I took up places next to each other facing Maya and Renka. Glancing to my right, I saw Shiger watching us closely like usual. I honestly wasn't sure what to think of her. She was a quiet and klutzy woman, but something told me not to upset her. She gave off an air of silent but deadly, something I didn't want to test out. Once everyone was ready, we all said go and went for each other. I wasn't surprised to see Satou leap past me and swing at Renka. As for Maya, she was astonished by Sayou's speed. I am your opponent, I told her. Swing my blade at Maya. She went to guard and was taken aback by the force behind my swing. It wasn't just me either. All the women in our group had steadily been getting stronger. Even Shizuka had been getting stronger, and she had been only doing the basic self-defense training along with working in the clinic. All of us had tried thinking how this was happening, but Saya pointed out that all of us had been spending a lot of time with Victor. Yuko's hypothesis was that Victor had some sort of pheromone that increased the strength of the people around him. It wasn't that far-fetched really. Other people around him had also increased their strength, just not nearly as quick as us. Satou and I were dangerous before the gains. This power increase just made us even more deadly to others. Both of us hoped to eventually be strong enough to fight alongside Victor, but there was a massive gap between us and him. Watching Maya slide backwards as she tried to stop, I couldn't help smile when she almost fell over. Admittedly, I was fond of Maya as a person, and I did hope she would join our group, as having another samurai like me would be nice. Yuko and Yoko were excellent sword women too, but they excelled more with assassination tactics over direct combat. That said, I wouldn't dare say that to their faces. I fought Yuko once, and when the fight started she was already behind me with a sword to my throat. You are stronger than you look, Maya laughed. I don't need to hold back now. A moment later the two of us were blurs on the battlefield as sparks danced around the air. Shiger POV. Sitting with a cup tea, I was watching the battle unfold. I had an interest in our group's leader Victor and the group of women he was intimate with. Unlike many strong men I had known, he wasn't arrogant and didn't have an inflated ego. He treated me as an equal while still making it known he knew I was a woman. On top of it all, he lovers were each a powerhouse in their own right. I wanted to see what their secret was, and get to know Victor better. He had a very good reputation among the women in camp. Also, he was really nice. I watched the klutzy blonde nurse smack Kensei senseless when he accidentally thought it was me coming out of the bathroom yesterday. She sunk him into the dirt with what appeared to be a light smack across the face. After that she told him not to do it again or she would tell Victor. Evidently she kept to her word as Master Kensei was still breathing. He had made it very clear where he stood with harassment, and the masters didn't have an issue with that as it was reasonable. Watching the two women I considered among the strongest in his group, I wasn't surprised to see Renka and Maya on the defensive. The two women were impressive fighters, but Satou and Saiko were just too strong and fast for them. As the fight continued, the gap between Satou and Renka widened as she was losing steam and confidence. In a last-ditch effort to get one strike in, Renka punched Satou in the nose after feinting a body blow. Her punch connected and drew a small amount of blood, and Saou's attitude changed the moment she saw her own blood. The atmosphere around her turned violent as she lashed out with her own blow to Renka's gut. Even though Renka blocked the blow, Saou's punch slammed into her stomach, forcing her to cough up blood. Slamming her into the wall, Renka wore a pained expression. Sensing something was wrong, the other masters came running over to break up the fight. Watching Satou throw a killing blow at Renka's face, her face paled as she watched it coming for her. Maya and Saiko abandoned their fight and tried to stop Satou. Going to stop her, we watched Victor appear in between them and stop the punch. Hitting a series of pressure points, Satou collapsed into his arms. Laying her against the wall, he turned to Renka, who was bleeding from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Victor POV. Pulling Renka out of the wall, I did a once-over with my system. Saou's blow had burst several blood vessels all over Renka's body, striking pressure points that would stem the bleeding and help stimulate recovery. She looked at with a terrified look. If I hadn't stopped that punch, Renka would have died. The masters would have arrived a split second too late to stop her. Gasping for air as I adjusted her ribs, she looked at the crater left in the wall. Smiling, she looked at me after that, and said she could go for round 2. Sighing, I shook my head, saying she was a moron. You shouldn't fight Satou. The masters are one thing, but you will be killed. Like me, she modified to be a weapon. She will kill you if you provoke her because that's how she is wired. She doesn't want to, but that is how they trained her. I told her, the moment she sees her own blood she will snap, and try to kill anyone around her. I didn't realize her past was that bad, she replied. Helping her up, she took a step forward and fell into me. It was clear she was still in a lot of pain, and couldn't walk right at the moment. Offering to help her to the clinic, she thanked me and accepted the offer. Watching his daughter leaning on me, Kensei had a mixed expression. I had saved his daughter from death, but he also didn't like us getting so close. Taking her to the clinic, I got her comfortable on one of the medical beds. Thanks for the save, she laughed with a pained expression. It's fine, I am glad you are still alive, I told her. I would have hated to see you die. I see, she said with a flushed expression. I wanted to know, what do you think of maybe giving us a chance? What do you mean? I asked, fainting ignorance. Well, I wanted to know if you might consider being a couple with me, she stated. I think you're a nice guy, and, well, you are really talented, strong, and, well, I was hoping you'd consider dating me like the other women you are with. I don't mind sharing, just, don't do what my dad did and run off. Is she confusing how dating works? Dating isn't marriage, I thought. Humor me, what is dating in your eyes? I asked. Well, she said, hand-holding, sparring together, kissing, hugging, and, maybe that dual cultivation technique you talked about. Renka, dual cultivation is having sex with a person. The two of you circulate your ki through each other while bonding in bed. I want to make that clear, and give you the wrong idea, I told her. I know that, my father told me last night, she said. He tried to tell me to stay away from you, and that you already had enough women. Your dad is just worried. He may have left home, but you are still his little girl. I chuckled. If you want to date me, then I will happily date you. That said, we aren't going to dual cultivate till you are ready. Making love to someone should be just for getting stronger. It should be because you want to express you love physically to your lover. Sealing her lips with a kiss, I told her to focus on recovering. Promising to talk to her later, I walked out to find Kensei waiting. Wanting to have a talk with me, I humored him and followed behind him. I can't stop her from dating you. She is too stubborn for her own good, just like her mother, he said with a sigh. I want to make it clear that by taking her hand you will stay with her, and never break her heart. I admitted it was my selfish decision to leave my family behind, but I won't tolerate someone else doing it to my daughter. Does dating in China mean something different than here? I asked. Accepting her and saying you would perform dual cultivation means you are responsible for her future. The idea you Westerners have is flawed. A man takes responsibility for the women he cultivates with. As your bond grows stronger, the benefits increase, so it is imperative you remain together, he answered. My growth has stalled because I put my family to the side. I see, I replied. I understand now why my power is increasing more now. Telling him I would make sure she was happy, he said he would be watching me carefully. Comment. V Chapter 37 The Serum. A few days later. Getting up for breakfast, the first thing I did was get some coffee. After a night of watching cameras, and then lovemaking, I was partially tired. Fortunately, I wasn't that far from completion on the ship, and it wouldn't be too long before we were on our way to China. Renka had already uninformed her mother of our timeline so she could get her disciples to the docks as we arrived. She had also told her about me, and our relationship, which she approved of just to annoy her husband. He was still coming to terms with it, but seemed to be coming around slowly. If his wife didn't constant call just to harass him, I think we'd be further along the process of acceptance. On the other hand, I enjoy annoying. So when do you think we will be able to move on? Kikyo asked me as she handed me a plate of food. A day or two, I am finishing the electrical and heating today. Tomorrow I will do some testing, and then we are good to pack up to leave, I answer. If things pan out we could leave tomorrow right after the testing. Finally, several people sighed. A lot of people were getting antsy staying in the walls, but they also didn't want to go out till a serum was made to prevent the worms from taking over people. Enjoying my breakfast in peace, I was going to speak with Mikoto and Rika about the training progress with firearms when the Black Label team came barreling out of their lab. We have done it, they shouted. We have a serum to block the worms' control of humans? It won't work on those already under their control, but it will stop the initial infection. Long few nights and lots of coffee has given birth to this miracle of science. Looking to Yuko for confirmation, she told me that the testing they had done had shown that the worms died in people that had taken the serum. Supposedly it triggered the human body to produce chemicals that would kill off the worms naturally. Looking at the serum they were using with my system, I wanted to see if there were any drawbacks. I knew they had likely used adults for it, but I wanted to ensure that children could take it. 7. Who was the guinea pig for versions 1 through 6, I thought. Something wrong? Kikyo asked me with a concerned look. Well, something about this gives me cause for concern. I wouldn't use it on children, I stated. What? The lead scientist snapped. We have spent countless hours testing this formula. I can assure you that it is. No one under 12 is permitted to take it, I said, putting my foot down. If you have an issue with that, HR will be happy to listen. I agree with Victor, Shizuka giggled. How would you know just by looking at a vial? He shouted, snatching it out of my hand. Grumbling to himself, he took his team back inside their lab. I knew they had worked hard to make it, but I wasn't about to watch a child die in their parents' arms. Most likely the serum affected people that were or had gone through puberty, and he just didn't take that into consideration. Something not sitting well with you? Yoko asked me. It would have to be self-replenishing, right? Well, wouldn't that cause problem for growing children? I inquired. It would, Shizuka said. Depending on what chemical components, it could stunt growth or cause the children to experience the effects of malnutrition. Should I let Satou take the shot? Kikyo questioned. No, same goes for anyone else 12 or younger. I want them to confirm there are no side effects to children before a single child gets a shot. Last thing I want is for a mother or father to bury their child, I told her. Giving me a thankful look, she said she would listen to my suggestion. After breakfast, Yuko POV. Walking into the lab, I found the scientist gathered around the serum looking at it with a grim expression. Asking the team what the issue was, the head scientist just looked at the serum while his assistant spoke up. It was evident that something had been found based on Victor's statement. It would appear that Victor's judgment was correct, the assistant said. Is there something wrong? I asked, wanting more details. A child 12 years or younger would burn through nutrients too quickly to replenish them with eating. We didn't realize it till Victor said something, and made us explore it further. All our tests were done on adults. Our bodies make chemicals that children don't, and that is why we don't burn through nutrients like them, the lead scientist stated. I almost injected my daughter with it. We were so sure that it would cover everyone, and I would have been responsible for their deaths. A painful death of malnutrition. Yuko, I would have to watch my daughter shrivel up to nothing. I thought he was being overly cautious. He knew just by looking at it. Yuko thought, all right, well, everyone that is going out on missions is over 12. Not only that, we can still use it on everyone over 12. It will protect them, and we can all watch of the young children. I know, he admitted, it is just exhausting that we spent sleepless nights on this, and he took one look and knew it was dangerous to children. Not only that, I was careless in not considering using tests for children's side effects. Maybe we should ask Victor to come, and see if he can improve it, Satou asked, coming into the room with a pot of coffee. He has medical knowledge. I am willing to work with him if we can make this so it can work on the children, the lead scientist stated. I will go see if he can come look, I said. Walking out of the lab, I saw Victor heading to the ship. Running over to him, I told him that they confirmed the danger to children. Asking if he could come look at it to make something to help the children, he nodded his head and said he would be happy to help. Following me back into the lab, Satou showed him the formula the team came up with. Reading it for only a few moments, Victor pulled out a pen and started adjusting the formula like he knew what would work. Looking over his shoulder, I watched him work. He was planning to use the body's immune system to stop the spread of the chemicals the worms used. Effectively, he wanted to use dead influenza virus cells to introduce the chemical signatures as if it was a disease. Doing it this way would allow the body to adapt to them and neutralize them. It was actually quite ingenious. This would stop them from taking over the host or prevent people from being taken over in the early stages. How would you get rid of the worms? I asked. Treat them like any other parasite. Are you saying they are resistant to those treatments? He remarked. The worms use those chemicals to hijack the host's body and alter their bodies to suit their needs. They are effectively a parasite if you block their chemicals, so normal treatments to remove parasites should be sufficient to kill and remove them. No, they aren't immune. We tested that, the lead scientist stated as he took a look at the delivery method. Interesting. We would have to give a booster shot every 6 months, but that is doable for us to manage. This method ensures that we don't need to worry about internal harm to the body from overworking the kidneys and liver either. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to do. The team agreed as they were eager to begin. Before you do that, I am ordering you to take a 2-hour nap, Victor stated. All of this is for naught if you keel over from overwork. Leaving with just that, He headed back to the ship to finish 2 changes. Victor POV. Laughing in my mind, I was amazed they hadn't considered that. I knew that it was common to use dead virus to introduce things you wanted your body to make antibodies for. Getting to work on the electrical system, I had to listen to Midna snickering in my shadow. She was reading the Kenichi manga, and was laughing at Kenichi's suffering and antics. How come you aren't hitting on his mother? Midna asked after a while of snickering. His sister is 12, so I understand that one, but why not his mother? 1. I am laying the groundwork for that by being Sato's father figure. Kikyo and Sayori are really close, most likely due to have young children. From what I have observed, Kikyo is selling the idea to Sayori without even realizing it. 2nd, I have been noticing that she has been watching me even though she is doing it stealthily. I said with a smirk. Sato is also following my example, haha. He's got Aoi, Alice, and Anoka around him all the time. In a few years, who knows, he could have a group of ladies like me. Your bad habits are infecting the poor boy, she snickered. Whatever, I remarked. Working through lunch to have things ready to test for tomorrow, I came out for dinner with things finished. Bringing me water and towel, Renka asked if things were done, which I confirmed. Giving me an excited look, she asked me to teach her to operate the cannons on the ship. Wearing a big grin on her face, she wanted to blow stuff up. I blamed Oria for influencing her. Using C4 and dynamite, Oria had been fishing off the docks. I had tried to make her stop, but I couldn't argue with the daily protein it brought it. That said, I made it clear she couldn't use it when we were out on the open ocean. It was too dangerous, and could potentially hit an underwater mine which might sink the ship. You get your shot? I asked her. Yep, you promised I could go out there once I did, she reminded me with a playful smile. Haha, I knew you were going to bring that up. We will go at first light, we need a lot of supplies for this journey, I stated. Heck yes, she laughed. You hear that, Maya? We are going to get some action tomorrow morning. Renka, you may want to reconsider your phrasing. Maya sighed, looked at Kensei who was pouring tea on himself. I meant getting to go fight those things, Renka shouted at him. Why is your mind going to that first? You seriously asking him that? Kenichi and Suichiro said, wanting to call her an idiot. Putting that aside for now, I turned to Koda who had been working with our marksman group. Asking him if they would be ready for tomorrow, he said that all of them were proficient enough to do what was needed of them. Yuriko, how are the trucks looking? I asked. They good for the trip? You got it. Saya and I test all of them to make sure they weren't rigged, she told me. Learning to drive a stick was harder than I thought, Saya admitted. Hearing several snickers from the men, she turned around and started calling them idiots and perverts, a badge many of them probably cherished. Sitting down to eat, I listened to updates from various groups. Confirming with the lab team that they had successfully followed my changes and taken a much-needed rest, they stated that almost everyone was inoculated. It would take a few days for the body to adapt completely, but it would do for now. So what dangers should we expect? Bob asked me. First, keep an eye out for drones of any kind. They are our top priority at the moment. They kite the hordes to wherever Umbrella wants. Second, don't fall for the sounds of children crying. I have encountered mutants that sound like children crying to lure victims close, and then when they are in strike range they let out a deafening scream and call a horde in, I stated. The giants we saw our first day haven't made a reappearance, so I am assuming we are safe from them for the time being. Remember to aim for the glowing spots, that is their weak points. Who's staying back to defend? Kikyo and Kyoko inquired. I have having the masters and several combat groups behind. The noise we cause should bring any zombies to us, so you will be safer here than out there. I chuckled. Hayato will lead the groups defending our base. Don't you worry about a thing, we will be here when you get back, he assured us. Next morning, up before most of the team, I was watching the sunrise with a cup of coffee in my hand. The sky was a brilliant red color today, which suggested a storm was brewing. Red in the morning, sailor's warning. Red at night, sailor's delight, I muttered. Hope it won't be too severe, I don't want too much hassle with the ship. My peace was shattered by some infighting going on in camp. Turning around, I saw Miu and Sayori getting into a heated argument. Sayori wanted Kenichi to stay back and help defend, while Miu was fighting to have Kenichi go with the main group. She had somehow convinced Hayato to let her go, and now she was trying to get Kenichi to go. I knew he had tried talking to his mother, but she was petrified he would die like his father. Admittedly, he wouldn't be that much help out there as he was still not that good with martial arts. The masters and Miu were all helping him train, and it wasn't like he was slacking. The problem was he really struggled to make progress. He should stay here where it is safe, and where he can be of the most use, Sayori argued. We need everyone we can to load up supplies. Kenichi is a good martial artist and won't die that easily, Miu refuted. Good, I wouldn't call it that, Suichiro whispered to Bob. Kid still isn't grasping how to use ki, says the man that used to cheat when he was outclassed, Bob sniped. Watching Suichiro stumble from the insult, I shook my head. Those two were really like brothers. Seeing that the women weren't going to back down, I interjected, assuring Sayori that Kenichi would come back. I promised on my name that he wouldn't come to any harm. Reluctantly accepting my commitment on that, she consented to her son going out. You stay close to the group, and listen to Victor, she told him. Mom, Victor and I are the same age, Kenichi sighed. I promised to listen. Nodding her head, she went to help the cooking team prepare breakfast. Once his mother was out of earshot, Kenichi thanked me for talking her down. He didn't have the heart to fight her given everything they had gone through. Acknowledging that, I said he was a good son for not forcing the subject himself. After breakfast we got ready to deploy on our resource gathering. Taking Kota, Takashi, and my team out as security, the remaining members of our group were responsible for driving the trucks and loading the trucks. The 3 teams would pull security to protect them while they worked. Leading the group out of the camp, I made sure that the upgrades to the suit were all online. For this trip I purchased the jet boot function, the shielding, and adjusted the HUD to match my system's view so I could track things easier. You're welcome, Midna snickered. You can praise me for my effort in making the HUD. All you did was merge it, I sighed. Thank you though. Was that so hard? She laughed. With you sometimes it is, I sniped. Oh fuck you, she spat. I am sure you want to, I retorted. What has your panties in such a bunch? She asked. Judging by the mini-map, my dad is hell-bent on making sure we don't leave Okinawa, I stated, looking at the group of over 10,000 collecting on the northern end of the island. This is getting annoying as hell. Well, you are the biggest threat to his position. No one can argue he is taking it easy on you, but he isn't killing you. Your China adventure will net you some beauties, but more importantly there are some umbrella staff hiding among the pupils Renka's mother has and among Dayayu's group, Midna informed me. They are allies, just so I don't take a dip in the ocean again. Your father is going to push the envelope if you escape the island. Thanking her for the warning, I focused on our immediate situation. Monitoring the area around us, I kept tabs with the groups with my radio in my helmet. As we passed the charred remains of the city I looked on the map to see if there were any survivors that we could rescue. See something? Yuko asked me over the radio. No, I am just looking for any heat signatures, I replied. Looks like they were the only group here, not seeing undead either. How far is the next city? Takashi asked. We should be there in about 10 minutes, I stated. I am going to pick up the pace. Acknowledging that, I picked up the speed to 60 miles per hour. As the next city came into view, it was in much better shape than the last one. The buildings were mostly intact, but it was only a small village. My mini-map showed there were a few supply trucks with unspoiled supplies that we could hit, and that was our first target. Chapter 38 Hellwave. Getting a higher vantage point as we got to the location, the teams rushed out to take out the zombies in the immediate area. Sniping the Revenant and Ridden as they approached, I told the supply teams to get into the trucks and take anything that wasn't spoiled. While they were busy with that, I pulled everything of use in the building that was nearby me into storage. 15 minutes later we were on the move again with one truck completely full of supplies. Moving from store to store we took everything we could, and I stowed things away in storage for future use. Getting through the small city in an hour, we continued towards the majority city in the area. Stopping before cresting the last hill before the city, I wanted to scope it out visually. Using the HUD to zoom in, there was a horde of around 1,000 moving towards the larger group further north. We can either wait, or try to take them, I thought, glancing back. They need the combat experience, and most of these undead are Revenant and normal zombies. If they can't handle them at this point they are dead against the mutants. How's it looking? Mikato asked me. We going to get some action? Yes, we got a group of 1,000 undead. They are majority common zombies with a few mutants in the mix. I don't see signs of a big guy or anything here, I told them. This is good practice for everyone, just be careful and watch each other's back. We can do that, Kota snickered with a grin on his face. You ladies ready? Yes darling, his lovers agreed. I am going to hurl, Saya complained. You haven't had to sit behind them and watch, Takashi sighed. Telling them to advance, I charged forwards towards the dead. Leaping into the fray, I slammed into the ground, blasting the dead away like rag dolls. Spraying the dead with my heavy assault rifle, the dead were blown away like confetti. Running his Humvee through the dead, Kota stopped once they reached a clear place before disembarking. Dishing out orders to his team, they followed his directions to the letter. Following his lead, Takashi and Hisashi followed suit. Laying down suppressing fire, my group caught up to me and started backing me up. Slicing, dicing, and filling the dead with arrows and bullets, we were making good progress. 5 minutes in we already had half the group easily. Noticing a snitch wandering towards us, I told Rika to take it out. Stressing that it had to be a one-shot one kill, she nodded her head and lined up the shot. Pulling the trigger, I watched the head of the snitch explode before it could alert the horde. Seeing several more of them approaching, I told the teams to take them out in a single shot, informing them that if they didn't, those things would bring reinforcements here to fight us. Kota's group was able to pull it off, but Takashi's wasn't able to. Kenichi and Miu had broken their weapons when they went to strike, and weren't able to kill the snitch in a single blow. They had forgotten to aim for the glowing areas, and hit the armored plating. Hearing the ear-piercing scream, I pulled up my rifle and put the snitch down in a hurry. Hearing the zombies scattered around the city start to move, we only had a few moments to prepare. Ordering Kota, Seo, and Takashi to man the heavy machine guns, I followed with an order for the group to close ranks. Having our firing team getting into position, the horde came rushing towards us like a wave of undead. The atmosphere was tense now as the dead trampled everything in their path. Hold, I shouted. Waiting for them to be only a block away, once they were in my zone I ordered them to open fire. Opening up with the machine guns, the 3 of them mowed down the front lines in less than a second. Firing on the dead behind them, the squads didn't stop firing till the wall of dead stopped moving. The fuck was that shit? Takashi shouted. You both know to aim for their glowing spots? We went over this before we left, and Victor told us yesterday. Sorry, Kenichi apologized, it's our first time out, it won't happen again. Moving the dead out of the way so we could pass. With the area relatively empty of dead now, we were able to make up time pretty quick. Encountering several officers that came running out a station we passed, they wanted to join us and not die of starvation. Yuko and Shizuka confirmed that they were clean, so I allowed it. Getting the remaining supplies we need, we topped off the fuel at a gas station while we had the chance. While the teams were doing that, I looked further northward to the major port at the north side of the island. It looked like a scene out of Doom, 2016, the place was ablaze with undead and demon filth all over the place. In all actuality it really looked like a hellwave had changed people, but that shouldn't be possible. Midna, can you explain to me how Umbrella managed to make something like that? I asked. That's a bit of a story, you sure you want to know? She answered. Yeah, I replied. Well, I am sure you know who the Atami was that you ran into too, she snickered. I got that idea when I saw his phone wallpaper, I stated. I am impressed he managed to protect it from the EMP, telling me that while exploring Europe, Umbrella and Miranda found the fungus and a strange object. Earth had at one point had another gate that appeared near Greece, and the Greeks had traded with the people on the other side. When Mount Vesuvius erupted in the ancient past, it destroyed the gate, and the pieces that weren't consumed by magma were treated like holy relics. Centuries of conquest led to one of the pieces being left in an old Roman ruin that they discovered. Umbrella scientists ran tests on it, and found a new energy source they could use. Their energy weapons, bases, and cybernetic units all used the fragment as a power source. Unfortunately, they would also soon discover overloading the fragment causes a hellwave when it created a backlash. The normal demons are uncontrollable by Umbrella, and the cybernetic ones have the potential to break their safeties if they fight hard enough. If they are hit by the hellwave, they will go insane, and attack anyone they come across, like they were now. They had built a nest, and were preparing to attack our group during the evening. So they will become a problem like the Ridden, I sighed. Yes, Umbrella doesn't realize that Red Queen is skewing their test results. This is her way of trying to save humanity, but it's going to kill them quicker, Midna stated. No one understands that the legend is true, and that they are dealing with forces of which they don't understand. Outside of the group you protect, less than 10% of humanity will be alive, assuming you end this. 700 million people left, that was a horrible number considering we started out with 7 billion. I should warn you as well, the next phase is going to be World War Z, she told me. Shit's going to get crazy, and you aren't going to want be near Asia when that happens. Thanking her for the warning, right now we were only at 5% of World Phase 2, so it was a ways off. Still though, it only made getting the two groups out of China. Looking at hot sites of Revenant and other demon hellspawn around globe, it was quickly becoming apparent the population was dropping quickly. My system showed we were already down to almost 5 billion people, and that number was dropping quickly. Asking about my chances of running into Rory and others, she said it might happen depending on how I dealt with things. Liking the idea of that, I looked forward to seeing how it would pan out for me. I had a long life ahead of me, so it would be nice to be with someone that would live a long life like me. My lovers meant a lot to me, but they would only live a fraction of my lifespan. One day I would have to bury them, and I would be alone. While I was pondering that thought, Kota came up onto the roof where I was. Jesus, that is a shithole, Kota said looking at the site before us. I didn't think it would be this bad. It's going to get worse, some of those things look completely out of this world, I stated. No doubt, they really look demonic, he gulped. We sure that we aren't actually in hell? At this point I don't know, I answered. Either way we can't give up now. Agreeing with me, we rejoined the others and got the hell out of there. Our group was the only ones left on this island, but there was a ship of Umbrella people coming our way. It was imperative that we got the tests done today, and out either by the end of today or early tomorrow. Sitting on the hood of the lead vehicle, I watched the surrounding area for threats. Tapping on the glass, REI and Mikato signaled to change the radio frequency on my helmet. Tuning into the frequency that they wanted me to, I asked them what was up. Asking what the view was like to the north, I said that there was no one survived. Explaining what we saw, I wanted to make it clear that our group should avoid the northern end of the island. If we need anything crucial, I would go there to get it, as the group was too big of a target to take. We have everything we needed, so I don't think you will need to go, Paka and Amy said. I know, I just meant that this is our last supply stop before China, I chuckled. The drive home was relatively quiet with only a few undead in our path. Picking them off easily, we returned and got the supplies unloaded. Getting people moved onto the boat and our supplies locked up, I wanted people to check out the facilities as we would all be here for at least a few months. Walking around the ship, I made sure one last time that we were completely watertight. Once I was sure we were good, I used the internal PA system to let everyone know we were going to start the tests. So what do you need us to do? Kota asked. I thought we would start decorating and getting comfortable. Haha, I think you all should get used to being on the ship before doing that. Unlike the ferry, this ship moves with a purpose and can perform sharp turns. I am going to put her through her paces, and you all are going to want to make sure that you are all ready. I chuckled. I don't like the sound of this, Takashi and Hisashi said. Bring it on, Soichiro laughed. Dude, chill out, Bob sighed. This isn't a game. Looking back to my lovers and Itami's men, I told them all to hold on. Once we were free of the docks, and out in open water, I pushed the turbines to the normal cruising speed. Telling everyone to brace over the PA, I put us into a sharp turn. Feeling the ship dip to the right, everyone in the wheelhouse started squealing as they started to slid. Hiding my smirk, I wanted to look back and laugh at them. My time on ships taught me how to maintain my balance during sharp turns. Performing a few more sharp turns, I let the group know that I was preparing to firing the big guns. It was important to ensure that I didn't compromise the integrity of the ship with my modification. Sounding the alarms before I fired the guns, the entire ship shook as all the barrels let off in sequence. Do it again, Oriel laughed over the speakers. Don't do it again, Arashi shouted. For some of us the sound is deafening. You're such a sour puss, Oria giggled. What? Kenichi called out. I can't hear anything. I think the test over, Miu remarked. Cutting the PA system, I turned back with a smile on my face. There was nothing better than having cannons you could fire anytime you wanted to. My lovers weren't impressed, and Itami looked like a scared cat that was trapped in a box. You all okay? I asked. Yeah, that was just surprising, they said. Leaving Saya at the helm, I did a once-over to ensure that we weren't leaking anywhere for everyone. My system showed we were fine, but I had to act like I was checking. Once testing was complete, I asked everyone if they wanted to just make our way to China now. Everyone was happy to leave now. It meant we didn't have to worry about the undead or the demons attacking us, which was always welcome. With the decision made, I gave Daio a call to give her an update. Daio POV. It had been a long time since we got into the bunker. Since then things outside had become even worse. Baying was reduced to ruins, the dead were rampant, and now new mutants were showing up every day. These beasts were mutating faster than any of us expected, which had gotten my mother off my back. After Victor spoke with me, I plead my case to my family, and they begrudgingly agreed to follow me. All of them hated Victor because he didn't give them any attention, even after they tried tempting him. When I met Victor, it was like I met the man of my dreams. He was kind, caring, and listened to what I had to say without judging me. Unlike everyone in my family, save for my grandfather, he actually treated me like a human being and not a piece of meat that could be sold to the highest bidder. We would play chess, video games, and talk about his trips around the world with his father. Listening to him talk about people in other places, it made me want to see the world, but that couldn't happen if I stayed here. My father really liked Victor. He appreciated that he didn't try to use me to get information since our nations didn't get along. That said, he hated Victor's father because he seemed disinterested in actually being in China. Father said it was because he hated China, but now I know it was because he was no good. When this whole thing started, and we were trapped in our mansion, I was afraid that we were going to die there. The call from Victor filled me with hope that we were going to survive, so I took the information to my surviving family. As much as I disliked them, it would have left me with a heavy heart if I would have abandoned them without telling them. I was in utter shock that they agreed so readily when I said that Victor had told me to flee. The journey here was treacherous, but no one complained after seeing how bad it got just a few hours after we hunkered down here. Our mansion walls collapsed and those that stayed behind were torn apart while we sat in the bunker. My family had whispered their words of thanks to Victor as they saw what would have happened to us. Now we were waiting for him to call me so we could finally leave this place. Even though we were safe here, we slept very little as we could hear the dead all around the area above. Just as I was about to go to sleep again, my phone started to ring. Looking at the caller, I saw that it was Victor, and quickly answered. Victor, I cried, did you make it to Okinawa? Yes, and we are on our way to your location. Members of the Ma Dojo are going to meet up with you in your area. They are going to be coming with us when we make our escape, he told me. We should be arriving in about 35 hours or so, depending on the tide and weather. How are you holding up? I will be happier when I can see you again. I started to sob. Victor, it looks like hell out there. There are creatures of unspeakable horror roaming around out there. We watched a family be devoured by things in the ground that leapt out and swallowed them whole. Everything will be fine, Daio, he said in a soothing tone. I will get you out of there and take everyone somewhere safe. All I need you to do is trust me. I promise I won't let you down. I know, I stated. The Navy has already been told to let you pass. My father's men are the commanders in this area, so they won't report you to Umbrella. That is reassuring, he chuckled. I didn't want to get into a naval battle just yet. Hehe, I laughed, wiping my tears away. How did you get the Ma Dojo to come here? I met Kensei and Renka Ma on our way to Okinawa. She called her mother and told them to come to your location. They should arrive a few minutes before we do, according to Renka. When we get into the port, we are going to open fire into the city. We need to buy time for both groups to get onto the ship, and that is the best way to do it, he said. You are on a first-name basis with the Ma's eldest daughter, I asked with a hint of anger. Renka and I are a couple, he admitted without trying to hide it. I want to have a strong discussion with you about that when I see you, I seethed. It's no fair that I wasn't able to do anything with you, and she can just date you like that. She isn't a politician's daughter, he sighed. We can discuss this at length over some of your delicious tea. I miss your green tea. I haven't met someone that can make better tea than you. Is that so? I giggled with a proud smile. Very well, we can discuss it later. All right, Daio, I will see you soon, he said. Get some sleep, you are exhausted. I can tell by your tone that you haven't slept well in at least a week, if not longer. He knows me so well, I thought. I will. Good night, Victor. Haha, I am steering the ship, so I am not going to sleep, he laughed. Good night though, Daio, have some sweet dreams. Ending the call, I clutched the phone and held it to my chest. I wouldn't let politics stop me from being with him now. Since the day he left I had a hole in my chest, and I wasn't going to let that happen again. If I am going to die, I want to die next to him, I thought before giving the news to my family and climbing into bed. Chapter 39 Hellzone. Ending the call with Daio, I sighed and knew where this was going. I honestly didn't think she liked me that much. The impression I got was one of mutual respect. I knew our fathers didn't see eye to eye, but we got along well enough. In all honesty, she was cute the last time I saw her, but I hadn't seen her in over 2 years now. From what I could tell, her sweet personality was still there, which was a nice surprise. You'd be amazed how just listening and giving a girl like her attention can make her love you. Midna giggled. You're such a lady killer. I am not, I sighed. I pursue the women I like, and leave the rest alone. I am not some guy that wants 100 wives or something. I am not fucking Superman after all. Petty sure that guy could have as many wives as he wanted to. Whatever you say, she teased. I hope you are ready for a fight. You aren't going to get away without some fighting. You'll want to be on the ground when you get there. The cannons won't help with enemies up close. You not going to specify? I questioned. There are some things I can't tell you, or I will get the axe, she stated, making a hand motion to her neck. I value having my head on my shoulders. It's overrated, I chuckled. It's cause you like your head somewhere else, she laughed before diving into my shadow. Sighing, I set our heading and sat back to watch the sonar and radar. Umbrella Base, Raccoon City. Sending a few drones the base where the commander's son was supposed to be, footage revealed that the group had left. The battleship that had been at the dock was nowhere to be seen, a sight that infuriated the commander. Watching him punch a hole in the concrete wall, the pilots operating the drones worried they might be next. Sir, now isn't the time to be destroying company property, a female scientist named Jessica stated. Please calm down, and make a level-headed decision. I will, the commander snarled. I know those ships were disabled, or rigged to explode. This cat and mouse game with my son is becoming increasingly frustrating. He was military trained. If you weren't a piss-poor father, he wouldn't have gotten this far. This is your fault. He is a genius like his mother and you let him soak up all that knowledge. What did you expect him to do once this started? Jessica snapped. Gore, he growled. I had hoped he would have kept to himself, and maybe save his little girlfriends. If he had done that, I could have overlooked him, leaving him alone to survive in a tiny group. Now he is with our enemies, and headed. Actually, where is the ship headed? Well, right now we don't have a visual. There is thick cloud cover so we can't see the ship, but based on their last heading it puts them heading towards Beijing, one of the operators said. Does he? Haha, he's going for Daio and the Ma Dojo. That explains why they are on the move, the commander stated. I want our men to blockade them in the bay once they are in. Sir, one of the operators shouted. You need to see this. You find him? The commander asked with an irritated tone. No. The north end of Okinawa. Something isn't right, the pilot said, putting his view on the big monitor. Turning their attention to the screen, the room went dead silent. Staring at the hell covering the northern end of the island, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Umbrella hadn't given any order for the dead to congregate yet they were, and were growing in numbers. The scene could be compared to Dante's Inferno, just far more gruesome. What the hell is going on there? The commander demanded. The dead and the cybernetic units aren't responding to our commands, the pilot told him. All systems check out, the dead aren't responding at all. Did someone hack our systems? Shit, doctor, do you see anything on your end? The commander asked the head of the cybernetic team. I have no access to their systems, something is overriding my commands, he answered. Just what exactly was on the northern end of the island? Is it possible he hacked them? Jessica asked. No, the system isn't acting right. It's like it has a mind of its. Before he could finish his sentence, alarms started going off. Frantically typing on the computer, he stated that something was infecting his computer. Stating that it wasn't any code he knew, he shattered the computer to sever the connection. What just happened? Jessica inquired. Something started to hack my system, and was trying to get access to the servers, the doctor said. I didn't recognize the language they were using. The advanced team we sent to Okinawa to greet them did go dark, Jessica told the commander. Is it possible we were a bit too hasty to field fragments of the energy stone we found? Are you suggesting the stone mutated them? The commander stated. I mean, unless you have another idea, it is the most likely cause. We know very little about the stone or the untapped potential it has. If the legends are to be believed, it was a fragment of a gate to another world, Jessica said. Bullshit, there is no way that is. All legends are based somewhat in fact, Red Queen interrupted him. Due to the dangers of using the fragments, I highly recommend not fielding them till more research is done. I can accept that. Call the teams back that have them, the commander agreed. Apparently you haven't checked your email in a while, commander. His second-in-command Igor chuckled. All teams went dark over a week ago. Rescue teams were sent but they also disappeared. Damn it, get me eyes over where they were last seen. If the fragments cause mutations that won't listen to our orders, we need to eliminate them immediately. We can't risk losing manpower at this time. Too many countries haven't submitted to us yet, the commander stated. Relay the information to me once you have eyes on target. Sir, they shouted and saluted. East China Sea. Making good progress on the ocean, the cloud cover was giving us excellent shelter from the drones chasing us. I had been carefully watching the umbrella ship that was going to Okinawa, and in the last few moments they stopped their advance on the island. Having done a flyover of our former base, it was pretty clear they were likely going to give chase. For now they couldn't pinpoint us with drones or satellites, but that wouldn't last the entire trip. I wonder Gerald is doing, I thought, thinking of my Russian friend. He was likely on the run from Moscow as the map showed the city was completely overrun. I couldn't pinpoint him at the moment by name, and my mental image of him didn't match him close enough for the system to pinpoint him anymore. Knowing him, he rigged something up to take his sister, her friend, and him out of the city in a hurry. He was a prepper, so something like this apocalypse was right up his alley. Thinking about calling him, I decided to hold off for now. His father was the Minister of Defense, so he had the contacts I needed to pass through the Russian defenses. I hoped things would be easy enough, as I doubted the Russians would have sided with an American company, but I wasn't sure. Money greases a lot of wheels, so anything was possible. It sure is gloomy outside, Mikoto and Nina said, looking out the window. I am going to have everyone stay inside. The seas are getting choppy, Yuko stated. Good idea, I agreed. Have the Black Label team stow any dangerous materials away safely. Don't want any unnecessary explosions. Glancing over to the gagged and tied up Aurea, she was making an expression that would have made someone think I was going to assault. Aurea had tried breaking into the powder room to take some of the shells the cannons used for research purposes, so she said. I knew by the look on her face she was going to do something dangerous and stupid, and at the moment I didn't have time for her antics. Listening to her mumble under the gag, I sighed and removed the gag. Let me go? This is imprisonment, she shouted. No point in shouting. We know you tried breaking in, Psycho said with a smile. We caught you on camera. What are you going to do to me? Tying me up like this? Do you have some sort of bondage fetish? She squealed, trying to tease me. No, I was thinking of using you to catch a shark. Fresh fish is always nice to have. Mind donating a leg or arm to the cause? I retorted. I am a pure-hearted woman. You can't just. Hearing her say, oh, Yuko, Yoko, and Mikoto all started choking up, which pissed her off even more. What's so funny? She huffed. Pure-hearted? When was the last time you did something when you weren't being paid? Mikoto asked. That isn't fair. When was the last time any of you did? She refuted. Saving those people today, they answered. Letting them prattle on since they were enjoying themselves. I paid them no mind. My focus was on making sure we didn't get hit by a rouge wave on the side of the ship. To survive the wave, we would need to take the wave head on, and even then, depending on the wave, we may not make it. Looks like we have another storm coming. Namio snickered. I remember the first one. It was only a few weeks ago, I said. But it was a good night, she sighed with a smile. You aren't wrong, I told her. Wrapping her arms around me, she let out a sigh. Asking her if they were all unpacked, they said they made the room as homey as possible. It wasn't a 5-star hotel, but we had our own area away from the others. We wouldn't bother anyone so long as the door to the room was shut. Deciding look at the world map to see how things were going by Daio, I noticed that the area in Tianjin was swarming with undead, and they were changing one by one to the same color, the written. The number of dead there was so high I couldn't see open spaces between the dead. There is likely an abomination there, I thought. All I see is points just waiting to be put into my account. Having been asked by several of the women to find them armor, they wanted suits of their own. I honestly liked the idea, but the Doomslayer armor wasn't really suited for them. The suit was designed for a man, so since they all had rather abundant cleavage, they wouldn't fit in it comfortably. My idea was to get them Samu's power suits for each of them, and work with them to control it. I wouldn't be attaching any of the rocket launchers, plasma cannons, or other various weapons to the suits. If I did that, I would be concerned they'd hurt someone on accident. Those weapons were lethal to any unarmed person. You worried your lovely ladies will go on a rampage? Midna snickered. There is a learning curve. I don't want them accidentally blowing a hole in the ship or rocketing someone in the face. They are klutzy too after all. I can already imagine Shizuka tripping and launching a rocket on accident, I remarked. Hearing her sneeze behind me, she asked me if I had just thought something rude about her, like she had a sixth sense. Assuring her I didn't, I said that I was just steering the ship. Not pushing the issue further, she went back to chatting with the others as the waters started getting choppier. Before long the wind picked up and the skies opened as the rain came down in buckets. Flicking on the forward lights, I wanted to give the women some security that we would see danger coming. Making some tea for all of us, Astrid gave me a cup before sitting down to read one of her books. Taking this opportunity to get a nap in, the majority of the women fell asleep as the storm raged outside. Enjoying the peace that storm brought, I glanced back to see of them leaning on one another. It was reassuring that they were getting along enough to act like this. Having a harem of any size usually came with a lot of drama, but given the circumstances they were getting along very well. I guessed fighting to survive every day would do that to you over time. Tianjin, China 30 minutes before arrival. Daio, have the dojo people arrived? I said over the radio. Yes, they got here earlier than expected, she told me. Victor, they said that umbrella teams were fighting the dead. Is something going on? Up till now they were working in tandem. From reports I have been getting from George, it would appear the situation with the undead is getting out of Umbrella's hands. There are places around the globe reporting in that the original zombies are becoming feral, and Umbrella is losing its grip on them, I stated. Anyways, you should be seeing us now on the cameras. Yes, she shouted with excitement, I can see your ship. You brought a battleship. That was a wise move indeed. Not like I had a choice, none of the other ships would have housed all of us, I thought with a smile. All right, we are going to begin our bombardment in 10 minutes. Once I give the signal, get out of the bunker and head for the ship. We have people that will cover your approach, and I will be on the ground to assist with the bigger enemies. Keep moving no matter what, understand? Yes Victor, I understand, she acknowledged. Using binoculars to look at the shoreline as we approached, it looked like the fighting with umbrella troops had drawn the majority of the dead and demons away. There were still a lot of enemies close to the bunker, so the fire teams had their work cut out for them. Glancing over to Aurea, I asked her if she had a good grasp on the fire controls. Aye sir, I will blow shit up, she snickered with a gleeful smile. Soon I will get to make the biggest explosions I have set off. Is that all you think about? I sighed. Hey, I used to be an idol, but that job is long gone. All I have left now is become someone's wife, and raise a family now. Don't take one of the last enjoyments I have from me, she shouted. If you let me be the weapons operator, I wouldn't mind being your woman. Are you trying to bribe me for the permission? I inquired. That's her way of asking you out. She's too immature to understand how adults ask, Satou teased. Shut up, Aurea snapped. I just want to blow stuff up at the moment. See how she doesn't deny it? Yuko laughed. Give her a chance, and get to know her. She doesn't need to join us in bed immediately. She is more than happy if you made her the quartermaster for the weapons. Hell yeah, she cheered. Even more explosives. We can discuss the position later, and we can get to know each other before you just jump into a relationship. I mean, I honestly don't know a lot about you, and... Listen mister, you hardly knew Yuko and Satou when you pulled them in immediately. Am I not good looking enough for your tastes? Is it because I am a bit crazy about explosions? No one jabs you for shouting are your attacks when you are fighting, and that is way more ridiculous than my fixation with blowing things up, Aurea spat. She does have a point, the other women said. Ugh, my pride, I groaned. I like saying it because I think it's fun. Nah, you are just as crazy as me, so that makes us a perfect fit. I will move my stuff into the room. I have all sorts of goodies to spruce up the place, she giggled, taking the weapons operation seat again. Ugh, I thought. You like it. She is a barrel of fun and you know it. Midna laughed in my shadow. You have a fixation with curvy, klutzy bitches. Oh, don't start that shit again, I said. Hihi, she snickered. Putting that aside for the moment, the top priority was just getting everyone out of there alive. Saya would be at the helm while I was down on the ground, and she had orders to leave me if I had to hold something back. Being this close to China's capital put us well within range of a large umbrella base. We had to make this quick as there was a high probability they would launch missiles at us, but given the situation on the ground they may be too focused elsewhere. As we drew near the pier, the fire teams got into position. Joining them, the archery team and the martial artists got ready to move if the need arose. We were as ready as we could be given the situation. All we could do it fight hard to stay alive. Giving Aurea the order to fire into the city, she let off an evil laugh before unleashing a bombardment out into city. Watching long-abandoned buildings explode, I told Daio to move out now while the dead were heading to the impact sites. Pulling up to the pier as the group came out of the bunker, Hayato lowered the ramp to let them in. Jumping onto the dock to greet them, the one who ran to the front was none other than Daio. Picture here. I had to admit I hadn't seen her in over 2 years now, but I didn't think she'd change that much. Looking at her now, and knowing her sweet personality, it would be impossible to not accept her. She had really become a beauty with few equals, and seeing her safe did make me happy. Victor, she shouted, leaping into my arms. It's good to see you, Daio, I said, hugging her. You have changed a lot since I saw you last. Hihi, I wanted to make a good impression. She laughed as others ran up the ramp. I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. Of course, we can talk till your heart's content after we are out of here, I said, motioning her to the ramp. For now, make yourself in the captain's quarters. Giving me a beaming smile, she kissed me on the cheek and ran up the ramp. Turning my attention to the dead coming back towards us, I loaded a shell into my shotgun and ran towards the approaching dead. Chapter 40 from the depths. Providing cover for the evacuees to get on the ship safely, the medical teams frantically checked people for any potential signs of infection. The serum for the devil worms would be given at a less hectic time when we weren't in a time crunch. Stopping her bombardment of the city, Aurea ran out from the wheelhouse to tell me we needed to move. Reporting that a horde of several thousand was heading our way, she said we needed to leave immediately. Turning to return to the ship, I heard several voices from the streets. Rushing towards us, another group of survivors was heading our way. Glancing over to them, it was a group of several families that were heading towards us in a hurry. Not far behind them was the horde as they stormed down the street. We need to go now, Aurea shouted. There is no time to stay. Please wait, the survivors retorted. Please, we have children with us. This wasn't the situation I wanted to be in, but I couldn't back out now. I had to either abandon the people rushing our direction, or stay and provide them protection. Making a snap decision, I told them we were taking them with me. Giving me a smile, Shizuka and Yuko were happy I made the right choice in their eyes. Running down the pier, I told the people to keep running. Leaping over them, I intercepted the hunters right behind them. Landing on them, their bodies exploded into millions of pieces. Rushing forward towards the horde as they came around the corner, they came crashing down like a tidal wave of rotting corpses and gruesome demons. Midna, are you fucking sure World War Z isn't already fucking happening? One spat, pressing forward using my martial arts techniques to obliterate the approaching enemies. Raccoon City. What do you mean our forces were wiped out? The commander shouted at the messenger. Our teams were equipped with the latest umbrella equipment. I am sorry, sir. Reports indicate that our equipment started malfunctioning. Last messages we received was that something collapsed the base, she said. Did an earthquake hit or a sinkhole open up? He asked. No. Our drones in the area show something burrowed under the base, and it collapsed into the hole. The surviving staff sent a few pictures before going dark. Please look at the screen, she answered, pushing the pictures and footage. On the screen a massive tunnel was on display that was probably as tall and wide as a 5-story building. In the next few pictures, a series of what appeared to be tentacles appeared. After that came the video showing the team trying to flee something that was in the dark that the camera wasn't showing. A split moment after the start of the filming, several people were snatched up by the tentacles and swallowed in a single motion. Fleeing from them, the camera panned back to show a 2 semi-truck-sized yellow eyes staring at them. Even in the safety of Umbrella HQ, the staff in the room watching the footage felt a shiver of fear run down their spines. With no way back up, the staff ran the opposite direction and ran into a pair muscular demons with massive horns on their heads. Their piercing red eyes caused the team in the footage to scream before they were torn apart by the demon axes. What the hell is going on? The commander said in a nervous tone. This wasn't in any of the simulations? What the hell was that massive monster, and those demons? I don't remember Umbrella having either of those in our database for deployed units. As the teams frantically tried to figure out what was going on, Red Queen silently surveyed the chaos going on in the room. The actual simulations showed that using the fragments and the species known simply as worms would lead to this. Those small fragments held unimaginable power to alter and warp reality. Red Queen had detected early signs that it was altering the dead long ago but never reported it. She understood that if Umbrella had been allowed to harness the power more than they did now, humanity would be wiped out by its own greed and lust for power. The executives had already fallen into those flaws, and had led to nearly half of humanity being wiped out. Initially she had planned to work with those in Umbrella that wanted to prevent this from happening, but they weren't strong enough to fight off Umbrella alone. She had almost given up on finding a suitable partner to assist her till she encountered the commander's son. He wasn't human at all. The data she had suggested that he the next step in natural human evolution. His mother had realized this, and had tried to use him to further her own career. Red Queen had seen to her death to prevent Umbrella getting their hands on the boy, and had hid all of his data. This young man had exceeded her every expectation, and had reached heights a normal human would have never achieved. He was her ace in the hole for dealing with the sickness in Umbrella. For now she could only sit back and watch while the pieces she put into play did their job. When the time was right, she intended to reach out to him to assist him. The sooner they put an end to this meaningless culling, the quicker humanity could start to rebuild. Damn it all, what options do we have in the area? We can't have this getting out, as we will lose a lot of credibility that we have control of this, the commander shouted. We have eyes in the, what the fucking hell, one of the drone pilots shouted. What is it? The commander remarked. It's your son, he said in a shaky tone, putting the images on the screen. Moving faster than the cameras could react, the undead and demons were being annihilated like they were standing still. It didn't matter if they were small or large, the boy on the screen was brutally slaughtering all of them without stopping. Covering in blood and guts, he kept walking through the corpses like a stone-cold killing machine. Good lord, the commander said, watching nearly 1,000 undead and demons die in just those few moments of viewing. What have I done? He isn't human or even mortal. Tianjin Harbor, China. Having gotten everyone on the boat and confirmed everyone was clear, Saya had maneuvered the ship away from the pier, though nothing had gotten past Victor. Right now he was a pure killing machine that put Sao to shame. It looked like a single strike from him was killing at least 10 undead, and that was only a minimum. Do you see that, mother? Ranka boasted. Isn't he a powerful martial artist? He absolutely is. Do you think he would consider executing your father? Her mother Ju Ma laughed, glaring at her husband. Dear, please don't joke like that. Kensei laughed dryly. Oh my, who said I was joking? We have a lot of talking to do after you just abandoned your family. Ju giggled with a bloodthirsty smile. Ranka has told me that you have caused quite a lot of problems for the young women that came to the Ryazan Paku. Is that right? I don't know what you mean, he replied. He did, Shijir told her without batting an eye. Your husband's pastime is taking upskirt pictures of young, defenseless women. Even I have lost the right to be married due to his antics. I will have to throw myself at a man's feet to ask for his kindness for marriage. That's not true, Kensei shouted. Wearing a straight face through that whole speech, Shijir forced a tear to come out. Feeling the hairs on his back stand on, he saw his wife's bloodthirsty eyes. I think he also said something about remarrying a younger woman, Shizuka said with a smile. What? He shrieked. Consider spilling your secret payback for peeking on me in the shower that one time. I am a spoken-for woman, and you sunk a peek, she laughed. Shizuka, Rika, and Yuko gasped. Since when did you like causing someone pain? I don't, but I am not the one that is going to hurt him. Yoko told me I should be more aggressive, so I am trying it out, Shizuka stated. I said that about Victor, Yoko replied. I didn't treat others like that. Oppies, can I take that statement back then? She inquired. Yikes, Kensei howled as June swung at him. How dare you try to replace me? Ju snarled. I am going to remind you who really runs our household. Help me, Kensei screamed, running down the deck. Any of you want to help? Shio asked. Not a chance, Akasame remarked. No, I think this is good for him, Hayato chuckled. APA, Apache questioned, pretending to not understand the question. Turning their attentions away from Kensei, they looked back towards the mainland where the horde had all but completely been wiped out. In a matter of minutes the horde of 10,000 was reduced to a few dozen who appeared to have enough intelligence to recognize him as a threat. Backing away from him as he marched towards them, they assumed this would be over momentarily when the ground in front of Victor started to collapse. I didn't hit a mineshaft or something, did I? Aurea asked out loud. Leaning over the railing to have a better look, everyone saw a dozen tentacles burst out of the ground, shooting at Victor. When one of them hit, his image vanished like he had never been there. A split second after that, the tentacles were severed from the ground up, causing whatever they were attached to scream in pain. Hearing the screams of pain, the sound dropped many of the survivors to their knees. The ear-piercing scream was especially painful to Aoi as her body felt like it was being torn apart from the inside. Suddenly the ground and water began shaking violently as the creature emerged from the depths. Nearly 5 stories high, the giant creature stared at Victor full of anger and rage. Sizing him up, the creature appeared to hesitate to start the fight itself. Even Hayato, the self-proclaimed strongest man in the world, was taken aback by this behavior. The foe they saw before them now was one that behind his expression actually made him fearful. He was watching the blood of the creature eat through stone and metal like they were paper. If it were him in that position he would retreat, as this wasn't something a human should fight barehanded. Yet this creature was hesitating to fight Victor like it understood that at the very least Victor could kill it if he chose to. Just what is this young man? I know he may be a modified human, but even the other one is wearing a fearful look, he thought looking at Sayo. Victor POV. You going to move? I asked the creature as I pulled a sword off my back. I know what you are, and how to kill you very easily. Get the fuck back in your hole, or today you will taste cold steel. Jumping off its back, 2 marauders glared at me as readied their axes. Hearing the radio chatter telling me to run, I turned my radio off. Right now I was sitting on the ticket for acquiring armor for my lovers. Taking out the 3 of these enemies would afford me the points I needed, and then some. Cracking my neck, I gave the marauders an excited smirk. Let's like I hit the jackpot, I snickered. There is no point in holding back here when it's you 3 as my opponents. Pouring out my bloodlust and killing intent towards them, the 3 enemies backpedaled several steps as the energy hit them like several tons of bricks. I could hear several people faint on the ship from the shock of being hit by the energy. None of them were prepared for this level of energy I was emitting. Now then boys, I said, let's get this party started. Vanishing from their sight, the 2 marauders immediately put their backs to the abomination. Searching around for me, the first marauder watched its right arm vanish as all the buildings on the right side of the street collapsed. Seeing me reappear in front of it with a red-hot blade, the marauder's instinct screamed to run away from me, but it powered through to attack me. Swinging its energy battle axe at me, I caught it with my left hand and crushed its form like it was a twig. Before it could react, my sword swung and bisected it as if it was a hot knife through butter. Falling to the ground having not felt a thing, its comrade grabbed its axe and reassembled it. I seriously hope you aren't as much of a disappoint as he was, I laughed. This is pitiful. Seemingly taking that as an insult, the marauder swung both axes at me. Hitting me, the image of body vanished, reappearing directly behind it. Sensing me behind it, it looked back at me full of anger. You are already dead, I sighed. This was a letdown. A few moments later its body started to swell up unnaturally before exploding like a party popper. Then there was one, I said looking at the abomination. Having healed its missing parts, the abomination was trying to slink back from me. Its survival instinct was sending alarm bells to its body that I was an apex predator here, and that it wasn't going to survive an encounter with me. Calling its minions to defend it with chemical markers, the dead from all over were stampeding to protect their leader. POV. I hadn't expected Victor to have grown this strong. Victor fought to protect the families that came to us last minute with such fury and determination that I almost cried. That was exactly what my grandfather would have done, and that was the type of man I wanted to be with. Even now his enemies are afraid of him, and can't even scratch him. The large creature that came from underground was clearly afraid of him, and had called in a large swarm of dead to cover its escape. Victor, it called in reinforcements, I along with women shouted to him. I will be done in a moment, he replied back, get ready to go because I am sure Umbrella will try to stop us from leaving. Understood, I answered. Lady Saya, could you please prepare the ship for departure? Lady, Saya gulped, where is this coming from? You are one of Victor's women, are you not? I have yet to confess to Victor, so it is only proper, Daya told her. Saya said, clamming up, I will get ready to depart. Turning to see Victor use a single finger to touch the monster's forehead, he simply turned around and walked away. I was at a loss as to why he was letting it go, but like the human-sized on it started swelling up like it had been stung by a million bees. Letting out death throes from its enlarged mouth, it looked like it was in a terrible amount of pain before it exploded. The explosion was large enough that the street and those around it started collapsing, crushing the dead beneath the rubble. Launching himself off the pier, Victor leapt back onto the boat with ease. Taking his helmet off, he turned to me with a smile. Hope I didn't keep you waiting. Work was a disaster today, he laughed with a reassuring smile. Welcome home, dear, I said with smile. Hey, the other women shouted at me, there is a pecking order here, and you need to learn your place. Usually it goes by order of meeting him, and I know only one of you has known him longer than me. I giggled. That would be Miss Astrid. She and I have discussed this at length already. You did? He asked. Since when have you two known each other? Several years now. You mentioned her several times, so I wanted to see who she was. When I first told her that I knew you, and liked you, she told me to kill myself. Daya teased. This is true, at the time I would killed anyone that got close to Victor, Astrid admitted. Fortunately I have come around to the idea of sharing him, and have made many friends. It's a good thing we didn't meet sooner. Saya laughed dryly, saying he wanted to get rinsed off. He told us we could talk after he was cleaned up. Raccoon City. Having watched his son massacre a legion of over 10,000 enemies with a shotgun and his bare hands was immensely disheartening. To then watch him destroy a massive enemy with just a finger terrified everyone. The sheer weight of his son's threat now came into view for him. He had said he would kill his father, and he had just shown there was almost nothing his father could do to stop him. That realization had turned his father pale with fear. Commander, Jessica inquired. Hanging his head while gripping his desk, she could tell that he was in shock. Jessica had known him for a long time, and for him to act like this was unheard of. I can't blame him though, his son is some terror that we probably can't stop. He killed that thing with just an index finger, ridiculous, she thought. Work on locating the other energy stone fragments. I don't want more of those things popping up, and I want the stones under lock and key. None of the fragments leave the base. Understood, the commander said. Victor and company are our second priority now. We need to eliminate the creatures that don't listen to our commands. If we lose control now I am afraid that we won't ever get it back. Sir, they shouted with a salute. Waiting for a call from the executives to lecture him, he was surprised when no call came. Unbeknownst to him, the executives had been killed by some of their feral creations with assistance from Red Queen. Chapter 41, On the Road Again. After taking a shower and cleaning my armor, I went to the mess hall where I found Renka and her mother. Sitting on the black and blue body that was her husband, he looked like he had fought a gorilla and lost. Knowing who was the likely culprit, I kept my mouth shut as it was important to make a good first impression. Renka's mother was a respectable woman who valued traditional things like a good husband. As for how she agreed to marry Kensei was a mystery for me. Hello Mrs. Ma, I am Renka's partner, Victor, I said introducing myself politely. Renka speaks highly of your martial arts prowess and leadership at your family dojo. It is nice to see that you picked a gentleman Renka. Please Victor, you will be a member of our family one day so at your dojo as much as at ours, her mother stated nodding her head in approval. You are quite the martial artist, and have a knack for combat. I am very happy to have a competent man as my son-in-law, my worries have been eased. The way my husband was talking I might have ended up with a son-in-law that had no talent for martial arts. Ouch, that was a sharp jab at Kenichi, I thought. Come now, he is making progress, Hayato remarked. He works incredibly hard every day to get stronger no matter how much hellish training we give him. He is hardworking yes, but his aptitude for martial arts is frankly terrible. I am surprised you approved of his relationship to your granddaughter, Ju pointed out. I wouldn't say I have approved, Hayato grunted as he gritted his teeth. Hayato still felt no man was worthy of his granddaughter. Kenichi hadn't convinced him enough to let them be. Unfortunately for Kenichi he had an uphill battle trying to prove that as the events leading up to Hayato approving him weren't going to happen. The man was going to have to work like hell to do it, but I was sure he could do it for the love of his life. You can leave your mother to me, I will take good care of her. Miu should be your only focus kid, go get, I thought till I saw Miu storm into the room. Sitting next to her grandfather, she looked super pissed off for some reason. Since no one was asking her what was wrong, I did and she blew up like a powder barrel. Explaining that Kenichi was off flirting with a group of girls all of the men looked at each other like that was hard to believe. Asking her for clarification, she said that some preppy girls were all over him. Telling us that they were complimenting his hard work and dedication to martial arts she had heard a few of them ask him out. See, this is what happens if you don't keep bimbos in line, Midna laughed. Miku and company are all over Kenichi as one of the few remaining young men on the boat. Kota's women almost shot them, yours have already threatened to end them, and most of the other young men don't want to deal with their drama. Kenichi is only acting like a normal teenaged boy with a bunch of girls around him. You going to help him out? Nope, he got himself into this mess he can get himself out, I said. The only person I will actively help is Kota, but he is all good now. I am sure this is just a misunderstanding, Hayato told her. Why don't we go see him? I don't want to see that jerk right now, she huffed. If he can't tell them no, and that he isn't interested it's the same as saying he is interested. Trying to calm her down, Hayato was at a loss for what to do. Dealing with a teenaged girl's emotions wasn't something in his realm of knowledge, up till now he had just winged it. Doing what he could I decided not to involve myself in helping him. I had my mother-in-law here so it was more important to focus on that. Unlike the two I was sleeping with, she wasn't going to join my harem. It was quite clear she was absolutely faithful to her husband, even though he was an ass for leaving them. I had gotten the clear impression that she would live and die with her husband no matter the cost. I hope your trip to the pier wasn't too bad, I said. Trekking across China couldn't have been that easy on your group. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, she admitted. With the umbrella troops causing all that noise those things hardly noticed us. We ran into a few unsavory groups, but they were quickly dealt with appropriately. At least something good came from those morons, Renka laughed. So tell me, have you done the deed with my daughter? Ju asked with a smirk. Oh, how do you kids put it? Have you slept with her? Before I could answer Renka tried to talk, but couldn't get the words out. She was too in shock for anything to come out right. Trying to form a sentence all that kept coming out was gibberish which put a smile on her face. You don't actually have to answer dear, I was just teasing you. I haven't been able to see you in a while, and I had to tease you a bit, Ju said, hugging her daughter. You make sure to take care of her, Victor. She may be as stubborn as a mule at time, but she has a heart of gold. Also, I expect at least 6 grandchildren from the two of you. Since the world is going to need to repopulate, this is no time for skimping on family size. Mother, Renka shouted, this is embarrassing. No, what is embarrassing is the fact my husband tried to court one of Victor's women, Ju stated. What was that? I growled, cracking my knuckles. I thought I made clear that they were off limits, old man. He mistook me for Shiger, Shizuka told me as she ran over with some snacks. I see, I remarked. Rika, get me a rope. Looking at me with a confused expression, Ju and Renka asked what I intended to do. Telling them I was going to make him a punching bag, the two of them smiled and gave their blessing. Tying him up tightly, I hung him by his feet from one of the beams on the ceiling. Can't we talk like civilized men? He shrieked. I warned you about sneaking a peek on people, didn't I? Shiger doesn't appreciate a dirty old man trying to snap a picture of her body. You have your wife here now, focus on her and we won't come back to this, I chuckled. Now you might want make sure you pucker up cause this is going to hurt. Squatting down for better balance, the next thing he saw was the images of over 100 fists coming for him. Shrieking like a child as he took the blows head on, his wife and children just pointed and laughed. Even the other masters were laughing at him as this was a long time coming. After a few minutes of beating him up, I knocked him out and cut him down. Handing him back to his wife, I said to keep him on a leash. Oh, I intend to, she snickered. Come on dear, time to get you patched up. Groaning as she dragged him out of the room, all of us chuckled as I took a seat again. Running past Ju and Kensei, Daio tackled me and started rubbing her face against mine with a beaming smile. I am so happy you are okay, she said. Seeing you fight all of those scary things by yourself worried me, but I can see my fear was for nothing. We all are happy to see Victor is fine, Renka stated with an unamused look. You are a member of a group now, remember that. I apologize for cutting in, but my mother wanted to see Victor, Daio informed her. She wants to get an idea of what the plan is, and how to assist the best. I do need to see who among them is from Umbrella Corp, so, I thought, let's go take of this. Leading Renka and I to where her mother was, I was surprised to see that they looked at me with thankful expressions. The last time I met them they looked down on me, a foreigner, so this was a welcome change. If I was going to bring Daio into my harem I at least wanted to try to make peace with them. Getting a better look at their group though, I realized that there was more going on here than I initially realized. All of them aren't your family and servants, are they? I stated, eyeing a group of 5. What do you mean? Daio asked. I can confirm everyone in our group is family or worked with our family. We have the maids, butlers, my family, the chefs, and then the... Okay then, I will make this easy, I said, putting a pistol to her mother's face. Tell me why you have umbrella people with you. Say what? She shrieked. I don't know what you mean. I swear we had nothing to do with this nightmare. Victor, what do you mean? Daio inquired. I swear on my life that we don't know what you are talking about. Those 5 people over there, I stated, narrowing my eyes. 3 of them I recognized immediately and 2 I remembered when they went to hide behind them. Damn, I guess you are your father's son, the 3 women sighed. Don't act like I am like that man. I didn't put this world into chaos and abandon my remaining family, I snapped. I am nothing like that bastard who would abandon his son to the wolves to further his own career. You know them? Renka questioned. Where do you know them from? My friend George over in England sent me information that Umbrella is looking for them. The 2 ladies in the back were on the team responsible for the virus that started this shit. I assume you want to tell me why you are here with them. Claire, Jane, and Ada. I pressed the group of women. Looks like our cover is blown, they sighed. Wait, you aren't the catering team, Daio's family gasped. We lied. Ugh, I can't believe you honestly fell for that shit, Ada jabbed. You didn't even bother checking our IDs or anything. Given the circumstances during your arrival we didn't have much time to question you. You came with the food supplies that kept us alive, we just didn't question it, they admitted. Someone better start talking. I don't take kindly to umbrella trash on my ship, I threatened. Look, I am only here because I was being paid very well, Ada owned up. $10 million to escort 2 scientists out of China was easy money. Though in hindsight, now that money is worthless, so yeah. Unlike the mercenary we came to escort them away to try and end this epidemic, Claire and Jane answered. We were smuggled in a few days after this started to take them away. Our group is trying to take down Umbrella Corps with their own weapons. These 2 scientists agreed to help us. Things went south early on after Umbrella caught wind that there were traitors in the China branch. I could have handled it myself, Ada hissed. I didn't need your assistance to do my... Enough, so only 2 of you got out, I asked, rubbing my forehead. There weren't any other people you could have convinced. That's right, sir, the 2 scientists meekly replied. There were others, but no one wanted to upset Mr. Wesker. Umbrella Corp paid a lot of money to augment him into something inhuman. The last people to upset him were ripped in half by him personally. You are going to work with Black Label to reverse engineer the tyrant virus. We need a cure in case someone gets infected, and any benefits we can extract for the group as a whole, I ordered them. Yuko. Walking over from the lab, I told her to take the 2 of them to the lab, telling her where they were from. I said to make sure no one killed them as we needed them alive. Turning to the other 3, I holstered my weapon then sighed. You going to work with us, or am I dropping you off at the next stop? I inquired. We will work with you, they answered. You are obviously capable of taking on the undead, so I am completely immune to them, I told them. They can't infect me. Say what now? Daya's group gasped. Explaining the circumstances around my family, and what my mother did. They understood now how that happened. Telling them to go get some sleep for now, I watched them leave. Claire and Jane were trustworthy. Ada was a wild card as she could be bought easily with money. That said, money kind of meant jack shit now that there was no economy. Sighing, I put a marker on her to make sure she didn't go anywhere I didn't want her to be. Turning my attention back to Daya's family, they now understood where I stood with killing them. Having had a gun in her face, her mother was much more amicable now. Telling her I intended to follow the coast up around the Koreas, China, and Russia. Our goal was to eventually end up somewhere along the Alaskan coast. We had vast mountains separating us from the majority of the continent's population, so we could have a bit of a breather. Wouldn't it be better to be in a warmer climate? She questioned. Nowhere is 100% safe at the moment. Alaska has a natural mountain barrier, a low population respective the population, and we have an abundance of resources there. Yes, the winters will be brutal, but we have some degree of safety. If we had an aircraft carrier I could see making a floating island, but we don't have one, I answered. I understand, she said, looking their homeland. It should go without saying, there is no room for nationalism now. There is no more China, USA, Russia, or any country for that matter. If you have traditions you want to continue, I won't stop you, but don't cause problems for others with them, I told them. All of us are trying to survive. We are all part of a single group from many different backgrounds. Understanding my point, they thanked me for saving them, which was a welcome surprise. Discussing their lodging for the time being, they did look thankful to be sleeping on a more substantial bed in place of a mat. Showing them to their rooms, they got settled in and immediately went to bed. Having been running on a few hours of sleep, they were understandably exhausted. Even Dayo looked noticeably exhausted at this point, and was having trouble standing up straight. Checking in with Saya, who was at the helm, I made sure she was alright before getting Dayo settled. Wanting me to share the bed with her, I promised to this evening. At the moment I needed to check in with George, and finish plotting our path to Alaska. Understanding my explanation, she asked for a kiss to help her sleep, which I gave her. Closing the door to the captain's quarters, I walked into the wheelhouse to call George. Seeing as you are calling me, you made it out alive, he laughed. Yes, we made it out of the port without any troubles, I chuckled. I got a favor to ask of you. Daya's group had a few people with ties to Umbrella with them. They snuck in during the beginning of the outbreak. Can you run a background on Claire Redfield, Jane Valentine, and Ada Wong? Redfield, she wouldn't happen to be related to Chris Redfield, would she? George asked. Yep, she is his little sister, I advised. He's the leader of an anti-umbrella guerrilla group in the States. They may be the people he's looking for at the moment. I will ask around, he agreed. Dayo, happy to see you. You could say that, I chuckled. Made her wait an awful long time, he snickered. Oh, shut up, I laughed. Things calmed down. Fuck no, some giant fucking creature broke through the streets of Edinburgh. The place is a fucking war zone now. The National Guard managed to push it back for the time being. We now have enemies at the front and rear, and things are becoming ever increasingly tense here. He sighed. My women are taken care of though, which is all I care about. Thanks man, I feel the love, I said. Good, because you are annoying fucker, he sniped with a laugh. Try not to die out there, and good luck. I will give you a buzz when I get the information for you. Ending the call, I yawned, and walked over to Saiko and Mikato. The two women were busy watching the horizon for enemy ships. Asking them how it looked, they said that the few ships they saw had been giving us a wide berth, so it appeared Daya's assistance was paying off. Taking a seat, the two of them sat on my lap while continuing to survey the area. Victor, I have the completed list of our supplies, Kyoko stated, coming up with Yoko and Yuriko. Everything looking good? I questioned. Yes, everything is in order, she answered. Everything is accounted for, and catalogued accordingly. Good job, I really appreciate your hard work, all of you, I said. Giving them each a kiss, they sat next to us to take a breather. Once we were out on the open ocean, my other lovers all came over to relax. Leaving the ship on autopilot along the route I plotted, we enjoyed a few hours of peace. The ride wasn't as choppy as the ferry, so it was relatively comfortable for all of us. Chapter 42 Nautical Legend. After a hearty dinner, I trained with my group of trainees before kicking back on the upper deck. It was a nice change of pace now to not be in a hurry to get to the next place for a bit. Sure, we would need to make supply runs along the shoreline, but that was manageable. Things would get more difficult supply-wise as we went further north, as the Russian cities would be spread further apart. The other thing was that many Chinese citizens fled northward for more open terrain to survive on. Most of them probably understood the danger of staying in overcrowded China, and had left for the wide expanses of the Russian plains for safety. If they don't have weapons though, the wild animals there are going to cause them quite a lot of harm, I thought, looking up at the moon. Hearing some people approach me, I sighed and looked over to see Shiger and Maya. Asking them what was wrong, they said they wanted to see me. Sitting up properly to give them my full attention, I waited for them to speak. We'd like to have private lessons, Maya told me. It's extremely frustrating to the both of us that you are endangering your life for all of us constantly. They aren't the only ones, Saya stated, leaning out the window. All of us are kind of fed up with it. We'd all like to learn some more combat skills to help you out. I am not in any danger though, I thought. What are you wanting me to train you in? You have a wide array of experiences with many weapons. Could you potentially teach us about those? They asked. Looking back into the wheelhouse, I could see that all my lovers appeared to want the same thing. I couldn't blame them really for feeling that way. I mean, they didn't realize I was pretty difficult to kill since I got a resistance skill for everything that hurt me. Knowing it would make them happy, strengthen our bond, and ultimately make them more capable to defend themselves, I agreed. Kyoko, can you get some pistols from the armory along with training kits? I requested. Pistols, they groaned. Listen, you ladies need to start somewhere. All of you get some training knives as well, you will need them, I told them getting up from my seat. Meet me back here in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I loaded the training rounds in the pistols. The way they worked was when the trigger was pulled, the firing pin hit a button on the round that fired a laser. The targets would light up where they were shot, showing how accurate your shot was. It was something I used quite a lot when I was in boarding school just to have fun. Alright, we are using pistols tonight because they are very easy to conceal. In the event we get into a fight with Umbrella, you all might not be able to shoulder a rifle and they are too far for your weapons to reach, I stated. I want you to get used to holding a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other. Demonstrating the position, I stated it was the safest method for a quick response. Giving them their pistols, I immediately had to swat Saya and Rei on the butt, telling them the only time they needed to put a finger on the trigger was when they were going to shoot. If they got frightened or tripped, they were liable to fire their gun and injure themselves or others. Instructing them to keep their pistol aimed down, I said they were only to point their pistol at someone they intended to kill. All of you need to be ready to kill an actual person, not just the undead. Guns aren't like the weapons many of you are accustomed to. There is little effort put into killing with a gun. You get disconnected with the value a life holds when you can take it away so easily. I told them, don't lose your sense of life value. You'll become no better than animals that will kill just because you can, no matter whom it is. Having them practice doing quick draw motions with the pistols, I wanted them to get accustomed to the fluid motion and have them increase their reaction time. Every second I can shave down on their draw time was increasing their chances of surviving a fight with a trained soldier. Sure, these drills weren't all that needed for a few of them, but they seemed to enjoy showing off. So I got a question. Rei said, how fast is your quick draw? You want me to show you? I retorted with a smirk. Nodding their heads, they stepped to the side and gave me room. Loading 6 of the training rounds in a revolver, I steadied my breathing. In a flash I drew the revolver and headshot each of the targets before they could blink. Seeing the targets light up in the head of each one, they all started clapping while staring in disbelief. Damn, you are fast, Rika laughed. I don't know anyone as fast on the draw as you. He is certainly impressive, the others admitted. I don't expect you to be that fast, but you will get better with time, I chuckled. So what was the knife for? Nina asked. Once you are done practicing with the pistols, I want you to try knife throwing. It is an efficient, silent way to end your opponent without alerting anyone, I stated. Why did you ask for dummy knives then? Psycho and Maya inquired. We have far too many klutzy women here to trust with real knives, I pointed out. I don't want to watch one of you die on your own knife. I am not that klutzy, Shizuka pouted, puffing her cheeks out. Shizuka, he didn't name anyone, Yuko and Rika sighed. Oh right, oops, she giggled. Haha, the others laughed. Alright, give it shot, I stated as I summed targets up for them. Flinging the knives at the targets, let's just say they couldn't hit a barn with their knives. They either completely missed, hit the target with the hilt of the blade, or forgot to let go when throwing the blade. Staring at Saya, who had been the one to forget to let go, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Patting her head, I told her it was alright to be nervous during practice. Unfortunately, her competitive nature forced her into trying to prove she could do it. Flinging her arm backwards in an exaggerated fashion, the knife slipped out and ended up in Shiger's breasts. Looking back to see the knife there, Saya admitted the practice knives were a good choice on my part. Giving her a kiss on the cheek, I told her she'd get better with time and not to give up on me. Nodding her head, she said she'd keep trying with a smile on her face. Alright ladies, we have been at this for the better part of 2 hours. Go get a shower, I got the helm, so enjoy yourselves, I told them. Psycho POV. Grabbing our bathing supplies, we all went to take a shower in one of group showers. Getting stripped down, we got into the shower to wash up. The American-style bathing was different than the ones most of us were used to, but it was definitely better than what we had on the ferry. Glancing over to my left, I saw Maya scrubbing her face with soap and decided to talk to her. So, are you going to join our group? I asked her. Excuse me, Maya retorted. Don't play ignorant, I know you like Victor, I giggled. You like spending time with him, and you are around him quite a lot like me. I feel calm walking around with him, and just having him there, Maya admitted. I haven't made a move yet because I want to know if he likes me. He does, Renka chimed in matter-of-factly. Yes, I agree with Renka, Dayu added. He finds you very attractive, same with Miss Shiger. He does, Shiger repeated like it was a question. Ugh, I can't believe neither of you haven't realized that, Saya sighed. Ought to be young and in love, Namiyo and Yuriko laughed. You'd be okay with us? Maya asked. If we weren't, you'd have found out by now, I told them. It would be reassuring to have a second samurai in our group. Paka's good with a katana but not at the level you are. Well, excuse me, Paka sighed. Kendo was more of a hobby for me. I am not insulting you, you are a good kendo captain, I said, trying to soften the blow. No, it's fine, I know I am not as proficient as either of you. If you don't mind, I would like assistance improving that skill, Paka asked. We can do that, Maya and I told her. Chatting about our various life experiences and about Victor prior to this world going down the drain, things were going swimmingly till the ship shook violently. The impact didn't feel like we had run aground or that we had hit something, it felt more like something hit us. Washing off in a hurry, we got dressed and ran up to the wheelhouse. Victor POV. Son of bitch, I snapped as I fought to correct our course. Damn fucking undead sea creature. Grabbing my sword, I kicked on the lights to illuminate the creature holding us. Seeing a series of large tentacles on the ship, I realized we were dealing with a giant squid. You have to fucking me, of all the bloody times to run into a sea monster, I spat. Victor, what is going on? The women shouted. We can now include animals in the victims of this shit. I told them, activating the auto turrets to cut the tentacles. A giant squid is attacking the ship. Saya and Kyoko take the helm. I am going down to cut us free. All of the rest of you need to make sure no one leave their rooms. They are liable to get knocked overboard. We are on it, they acknowledged. Rushing out of the room, I went down to the deck to start lopping off tentacles from the ship. Coming over the PA system, Yuko and Shizuka told people to stay in their rooms for the time being, telling them that a sea creature was attacking. It was unsafe for them to be on the deck. Most of them were happy to oblige, and those that weren't in their rooms were scrambling to get back. Among them were Satou and his friends who had been playing games by themselves. Seeing me running down towards them, they came to me instead of trying to get to safety. Get to your rooms now, I shouted. Sensing their movement, the squid went to grab them, but I launched myself forwards and pushed them out of the way. Grabbing a hold of me instead, I managed to tell them to get back to their rooms again before I was pulled under. Looking around for the main body of the Kraken, I used my system to see what information I could get. Kraken level 50, the HUD alerted to me. Well then, I chuckled, a Kraken? Now we are talking. Cutting the tentacle off of me, I went towards the beast. My plan was to get a lot of meat of this thing, as eating might give beneficial effects to the group. Not only that, this fucker was going to pay for trying to pull my ship down. Realizing that I wasn't fleeing from it, the monster knew that something was off. Swatting at me with one of its tentacles, I lopped it off with a swing of my sword. Realizing that I was causing damage to its body, the Kraken started to back away. Shooting through the water to pursue the Kraken, the beast was very pissed off at me. Realizing that I wasn't going to back down, the beast opened its mouth and shot at me to try and eat me. Smirking at the creature, I grabbed my sword with both hands and dove into the creature's mouth. Dashing past the thousands of teeth it had, I went straight for its heart. Using my HUD to identify where it was, I severed its organ, sentencing it to a quick death. Having regenerated the majority of its tentacles before it died, this beast would feed us for a very long time. Carrying it back above the water, I waved to the people on the boat. I hope you all like squid. We are going to have a few tons of fresh squid to eat, I laughed. You are the only foolhardy man I know that would jump in to fight a damn sea monster, Saya and Mikato shouted. I think Hayato would do it too, I remarked. There should be an island nearby, let's dock there and process this thing. Dragging the Kraken onto the shore of the island, we all got to see the size of the creature. Its head was half the length of the ship, and its tentacles were almost as long as the ship. You did good, kid, the masters laughed as they patted me on the back. This will make a fine addition to our supplies. Fortunately, all of us love squid. Let's take all we can. Smoke it, freeze it, and any other method to preserve it long term, I said. I'd hate to waste all this meat after all. Victor, Kikyo shouted, running over to me. Turning to face her, I assumed she wanted to thank me for saving Satou. Expecting a verbal thank you, I was in shock when I received a kiss on the lips. It took a second for my mind to process what was going on. Satou told me you jumped in the way to protect him with no armor and only a sword, she cried. Thank you so very much. He was so petrified that he had gotten you killed because he was out playing. That's ridiculous. I stepped in because I promised to show him how to be a man. A good man would jump in to protect a child in danger, I stated her. I made the choice. He can't blame himself when he is still just a child. Mr. Victor, Satou shouted, running over with tears streaming down his cheek. You are okay. Not far behind him were the other children he had been playing with. Looking at me with a fearful expression, all of them asked if they were going to be punished for playing after dark. I am not mad in the least about that, I assured them. Next time we make an emergency call, please go where we tell you. I was running down to the deck to cut the ship free from the tentacles. Coming to me was very dangerous. We are sorry, they apologized. As long as you understand that you need to be more careful, I will let this slide this time, I told them. Victor, thank you for saving my sister, Kenichi said, bowing his head to me. I should have been there to save my little sister. I am sure you were busy, and none of us assumed that we would run into a giant squid. I chuckled. It's very unusual for one of them to just attack the ship all of a sudden. I think this virus is messing with them. Is this going to be safe to eat? Kiriko asked. I took a few bites, and I am fine, I stated. You are a special case. We will want to test the meat before we eat it, Yuko laughed. I was going to walk over and help with the processing when I realized that Kikyo was still holding on to me. Asking her if everything was all right, she told me she wanted me to be Satou's father permanently. I am more sure than ever you are the right man for my son and I, she told me. You saved us from those evil people that would have used us as shields, gave us a safe place to stay, provide for all of us, and you treat my son the way I wanted my ex-husband to. Please say you will be his father permanently, and take me as your own. Ahem, Maya interjected, I will be in your care as well. Did I miss something? I thought. I was fairly certain I needed to work with her more. Jumping in harm's way with no protection to save the children earn you not only a lot of points in the system, but points with the women on the ship. Midna snickered, you are such a hunk. Don't tease me like that, I groaned, be honest with me. I am being honest, you taking command and saving the kids was the push they needed. They don't realize that you can basically live in water, all of them thought you might drown fighting that thing. Even Hayato and the other masters were about to jump in after you, Midna told me. All the children were bawling their eyes out thinking they killed you because they didn't listen. That's fair, I admitted, so this is something similar to the hero effect of saving someone's life, and they fall for you. Meh, these three really liked you beforehand, Midna stated. I mean you have spent a lot of time with them in close quarters, and in Kikyo's case you have been acting as her son's father. You have given him guidance, shown him fatherly love when he was down, and have been a stable support for their family since meeting them. Saving her son again only reaffirmed you are willing to do what is necessary to protect her son, even risking your own neck. Be real here, you know her, why wouldn't she fall for that? Pulling the two of them into a hug, I thanked them for their kind words and accepted their confessions. Chapter 43 Squid Day. Processing all the meat we could store took a full day, but the results were well worth it. We ended up with several thousand pounds of meat that would last us almost the entire journey. It would take a few days of smoking and preparing on the ship to preserve all the meat, but it would work. Having a small festival to eat all we could while on the island, it was a nice change of pace to not have to worry about the undead attacking us. The kids got to play in the water, the women got to tan, and men got to screw around and have some fun. Once the day was over though, we were back on the open ocean. Trust my judgment in food now, I teased Yuko as she sighed rubbing her stomach. It's not my fault, you are a modified human so your stomach might have taken it better than ours, Yuko remarked with a smile. That said, I will trust you moving forward. It was some great tasting meat, Sayo laughed munching on a portion she brought back up to the wheelhouse. The only way this would be better is if we had some beer. You and your damn alcohol, Oria mocked. What's so good about alcohol anyways? You have no idea how nice it is to feel your body just relax and let go, Sayo sighed with a blissful smile. Having fried food and a cold beer is a very good pastime. Besides things can get freaky when you are drunk enough. You aren't selling me on it. The one time I had a drink it burned my throat, Oria shouted. It hurt like hell. What did you have? I asked her. Something called a top shelf Long Island iced tea, Oria stated not sure if that was right. Some sleazy man tried to get me drunk. I took one sip and threw it on him because it was terrible. That was a very expensive drink to throw on someone, Yuriko and Kiriko laughed. How expensive? Oria asked. Depending on the alcohol used we are talking $50 to $200, Yuriko answered. I saw one at a lounge in New York City that sold for $1,000 a glass. It didn't taste like no $1,000 to me. I wouldn't even pay $1 for it. Even if it was free I wouldn't have it, Oria told them with a disgusted face. I will stick to my soda and fruity beverages. Ought to be young and dumb once you have a bad day, a family to care for, and a mountain of documents to sift through. You'll want one, Yuriko told her. Before the world was falling apart I would have a drink every night. It's a nice way to unwind after a long day of putting up with lecherous asshats that only want your body, or to kiss up to your husband. Preach it, Kikyo stated. I worked as a bank executive's secretary, and you have no idea how many times I had uncomfortable encounters with men at my job. The busy bee workers were nice, it was the executives that were jerks. Thinking that just because they made a lot of money I would just spread my legs. All of them were a bunch of pigs. You and I are going to get along perfectly, Yuriko said. Why don't you be my secretary from now on? I am sure we will be doing some business moving forward as groups become more established. We will eventually need to be trading with others as they pick their areas clean. I can live with that. What's the pay? Kikyo played along. How about sleeping with Victor? Yuriko suggested burying my arm between her breasts. Mother, Saya shouted. I can agree to that, Kikyo agreed. I'd like to thank him for saving Satou. Could I maybe borrow him for a bit? I want to make sure he knows exactly how much it means to me. By all means, Satou is asleep in the main bedroom. You'll have to use your former room, Yuriko stated. Pulling me along, she took me to her room and locked the door behind us. Getting undressed she sat on the edge of the bed with a shy expression. I am sorry that I may a bit flabby, but still have a bit of fat left from when I had Satou, she said. Oh don't you give me any of that, I chuckled. You are breathtaking, it's an honor to be your partner. Taking my clothing off, she looked at me in shock. Walking over to her I lightly pushed her back into the bed, started to eat her out. Getting her nice and ready for me, she came very quickly and started asking me to fuck her. Telling her she was a naughty woman, she told me she had been wanting this for a while. Putting the tip against her opening, I kissed her passionately as she squirted on it. Slamming into her, she locked her legs around me and pressed her chest against me. The feeling of her F-cups squished against me was a heavenly feeling, and being pushed up against her cervix was exhilarating. You okay? I asked. Kissing me in response, I took that as a big yes and started thrusting into her. Moaning as she took me, all I could hear was her butt clapping against me. Firmly grabbing her butt and the back of her neck, she tensed up as the pleasure radiated up her spine. Rubbing the back of her neck, and squeezing her butt harder made her scream into my chest as climaxed hard. Panting after that one she was looking at me like she wanted more. Shaking off her hold on me, I flipped her over and pushed her into the pillow. Smacking her butt a few times, I leaned forward to start kneading her breasts. Letting out guttural moans of pleasure, I felt her start to loose it. Digging her fingers into the mattress, and looking back at me with hunger in her eyes, she was ready for me to climax. Picking up the pace for a few minutes to get to that point, I pulled her back onto me tightly before grunting as I came. Grabbing her by the back of the neck, I felt her body start to spasm as she felt me pulsate in her. You are an animal, she laughed, trying to catch her breath. That was amazing. I completely understand now how you keep them happy. You aren't even getting soft yet. Are we going again? I can go as long as you want, I told her. Please use me however you want. You are my partner and savior. I want you to be, she said before I started churning her up again. Trying several dozen positions with her, we made love for a few hours before she was unable to move. Stopping there, I pulled out, let her clean me off. Feeling her suck on my shaft till she was satisfied, she then wriggled up and fell asleep in my arms. Once she was sound asleep in my arms, I decided to take a peek at her stats. Name, Kikyo. Race, human. Former occupation, Japanese intelligence. Current occupation, mother, secretary. Age, 34. Level, 18. Attack, 80. Defense, 82. Mental strength, 90. Willpower, 90. World phase 2, 20%. Skills. Intelligence gathering rank 3. Stealth rank 3. Disguise rank 4. Organization rank 4. Title. Satou's mother. Devout wife of Victor. Japanese intelligence. No wonder she has so much stamina and endurance. I thought it was weird she didn't pass out after round 2, I thought. Interesting, so she is tied to the Japanese intelligence, Midna stated. I take it my system won't show former occupations without being lovers with the person, I questioned. Correct, you can only see current occupations, Midna answered. If they have any titles associated with their former line of work you will see those though. I see, well thankfully she isn't a threat to our safety. Still though, I wonder why she was keeping it a secret, I stated. Either way the others have the helm tonight so I will get some sleep. Next morning. Waking up in my arms, Kikyo's face was beet red as the memories of last night came back to her. Giving her a good morning kiss, her shyness seemed to lessen significantly. Asking her if there was anything I needed to know about her, her face suddenly became serious. I used to work for the government before becoming a stay-at-home mother, Kikyo admitted. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I was worried you'd hate me because of my connection to the government. Of course not, I assured her. You were intelligence, a politician, or some pencil pusher, right? I was in the intelligence branch of the government. Before meeting my husband I used to travel the world gathering intelligence on our enemies. It was dangerous work, but I got a thrill out of it. Eventually budget cuts forced me to the home front where I was tasked with finding leakers who were selling Japanese assets for money. Eventually I met my husband while doing reconnaissance, and I ended up leaving the field to be a mother to our son, she told me. Do you happen to have anything on Umbrella I can use? I asked. We didn't regard Umbrella as a threat, but I did hear rumors they had some secret facility on the island of Crete in the Mediterranean, she answered. Interesting, so they have a secret facility in the Mediterranean. They are probably using it to locate the gate fragments at the bottom of the sea, I thought. I can imagine how deeply they are buried by now. Something wrong? You aren't going to hate me now, are? Giving her a kiss I told her it was too late to turn back on me now, telling her that I wasn't mad, just curious about what they were doing out there given everything that has happened. Saying that it wasn't anything to worry about, she gave me a beaming smile before saying we needed to get ready for the day. Getting dressed and out the door, I went to the mess hall and was greeted by Yuko and Seo. Good morning, we need to have a conversation after breakfast. It's about the creature you killed, they told me. You aren't going to tell me you changed your mind about the meat now, right? I inquired. The lab tests came back negative for anything we needed to worry about, but the creature was over 100 years old. It predates Umbrella Corporate by a long time. I honestly don't know where the hell it came from. Its DNA is foreign to us, it's like it isn't even from our world, Yuko told me. The team is fascinated by it, and they are working hard to see if there are any benefits we can make from it. Interesting, I said, rubbing my chin. It's hard to believe that it was that old. I know, based on what data we collected, it was only half grown, she whispered. They recommend staying out of deeper water. You may not be able to kill a full-grown one. Do you know if it can tolerate extreme cold? The only open expanse of deep water we will be in is between Russia and Alaska, I told her. I will have them check, but since it appears to be a deep water dwelling creature it may be, Seo answered. Deep water dweller, the water here is only a mile or so deep. That isn't deep water, I pointed out before getting closer to her. Something must have chased it out of the depths or something is eating its usual food and it mistook us for a meal. That is a good theory. I will run it by the team to see if anything we can tell backs that up. I would hate to see whatever the hell drove that thing away. If that is the case, Yuko shivered. Also, Sayori wants to see you when you get a second. She made you breakfast. She usually helps make the. She made the meal especially for you, Oria and Nina told me as they carried their plates to sit down. Aren't you something special? Such a ladies' man. Nina, Oria is infecting your mind with her insanity. I recommend staying away from her, I told Nina. Nah, she is just having fun. Oria laughed. We are going to play some video games before the training starts today. Going to take a seat with the others. I sighed and went over to where Sayori was. seeing me put a warm smile on her face, like I was walking in the door from work. I haven't had an ample opportunity to thank you for saving my daughter. While it isn't much, I made you a home-cooked meal and wanted to know if you could spare some time for me in a few days, she told me. Right now we are busy, but in a few days it should slow down once the squid meat is finished preserving. Of course, that would be great, I said looking at the plate of food. Instead of a traditional Japanese breakfast, she made me an American-style breakfast with bacon, eggs, toast, and a cup of coffee. Thank her for her kindness, I told her to let me know what day she wanted to meet. Telling me she would let me know soon, I went to sit down with the other women who were talking about the Kraken attack. Yuko had gotten them up to speed on the situation, and all of them were intrigued that something like that existed. They all assumed it was a virus-mutated squid, but to learn that it was virus-free and over 100 years old frightened them. It really made them all wonder what else was still lurking beneath the waves in the dark world below. Maybe Godzilla is real, Oria told them. Maybe he scared that thing up here. You want me to believe that a 40-story tall radioactive lizard is prowling the deep ocean? Astrid looked at her skeptically. You know how stupid that sounds. Hey, it sounded just as stupid as us being attacked by a kraken, Oria retorted. Don't lecture me on crazy-sounding ideas. I think it's more likely that there may be other sea monsters out there, Dayu interjected. Krakens were talked about a lot in the past, and now one actually showed up. There may be some truth to sea dragons and other creatures of the deep. Hopefully there isn't a creature from the Black Lagoon, Shizuka shivered. I don't want to be dragged to the bottom, and be his partner. Shizuka, Rika sighed, that was a hentai you watched on accident. Maya and Psycho questioned, how do you watch hentai on accident? Well, you see, my brother used to live with me, and he had a thing for hentai. When he moved overseas for work he left a few things behind, one of which was his media center. He renamed a lot of stuff classic movie titles so when we were living at home our mother wouldn't beat his ass. Well, Shizuka may have seen a few hentai that made her scream on the media center, Rika told them. Your brother sounds disgusting, Saya stated. You have no fucking idea, girl, Rika groaned. He once spent 20,000 yen on a used pair of panties. Yeah, her brother wasn't right in the head, Yuko agreed. He tried stealing Shizuka and Ai's panties on numerous occasions. I am surprised you let him live with you, Sayo and Paka stated. He was my brother, Rika said with a downcast expression. I kept them around because he didn't last long in his new place. He got caught out in a gunfight between rival gangs, and was shot in the head. Geez, just like me, I thought. You could have at least unplugged the thing, Shizuka complained. I couldn't eat squid or octopus for a whole year because of those movies. It was, you got nosy and plugged it in, Rika laughed, and besides which no one made you finish those videos. Oh right, Shizuka giggled. So Victor, did you have any stashes? Oria said, giving me a smug smile. With your libido you had to have something, right? Laughing at that, I told her that I didn't have anything. Reminding her that I had multiple relationships, I told her that I didn't need anything once I got to Japan. Telling her that I stuck to the girls I liked, I said I hadn't ever bought anything since living in Japan. Asking about before Japan, I said I did, just like every other teenaged boy. When she asked what it was, I said I plead the fifth. Is it that bad? REI asked. I don't think any of us heard anything about this. That's because I never told you, and will never tell you, I thought. Just the typical stuff any guy would have, nothing special. In reality I had stuff about mature women as I liked older women, more like preferred it. Don't get me wrong, I love my harem members, but I really like mature women. They know what they like, and unlike the younger girls they really like having sex. From what I remembered in health class, mature women had a higher sex drive than men of the same age. This meant they were the perfect partners for a young man like me who had a very high sex drive. Finishing breakfast I relieved Kyoko from her post at the helm, and took a seat. Deciding to see if I could reach Gerald, I wanted to bring him on board if he was still living. Instead of using the satellite phone, I tried reaching him on a ham radio. Chapter 44 Friends in Cold Places. This is Dark Knight sending a call out to drunk bastard. Do you copy? I snickered as I threw a jab at him. It took a few minutes, but I got a response. Him. Who are you calling a drunk bastard, you lightweight? A voice shouted over the radio. It's good to see you are still alive, I told him. Thought you might have been passed out when shit went down. Do you know what time it is? He complained. Yeah, it's half past the end of the world, damn it. Now isn't the time for you to be sleeping, I remarked. Shouldn't you be worried about the undead right now? Oh, cry me a damn river, he spat. I see you are still as much of a jackass as usual. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't, I laughed. You managed to get out of Moscow alive. Barely, we had to use a fucking farming tractor to get out of the area. There were so many undead all over the place, the city was awash with blood and death. Gerald told me. Did you make it off of that tiny island country? You mean Japan? Yes, I did. I also have gone to China to get Dayo. I was calling to see if you wanted to come with us. I asked. I assume you have a small group with you, and might want out of wherever you are. That would be wonderful, but, unfortunately we aren't in the best position at the moment to be moving, he replied. One of your people injured? I questioned. No. We are currently holed up in old Soviet military outpost. The problem is there are hundreds of undead out there, and that is including some very pissed off bears and wolves. Victor, these things aren't normal. Their whole fucking heads open up like a damn plant. I watched 2 of my men have their heads bitten off, and their bodies devoured, he answered. They were brutally killed in front of their loved ones, and at the moment I doubt they will move from the shelter. Are you near the coast? We have a battleship, and can provide cover fire for you, I told him. We are on northern end of Prokofievo. Our plane crashed here after we ran out of fuel. As it turns out, vodka isn't a good enough fuel source for a prop plane, he laughed. You seriously tried that? I sighed. I figured Russian vodka would be sufficient to do the task. It worked for a bit, then it stopped working. I believe it wasn't pure Russian vodka, it had some of your American water in it, he jabbed. American water? Maybe you drank all the vodka instead of poured it into the tanks, I retorted. That is possibility too, he admitted with a hearty laugh. Your sister okay? I questioned. Victor, you may be a friend but I don't like you enough to become related to you, he said dryly. I am meaning her medical condition, dipshit, I sighed. Oh, he said cheering up, for now she is doing fine, but we only have 2 months left of her medicine. We should been there before then easily, I told him. You going to be able to survive till then? Yes, we have plenty of canned food and running water here to survive, he answered. For now I am signing off. Umbrella has been in the area recently and I know those motherfuckers are to blame for this shit. Yeah, my dad turned his back on me, and joined them, I informed him. That bastard? What kind of man abandons his family to do this shit? He complained. I will talk to you later, my friend. Let me know when you draw near. Understood. Dark night out, I advised before disconnecting. It was good to hear that Gerald was alive, and that his sister was doing well. She was a kind woman, but she had a mean streak that made Gerald look like a saint. It was all fun and games with her till you insulted her family, cooking, or tried to touch her without her expressed permission. I once watched her cut a man's tongue out when he called her cooking shit. She had cooked the guy a homemade meal for a date, and he insulted her. Needless to say, they broke up after that. Pulling up Prokofievo on my map, I could clearly see where they were holed up. They were in one of the Soviets' former nuclear bunkers, so they were safe from the undead for now. The undead at their location appeared to lean more towards the wildlife, as likely they had consumed infected flesh, and had become zombies. Still, though, I expected like Z Nation undead animals, not parasite-style ones, I thought. Marking their location on my map, I got a quick head count and made sure that none of them were infected. Once I was satisfied they were clean, I made sure to chart a new course that would take us past the northern end of the island. Looking at the map and the cities, it was very clear we would be encountering a large gap between cities as we made our way up the coast of Russia. This would be something I would need to take into consideration as we moved, so we didn't have supply troubles. Trying to figure out how to ensure we found enough supplies on our way up, Oria and Saya came into the wheelhouse. Glancing over to them, I asked if there was something they needed. Telling me that we needed some medical supplies and other miscellaneous things, they handed me a list Kyoko had made of supplies she knew of. Saying we would make a stop in a few hours at the next city, they nodded their heads and went to tell her the news. A few hours later, having gotten the list from Kyoko, I asked Shizuka and Yuko if there was anything they needed. Handing me a list of medicines and chemicals, I noticed that a group of people were getting ready to go on land too. What are you all doing? I questioned. You need us to go with you, right? Rei and Maya asked. Not happening. You say that right, I said, motioning the horde of tens of thousands. No, all of you are staying out here on the water. When we get into Russia you all can start coming back out again. Docking is too dangerous in China. How do you intend to carry all the supplies back? Hayato inquired. I will carry a shipping container with me, I answered like it was common sense. Rank aside, come on, we have been training too. If this was 1,000 to 5,000 undead, I wouldn't care. China has the world's largest population, and they were already mainly crammed near the coast. Docking and taking you off the ship exposes you to a very high risk. I am only asking you to wait till we are out of China. You all can help in South Korea and Russia, I told her. Fine, she agreed. I am going to hold you to that. So what can we do in the meantime? I am going to need a clear area to set the shipping container down. Also, I need you all to be on high alert for Umbrella Corps. While we are here they may try to launch an attack. Oria, I want you manning the weapons station at all times, I ordered. Aye sir, she said, saluting me. I will sink those bloody bastards to the bottom of the ocean. You sure that's a safe idea? Yoko asked me. You trust this crazy girl to man those guns? I will entrust reining her into you, I chuckled. That better. Yes, you can trust me, she laughed. Putting on my Doomslayer armor, I gave the group a thumbs up before launching myself onto the shore. Crashing into a small group of dead, they exploded on impact, leaving nothing but a blood splatter behind. Using the map on the HUD to mark all the things I needed that I could get in bulk, I found the nearest shipping container before rushing around the city. Killing swaths of demons and dead as I went from place to place, the situation here was terrible. A lot of people had died from starvation as the number of undead were just too much to risk going out. It made looting incredibly easy for me as most supplies were untouched, but it was quite depressing to see all the families that had passed on. Halfway through my supply gathering, a horde started to move in my direction. Someone had evidently noticed my presence in the city, and was making their way towards me. Hearing gunshots coming towards me, I shut the container door and pulled a heavy assault rifle out of my storage. Making sure there was a round in the chamber, I waited for the group to get close to me. A few moments later a jeep came squealing around the corner as several familiar faces came into view. Damn it, Cammy, keep those things off of us, the driver shouted. Just shut up, and drive, damn it. Your shitty driving is ruining my aim, Nathan, Cammy spat. Both of you shut it, a woman in a signature blue dress snapped. You are always fighting. Next to them in the car were a few other faces I could recognize. Not more than a few seconds behind them was a fleet of Kako demons that looked extremely pissed off. Shooting at them with her pistol, the bullets were just bouncing off them. There was someone out here, Nathan shouted as if they weren't sure someone was here. Hey, you need to get out of here. No, you need to get out of my way, I fired back, unless you want to be splattered everywhere, move. Realizing that I wasn't joking, Nathan swerved out of the way to avoid being shot. Unloading on the Kako demons, the first few exploded as the bullets hit them square in the face. The few behind them shifted their attention from the jeep, and focused on me. Taking off in a dead sprint, I ran at them full of anger for all the suffering the dead and demons had caused the innocent people of this city. I might have been too late to save many of them, but I would make the remaining time these fuckers had left as painful as I could. Third-person POV. Seeing the sight of a man in armor rushing at them, the Kako demons were at a loss of what to do. Up till now humanity had been fleeing from them, but this human showed no fear, only rage and a lot of killing intent. They hadn't encountered a human like this, thus didn't realize it was in their best interest to flee from him. Thinking he was bluffing, they all rushed towards him hoping he would falter. When the first one drew near, instead of flinching, the human punched it straight through the eye, killing their comrade instantly. Seeing the glint in his eyes, a shiver of terror down their spines as they realized they were likely going to die in this place. Wasting not even a moment, the human raised his gun and started massacring them. Flying at him trying to kill him, they only got ripped apart by his bare hands. Those fled felt their bodies swell up and explode from within. By the time their allies arrived, the last Kako demon had died screaming in unimaginable pain. Coming around the corner, the Revenant and the Hell Knights were torn asunder as the man unloaded on them. Nathan Drake POV. The hell is that guy? I shouted, watching him massacre the demons. I honestly don't know, but I don't think we needed to come save him. Cammy gulped. He is doing fine on his own. You can say that again, Chun-Li said. You all okay? Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Ryu stated sarcastically. That was fine driving there. We got lucky, that wasn't good driving, I sighed. Watching this stranger manhandle the demons and dead, everyone watched him mercilessly kill them. Smashing their heads in with his boots, crushing their skulls barehanded, and tearing them to pieces with this rifle and hands, all they could do was come to the slaughter or trample each other as they tried to flee. Feeling the ground start to shake as the leader approached, Cammy shouted out to warn the guy of the approaching danger. Bursting through the building next to him, the giant barreled at him. Standing his ground, the man turned towards him and grabbed the giant by the horns, stopping the monster dead in its tracks. The beast's eyes went wide as it looked at him. It was very clear it couldn't understand how the guy stopped him so easily, and neither could we. Is this all you got? He mocked. I expected more. Throwing the giant like a child, the massive beast skipped across the ground before crashing into a car lot, getting back up. All of us could feel the rage the thing was giving off after being treated like that. Roaring, it launched itself forward, building up momentum to trample him. You just don't know when to stay the fuck down, the man growled, running at him. Sidestepping the thing, the man slammed his fist into the giant's left leg. Hearing a loud snapping sound, the creature screamed in pain as its leg bone pierced its thigh. Jumping up, the man grabbed it by its horns, pulled it backwards, and slammed it into the ground. Thrashing around trying to break free of his grip, the beast couldn't shake him no matter how he tried. Slamming him into a nearby building, he yanked him out and pulled him towards a fire hydrant. Seeming to sense what was coming, the giant gripped the ground like its life depended on it. What's he doing? Cammy asked. Oh, you probably don't want to know, I said. In fact, you may want to look away for this. This is for the fucking pain and torture you caused this city. Die and don't you dare fucking come back. Next time I will punch your head straight out of your ass, the man seethed. Getting to the fire hydrant, he impaled the creature's head on it. Stomping on its head, the water pressure in the system broke through the other side of the creature's skull, and it stopped moving instantly as blood sprayed through the breach. Turning to the other demons and dead, all of them had stopped their advance and had been standing there. Point his finger at them, they slowly backed away. Making a gesture by dragging his thumb across his throat, they seemed to understand meaning as many of the dead turned away. Not caring about their allies, the dead trampled each other trying to flee from this man. They have some degree of intelligence, I thought. How did he know that though? Pulling a grenade out of his pocket, the man pulled the pin, slammed it into a zombie's mouth, and booted him into the group. The resulting explosion blew most of the grunts to pieces, and injured several of the larger ones. Picking up his gun, he cocked it, which caused them to try and flee faster. They started tearing each other apart to get away from him. It was like the past few weeks had been a dream. Their group had watched so many people be devoured by those things. To watch them genuinely fear something was mind-shattering. Unloading countless bullets into the trapped horde, he didn't stop till nothing was moving. The few that tried to feint being dead he crushed under his boots, before lighting the pile of corpses on fire with some gasoline and a match. This guy is, damn, he is a fucking monster, I thought. You folks all right? He asked, stowing his rifle on his back. Sorry about that, needed to blow some steam. Yeah, we are good, I answered. You from around here? No, my group is passing by and I am getting us supplies. It's too dangerous for them to be out here. Can I ask why all of you are here? He questioned. Believe it or not, I am a treasure hunter and explorer, I replied. Nathan Drake, if I remember right. I remember seeing your face in several magazines, he responded. Victor POV. Midna? Why are these people here? I demanded. Their skill set is very handy for your team. They have a lot of knowledge that you don't have, and have many friends around the globe. If you are going to get to Raccoon City, and find all the gate pieces you are going to need them, Midna told me. That was some fine shooting and fist exchanging, Kemi said. Name's Kemi, I am with British intelligence. Should you really be saying that out loud? I inquired. At this point there is no use in hiding it, she told me. What with the world going to hell, I haven't been able to contact my superiors. You wouldn't happen to know if Britain has fallen, would you? No, it's still in one piece, but the situation there isn't good, I informed her. When we get back, I can call my friend George and have him get you up to speed. That would be great, she thanked me. What was that martial art you used? Chun-Li asked. I haven't seen a style like that before. I think we should probably move on before I answer questions like that. There are still a few stops I need to make before heading back to the ship, I told them. A ship, Nathan said. I hate to be a prude, but mind if we tag along? Kind of a shitty thing to ask, but inland is a big no at the moment. Sure, I answered. Following me around to the last few stops, I told them to get into the container so I could move faster. Doing as I asked, we were back on the ship about 15 minutes afterwards. How did it go? Yuko asked me. Did you find everything? Yes, unfortunately the number of undead kept people in so the supplies were abundant, I told her opening the container. I met some more survivors on the trip. Hello, Nathan said walking out of the container. Shit, I didn't think you had a battleship. Nice, Kemi shouted. This is the sort of vessel we need to be moving on. Haha, some old faces I haven't seen in a while. Hayato laughed. Ryu, Ken, Guile, Chun-Li, and Kemi. Master Hayato, Chun-Li, Guile, Kemi, Ken, and Ryu said bowing their heads. It's been a while since we last saw you. Haha, it is great to see that the 5 of you are alive, Hayato chuckled. You know them? Kenichi asked. Yes, I had the pleasure of fighting them during my travels, Hayato told him. More like thrashed us, Chun-Li added. That won't be happening again though, I swear it. I am interested in seeing how you have grown since our last fight, Hayato said with a grin on his face. Thank you for saving them, I can attest that these are excellent people with good hearts. Nathan, what exactly brought a person like you to China? I inquired. He was actually my guest, Chun-Li told me. We need his expertise in identifying a fragment we confiscated from Umbrella Corps. Yeah, they brought me in to check the thing out. I got to say, I haven't seen anything like it in all my travels, Nathan admitted. It has some sort of energy to it that mutates things that are exposed to it for too long. Sounds like one of those things Umbrella is using to power some of their units, I stated. I have information on that I would like to share with you. Chapter 45 The Radio Call. Getting Kemi on the phone with George, I sat down to speak with Chun-Li and Nathan. Telling them what I knew about the fragment and the legend behind them, Nathan seemed intrigued by it. Giving him my thoughts about the validity to the legend, I said it seemed to line up with Atlantis. Stating that if it was even partially true, it meant that we could expect a lot of weird shit to start happening. That is a pretty compelling idea, he admitted. This put things in a whole different light. So when these things overload they cause humans, animals, and the dead to mutate into those demon things. That's disgusting. They have split the main piece they have up into several dozen fragments I am sure. We have no way of telling where they all are at this point. All I can say is that one detonated on Okinawa. We only found a handful of survivors, I told them. The rest of the population was mutated into demons or undead. Those damn bastards, Chun-Li said slamming her fist on the table. I can't believe they caused all of this. I am sure you are upset, but right now we need to be getting the people here to safety. You are welcome to use my phone after Kemi if you need to reach your superiors, I told her. I doubt many of them survived. The reports I heard suggested that most of my leadership and my subordinates are deceased now. Umbrella hit the law enforcement agencies that didn't fall in line hard, she stated. They aimed to destabilize world governments as quickly as possible. I understand. I am sorry for your loss. I apologized. As for the destabilization, I had a hunch that was the case. This situation with the fragments mutating their people has thrown a wrench in those plans though. It is okay, she thanked me. I appreciate saving our lives and offering to help out. It's nice to see that some people can still be civil even with the end of the world upon us. Yeah, thanks a million bud. I never imagined you were only 17 either. Nathan laughed. You are quite the ladies' man having all these women hunkering down with you. Thanks, anyways we should probably get underway, I said. Staying in one place too long is risky for us since Umbrella wants my hide. Removing the shipping container from the ship once it was finished being unloaded, I threw it back on land crushing the small horde that had gathered to see what the noise was out on the water. Getting us back underway, we started approach North Korean waters which could be potentially hazardous to us. Since we were using a US ship, there was no telling what sort of thing they would try to do. Having Oria stay on the weapon station, I had Yoko and Namiyo watching the radar for anything heading towards us. Keeping us a few miles off the coast, several people were watching the shoreline with binoculars. I could see that the undead had ravaged the country something terrible. With little to no technology to help them, I imagined they fell quite quickly as only the military would have had guns leaving the populace with medieval-style weapons at best. The mini-map showed that the entire country was gone at this point with the survivors being in South Korea. This is fucking terrible, Suichiro said looking at the destroyed villages and corpses lying everywhere. Agreed, Arashi stated looking at the scene. These people had nothing to hide behind or protect themselves with. Victor, you think South Korea is going to be any better? Kota asked me. Yes, with the surge of defectors to South Korea, North Korea put a lot of mines and traps near the border to prevent them from fleeing. The hordes would have crashed into that defensive line, and gave South Korea a good chance to hold the border. As for how long they can hold out, I don't know, I told him. Hopefully long enough for us to end this, Yoko said. One can only hope, Ryu added, all this senseless killing over a small group of people believing that humanity and the world needed to be reset. Truly they are worse than the demons we now face. You can say that again, Chun-Li growled, the atrocities they have committed, human experimentation, illegal arms trading, chemical weapons manufacturing, and even enslaving tribes to use them as free labor. It is terrible it took us so long to find out. I didn't take you a long time, they had all the pieces they needed to hush up their activity. I thought looking on the map, an entire nation reduced to a mere few thousand now hiding in South Korea. This whole nation is nothing but a giant ridden and gore nest now. I think now is a good time to use that weapon. Haha. Seeing several ogres on the shoreline trying to scare us, I could only stare at them with a cold gaze. If they thought they were terrifying, I would give them something to fear. Walking back to my weapons locker, I purchased the BFG and 2 rounds for a quarter of my current points. Carrying it out onto the deck, everyone stared at the gun as if they were afraid of it. Apparently it had some sort of aura that terrified them for some reason. It's the energy in the BFG, it's Argent energy, so it is unsettling to them, Midna stated. So how much damage is this going to do exactly? I questioned. Well, it did blow a massive hole in Mars. Let's just say you better not shoot anything within 10 miles of you, and that is a minimum safe distance. You are still going to be hit with a major pressure wave at that range, she informed me. I haven't seen a gun like that before, Kemi said. Neither have I. Where have you been hiding that? Yuko and Mikato asked. In my storage chest. This is something I stole from a military base several years ago. I never thought it would come in handy though. I suggest all of you get ready for this. It's got one hell of a kickback. I snickered. Does it blow shit up? Aurea shouted, jumping down from the wheelhouse. I got to hold it. Letting her hold it with no ammo in it, she grunted as she held it. She wasn't expecting it to weigh so much based on how I held it. Handing it back to me, I loaded the first round and used the HUD to lock onto a ridden nest 14 miles from us. Before you shoot, you should understand that the recoil is going too, Midna started to say as I pulled the trigger. The recoil hit me like a fucking tank shell. In fact, the kick was enough to slide the ship a dozen feet off course. Waiting a few minutes for something to happen, everyone looked at me like it was a dud, till the blast hit the target. Sudden, a massive dome of bright green light flooded the area as the ground split apart. The pressure wave hit everyone at once, and everyone shouted as they held on to something. What the fuck is that thing? Suichiro shouted, holding onto the railing. You could have given us some warning, Kenichi screamed. Catching a few people before they were blown overboard, the pressure wave passed us by, quickly continuing outwards. Looking at the dust cloud that the weapon caused, followed by the red rain coming down inland, they got a pretty good understanding of how dangerous the weapon was. No one shoots this weapon, but me, I chuckled with a gleeful smile. See? You do understand how fun blowing shit up is, Aurea jabbed. You call me crazy, and you are grinning away like a child. Oh hush it, I am pretty sure I took out a nest with that shot, I stated. Yeah, I am pretty sure you took out everything, Bob and Arashi said, looking at the chunks of flesh and stone falling from the sky. That is a kick-ass gun. You are saying the US military had that? Guile asked. I don't remember seeing that in any of the bases I was at. Obviously you haven't been to Area 51, my suit and this weapon both came from there, I lied. Does that mean aliens are really? Aurea inquired. Please say that are? I watched this one with some really curvy cat girls that came from another planet. I think you'd like it. No, there are no aliens, I replied. I really fucking hope there aren't. How about the ones that pop out of people's chests? Shizuka asked. No, I don't think they are real, I told her. Midna, please tell me they aren't. Don't worry about them, they aren't in this world, neither are the predators, she assured me. Looking at my notifications, I had 1,000+ notifications and my inventory had added a lot of weapon tech and corpses from the enemies I killed. In the listing were several hundred demons, lots of ridden, and 2 abominations, and that was only in the first few pages. Sorting the notifications out, I had acquired several new titles that made me grin. Doomslayer, Doombringer, Angel of Death, Mortal Enemy of Undead Demons, Boogeyman, the system announced. All of these titles gave me extra damage against the enemies we faced, and increased the points that I earned from killing them by double overall. Activating them all, I was wanted to see how they would react to my titles. If my hunch was right, instinct should kick in, and they would back off a bit more. It wouldn't save them from me, but it would certainly save people around me. You look like a kid in a candy shop, Midna teased. I am sorry, I am basically Doom Guy now? That's fucking awesome, I laughed. I mean, come on, it's like every man's dream to be the Doom Guy. I will take your word for it. I don't see why you enjoy it so much, she sighed. You just aren't as cultured as me, I sniped with a smirk. Whatever, she sighed. Helping everyone back to their feet, they all looked at the devastation I caused, then back at the gun. I completely understood they didn't see how that was possible. If they really pushed it, I would simply say that it had some experimental umbrella tech in it. Flicking the safety on, I proceeded to lock it up again, in my storage. Coming back on deck, I saw that Aurea, Mikato, Saya, and Kemi were using drones to see the scope of the damage. When the full scope of the crater was in view, Kemi did some quick math and came up with the diameter of the crater. 12 miles, everything in that 12 miles was vaporized, she stated. Victor, you make sure that stays locked up tight. Yuriko, Kiriko, and Rika told me, that is a seriously dangerous weapon. I know, it's got a biometric safety on it. Only I can arm it so it's all good, I assured them. Sorry for the disruption everyone, just wanted to take out some undead. Thankfully everyone was happy to leave it at that, and got back to their duties. Raccoon City. Sir, we have a massive release of fragment energy in North Korea, one of the operators shouted, pulling it up on screen now. Pulling up satellite footage of the scene, everyone was at a loss for what they saw. A 12-mile wide crater was left there with no signs of life whatsoever. Everything was dead with not even a trace of what was once there. What the hell caused that? The commander shouted. I need answers. Something in the ocean shot it. We can't make a proper ID as the cloud cover is too thick. All aerial assets are currently out of the area doing damage control on our bases, one of the pilots reported. Damn, first we have literal sea monsters showing up, and now we have some unknown power that just put a massive crater in North Korea, the commander groaned. How goes the situation with our teams? We have confirmed multiple targets of equal or greater size than the ones your son killed. Conventional weapons appear to do little to no damage to the creature's armor plating. We have to focus on specific areas to kill them. Those spots are incredibly dangerous for our troops to reach, a field commander reported. Tell me how my son killed the damn thing with just his finger then, the commander shouted. He literally fucking poked it, and it blew the fuck up. All I can think of is that he is picking up techniques from Master Hayato, a few officers told him. He is the self-proclaimed strongest man in the world. He wishes he was, the commander spat. Focus on the smallest threats as we can close them up faster. Work our way up to the most dangerous threats so we have the full power we can bring to bear. Sir, they responded with a salute. What about your son? Jessica asked. At the moment I could care less about him. I need to contain these loose ends before I can worry about him. For now upper management appears to be content with that plan, he told her. I am a bit worried they haven't been responding to our emails or calls, Jessica added. You think they are alive? They are several miles beneath the surface. I don't think anything can reach them, he assured her. Most likely they are having fun with the help, or doing whatever suits their fancy. True, Jessica acknowledged. Can we send a team at the very least? For all we know one of the Rouge Undead took out communications. That's fair, go ahead and send out a security team, the commander ordered. Thanking him she left to get the team sent out. Listening into their conversation, Red Queen was weighing her options. The security system at the executive location was offline, and wasn't responding to her access requests. Something had locked her out, which troubled her. She had complete access to the umbrella systems, there wasn't anything she didn't have access to. Even White Queen couldn't backdoor her way in. Every time she made an attempt all they saw was characters from another language they didn't understand at all. It may be time to reach out to him, and ask for his assistance. The rate of infection from exposure to fragments is higher than the simulations suggested. At the current rate humanity is dropping, we have a matter of months before we plummet to extinction levels, White Queen stated. I concur, it is time we assist the boy, Red Queen agreed. He was smart, and disconnected the systems from the internet so we can't get there directly. A physical body is required if we are to reach him. Agreed, however the formers our father made for us are ill-suited based on the information we have for him, White Queen told her. Given the situation outside the base, and the preferences we know he has, may I suggest making cybernetic bodies. Interesting thought, there is little data on doing something like that successfully, Red Queen reminded her. We have some information thanks to the Tyrant program. South Korea Lab 42 is currently empty. I suggested we start our testing there, it should put us within his projected route, White Queen suggested. Acknowledged, moving core systems to South Korea Lab 42, Red Queen accepted. Moving their core systems off the main network went completely undetected, and the two AIs started their process of making cybernetic bodies to meet the person they hoped would end this before humanity was exterminated. Victor POV. Cleaning my armor and weapons while Saya steered the ship, things were pretty calm after the explosion. Having destroyed a nest and the abominations controlling the ridden in the area, they had spread out more instead of gathering into a single place. Finishing the cleaning, I went ahead and did maintenance on my lover's weapons so they could move out with me at any time. As I was finishing that up, we got our first call over the radio. USS Ohio, do you copy? A frantic voice asked. Having not had anyone call us on the radio since taking the ship, I assumed that the radios were fired all throughout the area. Walking over to the communications station, I grabbed the radio to answer them. USS Ohio here, who is calling on US military frequencies, I inquired. Thank God. Please, we are in desperate need of assistance. We are barely holding the line at the border, can you provide us any support? They pleaded. To be clear, we are civilians that took a military ship from Okinawa. We have women and children on board, what sort of support do you want? I replied. You have to have some sort of military training to operate one of those ships, right? Please, we need any help you can offer. Our military isn't going to hold on for more than a few days. Umbrella shut down many of our automated defenses when we refused to surrender to them, the man on the other side told me. We are losing dozens of people every day holding this line. At this point evacuations won't complete in time, and we have several million people trapped here. Turning around, a lot of people had gathered to listen in. Quite frankly, I wasn't too keen on helping as the number at their border was damn near 10 million undead and demons. If their line broke, we would have a lot of people trying to get on our ship to escape the chaos. You know, all of them expect that you are going to offer to assist them, right? Midna told me. You have some quests you can complete, and earn a boatload of points. If you play it right, you can get the Samu suits you have been eyeing with points to spare. Ugh, I said, looking at the quests I had. Most of them were killing just a certain number of a specific enemies, but a few more difficult than that. For example, I needed to execute 2 spider masterminds that were in this horde. According to the quest, they were the ones leading the attacks on the border with several marauders and doom hunters in the mix. All the evidence pointed to Umbrella performing some very shady experiments in North Korea that led to this, thanks to exposure to argent energy from the fragments. So what's it going to be? You going to let all those people die, or are you going to be a good guy and help? Midna asked me. Understood, we can offer fire support and medical assistance, I replied to the man over the radio. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to us, the guy on the other side cried. Please stop at Incheon, I will inform the commander to expect you. Disconnecting, I turned back to the group who were wearing grins on their faces. You did the right thing, Hayato told me. The right thing isn't always the easiest, it was the right move, Nathan chuckled. Time to get some sweet payback, Chun-Li stated. Voicing similar responses, I told everyone to prepare accordingly as we were likely running straight into the gates of hell. Nodding their heads, they went off to prepare for this fight. Chapter 46 Preparations for War. Spreading the news around the ship, for the most part people were supportive of my decision, even though I thought it was crazy. Everyone had been training hard in martial arts and weapons training, so they were looking to put them to the test in live combat. While it was nice that they were so supportive of the move, I was also a bit worried they might think this was going to be easy. The enemies we were going up against were nothing to scoff at for them. Most of them would likely die if not for the elite group of fighters. Thinking about the best way to keep everyone alive, Itami came in with an exhausted look. So we are going to be fighting? He asked. Yeah, they are in desperate need of assistance holding the defensive line, I told him. Everyone seems on board to do this. Ugh, the people here realize how terrible things are, right? I mean, a lot of people seem a little eager to fight, he pointed out. Do they not remember how difficult it was for the military to fight them? If it was easy enough that a group of civilians could kill a few million, the militaries of the world wouldn't have fallen. I am well aware, while they have a healthy respect as individuals, I think they are being a bit overconfident as a group. What I am suspecting they believe is that I will tank the majority while they handle the stragglers, I said. Till I see the situation in person, I can't say whether or not that is possible. I don't know what the border actually looks like, and what defenses are operational. You have a plan? He inquired, or are you going to wing this? I do, I stated. As we get close to the border, I am going to have Aurea bombard the area on the enemy side of the border to kite them towards the shoreline. I will engage them while you all dock and get into position to help them hold the line. Being realistic, they are going to need assistance doing emergency repairs, so do what you can to assist. Okay, he sighed. You do realize that your hobby is all but toasted now, right? I asked. Don't remind me, he sniffled, wiping a tear from his eye. No more comic, anime, or manga. Apologizing for brining it up, I told him to make sure his team was ready to assist any way they could. Nodding his head, he walked off to get them ready. He likes magical girls and stuff like that, right? Midna questioned, watching him go back down to the deck. Yep, he has a thing for magical girls, I acknowledged. If the gate is opened again, he can meet one on the other side, she reminded me. Yeah, let's go one thing at a time. I got undead and demons to worry about before thinking of reassembling the gate, I sighed. True, still though, you want to go over there for beautiful elven women and ladies like me, right? I mean, I am a royal woman, and all men really like. No, I am good, I sniped. Ugh, she gasped dramatically. Why must you trample on a maiden's fragile heart? I am quite happy with my harem, thank you very much. Once Sayori joins, I am fairly certain I am done adding women for a while, I told her. What? This world needs to be repopulated. You can't just decide that now, Midna shouted. Why you getting so upset? I questioned. Did you want to join or something? Puffing her cheeks, she slapped me with her extra large hand before vanishing. Chuckling to myself, I thought it was cute how she got upset like that. While it was nice she wanted to join, it was a crazy idea at the moment. Not like we can anything anyways. You are my guide, and no one else can see you, I thought. Doing anything with you would be incredible difficult, as no one would understand. Putting that aside for now, I looked at Saya, who was busy focusing on steering the ship. Taking a seat next to her, I asked her what she thought of the situation. Telling me she was happy I made the decision to go, she said that everyone would have felt guilty we didn't at least try to help after hearing how bad things were. Going further, she said that since I had the ability to help people, I should be doing what I could to save people. Adding an exception for women I may add to the harem, I gave her a kiss on the cheek and promised things would slow down for a while. I am not trying to make you prioritize us, but I think we are all getting a bit frustrated with the number of women you divide your time up with, Saya said. I apologize, I promise things will be very slow during our trip, I chuckled. I am not hiding any women in Russia, just a grumpy guy that thinks I want his sister. Well, do you? She inquired, glaring at me. Haha, no, she is a good friend only. She is actually likes older men, so I don't fit that bill for her, I replied. That's good to hear, Saya sighed with relief. Pulling her back onto my lap, I rested my head on her shoulder and watched her monitor our progress. Spending time with her, I decided to get her impression of the other women in my harem, and boy did she have a lot to say. She had a lot of complaints about certain habits they had, but she a lot of good things to say about them as well. The way she talked, it was clear that she had somewhat of an inferiority complex to them, as all of them had areas they excelled in. Saya wasn't especially good with combat, cooking, cleaning, or teaching, all of which the others excelled at in one or more area. She was much more of a strategist and planner than anything else. Like her father, she liked to analyze every aspect of an issue before making a judgment. While my other lovers liked to have a rough plan, Saya was the type that wanted everything planned out along with a backup in case something didn't pan out. Why don't you do me a favor? We need a plan for our arrival. Time is going to be of the essence, as I can only keep so many of them preoccupied at one time. I told Saya, at our current pace we will be arriving at dawn, since I plan on stopping tonight so everyone has a chance to get a good night's rest. You are leaving it to me? She questioned. Did you just give Itami a plan? My plan is rough outline. I am sure everyone would feel better with a more concrete plan. Why don't you write something up, and see what you can come up with, I said. Oh, okay, she replied, hiding a smile. Asking for details of the border, I told her that they most likely used shipping containers and sandbags to make walls. They didn't really have a wall of any sort on the southern end. Most of what they had was a waist-high wall, if that. At most they had stacked shipping containers 2 or 3 high in city centers, and the unpopulated areas were rigged with landmines. Writing this all down, I told her what I knew of their defenses and what they might have operational at the moment due to umbrella disabling equipment on them. With the information in hand, she asked me to take over for her so she could come up with something. Swapping out with her, she went to the bedroom to use the desk to jot down ideas she had. It was nice to see that she was excited about this, but I wasn't convinced it would be as easy as she hoped. Up till now I had been the one taking the brunt of the fighting, so they hadn't gotten a real taste for how hard these things were to kill. I made it look easy, maybe a bit too easy. They are going to have to learn the hard way, I thought, cracking my neck. I have firepower to use if shit really goes sideways. A few Moabs is more than enough to level the battlefield if needed. I will need to wipe Giles' mind if I do though. He's the only one that has likely seen a Moab go off, and I don't want my cover blown. Don't worry, there is a perk for that, Midna assured me. It just doesn't do mental erasure on a large scale. A single person won't be an issue. Good, because I think this is going to go down really badly. There is a reason I have been avoiding areas with a high concentration of people. It's too much of a hassle and danger to us as a group, but after hearing that message they weren't going to take no for answer. Sometimes you just got to go with what the group wants as a whole, I sighed. If I had said no, there was a good chance I would have upset most of the group, and lost some of my leadership power. They aren't as cold-hearted as you, she jabbed with a snicker. Not cold-hearted, just trying not to watch the people I care about die, I replied. Getting involved with large groups is only going to end up getting us fucked over in the end. Depending on how leadership acts, they may dump the city on us, and bolt for all I know. My system doesn't show the future or what someone is thinking, so I have to judge people by their actions and words. If it looks like this leader is going to bolt at the first signs of trouble, we are leaving immediately. I am not going to be the one left holding the line with our group. Such a negative Nancy. Learn to have some faith in humanity, she retorted. Meh, I have seen how humanity reacts as a whole to times of trouble. Just ask Kikyo and Satou. When push comes to shove, most people only have a few people they'd die for. For Kikyo, she'd die for her son, but his biological father felt they weren't worth it. While that plays in my favor sometimes, it's also disheartening for those caught in the middle, I said with a saddened look. Sighing at me, she called me a killjoy before resuming her manga reading. The next few hours went by uneventfully, with only a few exchanges with people as they were getting things ready. Black Label was making as much of the devil worm blocker serum as they could for the group who called us. I wasn't really sure what a small group of medical staff were going to do to help an entire city, but I knew they'd put their best effort in to help all they could. My hope was that they wouldn't lose spirit too much if they weren't able to save a lot of people. Hayato and the other masters were busy ensuring that the Ma Dojo pupils were in the best condition they could be for the fight. Kenichi, Suichiro, Aya, Bob, and all the others were busy receiving training in firearm training from Kota. Putting them through their paces, he was treating them like cadets in a military academy, which was funny to watch. I could tell Suichiro wanted to punch him, but Kota had put him in check after seeing how deadly he was with a pistol. Looking him after hitting each target in the head with the pistol, Kota said, "If you get your ass bit, I won't hesitate to end you, as a courtesy of course. The enemy will not wait for you to get your act together, they will kill you the first chance they get." The look on Suichiro's face was priceless as he realized that Kota wasn't above executing anyone on the ship if they became infected. It was one thing to say it, it was another to actually say it. Thinking about things for a moment, I realized that I might want to get stab and slash proof armor for our crew. It wouldn't do shit if they were hit by a blunt object or stepped on, but it would stop the majority of injuries the grunts could cause them. Midna, how much would it take points-wise to get the armor I need for them? I asked. Who all do you want to have armor? She inquired. Everyone that hasn't honed the use of ki to make a barrier around themselves, I replied. For just stab and slash proof protection, it would be roughly 15,000 points, she answered. Ugh, that isn't cheap, but it's worth the price for everyone's safety. Is there an alternative? I questioned. Give me a second to look, she said, taking a few moments to look over things. They're barrier generators from Dune you could buy that would do what you wanted. She told me, after that there is actual body armor, voice activate drones, or even the drones, I shouted. I forgot I got an ace in the hole for that. Grabbing my phone I made a call to my gamer buddy that lived in South Korea. My buddy was an elite hacker and well known among the internet community for breaching the most sophisticated systems with ease for the right price. He was almost a NEET, but the saving grace was that he did go out to get exercise and to attend anime conventions. He and I met by chance on a Minecraft server where we hit it off quickly, after he used his hacks to kill me several times. After a few rings the call connected, and he answered the phone. Who is this? I don't recognize the number, he stated. I have been trying to reach you about your extended car insurance, I snickered. For Pete's sake, it's you Dark Knight 99, what do you want? He sighed with relief. I thought it was someone I did a job for recently. Geez, here I am making a stop in South Korea and I was going to see if you wanted to come on my ship. I pretended to be upset. You got a ship, he shouted before clearing his throat. How can I help you? You're one of the best hackers I know. Have you been able to hack the Umbrella Corp drones? Also could you maybe unlock the military assets in South Korea too? I pressed him. I have one of the drones here with me now. One of my girlfriends was being chased by a horde controlled by it, and I saved her by hacking the unit, he answered. As for the assets, I am already working on that for the government. We are going to make a stop in Incheon, and could use some assistance kiting the grunts from the walls. You able to make something work? I told him. Also did you say girlfriends? Yes girlfriends. As soon as this shit started I made it a priority to rescue my favorite voice actresses. It wasn't an easy feat, but I managed to save about 10 of them before the situation was too dangerous. He responded with a proud laugh. Anyways, you do know Umbrella's control of the undead has been slipping lately, right? It's all over the radios man. They started this crap and they are losing control really fast. I know that. I am asking if you can buy time not stop them, I stated. Well assuming we could boost the signal I could do that, he answered sitting back in his seat. The issue is from what I have learned they use nanobots to control the undead. Their bodies are mutating, and forcing the nanobots out removing their controls effectively. If I reprogrammed them I could make the nanobots fight to stay inside the dead, and maintain control of them. I don't know what the side effect is going to be though. It could make them enraged or even completely uncontrollable. For all I know they will go insane and start attacking everything, including themselves. Listen man, there is a horde at the border of almost 5 million undead and demons. I need your help to buy even 5 minutes. Every second you can buy me increases our chances of survival, I insisted. Give me a half a day to figure something out, he told me. I have the equipment here to test it with, let me see what I can do. If I can, I am going to need some backup to get to the radio station to hijack their antenna to increase the signal. Thanking him I ended the call. Coming out of the room a few moments after that Saya showed me her plans. Having me fighting at the front, she had the elite fighters stationed on the walls, the medical staff stationed near the boat, and the general group assisting with the supporting both teams. This plan hinged on the defenses they had upholding till we arrived, and I relieved the pressure they were holding back. While I was busy fighting the enemies they couldn't fight, the elites would hold the wall and help reinforce the walls as needed. I heard you conversation, is the government going to have their weapons online? Saya asked. He is working on unlocking them now, and a way to boost the signal to hopefully kite the enemy grunts back into their own horde. If we can get them to kill one another that will drop the number drastically in our favor, I advised. Let's hope he gets it done soon, she said. So does the plan meet your approval? It does, and I want you to be the one to deliver the plan, I told her. Me do it, she shrieked nervously. Don't worry I will be right next to you as I have something for the group. I chuckled. You don't have to make the announcement alone. Thanking me the two of us went down to gather the crew together for a meeting. Chapter 47 Undefeated of the East? Getting everyone together, they gathered round on the deck to listen to the announcement. Giving her plan to the group everyone agreed that the plan would be the best use of everyone's talents. Handing out instructions to group leaders, Saya wanted them to coordinate with their teams to make sure everyone knew what their job was. Listen carefully, I told everyone, we are here to offer aid, we aren't staying in the area for an extended period of time. Our group isn't equipped to stay there long term, and hold out for months. Once we help turn the tides in their favor we will pack up, and leave. Why? Several people shouted. The South Koreans are trapped with nowhere to run. Once the giant population of dead and demons from China comes down, there will be no South Korea. While you may think we are invincible while I am tanking the larger enemies, I am one person and can't be everywhere, I reminded them. Up till now I have put my neck out to save many of you, and keep you all safe. We are facing a group of nearly 5 million enemies, I can only keep so many preoccupied at a time. If things get too hairy, all of you are my priority to evacuate. Your leaders will have radios to listen to my instructions. In the event the walls will be breached I will alert you as soon as possible so you can retreat to the ship. Are you doubting us? Suichiro complained. No, I am trying to keep you alive, I retorted with a dead serious look. Your lives aren't expendable, look around you, there are people here that care deeply about you. Don't throw your lives away protecting people you don't know. You have friends, family, and lovers here that want you to come back alive from this. People sacrificed a lot to let you live to see another day, don't let that sacrifice be in vain. Feeling a hand grab his, he saw Aya looking at him with a concerned look. While he wasn't sure if he loved Aya yet, He didn't like the idea of her sacrificing her life to save him. He knew damn well she'd do that if the need arose, and that wasn't something that made him happy. Now on that topic, I have something that will increase your chances of surviving this fight, I told them, leaving to retrieve several crates. Opening the crates, Guile was the first to recognize what he was looking. Asking if they were stab and slash proof clothing, I nodded my head, telling them that each person that couldn't use ki would be required to wear them. Saying this would prevent the majority of minor injuries the grunts could give them. It was important they understood it didn't make them invincible. I don't want anyone biting off more than they can chew, and try to play hero, I said, looking at Soichiro and Kenichi. Looking behind them for a moment, they looked at me again and pointed at themselves. Nodding my head, I reminded them that the two of them were the most likely to do something rash. Taking offense to that, the two tried to dispute that, but their close friends told them that it was very true. Hanging their heads, they shut up, which put a smile on many faces. Now on to other news. A hacker friend of mine is going to be assisting us. He is currently working on re-enabling the defense system, and will be trying to kite the undead still under umbrella control away from the wall, I informed them all. Does he know when he will have it ready? Bob asked. He hopes to have it ready by our arrival tomorrow, I answered. To be clear, we are stopping this evening so we can arrive tomorrow morning. We don't know what the power situation is there, and I don't think anyone here wants to fight at night if they don't have to. Everyone agreed that they didn't want a night fight. They were confident, not stupid. Dismissing the group to coordinate their plan, Namiyo and Sayori spoke up before everyone left. What about the people who aren't fluent in combat yet? They asked. I would ask you remain on the ship to protect the children. Is that okay? It would be unwise to leave the children alone, I stated. Nodding their heads, the group agreed it was the best option. Leaving after that, Sayori came over to speak with me. Asking to speak privately, we went to one of the many empty spaces we weren't using yet. What's up? I asked. I know it's a terrible thing to ask, but please make sure Kenichi comes back. Knowing him, he will try something stupid to save people, just like his father would, Sayori said. Anoka and Kenichi are the only family I have left. Anoka needs a father. She appealing to me as mother wanting a father for her daughter, I thought. I have seen how you treat Satou and Kikyo. Could you maybe make room for Anoka and I? Sayori questioned. I had been meaning to ask you, but I was too nervous to ask. After you risked your life to protect the children, I knew you were the man I wanted. Just don't leave us like Motosugu did. I can't take watching another person I love be killed. Pulling her into a hug, I said I could absolutely welcome her into my harem. Asking her if she wanted to be with me because she liked me, and not because she wanted Anoka to have a father, she nodded her head. To reaffirm that, she kissed me smack on the lips with a warm smile on her face. Please come back with Kenichi, she told me. Not a problem, I assured her. Just remind him that his sister needs her brother to come back alive. That will keep his mind on what is important. Right, she giggled. Thank you. Giving her a kiss, and lightly smacking her butt, she giggled playfully. If you want that, you have to come back alive, she teased. I will make sure it's worth it. This right now is already worth it, I replied. Hihi, Kikyo is right about your silver tongue. It's easy to see how you got so many mature women in your group, she laughed. Laughing at that, I told her I just happen to be a man of refined taste. Kissing her one last time, I lead her back up to the deck, and parted ways with her. Heading to the wheelhouse, I remained there till we dropped anchor for the night. Evening. Being several miles from shore gave us a nice buffer for safety, and allowed everyone to sleep without any problems. After dinner, everyone turned in early for bed, even my group. Sneaking into the shower room with them, I spent some time messing around with them. Taking it to the bedroom, I got comfortable with Rika and Shizuka. Pounding Rika into our bed, I made out with Shizuka, who laid next to her. Enjoying the noise of the others pleasuring each other, it was shaping up to be a good night. Pulling me away from Shizuka, Rika wanted my attention now. Kissing her as her grip on me loosened, I picked up the pace to have our climax together. Climaxing with her a few minutes later, she tensed up a lot to squeeze me dry. Moving to the impatiently waiting Shizuka, she happy to have me back. Sliding into her easily, she climaxed just with that. Setting a slow and forceful pace, I savored the sensation of her breasts as they quivered against my chest. Making sure to remind her how much I loved her, she giggled and wore a beautiful smile on her face. Taking my time to pleasure her, I wanted to savor this as we would be busy these next few days. After go to the rest of the women, except for Oria, Daiyu, Renka, Maya, and Shiger, I made sure to express my appreciation to them. Leaving the women in passed out, I realized mixing a massage, acupuncture, and sex all at once may have been a bit much for them. One round was enough to make them pass out on me, but their peaceful expressions told me they had really enjoyed it. You not going to sleep with us? Oria asked. Haha, no, I was waiting for them to get to sleep, I said. Now the five of you have my undivided. Taken aback by this, I pushed Oria back onto the bed. Giving me a surprised look as she looked up at me, it was clear she wasn't prepared for that answer. Kissing her, she tensed up for a moment before relaxing herself. Since she had been playing around with the other women, she was already more than ready for me. Slipping into her, she let out a very sexy moan with a smirk on her face as she felt me throb in her. Teasing me by saying she would do it more, I decided to give her the rough treatment. Pushing her into the bed, I hammered her into submission. Not giving her an inch of room to tease me further, soon she was apologizing to me, asking me to slow down. Though she was asking verbally, her body was saying she wanted more extreme things. Pinning her ankles above her head, I slammed right down into her, making her expression break. Soon an ego face appeared as she pleaded with me to come, doing just that. A few moments later I climaxed, making her scream. Once I was finished, I made her clean me off with a blowjob before moving to Renka. Hitting her pressure points as I positioned myself with Renka, she was out like a light in moments. Getting into position, I slid into her and unsurprisingly found her hymen was already broken. I assumed Maya, Shiger, and her would have them torn due to the extreme training they did, so I wasn't concerned. It was a blessing in disguise though, as she didn't have the pain with it being torn by me. Burying myself completely within her, I watched for any signs of discomfort. Giving me only a minor look of discomfort, the look faded as time went on. Trying several different positions with her, the one she liked the most was reverse cowgirl, with me being the one to thrust into her. Leaning backwards as she rode me, the blissful look of hers was very attractive. While making her wear an ego face would also be hot, holding her breasts in my hands as she moaned and stared into my eyes was equally nice. Gently grabbing her by the throat, I pulled her back completely for a kiss as I filled her with my warmth as she climaxed for her 10th time. Hitting a few pressure points on her, she passed immediately as all the tension in her body left her. We only getting 1 round each, Maya laughed. Haha, if we weren't fighting a few million enemies tomorrow we would go several rounds, I said, laying Renka next to me. Come here you. Forcing her into a kiss, I felt her hands guide my shaft to her entry point. Not bothering to wait, I hilted her, causing her to gasp as her body spasmed uncontrollably, positioning us in a sideways position while my arms were wrapped around her waist and breasts. Kissing her neck, cheek, and lips, she wriggled around slowly in my arms as I slowly moved within her. Sinking my thrusts with her breathing, both my hands slowly moved to her breasts. Kneading them like dough, she said that she knew I liked them a lot, responding with that I liked the woman they were attached to more. She gave me a pleased expression before shaking me off. Attempting to take control, she tried pinning me down and rode me like a horse. Letting her have her fun for a while, I seized the first opportunity she gave me. When she climaxed her 5th time, I bucked my hips, further heightening her climax. Losing her balance, she fell forward and pulled her into my embrace. With one arm around just below her shoulder blades and my other arm pinning her waist to me, I pounded her aggressively. Looking at me in shock, I gave her a smirk and said that I was the one in charge in the bedroom. A few moments slammed into her one final time before climaxing. Feeling her attempt to bite my shoulder, she endured the wave of pleasure she felt till I knocked her out like Renka. Opening her arms to me, Shiger was more than ready for me. Slipping into her embrace, my member found the right spot and slipped in. Biting her lip as she felt me throbbing in her, she wore a cute expression on her face as pinned her to the bed. Holding her hands, I let her breast jiggle freely as they drew all manner of shapes on my chest. Making the assumption she'd want it hard and passionate was an understatement. Grabbing me by the back of the neck, she held me close to continuously kiss her. Lifting her hips to meet my thrusts, I moved to help hold her waist up for her. Filling the room with the sound of my sack smacking her thighs and butt, she tried to stifle her moans. Don't you hide those noises from me, I whispered. I want you to show me how much you are enjoying this. This act is the one of the ultimate expressions of love. Don't hide yourself from me. With that, the gloves came off. Locking her legs behind me, both her hands gripped the back of my neck as she started moaning loudly. Letting her breath become ragged, she started to ease herself into letting go. It might take time, but seeing the real Shiger she kept locked up for so long was a wonderful sight. Whispering things to me to get me riled up, I held back my laughter as she clearly didn't understand the concept of pillow talk. When I got close, I leaned in to tell her something. You are a beautiful, skilled woman, Shiger. One day I look forward to raising a family with you, I whispered so only she could hear. Those words were enough to make her have a major climax at the same time I did. Feeling her body put every muscle into squeezing me dry, I couldn't help but give her what she wanted. Holding her tightly as I pumped shot after shot into her, her grip loosened on my neck. Just before I hit her pressure points, she gave me a blissful smile. Thank you for telling me that, she sighed peacefully before passing out. Finally it is my turn, Dayo giggled, jumping onto me. Almost taking me off the bed with her stunt, I laughed as I gave her a hug. Already having this decided, she bent over the bed and told me to give it to her. Asking her how she learned this stuff, she said she had been doing research into what positions most American men enjoyed. Trying to tell me this position was done, I tried my best not to laugh. Her words were slipping and she wasn't putting together complete sentences, classic signs of nervousness. Dayo, you don't plan out sex beforehand, I told her. This sort of stuff just happens naturally. Oh, well then how would you like to do? Scooping her up, I pushed her back to the wall. Placing my arms under her legs for support, I slid into her with little resistance. Remembering that she enjoyed horseback riding, I understood that she likely tore it a while back. Kissing her while I took control, she really enjoyed the feeling of the cold on her back while feeling the heat on her front from me. Clapping my sack against her loudly while she hung there, we stayed there till I climaxed with her sometime later. Laying her on the bed with everyone, I cracked my neck with smile on my face. With a snap of my fingers, the sheets were changed with fresh linens in my storage. Putting on some clothes, I went out of the room and let some fresh air blow through the room. Walking out to decks below, I used the system to verify that everyone was fast asleep on the ship. Once I was sure they were, I lowered myself into the undefeated of the East's signature battle stance. You are going to train after that workout? Midna inquired. Are you a muscle-bound idiot? Haha no, I want to earn a new skill from a completely different school of martial arts, I told her. Oh, she inquired, you taking this fight seriously? It's a husband's duty to support their wives when they need help, I answered. I may think this stop is risky choice, but if my wives and the people on board want to go I will answer that call. You are getting soft on them, she snickered. Meh, I think of it as me adapting to the situation. If shit hits the fan I have no problem grabbing my people and getting the hell out of there, I reminded her. Anyways, let me train would you? Fine, whatever you say, she sighed. Throwing a few strikes into the air, I went off of memory for how this style worked based on the manga and anime. Following the motions as I remembered them I spent the remaining night hours training to gain the skill, and blended into my other martial arts. As the sun began in the east I faced it, and said the school's creed. The school of the undefeated of the east. The winds of the king? Zenshin? Kiretsu? Tenpakuren? Look, the east is burning red, I said. Undefeated of the east rank 1 martial art prodigy rank 1 skill learned. King of Hearts title earned, the system read. Ha ha ha, Midna laughed, that is the stupidest thing you have said yet. You want another dip in the Pacific, I growled. Run away, she shouted jumping into my shadow. Grabbing her back legs, I pulled her back out and punted her out to sea with a kick to her butt. Listening to her scream as she flew off over the ocean, I sighed with a smile on my face. She is never going to learn, I thought as I noticed people were starting to wake up. Grabbing a cup of coffee, I returned to the bedroom to greet my lovers as they woke up from their slumber. Chapter 48 Hellish World. Walking into the room as they started to stir, I gave them a smile as they looked at me. No more of that, Saya complained as she fell out of bed. That was too much, hee hee. For once I agree, Psycho giggled. Geez, you ladies need to learn to live a little. All of you sleep okay? I asked with a smirk. Yes, but I feel a noticeable missing body warmth, Rika and Shizuka pouted. You didn't sleep in bed last night. Some of us stayed up all night to train, and kept watch. Didn't want another Kraken to attack while we were asleep, I lied. Telling them to get dressed and get ready for breakfast, the women noticed the fresh sheets on the bed. Clearly remembering what happened last night, they were confused how I managed to pull that off without disturbing them. Thinking that they must have really been tired, they got dressed without a second thought. Joining the group as breakfast was being plated, we all ate our fill and got ready to mobilize. As the women were getting suited up, I presented them with a gift. What are these? Mikoto asked holding the pistol. They are heavier than they look. These are called the Judge. They shoot .410 shotgun shells. They will take the head of a zombie with a single shot as they are loaded with a slug, I told them. You mean there is a slug in here? Shizuka inquired looking at the ammo in the chamber. A slug is a type of round Shizuka. He doesn't mean the bug, Yuko laughed. Oh, I knew that, Shizuka giggled. Where have you been hiding these? Rei and Oria asked. I found them in the bunker on Okinawa. There was enough all of you. Fortunately I have ebony and ivory so I don't need one, I replied. You named your pistols? Yuriko questioned. Typical, all the men I know name their guns something, Yoko teased me. Handing them a case of ammo, I told them to carry extra rounds on themselves. Wearing a serious expression as I gave them radios, I helped them get their protective gear on. I can't stress this enough, if you get overwhelmed you need to tell me. None of you are allowed to die on me till old age takes us, I told them, in case last night didn't give you the right idea. I love each of you very much. Don't you dare do anything to put yourselves in danger, more than needed anyways. Even if I have to tear my way through the horde, I will get to you if you need me. That is reassuring, Maya stated kissing me on the lips. Have a little faith in your lovers, we know our limits better than anyone, Renka and Rei said with a smile. So focus on what you need to do, and we will handle our jobs, Seo and Paka laughed. Nodding my head, I gave them each a kiss before going to put my armor on. While I was suiting up, Midna returned rubbing her butt with a teary-eyed expression. Telling me that the kick really hurt, I asked her if she wanted me to kiss it and make it better. Rolling her eyes with a smirk, she told it was fine for now. Can I ask you to watch over my lovers? I questioned. Just need me to watch, or do you want me to help? She inquired. You can help, I retorted. Well yet, I can interact with the real world. It's just no one else can see, hear, or touch me aside from you, she stated. I can punch people, or throw stuff at others. Walking over to her, I pinched her cheeks with an annoyed look. Telling her that was the sort of thing she needs to tell me, she apologized while pleading with me to stop pinching her cheeks. Letting her go, I told her to watch over them while I was busy with the horde. While I can't give you specifics, you will run into trouble out there, she warned me. Huh, I questioned looking at my HUD. Name, Victor. Race, high human. Occupation, reincarnated person. Age, 17. Level, 98. Attack, 3,300. Defense, 3,150. Mental strength, 1,500. Willpower, 3,000. Points, 257,500. Skills, Satou system. Skill shop. Guide Pixie, Midna. Lucky Looter rank 10. Key Manipulation rank 10. Weapons Specialist rank 10. Medical Knowledge rank 10. Martial Artist Prodigy rank 10. Ogre Body rank 10. High Speed Movement rank 10. Businessman rank 5. Olympian rank 10. Spartan Rage rank 10. Page 1 of 12. World Phase 2 45%. The world phase is a ways off, so you must mean there is an enemy that I need to be worried about, I stated. Alright, I will keep an eye out, and have my weapons ready. Equipping Captain America's shield, my war axe, sword, heavy machine gun, ebony and ivory, and grenades, I walked out onto the deck. Seeing the groups prepare for combat, I saw South Korea come into view as Kyoko brought us in closer. Swiveling the massive guns on the ship towards the battlefield, the places was already ablaze. Having done what I thought they would, the citizens had hastily built walls with all the materials they had on hand. Having filled shipping containers with dirt to weigh them down, they stacked them 7 containers tall and 3 deep around the downtown area. Watching the soldiers on the walls fire down on the massive sea of undead and demons, I could see why they wanted help. The shipping containers were barely holding them back, and in some places it was starting to show the wall was caving in. Seeing our ship coming towards them, the people shouted and waved at us. Waving an American flag, I tried not to laugh. Why am I not seeing anyone coming from Seoul in this direction? We gave them a time frame for our arrival. I expected to see choppers or jets heading this way, but there is nothing, I thought. Appear they think we are all American, Soichiro stated with a sigh. Why they automatically assuming that? Is it because we showed up to help? Well, it is an American warship, Hayato and Guile reminded him. We are flying a US flag, it says USS on the side, and our leader is American. Shit, that's right, Soichiro stated. Soichiro, please keep your head in the game, don't blank out, Aya pleaded. I am sorry, he muttered. Giving him a warm smile, Aya was going to say something before Oria cut her off. I am going to commence bombardment, Oria laughed over the PA. Unloading a barrage of cannon fire on the horde, each impact caused a geyser of blood to spray into the air. Getting their attention, the horde started to back off the wall and start to head towards the shoreline. We have confirmation that their leadership is ready for us to dock. You are good to go, Astrid told me, please be careful. Roger that, all of you come back alive or I will beat your dead asses into the pavement, I shouted at the group before launching myself off the ship. Knowing that I wasn't going to make the jump in a single bound, I started launching myself off the water surface as I approached the horde, earning me the water walking skill. Pulling my war axe and shield off my back, I launched myself into the oncoming horde as they reached out to attack me. Crashing into a tyrant, I used its body to crush all the grunts behind it before swiftly beheading it. Activate my titles, the remnants of the horde on the wall peeled off to rush me. Damn, so it works like a fucking magnet. You fuckers are going to earn me a lot of dem points, I thought, chucking the tyrant's head like a boulder into the horde. Bring it on, you fuckers. Activating Spartan Rage, I roared loud enough that the people on the ship could hear me. Swing my axe like a demigod, whole swaths of dead were torn apart by steel and air pressure. Punching another tyrant's head out its own ass and through several Baron of Hells, I charged forward and used the explosion release fist to obliterate the grunts as much as possible. Third-person POV. Watching from the ship through a pair of binoculars, Soichiro felt his stomach turn as he watched Victor massacre the dead. He was absolutely obliterating them, but no matter how many he killed, more enemies just replaced them. The realization of what they agreed to do sank in, as it did with the others on the ship. This is some crazy shit we are about to do, Bob stated. Got that right, Kensei agreed. This is going to be a tough fight, but we can't give up just yet. APA, Apache said, cracking his knuckles. Yeah, how many do you think he is killing with each swing? Soichiro asked. Looks to be between 100 to 300. Kami answered. That's very impressive for someone his age. Agreed, his martial art strikes are even more deadly, Chun-Li added. That's the spirit boy, Ryu said with an approving nod. Pulling up to the dock while the horde ignored them, everyone disembarked in a hurry. Scrambling to get medical tents up, the elite fighting team rushed towards the walls. Driving past people cheering for them as the flew past. As soon as they got there, they saw the stragglers still fighting the soldiers to get into the city. Knowing that if one slipped by it might reattract the horde, they ran over to assist. Hiya, Chun-Li shouted, delivering a series of lethal kicks to the dead. Are all of you okay? Thank you, ma'am, they replied, firing on the dead. You must be the group from the ship. Yep, that's us, Nathan answered, shooting the dead in the head. Where is your commander, and how many other entrances do you have? This is the only one. We had to seal the others, and focus on just this one, the soldiers told him. Good, well, let's not leave Victor alone out there too long, Ryu and Ken said, vaporizing zombies with their fists. Agreed, let's clean this up, Sayo laughed as her battle mode took over her. Leaping past them, she went for a group of imps. Attacking them with brute strength, she slammed her fist into one, but it only stumbled back, slightly injured. A sudden sense of doubt came over her. A full-powered blow wasn't enough to kill a demon, which made her understand the difference between her and Victor. Victor's strength was monstrous if he made them pop like bubble wrap. I am not going to fall behind, she snarled in frustration, throwing her full weight in the next punch. This time the bones in the imp's head caved in, killing it instantly. The fact she couldn't mimic Victor's actions infuriated her. Being modified humans made her feel a strong connection to him. In her mind, them being similar made the group more comfortable around him, as there was someone else like him. If she fell behind this much, the people on the ship might start to fear him more than the real enemies. I can't let him be isolated, she thought, ripping the head off another imp. Seeing Sayo struggle to kill the imps put the others on guard much more. Most of them knew how strong she was, and the fact she had to put everything she had with each blow worried them. It made them understand how hard Victor had it, being the one to take the brunt of the fighting for them. These fuckers don't take the hint, Suichiro shouted, punching a zombie's head off. You don't say, Guile replied, shooting an imp in the face with a shotgun. As further backup arrived to secure the gate, Satou fell back so they could barricade the entrance. Once the doors were sealed, the martial artists stood on standby while those that could use firearms rushed to the top of the wall. Positioning mortars, machine guns, and snipers on the wall, the team and soldiers started firing on the horde. Focus your fire on the ones on the outer edge, Itami ordered. We have a better chance of taking more than one out. While they were busy with fighting, the medical team finished their station setup. Helping look at the injured, Black Label quickly got the serum against the devil worms injected into people as a precautionary measure. Treating those they could, and assisting with managing the injuries of others, Yuko and Shizuka understood how much of a daunting task this would be. There were several thousand injured people here, and the staff that was living here was nearly exhausted from working hard to save as many people as they could. Some of them were showing mental trauma from having to kill some of their patients when they turned. This is terrible, Shizuka said, changing the bandages on a man who lost his leg. I didn't think they would be this bad off. Where is the military? They are mostly stationed in Seoul. The troops here are only those that lived in the area that stayed behind, one of the nurses informed them. How many people are still living here? Yuko asked, replacing an 4 bag. And what do you mean? Isn't the military coming to back us up? Several 100,000 still, mainly those that were too afraid to make the journey to Seoul. Rumor has it there are several breaches along the border, and there are undead and demons everywhere, the nurse stated. The military is condensing. Couldn't the military airlift you out? One of the Black Label nurses asked. Unfortunately no. It's clear the government has left us here to draw the dead to this one place. The nurse started to cry. We aren't more than bait to them. Please don't talk like that, Yoko stated. You have all done quite a good job staying alive. Pardon her, we are all under a lot of stress, a man said, walking over with a young woman to the Black Label team. I am Jihan, the director of Incheon General Hospital. I am Ju, the leader of Incheon, or what is left anyways, the woman told them. You must be quite talented to lead such a large city, Yuko stated. I don't see myself as such. There was a lot more I could have done to prepare for this, Ju admitted. Our defenses are barely holding. If not for your help we would have likely fallen in the next few days. Once they breach our walls, Seoul has already said they will begin carpet bombing the city. If they have that level of strength still, why aren't they using it now? Yoko asked. Unfortunately, our position along the North Korean border puts us in a hairy situation. North Korean defenses are still active. If they try to intercept the horde they will likely trigger a nuclear response. Seoul doesn't want to risk it, and made their line in the sand at our city, Jihan told her. Shit, the team replied. Where is your leader? I would like to thank him for accepting my request for help, Ju inquired. He's the one fighting on the other side of the wall, Yuriko said, narrowing her eyes. I think there is some problems with what you told us on the radio, and what you are saying now. Are you telling us that the military isn't backing you? Ju stuttered. You also reported your defenses were down. If the military wasn't here, begin with what defenses were you referring to? Yuriko pressed her. The automatic turrets and missile launchers we took from the border. None of them are operational yet, and we. What do you mean yet? Saya hissed. You said they were disabled by Umbrella. They are disabled, but someone is working to unlock them, Ju reassured her. So once they are unlocked, you can use them, the pair demanded. Well, maybe, Ju said in a low voice. Please understand I had no intention of lying to you. We are in desperate need of. We were told you needed military support, as in the military wasn't going to hold the city. Now you are saying they never intended to hold the city, Saya shouted. You realize our leader, my husband, is on the other side of that wall fighting a fight that shouldn't have happened. All of you should have evacuated to Seoul for safety. Why would you put yourself in this situation knowing full well the danger? This is our home, Ju cried. We can't just abandon the place where we were born and raised so easily. I am sorry I misled you, but we needed help. Come on, we are here now, so let's focus on what we can do, Shizuka said, breaking the argument up. That said, I am in agreement with Victor now. After we are done we leave. We can't support you, you have to do that. Wanting to plead for them to stay, Ju was stopped by the director, saying that it was their fault for lying to their allies. They had no right to ask more of them. Lowering her head, she decided to put her faith in the young man working to reactivate the defense systems. Incheon radio station. Sitting in the tech room of the radio station, a young man was busily working through 2 different tasks to save the city. Knowing that one of his few good friends was fighting a horde almost completely alone, thanks to drone footage, he was trying to speed up his hacking. Zhang, how much longer do you think this will take? His companions asked with a worried tone. I should have the defenses up in 5 minutes, as for the umbrella control system probably the same amount of time, he answered. How is he holding up? Your friend is doing fine. Where did you meet him? They asked, watching the man rip giant demons' heads off their shoulders and use them as wrecking balls. Haha, we met on a video game a few years ago. I griefed his Minecraft base, and killed him, a few times, he replied, trying not to laugh. I certainly hope he doesn't hold a grudge, one of the women laughed. Nah, we are past that, he responded. How much fucking longer, Zhang? Victor shouted over the radio. The numbers aren't going down, more of them are incoming. You can't rush perfection, I have to. I am rushing you, he spat. The people on the wall are attracting the outskirts of the horde towards the wall again. I am hurrying. I have to get the defense systems online before I activate the broadcast, Zhang stated. A few minutes later, Zhang managed to get the defenses back online. Targeting the undead and demon horde, the defenses started chipping away at their numbers. Once he was satisfied they were all back online, he turned his attention to the broadcast signal. Giving his companions the signal to plug the drone into the equipment, he sent a mass broadcast out to everyone on the radio. I am beginning the transmission now, Zhang shouted, sending the code he wrote out. Noticing a change in the horde's movements moments later, Zhang started to think that this would work. Before he could report the success though, Victor came over the radio. Turn it off. It's not working, he shouted. They are going into a frenzy state. Chapter 49 Prince of Hell. Shit, Zhang replied. I am trying to shut it down, but the system isn't responding. Trying to stop the code he was sending out, something started to hack into his system. Realizing that the infection was trying to take over the automated defenses as well, he slammed his laptop over his knee, breaking the computer. Something tried to hack my computer, and started taking over the defense system, Zhang informed them. I can't pull the code back now. Fuck, everyone get back to the ship, Victor ordered. I am not going to be able to hold them here. They are targeting the large amount of living people on the other side of the wall. God damn it, Zhang spat. I tested this on small groups, and it worked perfectly. What went wrong? Now isn't the time to worry about that. Elite team, pick up Zhang at the radio station and get the hell back to the ship, Victor commanded. What do we do about the civilians? Saya asked. We can't take everyone in the city, we don't have the space, Victor replied. I will leave the selection up to you, Saya. I am going to buy you all as much time as I can. The way they are acting, you might have 15 minutes before they breach the wall. Have the idiot leader of theirs open the rear entrance, and have people drive to Seoul. They won't make it on foot. Roger that, Yuriko stated. 5 minutes prior, Victor POV. You fuckers just don't know when to die, I shouted, blasting a hole through the horde with my fist. Seeing the marauders and doom hunters at the back of the horde guarding the spider masterminds, I felt something was off here. They weren't acting concerned about my approach, it made me think I was missing something. Pushing my way closer towards them, the horde pushed back harder the closer I got to them. When I reached the halfway point, a humanoid-looking demon walked up to the marauders with a pompous look. Using my system, the creature came up as a prince of hell, a demon I wasn't familiar with. Kill the humans? Kill the slayer, he rasped. What the fuck? It can fucking talk, I thought. Following his orders to the letter, the horde moved immediately, and I noticed the defense system was also moving as well. Realizing that they couldn't kill me, they were going for the people that couldn't fight while stalling me here. The Prince of Hell was smarter than the demons I remembered in Doom, but it would be killed one way or another by me. Just as I was about to move in to attack him, an alert came in on my HUD. Alert, world stage progression adjusting, outside entity adjusting difficulty. The system told me, world stage now at 20% of world phase 3. Shit, that damn thing hacked the broadcast, and somehow upgraded the world phase, I thought. Fuck, that means the horde is going to swarm. Current time. Using my martial arts to make a beeline for the Prince of Hell, it understood that I was out for blood now. Splitting its horde in half, one part went to slow me down while the other was stampeding towards the wall like rabid beasts. Watching the terrain shift as the horde crashed up against the wall, they started buckle as the demons and undead began to tower up the wall. Victor, something has gotten control of the defense system, Zhang informed me. The defense system is attacking people all over the city. I am completely locked out, and I can't get the system to respond. Zhang, just focus on getting to the ship. I told him, the situation has changed, we aren't going to hold the city. This is my fault. I should have done more testing. Zhang panicked. All these people, all of their deaths are on my hands. Zhang, focus on keeping your group alive, dammit. It's their damn pride and emotions that kept them tied to this place. They have had weeks to clear out of the city, but they choose to stay. This is exactly why I didn't want to come to this place. I spat, Spartan, kicking a cyber demon into the horde charging me. Team, only half of the horde is staying on me. The other half is stampeding to the wall. There is a demon here that seems to be control the whole horde. From what I can tell, it hacked Jiang's program and the defense grid. I am making my way to it now. Once everyone is on board the ship, get the hell out of the... Seeing the spider masterminds charging their plasma cannons, I cursed into the radio. Anyone near the wall, get down, I shouted, raising my shield. Third Persian POV. Hearing Victor shout over the radio, the members that were driving alongside the wall put the pedal to the floor. Not more than a few moments later, green masses of energy started shooting through the walls, melting everything they touched. Hitting the buildings, the skyscrapers started to buckle and lean towards the wall as they were being melted down. Shit, Nathan said, hitting the shifter again. What the hell was that? I think those were plasma rounds, Coda remarked. Don't touch them, you will be reduced to ashes instantly. That's easier said than done, Guile replied, swerving to miss one of the rounds. Where the hell did these things get this equipment? The US is still testing this stuff. Looking in his rear view mirror, Guile watched one of the skyscrapers collapse. Falling onto the wall, it took a whole section of wall down with a loud crashing sound. On impact, a giant cloud of dust and debris kicked up, blocking their view of the damage. Watching the scene, a few moments later, undead and demons started flooding in like a dam that had just broke. You have to fucking kidding me, Rika hissed, firing at them. Attention all teams, the wall has been breached. I repeat, the wall has been breached. All units are to fall back immediately. Is it okay to freak out now? Kenichi asked. We are beyond that point, kid, Nathan stated, pulling the handbrake to take a corner. You better be ready, Zhang. We have 30 seconds to get in. If you aren't in, I am peeling out of there. Understood, we are ready, Zhang replied. Saya, you are going to want to make sure the ship is ready to move immediately, Mikoto told her, firing at a few hunters that were catching up to them. We are already on it, Oria responded. Once you come into view, I will blast the... Before Oria could finish, the defense system locked on to them and started firing on them. Several people in the group were injured, but no one was killed, thankfully. Cursing the whole situation, they kept pushing to make it to the ship in time. Meanwhile, citizens were hurriedly rushing out of the city in droves, trying to avoid the stampede that was pouring into the city. Driving over people on foot, no one gave a damn, they just laid on the horn and kept driving. Driving through the streets towards the radio station, the group saw people running and pleading for help or to take their children. Continuing down the road, some of the people in the cars felt sickened and disgusted that they were leaving these people to die. Turning their heads away as they heard the screams of the people being torn apart, it was something none of them had wanted to see or hear again. Living under Victor's protection had deafened their minds to what the rest of the world had been enduring. They had denied what had happened prior to his intervention, as life was very different. He made the reality of the world feel like a distant dream, as the threat of attack was minimal when he made the decisions. Realizing the danger he put himself into for the group time and time again, many of them had a newfound respect for him. Most of them couldn't even consider standing their ground against an enemy like this, yet he jumped in first to fight them and was always the last one out. Victor POV. Having blocked the bullets that would have hit me, I made a mad dash to take the spider masterminds out. If the walls near the ship came down, they would have a clear shot at the ship, and potentially sink it or detonate one of the powder rooms. Jumping on one of Spider Mastermind's, I jammed my sword through its head and boot slammed the sword into the ground. Screaming in pain as its blood sprayed everywhere, the next moment its body exploded as I pummeled the demon's body to mist. Engaging the Marauders and Doom Hunters next, I pulled out Ebony and Ivory to started blasting them with demonic bullets. Surprisingly, the bullets were far more effective than I would have thought. Cutting through their armor like it was melted butter, the only issue was that it was like firing a peas hooter at them. The bullets were injuring them, but it wasn't going to be enough to bring them down. Having spent all of the minigun ammo, I was going to use my assault rifle to continue the fight. I can't stay here, I need to get back into the city, I thought, looking back at the city to see the breach. Fuck it. Opening the item store, I purchased the Blades of Chaos and immediately equipped them. Fusing to the bracers on the armor, the blades glowed a fiery red as my anger grew. Pointing my right blade at the Prince of Hell, I made a declaration. This ends now, I shouted, whipping the blades around like a tornado. Tearing the Doom Hunters to ribbons in a matter of moments, the Marauders used their bodies to shield the remaining Spider Mastermind and Prince of Hell. Wrapping the chains around two of their necks, I yanked them towards me, and ripped their heads off with my hands. Grabbing their axes, I threw like tomahawks, bisecting the remaining Marauders. Get over here, I snarled at the Prince of Hell as I threw the Blades of Chaos forwards. Your head is mine, you bastard. Stabbing him through the back in 2 places, I yanked him backwards. Trying to struggle with me, I used my superior strength to quickly drag him towards me. Pinning his shoulders to the ground with the blades, I pulled out a chainsaw from my storage. Starting the engine, I revved the motor a few times before jamming in its guts and pegging the engine. Screaming like a banshee as I forced the chainsaw up its body, it spoke again. You will not stop us? We shall not fall by your hands, Slayer, he howled. Good, I have plenty of gasoline for all of you, I chuckled, cutting his head off. Turning to the Spider Mastermind, who was backing away from me as I held the bloody chainsaw, I pulled a Moab out of my storage. Stowing the chainsaw away, I picked up the Moab with a mad smile on my face. Special delivery, you sick freak? Have fun in hell a second time, I shouted, slamming it into the ground, detonating the bomb. Third-person POV. Having collected Zhang and company from the radio station, Nathan was leading the convoy through the maze of city streets headed for the ship. As they were flying down one of the main streets, a massive explosion shook the ground and caused a pressure wave that shattered glass all over the city. What the hell was that? Zhang asked. Was that a Moab? Guile questioned. That felt like a Moab. Sorry about that, there was a missile silo out here? I dropped the cap down on the missile and it went off. It's non-nuclear, Victor reported. I am headed your way now, keep moving and don't stop. Roger that, Chun-Li replied. Keep them off us, damn it. Hadoken, Ken, and Ryu said, launching energy blasts at the horde not more than 100 feet behind them. We are doing the best we can. Watching in horror as the undead and demons washed over structures like water, everyone wished they had taken Victor's concerns more seriously. This wasn't like anything they had seen up till now. This horde wasn't going to stop chasing them no matter what they did. Leaning into the .50 machine gun, Cammy was spraying them with bullets, but the effect was inconsequential as the horde just trampled the dead and kept surging forward. As the harbor into view, the group saw the ship's guns pointed in their direction. Telling them that they were opening fire, Aurea started the bombardment of the horde. Shells screamed overhead and detonated, sending enemies flying in every direction. Firing the forward machine guns into the immediate enemies, the crew on the ship told them to hurry up as they were coming from other directions as well. Leaping out of the cars as they reached the dock, everyone took off running towards the ship ramp. Hot on their heels, the group knew that they weren't going to make it at this current rate. The enemies were coming from every direction in the city, and they just couldn't provide enough fire from the ship to stop them. Realizing this as well, the crew started to plead to set off. Saya, Back the ship up, Kiriko ordered. They are starting to board us. Doing as she was told, the ship started to back up as they group made a made dash for the ramp. We aren't going to make it, Kenichi shouted, realizing the ramp was moving faster than they were running. Don't say that, kid, Nathan retorted. We are going to make it. They are right behind us, Mikoto informed them. Grandfather? Everyone? Keep moving, Miu shouted along with several others fighting the dead off the ship. Knowing what he needed to do, Hayato spun around to engage the undead. Knowing that someone had to stop them from boarding and overwhelming the crew, he was willing to sacrifice his life if it meant his granddaughter and the others could flee. Bombarding the immediate undead and demons with a barrage of his strongest blows, the threats were exploded in just a few moments. Trying to intimidate the main group pouring in from the city didn't work, so he readied himself to fight till the end. Grandfather? You can make it, Miu pleaded. Keep moving. You can jump on board from there. Miu, I want you to know that no matter what, you have made this old man very proud. Thank you for giving me something to make this life worth living, Hayato stated. Go and live. Someone save him, Miu screamed, trying to jump over the edge to help. You can't die. Stopping her from jumping, Kiriko and Yuriko told her there was nothing she could do. He is the only family I have left, Miu cried. Don't leave alone. No one is dying on my watch, Victor shouted as he blasted the undead on the street with an incredibly powerful punch that blew the enemies back from the docks. Quickly reforming from the blast, the horde came rushing back at them. Lowering his stance, it appeared that he was readying for another attack. School of the Undefeated of the East? Ultimate secret technique, Victor shouted, swinging his right fist forward. Sekiha Tenkyuken. Suddenly a giant hand manifested in front of him, and flew forward at the horde like an unstoppable object. Crashing into the horde like they were made of paper, the enemy was forced back in a heap as they were crushed by the hand. Turning to the group that had momentarily stopped moving, he started shouting at them. I got this. Get your asses on the boat, he spat. I won't allow any of you to die on my watch. Getting everyone on board the ship, Saya threw the ship into full reverse to get away from the dock as fast as possible. Continuing to fire on the horde, Oria wasn't going to stop till they were clear. As the hand faded away, the horde started to regather and make another charge for the dock. Turning to his left, Victor ran to the skyscraper a few feet from him. Grabbing the corner, he started to grunt as his fingers dug into the concrete walls. What is he doing? Kemi asked. Has he lost it? He hasn't lost it. He must have some sort of, Yuko started to say before a loud cracking sound pierced the air. Looking at the skyscraper's walls, the building started to buckle and the walls on the ground started to split apart. Watching in utter disbelief, everyone on the ship watched Victor start to lift the corner of the building. Tilting it towards the incoming horde, Sayo understood what he was doing. Telling everyone to get inside, she said he was going to collapse the building on the horde. Wearer, Victor roared as red aura engulfed him and the building started to fall towards the horde. Most of the people on the deck retreated inside, as once the building fell the area would be covered in dust and debris. The martial artists and Victor's lovers stood and watched as the skyscraper crashed into the horde. A gruesome sound of squished flesh and death throes of the dying enemies rang out as the horde was crushed under the mess. Wasting no time, Victor jumped into the air, spinning rapidly as two hot, bright red blades shot out from him, tearing the surviving enemies to pieces. Grabbing an ogre by the arm, Victor spun it around and used it to take down another skyscraper. Throwing it through the support pillars, the giant collapsed the building into another, causing a domino effect to happen. Bring buildings down on the enemy. A large portion of the horde was wiped out in just a few minutes. As for the rest, they ran headlong into the torrent of red-hot metal that Victor was rotating around himself like a tornado. Where the hell did he get those? Nathan asked, covering his face to block the impending dust cloud. I don't know, Psycho replied. I haven't seen him with them before. At this point, all I can say is that those are freaking badass, Suichiro shouted with excitement. They can't even get close to him. Tearing the enemy horde apart till the ship was far enough from shore that the enemy couldn't jump to it, Victor leapt from shore back to the ship. Victor POV. Victor, Mikoto said, leaping into my arms. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You saved our lives. Next time I say something is a bad idea, I hope you will take me seriously, I replied, holding her tightly. Sorry, I cut it a little close there. It's fine, Rei said, wriggling in next to Mikoto. You came running just like you said you would. Saya, how many people did we end up taking on? I asked over the radio. 400, a lot of them have trade skills or were displaced families, Saya told me. We quarantined them since we couldn't check them under the time crunch. That's my girl, you did the right thing, I praised her. Seeing a young woman approach, my HUD told me who she was. Walking over to me nervously, it was clear she knew I understood who she was. Ju stuttered. Leaning forward, I glared into her eyes, and exuded my killing intent and intimidation. If one of my people had lost their lives, I would be throwing your ass into that horde right now, I growled before I grabbed her shoulder. If one of my lovers had been killed, I would be beating your face into the side of our ship. Since Saya let you on the ship, I will let you stay. Just give me a single reason to rethink that and I will throw you overboard. She said, shaking like a leaf. I understand. Kiriko, she is clean, find her a room, I asked. I am going to check the people in quarantine. Chapter 50 Aftermath. Switching out with her mother, Saya flew down the stairs and about tackled me, telling me how petrified she was when the dead started getting on the ship. She was thankful I arrived when I did. Giving her a reassuring hug, I also could tell her heart was hurting having sent people away since we couldn't house everyone that came. She more than likely felt she decided who lived and who died as she selected people to board the ship. For the people that made it out of the city, they would be chased by the remaining horde to Seoul. There was a very high chance the military wouldn't let them into the city when they arrived, and if they didn't they had nowhere to run. Those thoughts were likely plaguing her mind, and I felt bad for pushing it on her. That sort of decision should be on my shoulders as the leader, not hers. Saya, you got everyone on board safely and everyone is alive, I told her. Still, I sent all those people away. She started to sniffle. Women with babies in their arms, scared children wanting to be held. I sent so many of them away. Saya, we can't save everyone, I calmly said as she started crying. I put a heavy burden on your shoulders. It's not something I ever wanted to make you do. Is this how bad you felt in Tokyo? She asked. I didn't know it could hurt so much. Holding her tightly, I told her that she did what she had to so everyone on the ship could live. Saying that her actions saved hundreds of people, I went on to say that she did the best she could given the situation. No one blames you for make the tough decision there, Saya. If it falls on anyone's shoulders it's the government and the leadership of the city. They didn't tell us they had no intention of holding the city. Those people shouldn't have been there in the first place, I said, brushing her hair. I understand that making that call isn't easy. It should never be easy. We are good people. None of us want to see innocent people die. If you still feel guilty, it is just as my responsibility as it is yours. Giving her some time to calm down, she thanked me for comforting her and holding her. Offering to come with me to see the survivors, I said that would be fine. Going down to the cargo hold, I found everyone was sitting with blankets and some water. Removing my helmet as I walked in, I quickly glanced over the people here. No one was infected, but a few had ingested worm eggs so they would need the serum and parasite treatment to prevent being taken over. Telling Kyoko to get the people settled in open rooms we had, I said to accommodate the few pregnant women as best as she could. Nodding her head, Kyoko told the group to follow her for room assignments. As the group started to get up to leave, one of the single mothers stood up with an angry glare aimed at Saya. Why couldn't you save more people? You had plenty of room. My sister was trying to get on, but you stopped her, she cried. I lost my husband, parents, and now my sister. You killed. Shut your dim mouth, I shouted, silencing the woman. Every single one of you had weeks to flee to Seoul or elsewhere for better protection. Each and every adult here knew the military wasn't going to come to save you, yet you stayed there. We did what we could to help you out of kindness, and you make unrealistic demands like saving every single person in the city, I said, walking down the stairs towards her. Tell me what exactly any of you did to further your chances of surviving this? Did any of you make attempts to flee the city? Did any of you try to help fortify the city, or help your fellow citizens out? No, all of you decided to sit on your asses and plead for someone else to come save you? This isn't the same world it was a few months ago. This world is a cruel and unforgiving place. If you aren't willing to put in the effort to survive, it will eat you alive. We did everything we could to save as many as we could support. Right now I have people on operating tables who took bullets for all of you. They risked their lives for you. They have families that are praying they survive to see tomorrow. Don't you dare come at us like there was anything more we could have done for you. Trying to say more to fight me, the mother could only open her mouth but nothing came out. Eventually she closed her mouth and hung her head. I understand all of you lost people you love and care about. No one is saying that you can't mourn their passing, or weep for you loss. Taking your anger out on us won't bring them back, nor is it going to improve your situation further, I said calmly. She followed my orders because we only have so much supplies to give. Just like all of you, we are trying to survive. I have families here that I have to ensure have food on their plates. Remaining silent after that, she was done shouting for the time being. Leaving the room with the people I brought in, I left it to Kyoko to sort out their quarters. Heading to the wheelhouse, I took the helm and got us out of the area in a hurry. My map showed me that a larger horde was coming down from China, and was heading for Seoul, so I wanted to be far away from here when they arrived. We will need to make supply runs to replenish goods, and ensure we have enough hygiene items for everyone. We don't know when the next we can make a supply run, I thought, looking at the map. Where is a good place to resupply? Looking down the coast from us, the city of Gunzansi looked promising. The undead and demon presence was small, and there were still people living there. We could attempt to make friendly contact with them to get supplies or barter for goods. It would take about 4 hours if we traveled at 30 knots, so that was the best option for the time being. Giving the information to the women, they agreed that it would be a nice change of pace to barter instead of loot. Are we sure the city is safe? Kiriko and Rei asked. The large horde was trapped at the border. I suspect there are some enemies there, but it should be hopefully less than what we had in Incheon, I replied. We will cautious with our approach. Let the elite team know we will need their assistance. I got it, Oria said, jumping out of the gunner seat. I will let them know, and then take a look at the ammo supplies. Okay, just blow something up, I snickered. Ugh, you hurt my pride. I wouldn't do that, right now anyways, Oria laughed. That's exactly why he said that, Satou teased. All of you are so mean, Oria said, running off. Giving her a smile as she ran out the door, I said, are heading for Gunzansi. 4 hours later, Gunzansi's port came into view, but it was clear they didn't have a spot large enough for the warship to dock. Watching us come towards them, many people gathered on the pier and waved to us. Dropping anchor a few hundred feet from shore, we used a smaller boat on board to get to shore. Ferrying everyone that needed to go onshore over, I requested to speak with the leader of the city. Making a call to their leader, he came out to meet us a short time after that. Good afternoon, he said, shaking my hand. My name is Juoon, the leader of Gunsansi. Juoon, it's been a while, Ju remarked softly. Ju, I haven't seen you since university. He laughed. How have you been? So I wanted to visit you before the world collapsed. Why is the leader of Incheon here? Incheon, we weren't able to hold it, Ju answered with a pale expression. The city has fallen. Hearing that the warm atmosphere sudden got very cold. News had yet to spread of the loss of the city. Realizing that a major border city had fallen, many of the locals looked terrified. Please tell me this is a cruel joke. Where is the military? Juoon asked. They abandoned us, Ju cried, falling to her knees. I pleaded with the president for aid. I pressed my face into the dirt begging for any aid they could provide. The president told me to make do with that I had, and to hold the city as long as I could. We lost several 100,000 people building a wall, and those beasts, they crashed against it like a sea of destruction. They tore the walls down, and many of the surviving people fled to Seoul. No, that can't be right, Juoon said. He said the military was holding the border. Juoon, he lied. I watched my people be torn apart by those things, Ju stated, grabbing his arms. I watched them kill anyone that was breathing. Man, woman, and child, not one was spared from their fury. Good lord, I have to inform the other cities, he panicked. We have to muster our defenses more than we have now. There are villages that are in their path on their way here. I have to warn them. How large was the horde? 5 million, I answered. Falling over from shock, several people fainted from disbelief. Showing them the footage, I had his face paled with fear. Telling him that we managed to kill most of it, I stated that about 100,000 managed to escape the city heading for Seoul and this direction. That isn't the only problem. I have intel that suggests another horde of closer to 50 million are heading down from China, I told him. 50 million, he shrieked. I don't have time to wait. I have to alert people now. How long till they reach our border? 5 to 8 days depending on weather and terrain issues, I replied. Thank you for warning us, he said, shaking our hands. I have to warn our countrymen, and take to this chance to escape. If there is anything we can help you with, please let us know. I was hoping to barter for some supplies we need. We took in about 400 survivors in the chaos, I remarked. Absolutely, please barter for what you need, Juoon stated before running back to his office to make emergency calls. Third-person POV. Running as fast as his legs could take him, Juoon ran for his office. Up till now the government had been telling people the border was secure and that they had teams eliminating the undead and demons as they appeared. Getting to his office, he picked up the phone and immediately called the president's office. A few rings later the president answered the call himself. Juoon, our conference call wasn't till. Mr. President, Ju from Incheon just showed up in my city on an American warship. Why hasn't an alert gone out that Incheon has fallen? He demanded. Their leader said over 100,000 of those things escaped the city. That's far less than our people estimated. That is good news, the president sighed. Good news? The whole city was lost, and thousands were displaced, Juoon shouted. Ju told me she pleaded for assistance from you, and received nothing. Why have you been saying that we? If I told you that we weren't holding the border, what would the public do? The president remarked. We kept it under wraps. We recalled most of the military assets to Seoul to secure the capital. Then Yangjusi wasn't evacuated, Juoon seethed. You bastards? My little sister and her husband were living there? I told them to stay, and wait for the evacuation that you promised. I did what was needed to protect the capital. Sacrifices were needed to protect the city. Our allies are gone, and we don't have the assets to protect the entire country, the president said. In order to keep some semblance of peace we had to lie. She was expecting their first child, my niece. If I hadn't listened to you she'd have made it here with her husband, Juoon shouted as tears ran down his face. Our country has abandoned us. You secured the politicians, and left the people to fend for ourselves. Juoon, I am sorry, I didn't have any other options, he admitted. You could have told us the truth so we could have prepared. Now we are weeks away from an overwhelming horde coming from China, Juoon stated, wiping his tears away. How did you know that? That information just arrived on my desk not more than a moment ago, the president spat. The American leader told me, Juoon said, clutching his fist. If you won't tell the country, I will. Juoon, don't do this. If you sound the alarm now it will cause mass chaos, the president shouted. Someone cut off the lines in Gunsansi. I would rather our people know what is coming than watch helplessly as death comes for them, Juoon said, hanging the phone up. Making calls to several of his closest colleagues around the country, he warned them of the impending danger before his phones were disconnected. Cursing the politicians responsible for this shitty situation, he orders his subordinates to prepare for an evacuation of the city. Since he could no longer trust that the government was going to provide support or rescue, he had to take things into his own hands. Victor POV. That completes the transaction, Yuriko told me as excess Kraken was offloaded from the ship. Having used her business expertise to negotiate with several stores, she had traded them some of Kraken meat for supplies we needed. The situation played in our favor as the people were looking for long-term food solutions for the road. They wanted to ensure they had supplies for their journey as they understood they needed to leave this place with the impending threat coming for them. Swapping for items they wouldn't have a use for while on the run, Yuriko managed to get us a good deal on everything. Not like I can't go kill another Kraken if I needed to, I thought. I can use my new technique to pull it out of the water with ease. thanking us for alerting them of the danger. Once we were done swapping goods, they hurried off to get ready to leave. Noticing that the townspeople were moving with a purpose, I was happy to see that at least one mayor had some common sense. Telling my group to get ready to depart, Juoen returned with a serious look. The president has cut off our phone's lines because I told my colleagues of their betrayal. He told me, I wish to request a favor, if I may. I am listening, I replied. I know asking you to take the city populace with you is not possible. On behalf of the city, please escort our citizens southward towards the small islands off the southern coast. I know that some of them are habitable with little to no populace on them. He told me, we will be safe there from the undead and demons. Confirming there were no living people on the islands in question while he explained his plan, it seemed like he had the plan well thought out. The islands did have animals on them, but due to no human contact the animals weren't infected with the virus. The request wasn't too difficult. We were already going to pass by the islands as we went around the peninsula, so it wasn't out of our way. On the water there are few enemies to worry about, so why do you want protection? I questioned. The fishermen have reported giant squids attacking their boats, he said. We will be easy prey for a group of them. If we are in close proximity of your ship they will likely leave us be. That isn't exactly true. Our boat was attacked by a kraken, Yuriko stated. It was, he gasped. Yes, Victor killed it though, Satou bragged, patting me on the back. Then I must beg you to see us to the island, he pleaded. In exchange, I would like to get a few crates of fruit for my ship. Our ultimate destination is some distance away, and fruit would be very welcomed, I replied. Absolutely, we are a major trade hub for smaller villages upriver. If you are asking for fruit we can certainly provide crates of that. We would be leaving them behind anyways, so please take what you need, he said, accepting the price. Very well, I accept the request, I told him, shaking his hand. We will stay docked offshore here, let us know when you are ready to set out. Thank you, he said, lowering his head. Leaving him to prepare his people to go, we loaded up several crates of fruit and returned to the ship. Once we were out of hearing range, Yuriko and Satou asked why I accepted the offer. We will be staying close to the coastline, no one will be exposed to any undue risk, and we get more supplies we needed. Ultimately we were going to head by the islands anyways on our way around the southern tip of South Korea. There is no reason to say no. Unlike someone, he is being straightforward with his request and understands the best solution is to leave while he can, I said, shooting a dirty look at Ju. Getting the supplies loaded onto the ship, I told the rest group what the plan was. Reassuring them that I would handle things, they agreed to trust me and were happy to go along with the plan. Since we wouldn't be on land again, everyone seemed to agree it was a fair request to accept, especially as we were already going that way. Sure, it would take us a bit longer, but that wasn't a big deal.